Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Got Ghost Taming Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Inko pulled her jacket further over the bundle in her arms, trying to keep the rain off. She squinted to make out the signs around her and really wished she didn't need to do this, but the bundle in her arms let out another cough and she held it tighter. She had to make sure her baby was going to be okay. She wiped her bangs out of her face as the streetlights came on, signaling nightfall. Izuku gurgled and she glanced down with a frown. She glanced back up just in time to see a store sign light up. Kamaji's herb and tea shop. It would have to do. And it was out of the rain anyway, at the very least. She pushed her way inside and breathed a sigh of relief as the door shut behind her, muting the sound of the rain. The shop was warm and homely. There were a few tables and chairs for patrons to drink their tea, a boiler-looking fireplace that was grated so she could only see the orange glow, and then there was the counter. Behind it was a man, presumably Kamaji, and the entire back wall was covered with wooden drawers that weren't labeled and a single sliding door to the back. The man looked taken aback to see her, eyebrows raising. He was completely bald, but had a large bushy mustache that stuck out like broom bristles, stiff and brown, almost hiding his mouth from view. Circular glasses with black lenses covered his eyes, which she found rather odd since it was night. "Hello miss, can I help you?" She ran her fingers through her hair, feeling some water drip down her back. I'm not sure, even if I can just stay here to get out of the rain. That will be enough, but I saw this shop sells herbs. He nodded. It does. Izuku coughed again in her arms and she whimpered slightly. I don't suppose you know anything about traditional medicine. He gestured with his arms and she walked closer. He leaned over the counter to inspect her bundle. Izuku's eyes opened and locked with the man's. How old is he? Oh, 1.5 years this month. It doesn't look too serious. I've seen this sort of thing before. I have just the thing, miss. Oh, Inko, Midoriya Inko. I am Kamaji. His arm stretched behind him to open a few of the drawers, grabbing small fistfuls of dried herbs and bringing them back to the counter, where he had a board and wheel, as you might have gathered. Izuku wriggled a hand out of his bundle and made grabby hands at the old man, blowing a snot bubble out of his nose with each breath. Oh, Izuku, I'm so sorry. I don't think he's ever seen facial hair before. Kamaji snorted and continued to grind up the herbs. Not a problem, Kamaji. Inko looked down at her child, surprised. The man in question raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's me. Big green eyes blinked. Kamajiji. Inko went beet red, pulling her bundle back to herself. I'm so sorry. He let out a raucous laughter. No, don't be. He quieted down and hummed, contemplative. He reminds me of my granddaughter, Sen. He paused. I haven't seen her in a long time, so it was nice to remember. He straightened, sweeping the herbs into a pouch and tying it up, tying a red-painted wooden token with 2 broad black stripes on it. He slid it across the counter to her. It can be drunken as a tea, but something tells me he won't like it. I recommend putting them in his bath. The fumes should clear him right up. She hefted Izuku onto her hip, digging in her pockets. How much do I? He held up both hands and Izuku's eyes stared at them. No need. It's rainy. It was easy, and you're a young mother. Sit by the furnace for a while and wait for the rain to stop and we'll consider it even. She blustered. But Mr. Kamaji, I can't take this for free. You run a business. He sighed. My name is on the business. I can make my own decisions. I only have one employee and she's here of her own free will. He raised his voice and turned his head to face the door. And she can leave whenever she wants. Inko barely heard a woman yell something back from the other room. But it was probably something not appropriate for baby learning how to talk ears, so she was glad the sound was muffled. She settled herself into one of the chairs near the furnace and Izuku struggled to get out of his constraints. Hang on, baby, let me get situated and then I can help. She carefully unwound the damp blanket, laying it out to get warm and held her baby close. He wiggled around until he was looking at Kamaji again, green eyes wide, and he stuck some of his fingers in his mouth. Baby, don't stare. Izuku cocked his head a little bit and checked under his arm. Inko just watched in amusement as he looked back and forth between him and the man behind the counter. The hand not in his mouth patted his cheeks, causing him to sway a little in her grasp. Then he did the most curious thing. He looked hard at his hand and carefully curled in 2 fingers to make his pudgy hands like a claw, then looked back at Kamaji and waved. The man seemed startled, but waved back, not curling in his own fingers, but it made Izuku giggle. Soon, they were dry and warm, and she stood up. Please, can I at least buy some tea? Kamaji sighed. I suppose. He reached under the counter to pull out a pre-made bag. The red token had a yellow diamond on it. Steep that for 3 minutes. It should make 10 regular kettles worth. That will be 15 yen. Inko smiled, digging out the money and sliding it across the counter to him. Thank you so much, Mr. Kamaji. Kamajiji. He sighed fondly. Yes, little rascal, that's me. It looks like the rain has stopped, so be safe getting home. Izuku sneezed. Oh dear, she muttered. We'll need to take that bath before he gets even more sick. Thank you again. Izuku waved his three-fingered wave again as Inko walked out into the night. Kamaji looked down at his hand as the back door slid open. What was a human doing in your shop, old man? He hummed. I don't know, Lin. She raised an eyebrow. Something wrong with your hand. The child, he could see it. I suspect he also saw my other arms. Lin hummed. He was a baby, they see through things a bit better. Give it a few months and he'll forget it and lose the sight. Unless you're suddenly feeling self-conscious about having 3 fingers per hand. Stuff it, Lin. Sweet spirits, why did you have to come with me? She snorted and set down his bowl of ramen. Admit it, old man, you're glad you have someone to talk to other than the spirits that come wandering through here. And you're sure as hell glad to be out of the bathhouse. Speaking of, you gave her an herbal soak? Huh, there was something on him, something spirit-related. That's what was making him sick. Maybe that's why they could find this place. Also might have been timing, though, since it was the witching hour when they showed up. Glad none of the toads were here yet. As if on cue, the door opened and she rolled her eyes. Right, I'm going to the back again, have fun. Insufferable brat. She just laughed sharply and closed the door behind her. He sighed and slid a bag across the counter. Here's your order. Izuku got sick again when he was 2 months from turning 4, and none of the medicine Inko tried seemed to be working. He was sniffing and his eyes were watery. Almost like he was having an allergic reaction, but the doctor had said that he wasn't allergic to anything that they could tell, and even if it was, it would go away in a day or so. It had been a week. She had taken to putting a mask on him and walking him around, hoping some fresh air would do him good. He would send her a watery smile and push on through his draining energy. Maybe it's my quirk coming in, he chirped as they passed the park where other kids were playing. And it's going to be something even cooler than Kaken's explosions. She bit her lip at the longing expression he cast at the other children. They were taking an after-dinner walk when the streetlights came on and Inko blinked. Now there was a sight she hadn't seen in a while. Izuku, I might have a solution for your illness. He blinked up at her. Really? She smiled softly and tugged him into the store. Mr. Kamaji. The girl at the counter blinked. He's in the back, but I can get him. Hey, old man. What? You insufferable. He cut himself off as he opened the sliding door. Oh, Inko shuffled. Hello again. I don't know if you remember me. I was here about 2 years ago. Midoriya. Inko. Yes, that's right. I remember my baby was sick and you gave me some herbs that worked wonders. Her eyes lit up. And some wonderful tea. I only have enough left for a cup and I've been saving it for a special occasion. The woman patted him on the shoulder and went into the back, leaving Kamaji to deal with them alone. Yes, I recall. Is this? Oh, she gestured to her sniffling son. Yes, this is Izuku. He's almost 4. Hello. Kamaji nodded. And it seems he's sick again. Inko sighed. Yes, it's the strangest thing. The doctors don't know what on earth is happening. And no medicine I try seems to work. I was wondering if you maybe had something. He waved the boy forward. Izuku, come here so I can get a better look at you. He obediently moved forward, eyes wide and shining. As soon as he let go of his mother's hand, her eyes seemed to cloud a little, not that either of them noticed. Kamaji tilted his head this way and that before nodding and sitting back, both arms stretching to reach into various drawers to pull out pinches of various herbs. He tossed them onto his board, in the groove, and ground them with the wheel. Izuku watched another arm take the teapot he had nearby and fill it with water, stretching to set it on the hot surface of the furnace. Izuku couldn't help but follow it with his eyes. Kamaji brushed the herbs into a mug he had under the counter and the kettle started to whistle. He grabbed it back, pouring the water into the cup and an herbal smell floated up from the cup. Wait for this to cool and then drink it. Inko smiled. You must always have hot water ready to go, since you're a tea shop. How much will that be? 20 yen. She gave him the coins and gently handed the cup to her son, making sure he had a good grip before letting him walk over and slide it onto one of the tables, hoisting himself up into the chair and hovering over the steam. I don't suppose I could buy more of that tea you sold me last time as well. Do you remember the token? I think it was a yellow square. No, a diamond. Kamaji nodded. He stretched behind him to grab more herbs, full handfuls this time, and ground them together before sliding them into a pouch and tying it off with a red token. 1,000 yen. She frowned. Wasn't it 15-0? 1,000 yen. She furrowed her brow, but handed him the bill anyway, taking the pouch and joining her son at the table. Izuku blew on his tea and took a hesitant sip, mask pulled down to his chin, and he crinkled his nose. Ha, Kamaji laughed. It won't taste good, boy, it's medicine. Still, Izuku drank it, bit by bit, until he got to the dregs. He hopped out of his chair, stumbling over to the counter and stood on his tiptoes to slide the mug back. Thank you, Mr. Kamaji Jai. He flushed at the stutter and mumbled an apology, but his mother just laughed. You called him that last time, too. I suppose that's our fault for not having any grandparents. Kamaji huffed lightly and stretched his arm to ruffle Izuku's hair. Don't worry about it, it's fine. How are you feeling? Izuku blinked and grinned. Way better. "Mom, can I go play in the park now?" "Oh, honey, it's dark out now. We need to go to bed." He pouted, and she amended, "But you'll be able to go play again tomorrow, after getting a good night's rest." She stood up, dusting herself off and grabbing the tea pouch. "Thank you again, Mr. Kamaji. This is the second time you've helped my baby. I don't know where we'd be without you and your stretchy arms." Izuku peered over the edge of the high counter. "Are all of them stretchy?" Inko laughed. "Yes, Izuku. I saw him use his quirk on both of his arms." Izuku's brow scrunched up. But before he could ask another question, his mother grasped his hand and said, "Say goodbye to Mr. Kamaji now." "Bye, Mr. Kamajiji." She chuckled and they waved as they exited the store, walking back home. "Lin." The door slid open. "Yep, what was it you said?" "Give it a few months." She groaned. "How was I supposed to know? He's a weirdo. A weirdo who can see into the spirit world. Maybe it's his, what are they called? Quirks, right? Maybe it's his quirk. Humans are so weird nowadays. I wouldn't be surprised if someone has the ability to see us as we are." He scowled. "It's dangerous." Lin raised an eyebrow. "You sound awfully protective considering you've met the kid twice. The spirit world is no place for a child. You and I both know that." She stilled and rested her chin on her hand, eyes looking at the door. "He reminds you of her? Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. It might have been 200 years. But that's nothing to us, Kamaji." She sighed and stood up, cracking her back. "We'll just have to hope he meets good ones who can teach him before he gets himself into trouble. Plus, if he manages to come back a third time, you could always offer unsolicited old man advice." He swung an arm back and she ducked, chuckling. "Relax, I'm kidding." She straightened up again. "His life will be hard, though." Kamaji nodded. "A quirk to see spirits, So he has a quirk." The doctor nodded. "Yes, all the signs point to him having a quirk, likely an emitter quirk. If you haven't noticed it yet, just keep an eye out and see a quirk counselor once you've found it to fill out the necessary paperwork." Inko nodded. "Any idea what it might be?" The doctor hummed. "Well, I'd recommend trying out any of the quirks in your family, learning those activation requirements, and see if any of them work, but it could also be a mutation and completely different." She turned to look at Izuku, whose eyes were wide. "Just don't practice without adult supervision, all right? We don't want anyone getting hurt." He nodded rapidly, clutching his All Might figurine in a vice grip, and Inko smiled worriedly. "Thank you, doctor. Of course, just doing my job. You're free to go. You both take care now." Izuku bounced up and down as they walked out of the doctor's office. Mom, what quirk do you think I'll get?" "Fire. Telekin your quirk. Telekinesis. And who knows, we'll have to try and find out." He grinned, grasping her hand and swinging it back and forth. "He'd have something really cool, just like Kaken." "Oi, Deku. What's your quirk?" He blinked up at the blonde boy, toy limp in his hand. "You went to the doctor, right? What's your quirk?" Izuku grinned. "We dunno. It's an emitter, but it's not mama's or dad's. We tried. It's something new and cool, probably." Bakugo scoffed. "If you don't know it, how can you know it's gonna be cool? You can't be a hero without a cool quirk, like mine." He popped off some tiny explosions and Izuku smiled. "I know, but it's gonna be really cool. Just you wait, I'll figure it out." Tsubasa sneered a little. "Are you sure you have a quirk, Deku? Maybe you're really quirkless and just lying to us." "No, I really have a quirk." Bakugo scowled. "Whatever, just figure it out fast so we can train together." Izuku grinned. Forward march and here we go. Members of the agency Bakugo. They were walking through the woods, Bakugo, Tsubasa, another boy, and Izuku taking up the rear. Everyone else already knew what their quirks were, it was just Izuku now. More people had started saying the same things Tsubasa did. That maybe he was just quirkless and didn't want anyone to know, but Izuku was stubborn. He'd find his quirk, definitely. And it would be way cooler than having wings or being able to extend your fingers, and maybe, just maybe, it would be as cool as explosions. They climbed onto a broad log crossing the creek and took up the chant again. Then Bakugo slipped. He didn't scream, just yelped as he fell into the water with a splash. And Izuku was immediately sliding down the slope, not caring that his shoes and socks were getting soaked, and waded out to his friend. "Are you okay, Kaken?" Bakugo looked up with shocked red eyes before his gaze fell on Izuku's outstretched hand, and the shock turned into rage and he smacked it away. "You think I need help from a Deku like you? You think I'm weak?" He hauled himself to his feet and slammed into him, making him fall. Izuku winced as he felt a sharp creek rock cut the back of his leg a little. Bakugo stomped out of the creek, hauling himself up on the other side, and sneered. "Don't follow us, useless Deku, or you'll regret it." Izuku just sat in the creek, completely shell-shocked as the voices of the other boys faded into the distance and his eyes filled with tears. He spent a good few minutes crying before rubbing his eyes and preparing to get out of the creek. His mom would probably fuss about his wet clothes, but he should be fine since it was really warm out. Maybe his clothes would even dry before he got home and his mother would be none the wiser. He was about to get up when he felt like someone was staring at him. There, about 5 feet to his left, was a mostly submerged head. The top had a little divot filled with water, and scraggly green hair was coming down the sides a little, like those old pictures of monks that were bald on top with a ring of hair. The head's eyes were decidedly not human, more resembling a fish than anything else. Hello? The head looked taken aback and it rose just enough to reveal the mouth. You can see me. Izuku frowned. Am I not supposed to? The creature hummed. How interesting. Izuku stood up and shook off some of the water. I'm terribly sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave. He bowed deep, like he had been taught to, and heard the creature curse. He glanced up, alarmed, but saw the creature had stood to his full height and bowed as well, letting all the water fall out of his head. He was really short, only just taller than Izuku was, and Izuku wasn't exactly sure what he was. He was green, for one thing, and his skin looked incredibly moist and a little slimy, but there were also patches of scales on his shoulders, elbows, and knees. Izuku could now see he had a turtle shell, completely covering his front and back. His hands ended in webbed claws, probably ideal for swimming. Why are you still bowing? Because, he growled, I have to until you or some other lunatic fills my head back up with water. Izuku blinked. But if you're still bowing, won't the water just flow out again? He sighed. Yes, it's a little ridiculous, but can you please help me? I don't want to dry out. Izuku nodded, then flushed when he realized the small man wouldn't be able to see him, and wandered forward. He cupped his hands and scooped up some of the creek water and poured it on his head. As soon as water hit the divan, the creature straightened up, letting the rest of the water pool. I can handle the rest. Izuku nodded, backing up, and the man sunk back into the creek, looking at Izuku with distrustful eyes. So what do you want? He blinked. What do I want? Yes, you helped me. Now what do you want from me? Izuku frowned. I just wanted to help you, Mr. Honest. I figured that holding a bow for a long time would get uncomfortable. It sucks that your quirk has a drawback that freezes you in place if you lose the water in your head, though. Maybe you can wear a cap to prevent it from falling out. Fish eyes narrowed. Yes, I have one for when I go on land and don't have easy access to my river. Izuku smiled. That's really clever. Do you spend all your time in this creek, mister? You can call me Gamakichi. Nice to meet you, Mr. Gamakichi. My name is Mai. The creature cursed. Do you not know the first thing about spirits? Don't just give away your name like that. Names of power, boy. Spirits. Izuku blinked. Oh, then what do I say? Gamakichi sighed and sat back. Right, when someone asks for your name, you always reply with you can call me and then a nickname they can call you. Never use your real name if you can help it, and definitely avoid mentioning your full name. Izuku nodded. Okay, then, you can call me. I don't really know what you can call me. Can you make a nickname for me? Sigh. I'll call you Green, since you're just as green as me. And that's weird for a human. Izuku wrinkled his nose. That's the second time you've said something like that. Are you not human? Gamakichi snorted. No, Green, I'm a spirit. A kappa, more specifically. You think regular people just look like this? He gestured to himself and Izuku looked away with a blush. I thought it might just be your quirk. No, thanks Susanoo. No spirits have a quirk, at least not one they didn't steal. Now, let's try this again. Hello, you can call me Gamakichi. Izuku nodded. Nice to meet you. You can call me Green. The kappa nodded. Good. Always introduce yourself like that and you won't get caught. What happens if I accidentally say my real name? Then they own you. Don't let that happen. Some yokai are particularly nasty and humans happen to be very delicious to most of us. Izuku gulped. Are humans delicious to Kappa? Not often. Gamakichi sighed. Come here so you can stop bleeding in my river. Izuku chose not to mention that this was definitely not a river, but came closer and turned so the kappa could see his scratched leg. Tisk, that boy pushed you when you tried to help him. What a terrible friend. He wiped his slimy hand down the cut and Izuku shivered at the weird sensation, but then watched as the cut healed, leaving only a little bit of slime and a faint pink mark. There, now go away and remember not to give away your name to any spirits, Green. Izuku beamed. Thank you, Gamakichi. Will I see you again? Fish eyes regarded him warily. This whole creek is mine, so I doubt it. Izuku felt his face fall and he looked down at his shoes, distorted by the water passing over them, and heard a loud and disgruntled sigh. He looked up to see Gamakichi working a scale off of his shoulder and then he held it out. Take this. If you throw it into the creek, I'll come find you. Izuku took it with wide eyes, like it was a delicate treasure, and the kappa waggled a finger with a gruff voice. Only in emergencies, you hear, not just for when you want to say hi. Izuku nodded rapidly. Yes, sir, Mr. Gamakichi. Emergencies only. Go, it's getting late. And you don't want to be out when the sun goes down. Izuku nodded again and bobbed his head, not doing a full bow now that he knew the yokai would be forced to return it, and dashed out of the water. He estimated he had maybe half an hour before the sun went down. But that was plenty of time to get home. He had to tell his mom. Mom, I met a kappa. He was really nice and healed my cut. And Ko blinked as her son came running into the apartment, clothes damp and socks leaving little wet spots. He sighed. No, Mum, he was a kappa. He told me so. He did have a turtle shell, but he was bigger than me, and hands and feet and a head and hair and stuff. Definitely not a turtle. Did Katsuki see this kappa too? Izuku's face dropped and he looked away. No, they accidentally left me behind because I was slow. Inko put a hand to her cheek, brow furrowed. And you said you got cut. Yep. But Gamakichi just slid his hand over it and it healed right up. See, he brandished his leg, and she leaned down to inspect it. There was a light pink scratch that was slowly fading. And her new friend did this. He healed it. It was super cool. I used to be bleeding, but then it was all better. Inko smiled softly. Well, he sounds like a very nice boy, using his quirk to make you all better. He shook his head, curls bouncing. No, he said no spirits have quirks that they didn't steal. I think he can just do that. He lit up and dug around in his pocket. He also gave me this. A scale. Yep. If I ever need his help, I can throw it into the creek and he'll come find me. Inko nodded. Okay. This was fine. Her son was seeing yokai straight out of folklore and had the ability to go and see them again if he wanted to. Sure, it almost looked like a fish scale, but there was something about it that made it fuzzy around the edges, and she seemed to want to look anywhere but at her son's hand. Something was at work here, whether it was the quirk of this Kamakichi or not, but she would be a good mother, and she would help her son figure this out. A week later, she was at the store, Izuku tagging along to pick out the snacks for the week, when he gasped and let go of her hand, running forward to crouch on the ground. No, don't do that, someone will trip. She blinked as a can fell off the shelf, seemingly on its own, and Izuku frowned. Where is your mom or dad? He blinked. Oh, I'm sorry. You can call me Green. If you want to have fun, maybe I could play with you. That way no one gets hurt. After a moment, he broke out into a smile. Mom, I'm going to play with Warifu. We'll be safe and I can meet back up with you when you're done shopping. She nodded, a little dazed, and her son grabbed the air like he was holding someone's hand and dashed off with a giggle. Her eyes fell to the abandoned can, and she knelt to pick it up, sliding it back on the shelf. Wait, but Izuku could see them. Half an hour later, she was checking out when Izuku came up beside her with a grin. Oh, how was it? He rocked back and forth on his feet. It was good. They wanted to prank people, but we settled for playing hide and seek. I had a lot of fun. Oh, that's lovely. Later, she looked up Invisible Child Prankster. At first, it wasn't helpful, since it just brought up a prank parents would play on their children to make them believe they were invisible, which had led many children to tears and sounded horrible. Then, she added Yaokai on a whim, thinking back to the Kappa conversation from a week ago, and found much better results. Zashiki Warashi, or child pranksters. They often picked a storage room of a house and pranked the people who lived there, but apparently they also brought those families good fortune. What was one doing in a grocery store? A better question. Izuku. His head popped around the doorframe. Yes, Mom. Your friend, Warifu, did they tell you what they were? He blinked. Yeah, they were yokai too. Inko nodded. Dear, I think I know your quirk. Really? Deku, that's so lame. Seeing spirits isn't going to help you be a hero. Tsubasa snickered. Plus, how could you even prove that? It's not like anyone else can see them. Ghost Boy can see ghosts. Yeah, right. You've just been lying to us all this time. You really are quirkless. Izuku frowned. I'm not. I've met a Kappa and a Zashiki Warashi. They were nice. Bakugo scoffed. A Kappa. I hear they drown people, so I know you're lying. I don't even know what the other thing you said was, so I'm pretty sure you made it up. Who's ever heard of a parlor child? That's so stupid. He stomped his foot, trying to hold back the tears that were clouding his vision. It's not. We played hide and seek in the grocery store so they wouldn't prank people and make them trip. And Gamakichi healed my cut. Bakugo scowled. Making up more details isn't going to make you any more believable, Deku. He laughed, looking smug. Deku, it's pretty fitting, considering how useless you really are. Look, now you're crying. You're such a weakling. Can't even come up with a good lie. Izuku ran away from the laughter, wiping furiously at his eyes. Even though the teacher had announced his quirk to the whole class, and even though the quirk counselors had believed him, Bakugo and his goons still didn't, just because Izuku couldn't prove it. Not right now, at least. Maybe he could show them. Izuku sniffed and set his jaw. He wasn't a liar, and he was going to prove it. Izuku sniffed. He was 6 now, and he still hadn't been able to prove that he really could see yokai. Everyone was calling him Deku now, even the teachers, who had his quirk on record. Like he could fake government documents or something. Since it wasn't something anyone else could see, apparently it must not be real. He wanted to play heroes and villains with the others, but Bakugo had pushed him off the playground. Izuku had scraped his knees and palms. But the worst was a sharp snap in his right arm. They had immediately made fun of him for tearing up, so he picked himself up and fled into the woods. He had been wandering for a while, not really knowing where he was going, trying not to trip and jostle his throbbing arm. All the trees looked the same, and he didn't know how long he had been out there. Was it still recess, or had class started again? If class had started, did anyone realize he was gone? Would they come looking for him? He heard the gurgle of water and through blurry eyes, saw the creek spilling by. He sighed and plopped next to it, gingerly settling himself on the shore and letting the calming sounds wash over him. He sat there for a few minutes before remembering Gamakichi. He had only seen the Kappa 2 more times since their first meeting, but other than saying hello and learning his favorite food was cucumbers, nothing much had happened. The yokai always grumbled and healed his burns and scrapes when he showed up. Oh, healing. Izuku dug into his pocket with weak fingers, pulling out the scale he always had with him. Would this count as an emergency? He didn't want his friend to get mad. He shifted and a jolt of pain shot through him and he fumbled with the scale before it slipped out of his grasp and dropped into the water. He scrambled to fish it back out, but it fizzled and disappeared like it had never existed. The sudden movement jostled his arm and he felt more than saw black spots covering his vision. Better be an actual. Green, stay awake, kid, stay. He was lying on something that wasn't quite soft, but it wasn't digging into his back either. Probably not his bed, but where else could he have fallen asleep? He heard the ripple of the creek and some muttered voices. Maori, you know I don't call in favors lightly. Ha, that is certainly the truth. But my days of training are behind me, you know this. Every time I see him, he's injured. He doesn't say anything about it when pressed. But humans are cruel, we both know that. You have to do something before he comes with an injury I can't fix. What if he hadn't gotten to my stream? He would have passed out from the pain and then who knows what would have found him. You said it yourself, something is stirring in these woods, and if it found him, it is unlike you to care for a human, Gamakichi. If I recall, you still hold a grudge against their kind for your last master, as it were. He's long since dead, and unlike everyone else, Green is actually nice. He refilled my head because he wanted to help, not to get something out of it. He was young, he might not have known what he had done. That doesn't change the fact that he never comes to me for favors, he comes to me to talk. And aside from you, I have no one else to talk to. I suppose it is the same for us both. So will you help him? I will decide for myself. Izuku blinked and sat up slowly, wincing a little. Oh, Green, you're awake. He looked over at the creek to see Gamakichi. What was that? On the other bank stood a tall person, or what looked to be a person. He stood tall and regal, with bright red skin and a long nose. He had white hair and facial hair, the hair long enough to pull into a top knot. He wore a dark green kimono with a light green haori over top, decorated with white puffballs going down his front. The thing that clued Izuku in that he wasn't quite a person was the dark wings on his back. He blinked. Oh, he knew what this was. He had been doing research on yokai, so he would be ready no matter what he found. Hello Mr. Tengu. You can call me Green, if you'd like. It's nice to meet you. The Tengu raised an eyebrow. You can call me Shikamaori, protector of the forest, bastion of. Yes, Gamakichi grumbled. That's enough out of you. Shikamaori sniffed. You seek to call in a favor, and yet you act callous. Remind me again why I should help you. The Kappa ignored him completely. Green, kid, how are you feeling? Izuku blinked and looked down, immediately noticing his arm was splinted and only a little sore. Did you do this? You know how to set bones. Gamakichi snorted, but looked smug and proud. Please, Kappas were the ones who taught humans how to splint bones. Besides, you don't want things to heal wrong. Keep the splint on for another day, at the very least, and you should be fine. Izuku beamed. Thank you, Gamma. I'm sorry I summoned you. I didn't mean to. He stiffened. Didn't mean to. Kid, if there ever was an emergency, that was it. You passed out from the pain. Izuku looked away. I'm sure it wasn't that bad. I didn't mean to bother you with something like this. Gamakichi exchanged a glance with the Tengu, whose eyes were narrowing in thought. But I'll bring you 3 whole cucumbers to make up for it. Honest, just meet me back here tomorrow and I'll bring them. Kid, the Kappa sighed. I won't say no, but you don't have to. I'm just glad I got here when I did, before. Is there really something in the woods? Shikamaori folded his arms across his chest. We suspect, but it eludes me, so we cannot be sure. The Boiler Man hasn't seen anything in the city, so we presume it is only in the forest. Izuku's brow crinkled. The Boiler Man, that wasn't a yokai he had heard of. Maybe he'd meet them. The Tengu cast a critical eye over him again, then nodded. Very well, I will train him. Gamakichi grinned. Excellent. You can consider your favor paid, then. Izuku blinked. Train me. Train me to do what? Shikamaori leapt over the creek, wings flaring a little behind him, and stood beside him, looking down his large nose. I am called Shikamaori, protector of this forest, bastion of this land, and long ago, I was known as the trainer of the ninja. Those days are long behind me and my brethren, with humanity having no need of ninja, but I have not forgotten the art. I will teach you, at the request of the kappa of this creek, so that you will be a formidable warrior. Wait, Izuku sputtered, you want to teach me to fight? But why? The Tengu looked at him, incredulous, then gestured to his arm. You fight with humans, do you not? Or at the very least, humans fight with you. I would be remiss to not teach you how to defend yourself at the very least. Do you not wish to learn? Izuku fidgeted. I mean, why yes, I would love that, but you really don't have to go through the trouble. Shikamaru laughed, a loud and boisterous sound that shocked Izuku. Fool boy, you are exactly as Gamakichi of the stream had said. If only Nagato and his brood were as humble as you, I wouldn't have had nearly as much trouble. If it still troubles you, think of it this way. You see the spirits that no one else can, and can interact with them. There are many that are not pleasant to humans, much less humans who can see them, and this training will help you against them as well. Izuku stared at his moss bed. Can I also use it to be a hero? The two yokai exchanged a raised brow. Should you wish it? The bird yokai rumbled. Then I see no reason you should not. Izuku felt tears well up in his eyes, and heard a splash as Gamakichi rushed forward, but he held up a hand and smiled. Then if you will teach me, I would be grateful. Shikamaru smiled. Very well, then do come back here tomorrow, once your arm is healed, and we will begin. His mother fussed over him when he got home and his arm was wrapped in moss, sticks, and grass, but he was quick to explain that he had fallen and broken his arm, but Gamakichi had set the bone and healed him. She relaxed after that, but insisted on taking him to the doctor. Well, the doctor said, examining the x-ray, you definitely broke your arm, but you said this happened today. Your friend must have some healing quirk, because you're almost completely healed. You should be in perfect health by tomorrow morning, but be gentle with the arm for a few days, okay? Relieved that her son was okay, Inko celebrated with Katsuden for dinner. Wait a moment, she set her chopsticks down. When did this happen? You came home right after school, like normal. He reluctantly told her he had fallen during recess and only made it out of the woods once school was already over, and she fumed. I didn't get a single call from the school that you were missing. I know they had no idea where you were. Why iota? He managed to calm her down and decided not to mention the fact that he was pushed and didn't really fall. Best not to direct her anger at Bakugo, too. As she was tucking him in, he also told her about the Tengu he had met, and she smiled. The protector of the forest. You are very lucky to meet him, Izuku. Mom, I did more than meet him. He said he's going to help me. She smiled and turned off the light, immediately going to the computer with a worried expression to look up everything she knew about Tengu. According to legend, there were good Tengu and bad Tengu, but in general, they were prideful creatures who protected forests and mountains. There were legends of various magic objects that they had, and they had typical spirit powers of bending reality to a certain extent, but from what Izuku had told her, this one was one of the good Tengu, since he was a protector. Of course, she would watch out for her son, to make sure this Tengu really was what he said he was. But at least Gamakichi was also in the woods, and she was certain, at this point, that the kappa had her son's best interests in mind. She had no problem buying extra cucumbers the next day for Izuku to take to his friend. The first thing the ninja learn is stealth, and the second first thing they learn is endurance. Izuku scratched his head. How are there two first things? Shikamaru huffed, folding his arms. Because endurance is learned by the doing of everything else. It is a concurrent first step that you will never completely master until you can run the entire forest without ceasing. Are you capable of this right now? Izuku shook his head. Then that is your second first thing that you will learn. First, however, is stealth. A ninja is silent on their feet, unable to be detected, so they may get to where they need to go without being noticed. Your lesson will be to hide from me, and every time I find you, you will do 20 jumping jacks to help build your endurance. Izuku blinked. We're playing hide and seek. The Tengu huffed. I suppose, if that is how you wish to say it. I will give you 30 seconds before I will come after you. To make things fair, I will not be using my nose and I will not fly. Begin. Izuku chose not to mention that this was exactly hide and seek, but with exercise if you got found instead, and immediately ran off into the woods. After a few feet, he carefully began to dodge sticks and roots, and came across a tree that he could reach the lowest branches of. He was halfway up when he heard, "Found you," on the ground. He sighed and dropped to the ground, starting his jumping jacks. Shikamaru nodded as he huffed and puffed, already winded. Jumping jacks, a wonderful exercise we did not have in the 16th century. Works several muscles and also makes you breathe deeply. There, that was 20. You have another 30 seconds to hide. Izuku was out of breath, but he ran off as the Tengu counted down. He had a feeling he was either going to be very good hiding or very exhausted by the end of this, and he had a good guess as to which one was more likely. He slept like a rock that night, arms and legs aching. He ran on all four paws, breath coming out in puffs. Had to get away, don't get caught. He laughed, knowing how sharp it sounded, but full of glee. It wasn't often he got to pull a prank like that, but this time, the poor mortals had almost seen him. Maybe a flick of a tail, but probably nothing more. Would they give chase, calling out insults, or would they just scratch their heads and wonder how on earth the garden gnome had gotten on the roof? Garden gnomes, an odd thing to have in Japan, but there were all types, he supposed. Things had changed in the last 200 years, apparently. All the elders said so, anyway, even if he didn't really know. He was only 30, nowhere close to being fully grown, but he was having a great time. He was getting way better at illusions. And his pranks were definitely top-notch. He slowed to a walk, flicking a tail in glee. No pursuers, which meant he had gotten away with it. Now, who to prank next? He spotted a little boy with bright red bat wings and grinned. Oh yes, that will be fun. Maybe tie his shoelaces together, see if his wings can stop him from falling. It would probably be funny, either way. Man, this was shaping up to be a really good afternoon. Katsuki heard the winged extra curse and fall to the ground as a small orange blur shot past. Wings took to his feet and ripped his shoelaces apart from where they had been tied together before glaring at the rapidly disappearing shape. I'm gonna destroy that thing. Well, Katsuki, at the ripe age of 7, was always down for destroying things, so when Wings ran after the creature, he darted along as well, popping explosions to give himself a boost. He watched the creature dart around a corner and skidded to catch up before Wings lobbed a rock at it. The fox yelped and stumbled, letting Katsuki catch up and pop an explosion off near its head, making it flinch. He grinned cruelly at the creature as Wings hefted another rock, aiming for its leg. Nothing like showing dominance first thing in the morning. Kakin, what are you doing? Oh great, teary as fuck Deku. Here to save the fucking day. Izuku wasn't sure if he was seeing correctly. Bakugo and Tsubasa were herding a small fox. Its back leg was already broken from a rock that lay nearby, and its ear was singed from where Bakugo had no doubt gotten a little too close. Go away Deku. This useless thing tripped me, so we're teaching it a lesson. Tsubasa tossed another rock and Izuku darted forward to grab the creature. He almost expected the fox to bite him, but it just whimpered and snuggled closer, trembling in fear. Bakugo clicked his tongue. The fuck are you gonna do with it? Class is about to start, and the vet is ages away. Not like you can heal the fucker yourself, quirkless Deku. He flinched, but cradled the fox securely and took off in the other direction, ignoring the jeers. Had they really been throwing rocks at an innocent animal? That was so inhumanly cruel. Don't worry, he muttered to the bundle in his arms. I have a friend who can help. It whimpered more, burying its face in the crook of his arm, and Izuku dashed into the woods. He had been coming there every day after school for a month now, working with Shikamaori to get better at stealth, but that was slow going. At least he was no longer winded after 20 jumping jacks, or cherry pickers, or lunges, or whatever workout the Tengu had him do when he got caught. He would bring cucumber for Gamakichi and peanut butter crackers for Shikamaori, who expressed a fond love of the snacks, so his mother always made sure he packed a little extra for them. He knew he would be late to school if he even made it today, but he couldn't just leave the little fox to get beaten up. Not when he could do something about it. Or, well, Gamakichi could do something about it, but Izuku could get it to Gama. Gama, I need your help. He burst into the clearing they usually met at, already yelling, carefully coming to a stop. The Kappa looked up from whatever it was he was doing with a curious eye, but immediately soured when he saw the bundle in Izuku's arms. Nope, no way. Get that creature away from my creek. Izuku frowned. But Gama, it's hurt. Probably deserved, knowing his kind. He'll be fine. Just leave him under a tree or something and he'll be right as rain tomorrow. The fox whimpered in his arms and Izuku shushed it lightly. Don't worry, it's going to be okay. The Kappa snorted. Sure, as soon as that thing is gone. What if I give you a whole cucumber? Kid, you can't bribe me into healing it. 2 cucumbers. Do you even know what it is? Izuku frowned, looking down at the curled up bundle of fur. I'm assuming it's not a normal fox. No, it's not. Well, I still want to help it. Gamakichi groaned, dragging a webbed hand down his face. Ugh, whatever, you owe my 5 cucumbers. Set him on the bank. Izuku beamed and carefully set the fox spirit on the bank of the river as Gamakichi swam over, muttering. If it's a yaokai, how come other humans could see him? It was the explosion brat. Ugh, should have known. This one is young, not as good at hiding himself, but they probably also were looking for him. A prank gone wrong, is my guess. Can't resist a prank, can you? He prodded the whimpering fox and it snapped sharp needle teeth. Gama tisked, I'm about to heal you, ungrateful brat. Against my wishes, I might add. Show some respect. It huffed and laid down, turning amber eyes to look at Izuku who crouched near his head, gently running a finger down his back. See, I told you I knew someone who could help. He's really good, the best healer I've ever seen. And how many healers have you seen, Green? A couple. Mum takes me to the doctor every once in a while for a checkup. But no one is as fast as you, even with quirks. Damn straight. Now, you little shit, I'm about to set the bone, and it's going to hurt like hell. If you bite me, I will not heal you. Green, you might want to hold him down. Izuku nodded slowly and wrapped his hands around the fox's middle, giving Gamakichi easy access to the broken back leg. His thumb stroked the wiry fur, feeling the softer down beneath, and he hummed lightly. I'm telling you, he's really good. And it's going to be okay, so be brave, okay. The fox huffed and grinned, then its face crumbled as there was a crack. He keened and Izuku pat and hushed him, murmuring platitudes. Gamakichi scoffed, then wrapped his hand around the leg, letting the leg heal a bit. Use your own energy for the rest, trickster. The fox stuck his tongue out as the kappa sunk back into the creek with a baleful glare. Izuku turned back to the lounging fox and noted he seemed much more awake and alert. One of his tails curled protectively around his leg and the other gently swished back and forth on the moss. Wait, oh, you have 2 tails. I've only ever heard of 1 and 9-tailed foxes, but I guess that makes you a kitsune? Huh, yep. Izuku startled at the voice and the fox laughed. It sounded a little shrill. And it was definitely inhuman, but he knew that foxes were a little shrill and sounded like screaming women, but here was a shrill cackle to further drive that point home. You can call me. Oh, can I pick? Can I give you a name? A new one, obviously. Not one of mine. Izuku blinked. Yeah, I guess. The fox hummed. Well, those meanies who don't get a good prank called you Deku, but I don't like that, so that's off the table. The frog called you Green, which while true, is boring. What about Yabu? It means bush. Because of your hair, you remind me of a bush. Izuku nodded. I guess. You can call me Yabu, if you'd like. The kitsune nodded. I would. Now you go. Yeah, now you give me a name. Nothing boring or too literal. Izuku really had no ideas. Honest, none. The fox stood up and stretched, gingerly shaking out his previously injured leg. Hey, frog, you're pretty good. Thanks. Whatever, leave. Nope. Not until Yabu gives me a new name. The fox turned amber eyes to him, then decided to test out his leg by jumping all around, leaping through the air and pouncing on things. Now that he wasn't trying to make himself small, Izuku could see he was about the size of a large house cat. Occasionally he would stop and sniff his leg, shaking it out a bit, before nodding to himself and jumping around again. Oh, do you like Tobai? You seem to like jumping. The fox turned the name over in his mouth, flopping his head back and forth, before grinning. Tobai, I like it. Yabu and Tobai, best of friends. Tell me a bit about yourself, my friend. Oh great, Gamakichi grumbled. He's declared you friend. Now we're never going to get rid of him. Izuku ignored the sour kappa. I'm 6, I want to be a hero. You're 6. Wow, you're tiny. I'm 30. And, Gamma barked, that makes you a rambunctious teenager at best. How you managed to get 2 tails at your age, I'll never know. Tobai cackled. I mean yeah, I guess I still have a couple years before I'm really old and cool. Try 20. Sweet Susanoo, I hope I'm not around for the day you gain shape-shifting. Tobai snickered, or rather, chuffed. Anyway, you're a little young to be out and about. And what's this hero business? Izuku sat down cross-legged. Well, heroes are people who fight bad villains and stop crime, helping people and keeping them safe. I want to be one so I can help people, and prove someone with a quirk like mine can be a hero. Tobai cocked his head, singed right ear flopping slightly. A quirk? Is that why humans look weird? I think my Todd said something about humans changing, but I've never really known any different. Did people not used to do all of those fun things? Izuku shook his head. No, he said, humans started developing quirks around 200 years ago. Now most people have them. Mine lets me see yokai, like you and Gamakichi, and I guess interact with them where other people haven't and can't. Tobai hummed. Neat. So most other people can't see me if I try really hard? Huh. Gamakichi scoffed from the creek. You've been out and about for 30 years and never thought about this. Tobai chuffed. I spent most of my life on the other side, you know. I've only been out for, 4 years. But people are still fun to prank, just like Ma'am said. She was the best at pranking people. Her stories were legendary. Please tell me you were an only child. Yep. Why? Gamakichi sighed. No reason other than my peace of mind. Green, don't you have? What is it? School. You are much earlier than usual. Izuku nodded slowly. I'm really late, though. Maybe I should just take Tobai and go home. I can come back later, at the usual time, since I'm sure Shikamaori is busy. Tobai perked up, putting his 2 front paws on Izuku's knee. Who's that? Another capo. Gamakichi groaned. I liked you better when you were in too much pain to talk. And no, he'll kick your ass for coming into his forest. We don't want a trickster messing things up. Tobai looked mildly offended. Is that all you see me as? A trickster? I'm not a Yako. I'm a Zenko. Honest, Inari is like my best friend other than Yabu. Gamakichi just raised an eyebrow, as if a Zenko would be pulling pranks on kids. Ignoring the kappa, Tobai turned to Izuku, sniffing at his yellow backpack. Yabu, do you happen to have any tofu? All this healing is making me hungry. You didn't even do most of the healing, fox. Tobai stuck his tongue out and went back to pawing at the bag. Please, I do love tofu, it's very tasty and we can share. That's what friends do, right? Izuku giggled and slid off his backpack, taking out the bento his mom had packed him that morning. It was maybe an hour till lunch would normally be, but Izuku didn't mind opening it. Gama, he called, do you want your cucumber now? The Kappa grumbled, but dashed over and held out a webbed hand for the slices. Oh, Izuku murmured, it looks like I did have tofu for lunch today. That was lucky. Tobai sat back on his hind legs and peered up at him, amber eyes glinting. Please, Izuku giggled and took a piece of tofu between his chopsticks and held it out. Tobai's eyes lit up and he snapped up the tofu with a sigh. That's the stuff. Did you make this, Yabu? No, my mom did. Tobai nodded, snapping up the next piece. I have to meet her, if she can make tofu this good. I'll even pay her for it. With leaves and sticks, no doubt, Gama grumbled. Never trust a fox. Tobai bristled. I'm not a bad fox. I really am a Zenko. I think. You think? Tobai shuffled, looking away with a furry scowl. I don't know. I want to be a good fox and hang out with Inari and all that. He's a god so he must be cool, but sometimes I just see the perfect prank set up and I can't help it. It's like the humans want to be pranked. It's usually nothing bad, honest. Rearranging things so they scratch their heads and think they just have really bad memories. Hiding things with illusions, on and on. But most of the time it doesn't actually hurt them, it just confuses them. And I don't know if you've ever seen someone look so genuinely confused, but it's hilarious. Really, I bet even Inari's best messengers pull a prank like that every once in a while. Gamakichi narrowed his eyes, but he didn't look mad. And are you planning on staying with Green? Tobai perked up. Yeah, he's my best friend, and we're going to be heroes together. Izuku started. We are. Yep, I'm older than you, so I have to keep you safe from all those villains you were talking about. Tobai preened, puffing up his small chest. No one will lay a single paw, claw, or finger on my Yabu. Gamakichi sighed. Fine, whatever, but if you pee in my river I will drown you. Tobai cackled. Okay, Kairu. You say my names are boring and then call me Frog. Amber eyes twinkled. Unless you want me to call you what Yabu does. Yes, actually, Kairu it is. Are you listening to me? They bickered back and forth for a minute or two before Izuku perked up at the sound of wings. Shiko, Tobai bristled. Shikamaori is a Tengu. No thanks, Yabu, let's go. Shikamaori frowned down his nose at the kitsune. I see. May I ask what your intentions are in my forest? I'm just here for Yabu. Oh, Izuku spoke up. That's me. He says I look like a bush. Shikamaori blinked owlishly. You do. That is not the point. Do you mean harm to my forest? No, unless you give me a reason to. The Tengu nodded. Very well. Very well. Gamakichi sat up fully. That's it. You aren't suspicious. Bird eyes narrowed. I do not sense he is a malign spirit, but I will admit his aura is muddled. If he says he means no harm, and will be spending time with Green, I see no reason to not admit him. I shall, of course, observe, and should he pose a danger to this forest or any of its inhabitants, I will do my duty and remove him. Good luck, bird brain. Or I could, perhaps, remove him presently. I changed my mind. You're a really swell dude, Washiro. Shikamaori furrowed his brow. I was under the impression you knew my name, based on our earlier conversation. Don't bother, Gamakichi mumbled. He picked a new name for everyone. At least your name isn't Bird. Tobai grinned, showing off all his teeth. Nope, you get to be White Eagle. Shikamaori looked even more confused. But I am not an eagle, nor am I white. Tobai ignored him. Yabu, do you have any tofu left? Izuku mindlessly offered another piece and looked up at the Tengu. Are we still doing training today? I know it's really early, but Tobai needed help. Shikamaori nodded. Since you are unlikely to attend any of your morning classes, we can do a short training. Then you must go home and eat lunch, for I believe your new friend has eaten most of it. Izuku looked down, startled, and saw over 2/3 of his lunch were gone. Tobai looked a little guilty, batting at a leaf on the ground. I'm sorry, he whined. I didn't mean to. I was just so hungry and it was so good. I left all the rice, even though that's Inari's food, for you to have, though. Izuku sighed and boxed the bento back up, handing the Tengu the peanut butter crackers the bird had been eyeing, and put it back in his backpack. Sounds like a plan, Shiko. Tobai, do you want to stay here or watch? Tobai bounced up and down, leaping around. Oh, what are we doing? Are we playing a game? No, of a sorts, Izuku interrupted, since we're running and hiding from Shiko. Every time we get caught, we have to do something pretty hard and then we try again until we're done. Tobai cocked his head. Oh, we're trying to hide, like hide and seek. I'm great at that game. I'm going to win. He immediately bounded off into the underbrush, both tails disappearing behind him. And Izuku giggled and took off as well, knowing the timer had already started. Inko was not often home at lunchtime, but she had an hour lunch today, and decided to cook something fresh. Imagine her surprise when her son was not only home, but he had a fox with him that would occasionally yip at him, seemingly in response. And when my mom gets home, oh, Mom. This is Tobai. She blinked, bewildered, but nodded. Nice to meet you, Tobai. Wait, he's already named you. He's calling you Masuno. Ah, is he? He nodded, beaming. Tobai is a kitsune. He was hurt, but I convinced Gamma to heal him and now he's my friend. She nodded again and gave a shallow bow to the fox. Nice to meet you, Tobai. I am Masuno. Izuku beamed at her and the fox bounced a little, pouncing in circles before sitting again. He barked. Oh, Mom, he says your tofu is really good. My tofu. Oh, well thank you. Is that why you two are home for lunch? Izuku nodded sheepishly. He was hungry. She chuckled. I'm home anyway, and I was planning on whipping something up. Is there anything he likes as well as tofu? Tobai yipped again, looking excited. He likes aburage and azukimchi, so lots of soy-based things, it looks like, plus the beans. She hummed, opening the cabinet. Well, I'm sure I have some azuki beans in here somewhere, since you've already eaten tofu today, so let me whip something up. Then you, mister, are going right back to school. Right, he murmured, back to school. She smiled, grabbing the ingredients she would need. Why don't you tell me how you two met? He grinned and started the tale. Izuku woke up with a heavy feeling on his chest, and he couldn't move. He really didn't need sleep paralysis on top of everything going on right now. The weight breathed. His eyes flashed open and he stared down his chest to see the sprawled-out two-tailed fox sound asleep on top of him, and he sighed internally. Oh right, he smiled. Tobai. He poked and prodded the fox spirit in the belly, giggling at the softer fur there and how Tobai would twitch. A few more tickles had him leaping to his feet, digging them into Izuku's stomach. The fox regarded the wheezing boy for a moment before breaking out into excited yips. Yabu, my friend, tell me, how did you dream? I hear humans have fascinating dreams. And as your best friend, I insist that you tell me. Izuku picked up the large house cat-sized fox and settled him on a part of the bed that didn't have him underneath it. Tobai, we don't dream every night, and if we do, sometimes we don't remember it by the time we wake up. But I promise, if I have a dream and remember it, you'll be the first to know. Tobai pouted and his dual tails lashed around for a moment before he sniffed the air. Oh, Masuno is cooking breakfast. He leapt off the bed and bounded out the door and down the hall. Izuku heard his mother exclaim in surprise before chuckling, and he sighed, getting out of bed himself. He wandered into the kitchen, wiping sleep from his eyes to see his mom being watched by an attentive Tobai. Is that for me? It smells really good. What are you cooking? Does it have soy in it? Tobai, Izuku grumbled. You know Mom can't understand you. Then translate. I have many questions that only she can answer. Izuku sighed, but grinned. Mom, what's for breakfast? She chuckled. Miso and rice. Just something simple. I imagine he's smelling your lunch. Mapo tofu and pork, so something I'm sure smells delicious to your friend. Tobai perked up and stood on his hind legs, bracing his front paws against the counter to get a better sniff. Mapo tofu. Oh man, I don't even know what that is, but it sounds great. Izuku sat at the table. Tobai, get down from there. Mapo tofu is a Chinese dish. It's pretty spicy. It uses Sichuan peppercorns and it kinda numbs your tongue. Are you sure you're up for it? Tobai jumped around excitedly, circling Izuku's chair. Of course, a little spice won't get me down. No way. We'll see about that, Izuku thought to himself with a smile. Breakfast was a fun affair of picking out the tofu cubes from his soup and tossing them into the snapping jaws of Tobai when Mum wasn't looking. But soon enough it was time for Izuku to go to school. Tobai, the kitsune leapt around. I wonder if your school is like our school. Do you learn about how to call forth your no wait? Humans don't have those, never mind. Tobai, you can't go to school with me. Tobai stopped. What? Why? Izuku shifted guiltily. You look like a fox to everyone else, and pets aren't allowed, let alone wild animals. Tobai looked absolutely crestfallen, but even with both tails drooping, sighed and turned away. Izuku pet him gently before running to grab his last-minute things, slipping on his backpack, giving his mother a kiss, and heading out the door. He wasn't eager to get to school, but he had missed all of yesterday dealing with Tobai, so he definitely wanted to make it to school today. There was a 50/50 chance the teachers wouldn't even mention his absence. Either they wouldn't, or they would, make it a huge deal and take disciplinary action. Izuku was hoping for the first one. He slid into his seat near the back, gently setting his backpack on the ground and nervously watching the clock and his classmate. Class was in only a couple of minutes, so he made good time. Deku. He flinched as Bakugo came sauntering over. Why yes, Kaken. The blonde sneered. You didn't show yesterday. Had a funeral for your friend. Izuku was confused for only a moment before he grimaced. Right, Bakugo had assumed he would take Tobai to the vet, which was a good way away. Tsubasa laughed. Based on your face, I'd say yeah. So useless you can't even save one little creature. Good riddance, though, that's one vermin out of the way. Izuku ducked his head to hide the flash of anger, trying to look meek instead as the teacher walked in and forced them to go back to their seats. There was no point in outwardly showing how much he minded. And he probably wouldn't have even been this angry if he didn't know Tobai and consider him his friend. Sure, if an animal dies, he's sad, but it was hard to get him angry. And Midoriya, so nice of you to join us. He flinched and the other kids erupted into laughter. So they had noticed, but it didn't look like they were going to do anything about it. Probably glad to get the weird kid who sees ghosts out of class. Everyone, get out your notebooks. We're going over history today. Izuku leaned down and unzipped his bag. Amber eyes blinked up at him. He made a face that hopefully conveyed his feeling of what the heck without saying anything. And Tobai stage whispered back, "It's okay. I'm pretty sure I figured out that thing Kairu was talking about. So no one should be able to see me but you, obviously." Izuku spent a few moments grappling with this before sighing and gently pushing Tobai to the side to grab his notebook. Tobai took this as an invitation to leave his backpack and leapt out, immediately going to sniff at things. Izuku tensed, but no one seemed to notice the young fox. He couldn't help but steal glances at Tobai as he poked around the classroom, growling at and avoiding both Tsubasa and Bakugo, making loud comments about various people's outfits and scents. He was near the teacher when Izuku was forcefully jolted to awareness. "Since the floor is so interesting to you, Midoriya, can you tell me how often our region is hit with earthquakes?" Izuku looked up in a panic and swallowed. "Oh," Tobai yipped, "I can read the book. 100 years, try that. Every 100 years or so." The teacher sniffed. 100 to 150, yes. Do try and pay more attention in the future. Izuku cast another glance at Tobai, who was preening and nodded. He caught red eyes sneering at him and flinched. Tobai padded back over to him and jumped up on his lap. Izuku tried his best not to jump at the sudden weight, but soon Tobai arranged himself, head resting on his left arm and looking up at him sorrowfully. "I'm sorry," he whimpered. "I got you in trouble, didn't I?" Izuku pursed his lips and lightly shook his head. "No, I did. I was distracting you. I'm sorry, Yabu, I didn't mean to." Izuku sighed, knowing that without words he wasn't going to be able to convince Tobai that it really was fine. This was completely normal, so he took his other arm and started to pet the kitsune. Like before, he noticed Tobai's fur wasn't really soft. It wasn't coarse or anything, but it wasn't silky smooth either. His top coat was wiry, and it was only when he dug his fingers into the undercoat beneath that he found the downy fur. Tobai let out a sigh of contentment and closed his eyes, curling up. He was almost too large for Izuku's lap, but he was laying on and supported by his left arm, finger threaded into the red fur. He would gently pet him while he focused on school, not letting anything distract him. Having something to fiddle with, occasionally twiddling Tobai's soft ears, did wonders for his concentration, and he felt more grounded with the solid weight on his lap. It was strange to think that no one could see or feel or even sense Tobai right now. He was so tangible to Izuku, so real, that the idea that no one else could see him seemed so out of place. It was different with Shikamaru and Gamakichi, because as far as Izuku was aware, neither of them left the forest much, if ever, so people never really had the chance to see them. Sure, there was the odd spirit around that no one could see, but people also treated the homeless like they were invisible, and no one really paid attention to each other anyway, so that was easier to not notice. But with Tobai, people would notice a fox in general, a completely wild animal just sitting in a classroom, and no one gave him a second glance. It was downright odd. He looked around as class wrapped up for lunch and caught Bakugo staring at him, confused. No, staring at his lap. Izuku started a little and glanced back down at Tobai, who was blinking tiredly and yawning. To someone who couldn't see the fox, this must look super odd. He carefully rearranged his hands as Tobai hopped down, stretching like a cat, tails flaring behind him, and avoided eye contact with Bakugo. He stood and grabbed his backpack, stuffing in his notebooks. He was not going to deal with this today. He wanted to eat his lunch. Mapo tofu, Tobai sang, prancing along after him. How I longed to eat mapo tofu. They were allowed to eat outside, since it was so nice out. And Izuku took the time to sit under a far tree, hopefully out of range from any people. He sat on the side facing away from where most of the kids were eating and talking and playing. Tobai sat on his haunches, eyes locked onto Izuku's hands as he pulled out the bento box his mom had prepared that morning. Tobai fidgeted anxiously. Izuku slowly slid the lid off, trying to hold back a smile as Tobai's pupils turned into slits and he stilled. He took his chopsticks and delicately put some of the pork and tofu-covered rice in his mouth. It probably would have burned if it didn't immediately numb his tongue. Tobai whined. Izuku snorted and offered him the next bite. He immediately snapped it up and noisily chewed, considering. This is very good, but also very funny feeling in my mouth. May I have more? Yeah, he laughed, already offering another bite. Here. They took turns getting bites of the spicy meal, Tobai shuddering and contemplating each bite like he wasn't sure what to make of it. By the end, he was sticking his tongue in and out of his mouth, trying to figure it out. That was very spicy. I think I liked the other tofu better, but this was still good. Izuku smiled around his drink and put the bento away, leaving only the cucumber and peanut butter crackers left for their afternoon adventures. Tobai was already back to leaping around, pouncing on leaves blown by the wind, and Izuku was content to watch him play. For someone who was apparently 30, he really didn't act like it. He acted more like a kid. Tobai stopped and looked up sharply, bristling. "It's them," he hissed, dashing back to stand in front of Izuku. Izuku hugged his backpack to his chest as Bakugo and Tsubasa came around the tree, sneering. "The fuck were you doing in class today, Deku?" Izuku frowned. I don't know what you mean. I took notes, like normal." Bakugo clicked his tongue and curled his lip. "No, the thing with your hands." "Yes, I generally take notes with my hands." He slammed his hand onto the trunk above Izuku's head and Tobai let out a growl, snapping his teeth. Suddenly Izuku wished he hadn't picked the side of the tree no one from the school could see. Maybe the teachers wouldn't have done anything anyway, but now they wouldn't even know. "Stop fucking around. What was the weird thing you were doing with your hands all class? It was like you were touching something that wasn't even there." Tobai lunged forward and violently attacked Bakugo's ankles, only to pass right through them. He stopped in his confusion before snarling. "I forgot I was invisible. Give me a sec to figure out how to turn it off." Izuku glanced away, desperately hoping lunch was going to end soon and they would all be called back in. "Kakin." He flinched as the explosion went off above his ear and Tobai gave another growl before leaping onto Bakugo's back, solid once more. The boy instantly recoiled and started yelling, trying to get at the creature that was digging its claws into him, but Tobai was stuck fast, holding on with claws and teeth. Tsubasa made a grab at the fox, but Tobai bit solidly into his hand, causing him to recoil. "Go," he growled, "I'll catch up." Izuku knew the last time they had gotten a hold of Tabu, the kitsune had needed serious medical attention, but he had initiated this fight, and he seemed confident. Izuku tightened his grip on his bag and slid out, breaking into a sprint when he knew the attention wasn't on him. He prayed Tobai would be okay and get out of this unscathed. The bell rang as he took his seat, both boys still outside. But soon enough the door slammed open and Bakugo stomped over. "What the fuck was that?" "Bakugo," the teacher warned, "please don't use that kind of language in the classroom." "Right." No comment on how he's grabbing him by the collar and hauling him out of his chair to loom over him. Not important. Swearing, on the other hand. Man, Izuku was a jaded 6-year-old. Did you think you could set your wild fucking animal on us and people wouldn't know? Now the teacher just looked equal parts confused and alarmed. "A wild animal? Are you hurt?" He released Izuku, letting the smaller boy fall back into his chair and whirled on the teacher. "We got fucking mauled. Are you blind?" The whole class looked at the two of them. Tsubasa looked down at his hand and his eyes widened. "No way, it totally bit me on the hand." His hand was completely mark-free. Bakugo whirled around, trying to look at his back. But his uniform wasn't even ripped, claw and teeth marks nowhere to be found. Izuku murmured, glancing at the red shape darting into the room through the still open door. "If a wild animal attacked you, I couldn't possibly have anything to do with it. My quirk doesn't let me control animals, or even talk to them." "Bakugo," the teacher sighed, "please sit down so we can begin class. If you find an injury, let me know and I'll send you to the nurse, okay?" Bakugo stared at Izuku, who just blinked back, then sat down. As soon as he turned to face the front, Izuku risked a glance down at Tobai, yawning at his side. "All good, Yabu," he murmured, "no match for me. I'm a master at pranks. Still, little tired. Can I chill on your lap until it's time to go home?" With the barest of nods, Tobai leapt up and curled tight, almost instantly asleep. Whatever he had done to convince them they were really getting hurt really tired him out, it seemed. Izuku avoided touching Tobai when he could help it, and the rest of the day passed without incident. Tobai stretched like a cat as they went to leave. "Man, Yabu, I feel great. Say, did you do anything to help me back there? Because I could do way more than usual." "Sure, it tired me out, but wow. Double pranking power." Izuku glanced down in confusion. "Help you? Not that I know of. I was just hoping you'd be okay. And they wouldn't hurt you again." Tobai pranced ahead, pouncing on a leaf. "Maybe I'm just getting stronger, then." Maybe." Tobai walked with a pep in his step, occasionally dashing forward and walking backwards to face Izuku. "If I'm getting stronger, I can probably help you get stronger. We gotta work together, so we can be the best heroes together." "Well," Izuku smiled, "maybe we can practice in the woods and Shikamaori and Gamakichi can help us." Tobai chuffed lightly. "Kairu won't like it, no doubt, but he doesn't like most things that have to do with me." Gamakichi did not like it. "Green," he groaned, "I know your fox friend, but honestly, his methods of making you stronger are suspect at best." "You don't even know what I was going to suggest," Tobai griped. "And I know I wouldn't have liked it, but go on. Humor me, prove me right." Tobai huffed and sat on his haunches. "We could work together and combine strengths." Gamakichi smacked his forehead, drops of water flying out of his head. "Possession? You wanted to possess him?" "I wouldn't put it that way." Shikamaori stroked his forked white beard. With the right arrangements, it could significantly boost both of their natural strengths by combining them. See, Washiro thinks it's a good idea. Shikamaori, Gama growled, you cannot be entertaining this. Contracts and wards would protect him, and he is called friend. Izuku passed over the cucumber for the day in an attempt to placate the kappa, and turned to Shikamaori. I thought possession was always bad. Tobai snorted. No way. Of course, don't go getting possessed by any yokai. Some of them won't give your body back, but I'd be super nice. You're my best friend. I'm not going to let you get hurt. The Tengu nodded. Exacting promises between the involved parties would ensure nothing would befoul the possession. We should, however, look into getting you wards. I am not adept in making preventative wards, so I'll have to ask around before we can attempt it, but it should be reasonably safe. Kamakichi grumbled, making bubbles break the creek surface before he sighed and raised his head to talk. The boiler man could probably help. I could go visit tonight, when his shop is open, and arrange it. Green, you should come with. It would be good for you to meet him in case you need help and can't get to the forest in time. He's a good yokai, a Tsuchigumo, or spider spirit. Okay. Shikamaori hummed deeply and circled Izuku. We will need to do some preparation work, however. Despite being able to see yokai, your energy is not quite aligned with ours. To make the possession painless and seamless, you must learn energy conversion. It will open the avenue for many spiritual endeavors. He nodded, red nose bobbing. Very well. We shall spend this afternoon teaching you energy conversion in lieu of stealth. Kamakichi of the Creek, will you assist us in this attempt? Better me than the fox. Kairu, I thought we had something. The Tengu gestured to the bank. Sit, Green. Best to be closer to the ground in case something goes wrong. Izuku frowned worriedly. See, could something go wrong? Unlikely, but anything is possible. He sat gingerly on the moss and Kamakichi swam over. Tobai yipped in amusement. Welp, I'm going to go exploring. Don't get my best friend killed or you will regret it. Kamakichi rolled his fishy eyes. Don't get lost, Kit. Couldn't if I tried. With a flick of his tails, Tobai ducked behind a tree and went giggling off into the woods, leaving the three of them behind. With distractions out of the way, Shikamaori rumbled, we can begin. See if you can sense Kamakichi's energy. Perhaps close your eyes so you can focus more. Izuku obliged, shutting his eyes and taking a deep breath. He hadn't tried meditation before, but he imagined it would be something like this. You know Kamakichi is in front of you. Now you must sense him. Use your sight to see without seeing. Cryptic. His breathing slowed and the sound of the stream became muted. It was pleasant, and if he were tired, he could likely nap right here, sitting up. The world fell away, and all of a sudden, he could see Kamakichi. Everything about him spoke of water. From the well on the top of his head to the webs of his feet, it flowed from his heart to his extremities, coalescing in his heart, his head, and his gut. It reminded him completely of the stream the Kappa lived in. Quiet, but speaking of fierceness if you weren't careful. Pools that were deceptively deep, runs that were swift and hiding jagged rocks, but also gentle waters that soothe. I see you. The deep voice of the Tengu was more quiet than usual. Ah, very good. See if you can emulate that energy within yourself, converting your own energy to match. It was easy to imagine the stream. He had been visiting it for almost 4 years now, in the past 2.5 almost every single day. And he knew it as well as he knew his room. Finding his own energy was different. He could try and look inside, but it seemed empty. Oh, no, wait. There was a little glow. It was a dark glow, like the glow of the night when there was a new moon and the only light was the light of the stars. Enough to see, especially out in nature, but still dark, still quiet. It felt like it had just rained and the ground was still wet, the world suspended in perfect quiet. It was easy to take the fresh rain and enhance that, letting the water spread to the trees, the ground, the sky, until all was like a stream. Ah, I see. That seemed rather easy. It must have been a more compatible energy type. Izuku opened his eyes, feeling the water rushing through him like it was the blood in his veins. When your energies match, Shiko rumbled. Energy transfer is easier and more efficient, with far less backlash. Can I? Izuku murmured, marveling at the feeling. Can I do other things with this energy? Kamakichi grunted. You can. Energy transfer, like the bird said. It can go either way. That's why letting spirits know your name or getting possessed is bad. They can drain your energy for themselves, should they wish it. It makes them stronger, able to do more things, possibly even interact with humans outside of you. Energy exists in everything, but only cognizant creatures can change it. Or sorcerers. Sorcerers break a lot of rules. Izuku blinked. Sorcerers. Shikamaori rumbled in agreement. Humans who bind spirits or take their power through promises and favors and use yokai energy for themselves. Some found ways to draw energy from nature. It is technically possible for all, but the Kodama don't like it, and I certainly don't either, not in my woods. What's a Kodama? Kamakichi laughed, slapping the water. Well, he chuckled. They're creepy little shits that live in trees, typically older trees. They are incredible minor spirits that are echoes of wind through trees, but generally they are a sign of a healthy forest. But why haven't I seen them yet? There are loads of trees in the forest, and I'm here all the time. You likely scare them, Shiko chuckled. They are rather shy. Unless you aligned your energy with nature, they likely wouldn't show themselves to you. Izuku looked back inside to find he was back with the moon dark energy. This time, instead of focusing on the dew on the ground, he focused on the trees around, the grass, and the earth beneath his feet. He frowned. The earth was different than the plants, but without it, would he be able to figure out how to align? He tentatively let the earth go, breathing deep. He could smell the pine and beech and maple of the forest, and his dark energy slowly turned the color of pine, then the color of emeralds, then the color of grass, and he breathed deep, smelling cut grass on a summer's day. He slowly opened his eyes and broke out into a smile. Across the stream, sitting on a root, was a small humanoid-shaped creature. Its face was 3 dots, like a bowling ball, and it was misshapen, like it tried to mimic a human head but didn't quite get it. Noticing him looking, it turned away and its head peeked over its shoulder. Another one, with a vastly smaller head, peeked out around the tree. Shikamaru was completely taken aback. You were quite good at changing your energy. You did not even have a reference. My energy is... Izuku fidgeted a moment, smiling softly at the kodama that were fading in and out of existence to look at him. It's dark, but not a scary dark. It feels like camping in the woods and waking up and looking at the stars. It's a little cold, a little wet, but it's really calm and peaceful. I just focus on the parts of that scene I want to be like. Gamakichi raised his brows. They were hairless, but they conveyed the meaning anyway. How interesting. A yin nature. I suppose it makes sense. Being a human that can see spirits, that you would be far more in tune with spirit energy. Even without matching natures, you will have far less backlash than most. Yabu. Tobai came bursting into the clearing and everyone startled. Tobai, what's wrong? There's a weird bird. Izuku felt his face scrunch up. Weird how? Tobai bounded over, putting his paws on Izuku's legs, tails lashing furiously. He's like a half. He feels really weird. Part in the spirit world, part out but not like you. He's split and it's weird. Also, he's a bird. I got that part. Izuku glanced at Shikamaru. Do you know anything about this? The Tengu shook his head. If it is as odd as the kitsune implies, it is new, for I have not seen it, nor have I sensed its presence. Tobai, will you lead me to this strange bird? Tobai nodded, determined. Yeah, Yabu, come on. Sure, Gamakichi muttered. Leave the kappa behind. Don't be skimping on news and don't get yourselves hurt. Izuku waved as the kappa sank back into the creek and set off at a run to follow Tobai and Shikamaru through the forest. He burst into a clearing and stopped. Oh, hello. The boy bowed. Raven had clearly why Tobai had considered the boy a weird bird. Greetings. I did not expect to find another in these woods. Oh boy, Tobai muttered. Another formal bird like Washiro. Izuku shushed the fox and turned back to the boy. What brings you to these woods? A bird-shaped shadow sprang out of the boy and the 2 yokai recoiled, Tobai hissing at the sudden appearance. I felt something cool, the spirit chirped, so Fumi decided to check it out. The bird is possessed by another bird. Izuku bit his lip at Tobai's mutter. Hello to you too. The boy sighed. This is Dark Shadow. I am Takoyami Fumi. Wait, Izuku waved his hands. Don't. Full names are bad. The boy blinked. Forgive me. How may I introduce myself, then? Well, Izuku fidgeted. Some call me Green, one calls me Yabu. No one else can call you that, just me. And you apparently can't. He doesn't want anyone else to use it, but you can call me Midori if you want. And then you give me a nickname to call you, so I don't have your name. Takoyami nodded. Very well. Fumi. I call him Fumi, so you should too. Takoyami's feathers ruffled up and he folded his arms. Dark Shadow, cease. Dark Shadow giggled. You feel like me, Midori. Izuku blinked. Like you. He closed his eyes briefly and reached out, realizing with a start that Dark Shadow had the same energy type as him. Oh, his eyes shot open. I do. Dark Shadow pulled at the boy, dragging him over to where Izuku was standing, and nuzzled into him. Fumi, this guy is great. Can he be our best friend? Hey, Tobai leaped up. Back off. Yabu is my best friend. Dark Shadow squinted and got really close to the bristling fox. You're fuzzy around the edges. Fumi, check it out. He feels funny. Takoyami leaned down. I don't. How odd. I know something is there, but I cannot quite see it. On a whim, Izuku grabbed the bird boy's surprisingly human hand and let a little bit of energy leave him and enter the other 6-year-old. His russet eyes flashed a little and he blinked. Oh, a fox. Izuku smiled. This is Tobai, and over there is Shikamaru. The Tengu nodded. Greetings, birdkin. Takoyami took in the appearance of the Tengu and nodded to himself. Greetings to you as well. May I ask, what is going on? The Tengu hummed. Before that, can you tell me the nature of your relationship with Dark Shadow as you know it? They are my quirk, nothing more. They dwell in my body and can assist me in things. We have been bonded for 3 years now, an early quirk manifestation. Shikamaru nodded. That is quite interesting. To create a bond with a spirit so young, and to enter into a symbiotic relationship is practically unheard of for most humans. Truly, quirks are quite bizarre. Takoyami shifted. Spirit, I am afraid I do not understand. Tobai sniffed at Dark Shadow, who is still leaning down and cooing at the fox. It's pretty simple, you're kind of possessed, but something about your quirk or whatever makes that not a bad thing. Maybe you knew whoever your spirit buddy was before they became a spirit. Have any dead siblings? Tobai, Izuku scolded. Stop it. You can't just ask people that. Dark Shadow sat back. I like you guys. We definitely have to be friends. Fumi, can we be friends with them? Izuku smiled. I'd love to be friends with you guys, if you don't mind. He blushed and looked away. I don't have many, being the ghost kid. Takoyami considered for a moment, before nodding slightly. I would like that. It is nice to meet you, Midori. You may call me Fumi. He looked away, feathers standing up a bit as Dark Shadow cackled. Yes, Kit, we're going to be best of friends. Tabu stuck out his tongue. Doubt it. Birds are lame. Dark Shadow just laughed. Izuku blinked. Oh, it's almost dinner time. Shiko, can you tell Gama I'll be back later? The Tengu pursed his lips. I have a bad feeling. I will escort you home. Tobai leapt to his feet. I'll beat you back. I'm sure Masuno has something totally delicious for dinner, and I want to get first dibs. See you there. Izuku smiled as the kitsune disappeared back into the undergrowth. It was nice meeting you. Fumi, Izuku smiled shyly at the other boy. It'd be nice to see you again. Takoyami nodded. And you. This forest has indeed proved interesting. Izuku waved at Dark Shadow, who was vigorously waving back, and Shiko followed him out of the woods. I thought you couldn't leave the forest, he commented mindlessly. I am the protector of the forest, it is true. Izuku didn't notice Shikamaru glancing at his bushy green hair as the Tengu deftly avoided the question. Oi, Deku. Izuku tensed and stopped. Oh, Kakin. Bakugo sneered. Coming out of the woods, are you? Does Auntie know where you go? Man, she must be worried sick. Her worthless son off all by himself, playing make-believe in the forest. Izuku clenched his fists as Shikamaru, but a hand on his shoulder. It's not make-believe. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they aren't real. Tsubasa doubled over laughing. Oh my god, just admit you're quirkless already. Yaokai are myths. Maybe you just saw someone's laundry and thought it was a ghost? Real, are they? Bakugo snickered. Prove it, Deku. The hand on his shoulder tightened and Izuku set his jaw. He had been having a pretty good day. Before this, he had made a new friend, and a mostly human one at that, with a cool spirit quirk attached, and he had learned about energy and energy transfer so he could get stronger and make other people in Yaokai stronger. Yaokai did things with their power, things that affected reality to a certain extent. Gamakichi used his water energy to heal people. Tobai had been using his energy, whatever it was, to cast illusions and trick people. Could Izuku do something similar? Without taking his eyes off the two bullies, he reached inside himself. He didn't know any spells or anything, but forcing it out should do something. Green, do not. Too late. Izuku felt the energy drain out of him, but it didn't go out into the air. Shikamaru, who had recoiled as soon as he felt the welling of power within the small boy, had absorbed it all. Izuku blinked away black spots as Bakugo and Tsubasa scrambled backwards away from a suddenly very real Tengu that was looming over them with a furious expression on his face. Begone, he thundered. And take your disbelief with you. They wasted no time in scrambling backwards and out of the park, leaving Izuku swaying on his feet. Shikamaru grabbed the boy. Green, you must take the energy back. You forced out too much at once, and it is costing you. You will not last if you do not. His voice faded and Izuku briefly heard him curse as darkness overtook his vision. Izuku felt bad. Like, really bad. Are you sure I'm not dead bad? He remembered being mad and reaching inside to try some magic and how it had gone horribly wrong. But he was clearly not laying in the park right now, so he had no idea what had happened between expelling most or all of his energy and passing out. It was warm, though, and something about it was familiar. It reminded of his mom's favorite tea, that she only brought out after really long days. It smelled nice, like herbs that would usually go to make aromatic scents in the kitchen, and every time he had been able to wheedle a sip out of her, it had tasted warm, settling through him and making all the aches and pains go away. That was what everything around him felt like, coupled with the soft futon he was in, but he could only blearily open his eyes and all he saw was brown with an orange glow. Oh shit, Greeny's awake. Old man. He blinked away the fog to see a woman in a pink worker's outfit, but from like 300 years ago. She grinned at him, blowing her bangs out of her eyes. Hey, Squirt, it's been a while. Lynn, oh hey, was the old man talking about me? The scoundrel. We've never been formally introduced, have we? She looked him up and down. But yeah, nice to officially meet you, Izuku. I'm Lin. Where am I? The back door slammed open and Kamaji himself bundled in, using his arms to push himself forward, small legs not even touching the ground. Izuku, thank goodness. The bird looked incredibly worried, but if you've woken up and it's not morning yet, you should be fine. Here, Lin, help him sit up. Drink this, slowly. Izuku blinked in confusion as Lin helped him up, and Kamaji's hands were a flurry of movement. Some tucked him in, patting the purple comforter and smoothing it out, others fretting and fiddling, and one coming behind his head to help him drink. It tasted almost exactly like his mother's tea. Gigi. Hush, questions can come later. How are you feeling? He considered. Tired. Lin snorted. Duh, you basically almost died. That's enough to tire anyone out. Kamaji bopped her on the head. Quiet, you. Make yourself useful and tell our guest he's awake. She grumbled, but left for the front of the store. Oh, Izuku blinked, looking around. I'm in the back room. There was a great big boiler, opening every once in a while that filled the room with heat. On top, beside the chimney, was a great tank of water that would let off steam every so often. More pipes led into the ground, going completely out of sight. Carrying coal to the boiler were little black puffballs that didn't give Izuku a second glance, simply tossing in their burdens and fleeing back to the little mouse holes carved into a wall, coming out with more coal. Soot sprites, Kamaji explained. Terrible workers, but they get the job done and I don't have to pay them in anything other than sprinkles. Normally, soot sprites live in abandoned places, leaving when someone takes up residence and floating away on the wind to find new places to live. Of course, that's only when humans take up residence. Spirits are spirits are spirits. You and Lin, you aren't human, are you? He chuckled, bushy mustache twitching. No, my boy, we are not. You can imagine my surprise when two humans found my shop not once, but twice, and one could see me for what I really am. Izuku slowly started connecting the dots. Oh, are you the boiler man? The Tsuchigumo. Gamakichi almost broke the door down at that moment. Green, you idiot. What were you thinking? He was wearing a metal cap to protect his water divet. But he wasted no time in coming over and fretting. Honestly, we never should have taught you energy conversion in the first place. We should have known you would be reckless with it and do something foolish. What if Shikamaori hadn't been able to take you to the boiler man? What if some foul yokai preyed on your innocent nature to get stronger? Good grief, boy. Izuku smiled tiredly. Sorry, Gamma. I was just so mad at Kaken for calling me a liar again. But it's okay, see. Gigi and Lin helped me. Gamakichi paused before sighing in exasperation. Of course you would already have met the boiler man. Great Susanoo, you gave me a heart attack. What were you even trying to do? Izuku shifted and looked away, guilty. I know you and Tobai use her energy to do magic things, so I wanted to see if I could do something to prove it too. Kamaji clicked his tongue. Dangerous, when you don't know what you're doing. Without focus, the energy would have just scattered to the wind, and every yokai in the area would have known where you were. What energy type is he? Goma frowned. Yin. Shikamaori had strong yin energy. Yin. Izuku's brow furrowed. Like yin and yang. Kamaji hummed. I suppose it makes sense. A boy who can see spirits, having the spirit energy. It certainly makes recovery easier, and is extremely easy to match other energy types. Gama nodded. Yin is the energy of the moon, spirits, darkness, and also technically femininity, but that's something only humans care about. Yang, on the other hand, is all body, the sun, and light. Some energies are closer to yin, some to yang, but regardless, your power lies in yin, or literally in spirits. You might be able to do things like me and Tobai, but only with a lot of practice. Still, if you still want to work with your fox on the possession aspect, you'll have plenty of natural safeguards and it will be pretty easy and painless. Izuku smiled, then startled, looking around in panic. Oh no, how late is it? Does my mom know where I am? And is Shiko okay? Izuku, Kamaji muttered, calm down. Your Tengu is fine, and found the kitsune and your mother before the energy ran out and was able to explain. She cannot find this place without you, but if we need to keep you past the dawn, we'll send Lin to let her know. Izuku blinked and relaxed. Wait, you know my name. Isn't that bad? He snorted. Typically, yes, but I've dealt with names for a long time, and have no desire to get into the name business. I'll leave that to the hag. In addition, you did not give me your name. Your mother only ever called you by your given name. Of course, I know your last name, again because of your mother, but neither Lin nor I plan to do anything with this knowledge, and we cannot give away what has not been given, so even if I say it out loud, Kamakichi here, for example, will be unable to do anything with it. But good of you to be cautious, you've been taught well. Izuku giggled as Gamakichi puffed up in pride, muttering about how would have given his name away a long time ago if not for me, and Lin popped back in. It's almost dawn, customers are heading out and we're closing up soon. Am I making a stop? Gamakichi immediately darted over and put a clammy hand on his forehead. He murmured, if we can get some food in him, he'll be fine, but no spirit stuff for a whole day. Go home after school. Do not come see us or we will send you back. Izuku wrapped the kappa in a hug, then hugged the Tsuchigumo as well, who looked rather startled. Thank you so much. I promise I will never do that again and I'll stay super safe. Lin snorted. Yeah, right, Greenie. With your luck we'll see you before the year's out. The old man would miss you too much otherwise. Speaking of, she pressed on, ignoring Kamaji's protests. Give the kid his talisman already. You spent all night fretting over it to forget it now. He grumbled, but stretched an arm to a little cubby and brought out a necklace with a very tiny vial on it. Izuku held it up to the light and saw green and brown dust. Herbs prevent any uninvited guests, but won't protect you if you let them in. Should also ward off those with ill intent. In a pinch, can be used as a tea, but it's nasty and also poison unless you are literal seconds away from death. Try not to need it. Izuku slipped the cord over his neck, tucking the tiny vial into his shirt where it rested by his sternum. It was long, maybe so he could grow into it without needing to replace the cord. Thanks, Jiji, Lin, I'm going home now. They all said goodbye as he dashed out the door. Jiji, huh? Lin burst out laughing. For a frog, you're pretty funny. For a toad, you're pretty alright. She shrugged. I'll take it. But yeah, he's called the old man that since the kid was like a year old when he first came in, sick as a radish. Don't tell the old man, but I'm certain he likes it. The old man is still right here. What are you gonna do? Fire me? I wish. Go to bed, you useless woman. Lin snorted again and patted Gamakichi on the arm. Take care of the kid for us, eh? Gamakichi sighed. A difficult job, but I do try my hardest. Tobai was crying in shame when he got home, claiming it was his fault Izuku had gotten so hurt. If I had been with Yabu, he wailed, and not been desperate for food, I could have fought off those bullies just like last time. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be Yabu's best friend. No consoling words made him feel better, but Izuku just got him to promise to be his bodyguard at school, and that seemed to lift his spirits somewhat. Could he still use that phrase? His mom fretted over him a lot too, but after the arm-breaking debacle, she had learned that spirit medicine was arguably better than human medicine, plus, this had been a spirit problem. She did make him promise to never do that again and give her a heart attack, but she was grateful she had been able to meet Shikamaru, however briefly, and the Tengu had been quick to explain before fading from view. Breakfast was good, light and filling, and then he was off to school, Tobai prowling purposefully at his side. He wasn't late, but he was one of the last people in the classroom, and conversation died as soon as he entered the room. He could feel his classmates staring and whispering as he gingerly sat down in his seat. He briefly looked up and met Tsubasa's eyes. The boy flinched and looked away. Tobai's ears flicked. Why are they calling you the demon kid? You're perfectly human. Though, Bakugo and Tsubasa must have already told everyone what had happened. On one hand, no one was calling him the ghost kid, and no one was calling him quirkless. On the other hand, there didn't look to be much improvement in people willing to talk to him. The day was quiet until lunch, when he sat down at the tree again. Someone 2 grades above him came up to him. He had never seen them before in his life. I hear you can summon demons. Is that true? I don't summon them. I can just see them and sometimes I can make other people see them too. They sneered. Great, can you summon me an Oni? My mom's being a real bitch and I want to teach her a lesson. They walked away laughing, but Izuku just curled in on himself. This was definitely worse. Occasionally, kids would come up and ask to see the Tengu, but when he said he wasn't here right now, they accused him of lying. At one point, Tobai had had enough and showed himself to them, snapping at them and making them run away screaming and laughing, calling him a demon boy. It stung, even if it was true. He was a demon boy. He could see them and talk to them and touch them when no one else could, and he even had spirit energy. He was the weird 6-year-old none of the aunties in the neighborhood would give him candies like the other children, and he had heard them say Porinko more than once when they thought he couldn't hear them. His only friends were creatures of myth and legend that no one else could see unless he almost killed himself to make them visible. Yabu, you look gloomy. How can I chase away your sadness as a good bodyguard? Izuku smiled down at the fox. Sorry, Tobai, I don't think you can chase this away. Just thinking. Tobai huffed. Then stop. That one hero you like, all night, or whatever, he always saves people with a smile, right? Well, we gotta do that too, so we can be cool heroes too. A hero. Would Demon Boy follow him there, too? Could he even do anything? If his only ability was to give power to a spirit and then pass out, would he have to rely on Tobai's possession and illusions, Gama's healing, and Shiko's stealth training? Well, yes, Tobai, he said carefully. Do you want to try out that possession after school? Tobai, he wheedled, I'm all good. Plus, you wanted to try this just as much as I did. Tobai was sitting on his hunches on the couch, back-facing Izuku. No, he yipped. Kairu said no spirit stuff. I'm not letting you get hurt. And what better way to keep me safe than by possessing me and sharing power? Tobai glared over his shoulder. No, Yabu, I'm guarding you, not possessing you. But imagine, Izuku tried, if tomorrow we haven't practiced at all and I'm getting attacked and I don't have time to match energies so we can't do it. We should at least work out the contract or whatever, right? Nope. Inko popped her head in the room and he withered under the raised eyebrow of his mom. Izuku, she said sweetly, are you trying to convince Tobai to help you break the doctor's orders? Mom, Gamma isn't a real doctor. He was the provider of your medical care, dear, he counts. Izuku groaned and slouched on the couch. I don't understand why I couldn't do hide and seek with Shiko like normal. There is no spirit stuff in that at all. Actually, Tobai chuffed, Washiro has a fever. Too much of a good thing and he was not ready for it. Oh no, I hurt Shiko. Nah, he'll be fine, he's just grouchy. Tobai circled back around and curled up on Izuku's lap, belly up and paws waving in the air. Now, I think it's time for us to watch a movie and ignore your pitiful attempts to coerce me into making Kairu mad. You can pick. Izuku sighed. Fine, let's watch Robin Hood, the animated one. Mom chuckled. Oh, I wonder why you picked that one. Tobai rolled over to face the TV as his Masuno set it up, and his ears pricked as the rooster walked on screen, paying careful and rapt attention. Yeah, anyone who had seen this movie knew why Izuku had picked it. Tobai. The kitsune groaned and stretched, angrily flicking his tails. Yabu, go back to bed. Tobai, it's past midnight. So, that means we should be asleep. It also means it is technically the next day. Amber eyes narrowed, glowing in the darkness. Yabu, Tobai, in the morning. Technically it is. No, actual morning, when the sun is out. Go to bed. But Tobai smushed his front paws on Izuku's face. Stop talking. Go to bed. Do not make me smother you. Izuku raised an eyebrow and smiled, murmuring around the paws. You do that anyway, since you gravitate to my neck when you sleep. I will lay on your face. Sleep. Don't make me wake up Masuno. Izuku paused, then sighed in defeat, curling back up under the covers. Tomorrow, he yawned, we're doing this. Tobai grumbled something and curled back up, tails flopping onto Izuku's face. Tobai was rudely awakened by being shoved off the bed. No, he did not scream. And if he did, it's because that's a normal sound foxes make. Tobai, Izuku whisper yelled, the sun is shining. Come on, let's go. Tobai just looked at him. Izuku rolled his eyes. You're awake. Now let's do this. We have to do a contract or make promises, right? Tobai grumbled and picked himself up off the floor, tails flicking in irritation. Yabu, I am not a bad fox, but right now you are trying my patience. Did you even sleep? Yes, it's the best way to pass the time. Tobai jumped back on the bed, sitting primly across from his best friend and adopted little brother. You're like 6, which is like 16 in kitsune years. How are you wide awake right now? Izuku completely ignored him. So, promises. I guess you have to promise to leave when I want you to, and not try to possess me without permission. Tobai sighed. Yeah, and we both have to promise to share power. It has to be mutual. But yeah, I, Tobai, swear on my Hoshi no Tama that I will not possess Yabu with malicious intent, will relinquish control when asked, and will share my power with him. Now you go. I, Izuku, or Yabu, swear on my given name that I will not use Tobai and his power for ill intent. I will allow him to possess me, and I will share my power with him. Is that good? Tobai nodded. You bound it to your given name when you said it, Yabu, so now neither of us can break this promise, or bad things happen. Tobai chuffed in amusement. No, I mean we can't break it. The promise won't let us. Izuku nodded slowly. Okay, that's good. Your Hoshi no Tama. What is that? Tobai blinked and snickered. Oh, that's right, I never told you, huh? All kitsune have one, it's our marble. It contains all our power and we keep it super safe because if someone has it they can make us do anything. It's like our name, and if someone steals it we really want it back. Oh, Izuku muttered, isn't that dangerous? What's that human saying? With great power comes great responsibility. Something like that. All strong yokai have a failsafe like that, to stop them from being too overpowered, I guess, but we hide it well. Izuku nodded then straightened. Okay, so now I just have to match your energy, right? Tobai huffed, tails swinging lazily. My Todd and Mam always called it chakra, but if Kairu wants to call it energy, sure. Izuku closed his eyes and reached out for Tobai. His energy, or chakra, was bright orange and bubbling, reminding him of fire. He changed his own to match. Uo, fast. Now don't freak out. In another instant, the world got small and large at the same time, and Izuku sucked in a breath. Suddenly, everything was so much clearer, smells were sharper, and he could hear the birds tweeting outside. He clenched his fingers and winced when he felt sharp pricks. He looked down to see he had grown claws. Whoa, man, Yabu, your well of chakra feels bottomless. He startled. Tobai, yeah, I can see why Washiro got sick. You have a lot of stuff to give. It's like comparing a pond to a lake. The water will overflow. Now let's walk around. I want to check us out in the mirror. Izuku gently set clawed and padded feet on the ground, marveling. What would he see looking in the mirror? He stood up and almost tipped over, bracing himself on his dresser. Oh, tails. Right, those will help you balance, but you aren't used to them. Just stand and move them around and you should get used to them pretty fast. Izuku blinked and craned his neck to see 2 long foxtails coming out of his tailbone, pushing his pajama pants down just a little bit. They were the same orange-red as Tobai, ending in white tips. He experimentally willed them to move and was delighted when they did, swishing back and forth. He patted them with his free hand and giggled. He took a tentative step forward and the extra weight on his back became background noise. And he did feel far more balanced already. Man, I feel like this will make me good at yoga for some reason. Tobai snorted. If that's what you want, sure. Being flexible will probably help with hero stuff, and you can move around a lot better. We're gonna be the best, Yabu. Now hurry up and go to the bathroom. Izuku obliged, stepping silently on his padded feet. He stopped briefly to look at the bottom of them and found the pads of his toes and the front of his foot had darkened to a dark brown, thickening. Tobai, I have toe beans. I know, isn't it awesome? He giggled and kept creeping to the bathroom. Combined with the stealth training he had been getting for months now, there was no way anyone who didn't have super hearing could hear him. Wait, Tobai, do I have super hearing now? I don't know if I would call it super hearing, but it will definitely be enhanced, because you got fox senses now, baby. You're welcome. I know, I'm the coolest and bestest friend you've ever had. That was true even before the possession. Whatever reply Tobai could have given was cut off by their entrance into the bathroom, and Izuku sucked in a breath. On top of his head were 2 fox ears, starting a dark green, almost black at the base and turning into the fiery orange of Tobai's fur. He could flick them and rotate them to pick up sounds from different angles better. His eyes were still green, but the pupils had straightened a little and were ringed with amber. His eyes were far less round than they had been, looking more like a fox's, and they turned up just slightly, lined a little in black. His mouth curved into a smile as he watched. But it wasn't just bright and sunny as it usually was, it also had a mischievous tilt to it. He opened his mouth to speak and froze, opening his mouth wider to ogle the canines he now had, both top and bottom, sharp like fangs. Yabu, we look great. Izuku grinned, admiring his elongated canines in the mirror. Everything was so sharp, and he had no doubt it was his modified eyes. He flicked his ear and caught the sound of his mother in the kitchen and he grinned, bounding out on quiet feet. Nasuno. She startled and he blinked. Oh, Tobai's influence was strong. Izuku, what are you doing awake this early? Does it have something to do with your new... Oh goodness, you did that thing you were telling me about, didn't you? Yep, he yipped, and it felt weird, but he pressed on, and it's so cool. Look at my teeth. He stretched his mouth wide and she leaned in obligingly, blinking. Oh my, she murmured, those look rather sharp. Don't go biting anyone, now. She pat him on the head, in between his ears, and he preened, reveling in the sensation. Oh yeah, that's the spot. Now you will know the joys of a good pet, Yabu. Izuku chuffed with delight. Tobai's right, that feels nice. His mom chuckled lightly. Well, since you're up, let me make breakfast. School isn't for another hour and a half. Speaking of, will you both be like this for school? Izuku blinked. I dunno. We should probably see how long we can last. And it would be nice to get used to this more, and it would probably. Right, she laughed. Then I will send you with a note, in case anyone wonders what's going on. She set the rice on and Izuku took a deep sniff, sighing. Mom, can we have tofu for breakfast? She snorted. Of course, dear. Something tells me that between the two of you, you'll hardly eat anything but... Oh yeah, tofu. This is gonna be great. Izuku stood on tiptoes, just on the pads on his feet, and watched her make breakfast. It smelled even better than usual. It was halfway through last period when Izuku blinked sluggishly, sneezed, and everything dulled. Tobai yawned on his desk. That was what, 8 hours? At least. Izuku blinked, ignoring the class that was staring, and muttered back. Closer to 9, but yes, chakra is still matching yours. And we're just tired. Let's eat the snacks I saved and see if that does anything to help. Tobai nodded. After school snacks for the win. We saved the tofu crisps, didn't we? Izuku nodded and pulled the baggie out, offering some to Tobai and eating the rest himself. Wanna try that for the next time we play hide and seek with Shiko? Duh, Washiro won't be able to find us working together. They spent the rest of the class in silence, Izuku pointedly ignoring his classmates. They had been shocked to see him that morning, with Bakugo and Tsubasa flinching away upon seeing him. But by now the novelty of Kitsune Izuku had worn off, plus he was back to normal now and talking to himself like usual. It had been a good day. So you've done nothing since yesterday? Yes, and you're fully rested? Yep. Tobai, is he telling the truth? The Kitsune in question stretched, yawning. Yeah, sure. Kamakichi narrowed his eyes. If you start feeling tired, we're canceling this immediately. Izuku grinned. Okay, Gamma. Now, Shiko, hide and seek. The Tengu huffed. It is not hide and seek. It is an exercise in stealth, but yes. Tobai snickered. Great, let's play. He bounded off into the underbrush and Izuku hurried to follow, immediately quieting his steps. They looked at each other, then Tobai jumped inside of him. Immediately, everything was sharper, including the mutterings of the numbers from Shiko, and Izuku bounded off, having discarded his shoes a while ago to put his feet in the creek. The pads of his feet thumped softly against the tree branches as he bolted away. Yabu, that tree looks like something we can jump, but not normally climb. Izuku grinned and crouched, leaping daintily onto a branch, almost stumbling but letting his tail stop him from overcorrecting. Tobai giggled in his head. Washiro will never find us now. Here, let me make an illusion real quick. Feeling his hands move and his energy change a little was weird, but soon there was the image of human footprints leading in the opposite direction from where they were. Can I do that too? He thought, like when we're working together. Probably. Just another thing you'd have to get used to. But I bet eventually you could do it without my help if you get good enough. Of course, you'll never be as good an illusion master as me, but you'll have an excellent teacher. Izuku had to suppress a snort as his ears picked up the light click of Shikamaori's shoes on a tree root, and he stood perfectly still. The sound faded. Eventually, Izuku and Tobai both got bored, and Tobai decided to teach him some illusions. So, one illusion's pretty much everybody is good at is a spirit orb, which just looks like blue fire, honestly. Most of the time it can only burn spirit stuff, but otherwise it's just used as spooky lights. Super fun to prank people with. Here, watch me do it the first time. Tobai briefly took over, forming a cold blue fire in between their clawed hands, and Izuku did his best to memorize the sensation. Right, I'm gonna pass control over to you, try and maintain it. The flame instantly sputtered and Izuku lightly bit his lip, mindful of the sharp teeth, and focused hard, feeding it a little energy to maintain it. Heck yeah, Yabu, first try. As your fabulous teacher, you are most welcome. Now let it go out and try to make your own. Izuku reluctantly let it go, hands instantly warming a little, and he hummed lightly. Why is it cold, if it's fire? Because it's spirit fire. I dunno, it just is. Maybe because it's blue. He stuck his tongue out a little and tried to remember the feeling of when Tobai had molded the chakra into the ball of fire, and managed to get a tiny blue spark. He frowned and tried again, pouring in a little more energy into the startup. His hands exploded and he fell backwards out of the tree, managing to land on his feet barely, and he looked up, shocked. The whole tree was slowly being consumed by blue, and Kodama were looking at the tree sadly, popping up from all around. What on earth green? Izuku blinked as Shikamaori landed. Goodness, Tobai, what were you teaching him? Spirit fire is dangerous. Izuku huffed. No, he didn't do anything bad. I just put too much chakra into it and it exploded. How do I put it out before it kills the tree? Shiko narrowed his eyes in displeasure. You should have informed us. You both went ahead with the possession. You can call the energy back into yourself, but be careful or you will get burned. Tobai, I expect you to help him, instead of teaching him something reckless. Izuku pushed down the indignation they were both feeling and turned to the tree with a glare. Careful, Yabu, it really can burn you. Just try and bring it close, like we're holding it in our hands. It's just bigger now. He closed his eyes and felt the world light up around him, the spiritual energy clear as day. It still had traces of his and Tobai's chakra in it, so he could use that to draw it in. Carefully, he pulled it from the slowly withering nature energy of the tree and drew it to the air in front of him. He could feel it get colder around him as it approached. He hesitantly opened his eyes to see an incredibly dense swirl of blue fire in front of him, the tree only looking mildly singed. Now what? I've got this part. Tobai made them take a deep breath in and the fire dimmed slowly, energy leaving as he sucked it in. After 2 more breaths, the fire was small enough to just let wink out. He felt something smack his head and he rubbed it, irritated, before turning to the irate Tengu. That was incredibly reckless, on both of your accounts. Not only did you try things without supervision, but you lied to us about your activities of the day. You were both incredibly irresponsible. And I am sure Gamakichi will also scold you when we return. Izuku could feel his tail swishing. Aren't you happy we figured it out? All on our own. We're stronger and faster and better. You couldn't even find us. So we accidentally lit a tree on fire, but we fixed it, so it's fine. I have to learn more or I'm never going to be strong enough to take care of myself and others. I want to be a hero, one who helps people. And I can't do that if every time I learn something new, you get mad. Shikamaori stopped, taken aback. You think I am angry? Izuku folded his arms. What else would you be? Preen, I was terrified. He stilled, but the Tengu continued. I was the one to teach you energy conversion, and it almost killed you. If we had not gotten to the boiler man in time, I shudder to think what would have happened to you. We were worried and concerned for you, and we didn't want you to get hurt again. That's why we didn't want you to try any spirit things without us. When I saw the plume of fire, I had assumed something was attacking you or the forest. He shifted, frowning and looking away. I was never angry with you. only fearful. Izuku stared before he could feel tears welling up in his eyes. He was certain they were a combination of both his and Tobai's, but he lunged forward and hugged Shikamaru, clutching him tightly with a sob. I'm sorry. We didn't mean to worry you. A hand pat him gently on the head. I know, Green, Tobai. Please, if you are attempting something in the future, have some form of supervision, preferably from an older yokai who is well versed in what you are attempting. It does not have to be me or Gamakichi, but please stay safe. He nodded, burying his face further in the warm and real spirit. Tobai agreed as well. They would stay safe. He would keep Yabu safe. Hide and seek got cut short, Shiko dragging them back to the creek where Gama did indeed tear them a new one for being reckless and giving him a heart attack. But he also begrudgingly told them both good job on figuring out the possession and getting good at it to the point neither of them noticed. Washiro then said that if they wanted to do the stealth training together, they could, but he would be increasing the difficulty by actually flying around. They would also not be allowed to hole up in one place, but would have to move around constantly. It sounded both terrible and fun, which meant it was sure to increase their stealth. Gama also agreed to start teaching Izuku about water chakra, which wasn't just used to heal, but also dealt with poisons and other fun things like that. Izuku was going to stick to the healing for now. And Fumi came back. Izuku, through Tobai, recognized his scent and immediately ran to the boy, all grins. The bird boy flustered. You are now part fox. Izuku giggled. Tobai and I figured out possession. Dark Shadow chirped. Like me. Wow, Fumi, I love these guys. They're like us. The combination of the long test run that day and the fire soon had them splitting apart. But Tobai was content to curl up on Izuku's shoulders while they walked through the forest, talking about yokai and spirits. You have seen ghosts. He hummed. Only a couple, and not often. Most of them are pretty calm and non-threatening. But you do have to be careful. Still, it's been fun to help them with what they need. There's one in the grocery store that I play games with sometimes, so they don't cause trouble. He bit his lip. I have seen an Onryo once. They're vengeful spirits, and you generally want to steer clear, but I didn't realize until I got close. I was fine, but it was scary. Fumi nodded. Still, you faced a force of darkness and came out unscathed. It is a feat not many can claim, and there is still time to grow and learn. Perhaps one day, you will have the knowledge to cleanse them from this plane. Izuku nodded, smiling. Yeah, maybe. They talked more. Dark Shadow rambling about energy and stuff they had felt until the sun was starting to go down, and it was time to leave. It was nice to see you again. Izuku called as he waved. I'm in the forest most days after school if you are ever in the area. Fumi bowed, Dark Shadow waving gleefully behind him, and they went their separate ways. For a moment, he was worried that a 6-year-old was out at dark. Then remembered that one, he was also 6 and out this late, and 2, Fumi had Dark Shadow, just like Izuku had Tobai. They would be fine, and he'd see them again, hopefully soon. It was Saturday, a day that everyone took off. Gamakichi insisted he spend the weekend resting and thinking about what he had learned that week, and it had been that way for months. Izuku was 7 1/4, Tobai gleefully pointing out that at 31, he was still the older one, even if you translated him into human years. Izuku didn't really get it, but Tobai insisted he was the big brother of the group, and it made him happy, so Izuku was more than happy to just shrug and nod. Today, they were going to the aquarium with Fumi and Dark Shadow, plus both of their moms. The two had gone along wonderfully, and were so glad their boys had found someone to call a friend. The Takoyamis didn't live too far away, but it was enough to be 2 schools away, and they took a train to get to the aquarium. Inko had been seeing spirits more and more recently, even without Izuku holding on to her and sharing his sight. Shikamaru thought it was because he was putting out a little energy all the time, and she was absorbing it since they lived in the same house. Izuku was just glad she could see his friends. The aquarium was pretty big, especially to the 2 7-year-olds. Actually, it was Fumi's birthday soon, which is why they were going to the aquarium in the first place. Izuku's eyes lit up as he saw Gang Orca was there giving tours today. He immediately turned to his feathered friends with imploring eyes. Fumi blinked, then looked back to see the pro hero inside, nodding. Mother, may we go see Gang Orca? She snorted. Sure, Fumi, it's your birthday. Let's go. Izuku was practically bouncing, Tobai prancing ahead of him to sniff the hero for any traps or something. But of course, found none. With so many people around, there were unlikely to be spirits about, especially at this bright time of day. Your Gang Orca. The killer whale glanced down in surprise at Izuku's no doubt glowing smile and nodded, rumbling. I am indeed. And what is your name, young one? You can call me Izuku. I am called Fumikage, and this is Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow came out briefly to curl around Fumi's neck and wave. Gang Orca nodded. It is wonderful to meet you both. Now, how can I help you? Izuku thrust out a small notebook that was mostly for detailing spirit sightings so he could get better at spotting and identifying them. But he flipped to the back. Can I have your autograph, Mr. Gang Orca, sir? He chuckled, which produced a curious clicking sound. and gently took the offered pad and pen. Of course, it is not often one so small does not see me and run. You don't find me scary looking. Izuku snorted. Nope, I've seen way worse. Gang Orca looked a little taken aback at that, but quick and doting smiles from both mothers and the rolling of eyes from the other child quickly quelled any worries he had, and he returned the signed pad with a smile. Are you fine folk interested in a tour of the aquarium, or do you just want to wander? Izuku looked at Fumi and shrugged. He didn't really mind either way, but it was Fumi's birthday. Fumi bowed slightly to the pro. Perhaps another time. The hero nodded. Have fun, then. They walked off, Izuku slipping his pad back into his pocket and slipping the pen behind his ear. Okay, what are we gonna see first? Tobai pronounced around. Oh, can we see the orange ones from the movie about finding the lost one? Clownfish from Finding Nemo. Yeah, that one. Dark Shadow nodded eagerly. Let's find all the fish from Nemo. Izuku giggled and grabbed Fumi's hand. The other boy let him drag him to the saltwater section of the aquarium. And there were indeed some sea anemones and clownfish, but Tobai was sorely disappointed that they weren't as vibrantly orange as he had been expecting. They look more yellow, he huffed. Not orange or red like me. No fun, shark time. The shark tunnel was indeed next, thankfully, so they didn't have to go far, and all four boys looked up in wonder as sharks of all different kinds passed around them. There was a diver down in the tank with them, a guild employee who was cleaning the teeth of the nurse sharks, inspecting them for any bad things, and she waved at them as they stared. The both startled and waved back, making her laugh, sending bubbles to the surface. Izuku really liked the pair of blacktip sharks that would sometimes pass overhead. They always swam together, only deviating occasionally before circling back around. Sometimes one would bump their nose into the other one, almost like a reassurance they were there. It made him happy. When it came time to feed the sharks, the blacktips hung back, letting the bigger and meaner sharks eat first. They were almost timid, but soon they saw a window and managed to get their share, after the large great white and others had already gone. Izuku could understand them. They visited the turtles next, Tobai consistently making comments about Gamma, or Kairu, and how these must be his brethren. Both Fumi and Izuku pointed out how he called the kappa a frog, not a turtle, but Tobai waved them off, gleefully eyeing the shelled creatures that came in all shapes and sizes in the large tank. Next, they went into a small off-room with a small shin-height pool that curved around and had children of all ages inspecting the water and reaching their hands in. The two of them bounded over, Tobai choosing to not get too close to the water. Inside the pool were small stingrays, starfish, horseshoe crabs, and small sharks. According to the signs, the sharks were both bamboo and epaulette sharks. The bamboo sharks had broad stripes, while the epaulettes were spotted, and they could touch them. Eventually, after a few seconds of gushing over the smooth skin of the rays, Tobai couldn't help himself and came over, putting his paws on the side of the touch pool and leaning in to delicately sniff the water. Whoa, he muttered. These are like weird. Those sharks are like the foxes of the sea. They have the long face. We're practically twins. Izuku snorted. Does that mean you want to stay here and hang out with your brethren? Should we send you into the touch pool and leave you here? Tobai bristled, even as Fumi and Dark Shadow snickered. No way, Yabu. You know I don't like water. I just think the sharks are cool. Well, maybe if one comes close enough to the surface you can pet it. A bamboo shark was tempted over and let Tobai nose it a little before swimming off to get pet more by other children. Izuku felt something weird and looked up, frowning. Nothing really looked out of the ordinary, but his eyes kept being drawn back to a woman in a red skirt. She looked rather pale, and was sadly inspecting the faces of everyone in the room before she sighed and ducked out, walking away. Next, there was a dolphin show going on, and they got good seats. Despite Dark Shadow trying to volunteer Fumi for the show, neither of them were picked. They did, however, get splashed by a mischievous dolphin, much to the annoyance of Tobai and Fumi. Neither Dark Shadow nor Izuku minded the water all that much. As they were leaving, Izuku looked up to see the red-skirted woman squinting at the dolphin trainer before frowning sadly and walking away again. Finally, they began to check out the freshwater exhibit, but there was the woman again, and Izuku was concerned. Fumi, he muttered, can you see that woman over there, in the red skirt? The bird boy blinked and squinted. Not well. Does that mean she is a yokai? Izuku pursed his lips. She looks so sad. Without another word and ignoring the hissing from his friend, he walked up to her. Excuse me, ma'am. She blinked in confusion, then looked down at him. She didn't say anything at first, just inspecting his face, before she sighed. You are not her. Izuku cocked his head. Are you looking for someone? She nodded, looking around at the various people. It's so hard to see, but they were not at home. They must have moved when I can't remember, but I have to talk to her again. He hummed. Do you remember what she looks like? Even if you can't see, I like to think I have pretty good eyes. She looked at him again, peering into his eyes with her empty, faded blue ones. Yes, you can see me. Not many can. Can you help me find her? I mean, if you tell me what she looks like, I can try. She might not be in the aquarium, though. She would, the spirit hummed. She always said she would work here. It was her dream. If I cannot find her here, I don't know where she could be. Her voice broke and she swallowed a sob. I don't know how long it's been. I don't know how she's changed. But she has gills, like her father. Midori, Fumi hissed, coming up beside him. What on earth are you doing? Helping her, he whispered. She just wants to find someone. And what will she do if she finds this person? Tobai snorted. Nah, she's harmless, can't you tell? She's Inubium, almost. Izuku blinked. Inubium. But don't they usually carry around fake babies to try to give to people? All she's doing is looking for. Oh, they are usually looking for their children, ma'am. He spoke a little louder. Are you looking for your daughter? The woman nodded. My little girl. I have been gone for so long. She is certainly grown up now. I haven't been able to find her all this time. Izuku nodded. Do you remember her name? Or something she was called? Dago. So, we're looking for a woman with gills named Dago. Okay, shouldn't be too hard. Fumi sighed. Let me inform our parents of our new quest. Being adults, perhaps they can assist us in our search further than we would be able to on our own. He walked off, leaving Izuku and Tobai with the spirit woman. Izuku glanced back as he spoke to their parents and gave them a wave before walking to one of the staff. Excuse me. The man smiled. What can I help you with, kiddo? Do you know if a woman named Dago works here? She has gills. He blinked. Die. Oh, Samoji. Yeah, why? Are you a family member? He waved his head back and forth. No, but a family member was looking for her and I volunteered to help. Can you please let her know she's being looked for? He scratched his head, sighing. I mean, I can tell her, but this sounds a little shady. Sorry, kid. I wouldn't get your hopes up. The woman sighed beside him. Samoji. That was our name. It's been so long. They wandered the freshwater hall for a bit longer, before the man came back and pointed at Izuku, just looking at the schools of pond loach that were digging around at the bottom of the tank. The lady walked over, and with a start, Izuku realized she was the one who had been cleaning the teeth of the nurse sharks earlier. Hey, kid, she smiled. I saw you earlier, didn't I? You wanted to see me. Izuku glanced at the yokai, seeing her eyes wide and tears silently falling, then extended his hand to Dago. Curiously, she took it, only to blink like a fog had been lifted. She took in the sight of the ghost and gasped, grip tightening on Izuku's hand. Mom. Dago, the woman muttered, you have gotten so big. Why yeah, the girl choked, stepping hesitantly forward and tentatively raising a hand. It's been 5 years since I died. The woman wrapped her daughter in a hug with a sigh. I remember it now. I didn't want to move on because I hadn't been able to fix it. Mom, she murmured, fix what? We argued. You said you wanted to work in the aquarium. I said you should dream bigger. She looked around, eyes wet. It felt plenty big, searching for you all those years, and never finding you. Mom, I never blamed you for it. I never resented you. You wanted what was best for me. No, I wanted what was best for me. You were a vessel to continue my own path, and that wasn't fair to you. But now I can finally rest. I'm sorry, go. Please, forgive your mother. Dago sniffed. Of course I forgive you. It's really hard to stay mad at a dead person. Her mother faded with a sigh, completely winking out of existence, and Izuku gave Dago's hand a small squeeze. Was that, she sniffed, looking at him, was that real? Was that really my mom? He shrugged. As far as everyone here is aware. Wait, that probably doesn't help. Sorry. Yeah, that was your mom. She looked sad, but I was the only one who could see her, so I had to help. I'm glad I could find you so easily. She nodded. Is that your quirk, then? You can see ghosts, and let other people see them too. He nodded. Something like that. He crouched down and smiled big. That's amazing, kid. You're a really good person. Thank you. She gave him a light hug, then walked back into the staff-only area she had come from, waving off the questioning look from the man, and Izuku just blinked. She thought I'm amazing. Tobai snorted beside him as Fumi sighed, drawing near now that she was gone. You are capable of something no one else is. You were able to put a soul at rest and to ease a burden for a family. I do not know a world in which that is not amazing and awesome. Izuku giggled. Are you in awe that I can see spirits, Fumi? The bird boy huffed and his feather ruffled a little. I am merely pointing out objective facts. Dark shadow curled around the boy's shoulders. He thinks you're really cool. Cease. Izuku giggled. Come on, we still have to check out the gift shop and then go home so you can open my present. And cake, Tobai crowed. Yeah, he giggled, and cake. Fumi merely sighed. Very well, to the gift shop. Izuku felt glowy that whole day. He had helped. They were both 9 now. Well, not Tobai. Tobai was 33, but Tobai also didn't count. Izuku and Fumi were both 9 now. It was the 6th of February, and it was a very special day. Yabu, Tobai whined. We gotta go to the festival. We didn't go last year or the year before because it was out of the way, but you promised. It's a festival for Inari, the kami of Kitsune. We practically have to go, even if it's just to pay our respects. Yeah, Dark Shadow piped up. Plus there's bound to be loads of good food and games. What's not to like? Izuku sighed and called back into the house. Mom, can we go to the festival today? Inko popped her head in. I heard everything. It would be good for Tobai to reconnect to his roots, as it were. Of course, Fumi, you don't have to go with us. Fumi stood stiffly. I would like to, but I cannot stay out very late. My parents would get rather worried, even with festival night. Inko smiled. I'll ring up your mother and see what she says. If nothing else, we can drop you off at home. Lately, Inko, or Masuno, had been able to fully see and hear Tobai. Shikamaori said it was likely she was absorbing excess energy from Izuku, letting her see spirits. She couldn't see all of them, like the Zashiki Warashi in the grocery store, but she brought cucumbers to Gamakichi the other day, having an amicable conversation and thanking the Kappa for taking care of her little boy. Fumi's mother said he should just stay the night with them, since it wasn't a school night anyway, and they all got ready to go to the festival. They didn't have any of the fancy clothes, but they still dressed a little nicer than usual before all piling onto the train, heading for the festival. Throughout the entire train ride, Tobai yammered about Inari, and Izuku was rather interested. If a fox is white or black, it's one of Inari's messengers. White and black kitsunes are seen as really good luck. Also, no one knows what Inari really looks like. I'm pretty sure the humans have depicted them as like a lot of different things. Some actually say Inari is 3 beings, a man, a woman, and a yabu. What was the word for the one that's neither? An androgynous person. Or did you mean non-binary? Yes, both of those. I have no idea what Inari is like, but they're the kami of foxes and grain and metalworking and probably tools and weapons in general. Pretty sure they were the patron deity of blacksmiths or something. Fumi hummed. You seem rather knowledgeable. Where did you learn this information? Tobai puffed up with pride from Izuku's lap. Some things you just know, you know. Inko giggled. I did help him use the computer. He has a hard time with his paws, but he is very vocal with directions. Dark Shadow and Izuku cackled, Tobai muttering about betrayals and Fumi just nodding solemnly. But Izuku could see his mouth curling into a smile. Finally, they arrived at the shrine. There were festival goers all around, including a lot of families. It was a festival of luck as well. Inari was associated with the southwest, the good direction. People were coming to wish the new year in and pray to Inari for good luck, so the rest of the year would be good too. Of course, the religious aspect wasn't the only, or even the main reason people came. Most people paid their respects and participated in the main festival, but then played games and ate delicious food. To be fair, they were also going to do that, but knowing the spirits and kami were actually real did mean Izuku and Fumi would be paying a bit more attention to the religious part as well, since it was going to be a while before the main ceremony thing. They wandered around, Izuku's mom trailing behind and making sure they didn't get trampled, short as they were. They played so many games. There was the scooper game, where you had a weak rice paper net and tried to scoop things out of the water, but both of them broke their paddles and didn't win anything. They played the string pull game, where you pulled on a string and something fell down as your prize. Fumi got a small bag of kettle corn, Dark Shadow gleefully claimed, and Izuku got a fabric ball that Tobai immediately snatched. There were also festival games, where they could win prizes, but they were both laughing too hard to do well, thanks to the antics of their spirit companions, so they didn't win anything. They ate dango, yakisoba, crepes, and they also got some shaved ice, despite it being February. Finally, it was time for the festival. Everyone piled near the shrine and began to chant, Oni wa soto, fuku wa achai, Oni go out, blessings come in. Izuku got a tickling feeling and pushed through the crowd to the surrounding forest. Catching a flash of tiger stripes, he exchanged a glance with Tobai, but the unsettling feeling didn't go away. He crept through the forest, using every single stealth technique Shiko had taught him. He heard a stick snap and he tensed. Hello. He glanced around, just seeing trees, including one that had a poorly hidden bright blue ogre behind it. Wait, what? He blinked. Are you okay? The Oni peeked a single baleful eye out. As soon as it made eye contact, it flinched back behind the tree. You can't see me, because you're hiding. The Oni scoffed. You're human. At least, I think you are. He peeked out again. You're human, aren't you? Izuku nodded. Most of the time. But, I can see you. Most other people can't, but it's something I've just always been able to do. He peeked out from behind the tree again. Humans are nothing but vermin. I was living peacefully, guarding my shrine, but then they kicked me out. Tobai bristled. That's not your shrine. The Oni seemed to see the kitsune for the first time. Hello, Oniko. I can assure you, the shrine is otherwise empty and ripe for the taking. My name isn't Oniko. And what do you mean the shrine is empty? Isn't Inari in there? The Oni raised an eyebrow, coming more out from the tree, letting Izuku get a good look at him. He was towering, a strong and vibrant blue, and had a single horn coming out of his head. He wore a tiger print loincloth and hefted a large iron club. His face was definitely the picture of an Oni, with a muzzle of sorts and protruding teeth. Inari has gone from this place, Oniko. It has been many moons since the god has graced their shrines with their presence. I have long laid claim to this abandoned shrine, despite humans kicking me out every year. Izuku shuffled. Why do you keep calling him Oniko? The Oni regarded him. If you have not realized his nature, I will not share. Now, human, are you going to cast me out, like all the others of your kind? His eyes widened and he shook his head. Oh, no, I mean, you live here. It's not right to just kick you out of your home. I just wanted to follow you, I guess. I had a bad feeling. What's your name, boy? Izuku blinked. You can call me Midori if you want. Is there something I can call you? The Oni snorted. You have done this before, little human. Very well, you may call me Ashio. What brings you to my home with the rest of the humans, if not to cast me out? Izuku shifted. We were actually looking for Inari, but since they aren't here, I guess just to enjoy the festival. And to meet you. Ashio seemed to consider him before chuckling. You are very strange, human Midori. You travel with an Oniko, reek of frog and bird, and do not fear me. And yet, I cannot help you. Inari, opposing Kami, is not here, is not in any of his shrines. He is gone. Where did he go? Then, Tobai barked, still flicking his tails in agitation. Ashio shrugged. Who's to say? It has been a long time since anyone has seen him, in this plane or the other. How? Izuku swallowed. How long? At least a century. Perhaps more. Time is difficult at my age. The Oni took a large step forward, bringing him far closer to the pair, and sat heavily on the ground. You, Midori, what are your ambitions? Izuku blinked. Well, I want to be a hero. A hero, slaying monsters. Izuku giggled. No, a hero is someone who fights villains and keeps everyone safe. Ashio hummed. Everyone? What is a villain? Izuku sat down as well, gently smoothing at Tobai's raised hackles. Well, a villain is someone who hurts people for their own gain, and I want to help everyone feel safe. Even if they think they don't deserve it, if I can do something about it, I will. Would you try to save a terrible Oni? Izuku blinked. Yeah, unless you were trying to hurt people. But you don't seem that bad, no matter what the legends say about Oni. Ashio just looked at him, picking him apart with his eyes, before he burst out laughing, a loud and rumbling laugh. You, he chuckled, are an odd human. If you find yourself facing a villain you cannot fight, call, and I will come. With that, he stood up and disappeared into the trees. Izuku muttered. What? Tobai chuffed. I don't like that guy, but if he likes you he must be at least a little decent. But why did he keep calling me Oniko? What a weirdo. Izuku. He glanced up to see Fumi and his mom come around a tree. Dear, she sighed, if you didn't want to join in the festival, you should have told us, not just run off. Oh, no, he beamed. I made a new friend. Tobai snorted. You used your Yabu charm to befriend a demon. Good for you, Yabu. Inko blinked. A demon. Oh dear, are you all right? Goodness, that was incredibly dangerous. Yep. Tobai pranced over, completely ready to throw Izuku under the bus. Yabu followed and talked to an Oni. Inko looked like she was about to pass out. Izuku, Fumi interjected. Are we still visiting the shrine? Both boy and fox wilted. No, Izuku muttered. Inari is missing, and has been for a while, by the sound of it. How can a god be missing? Dark Shadow chirped. Izuku looked in the direction the Oni had gone, the uneasy feeling creeping back, but suddenly he realized what it was. The area was empty. It felt so horribly empty. I don't know, he murmured, but I'm going to try and find out. Inari was in a haze of pain. They were being used like some bound spirit, forced to help the creation of abominations, spinning chakra for their captor, making them more powerful than before. Why had they answered the prayer? Why had they thought it was sincere when it was just a trick? Why had they gotten chained to this mortal? How long had it been? How long would it be? They were a kami, used to being prayed to, but for once they were doing the one praying. Please, they begged, please, find me. You are ready. Izuku blinked up at the Tengu. 4. He snorted, long nose bobbing slightly. You have forgotten. I am called Shikamaori, protector of this forest, bastion of this land. And long ago, I was known as the trainer of the ninja. You have sufficiently mastered both stealth and endurance, and it is now time for the next step of your training, weapons. Izuku blinked. Oh, that's right. You trained ninja and offered to teach me to fight. Wow, it's been so long. Wasn't I? 6. Susanoo, it's been 5 years. The Tengu chuckled. I see you have been spending plenty of time with Gamakichi of the Creek to take his expletives. But yes, it has been a few years. To you, it seems long, but I do believe you are now ready. You move silently through the woods and can run from one end to the other without stopping. Perhaps it is most often when you and Tobai are working together, but it is sufficient. I am still willing to teach you to fight, should you wish it. Izuku nodded rapidly. Oh, yes, please. Very well. There are a multitude of weapons that a ninja will have in their repertoire, and you will be attempting all of them to determine what will work best. He led Izuku into the woods, to a grove where there was a large stump, set up with a few different weapons. There were knives that Izuku recognized as kunai, shurikens, a sword leaning against the stump, a set of small and sharp metal needles, sai, nunchucks, a shorter sword, and a pair of eskrima sticks. Instantly, his eyes were drawn to the katana, because holy shit that was cool, but he was small and it was big. We shall try them all, so do not fear failure. I shall give you basic instructions, but choose your first weapon. Well, he couldn't help but pick up the katana leaning against the stump, slowly unsheathing it and letting the metal catch the light. Despite its length, it wasn't nearly as heavy as he thought it would be, but it was still long and a little awkward. He swung it experimentally, feeling like he was overbalanced. Already, it seems that perhaps you are not fit for the katana, but still, I will improve what I can. This is by far the most common weapon used by your predecessors, so I will admit I have the most experience with this. Shikamaru stalked up to him and gently corrected his stance, making him sit wider and lower on the balls of his feet. He felt much more stable, and with a demonstrative mime from the Tengu, he swung. It was still a little awkward, but it was far better than before. Maybe in a few more years, he would be able to fully wield a katana, but he was only 11 right now and it was a little big. Another time. Next, setting the katana aside, he drew next to the second most common weapon of the ninja, the shuriken. After instructing on his form and indicating a tree for a target, Izuku mimicked the throwing motion, following what the Tengu had demonstrated and hurled the throwing star with a flick of his wrist. It thunked against the tree, bouncing off entirely, but this felt much better, so he just tried a few more times. After his 7th try, a shuriken got lodged into the bark, and Shikamaru nodded approvingly. We shall train more with these later. Next, nunchucks were too annoying, and no amount of practice could make them less annoying. Sai felt largely unnecessary with the extra prongs, and while the eskrima sticks were cool, they felt rather lackluster when merging with Tobai would give him claws. What was the point of small staffs when you could just lunge at someone? The senbon he actually liked more than the shuriken, thin and pointy on both ends. They couldn't be spun like the shuriken, but they were far more precise. If he learned more about the human body, like from Gamakichi, then he might be able to hit pressure points. It would be a lot of practice, but they were smaller, compact, and all around fun. The kunai knives were also fun, and a nice dagger in case someone got close and he wasn't with Tobai. They could be thrown, used to make handholds, used for stabbing. They were pretty good, and he knew he would enjoy them. Finally, he took the very small sword. It was only about 8 inches long, including the handle, but the blade was flat and sharp. This is a tanto blade. It can be thrown, used for slashing, digging, and so on. It is perhaps less versatile than the kunai, but it can be used for more combat scenarios. It is not a mainstream weapon, but all ninja carried at least one. Izuku nodded, looking down at the straight blade, eyes wide. This would be interesting. 4 months later and he had picked out his weapons, the ones he would focus on. There would of course be days where, for a break, Shikamaru would have him work with one of the weapons he didn't pick, but he generally worked on the 3 weapons he chose. For his favorite, the tanto blade. Small, compact, and silent when slipping out of its case. Easy to conceal, light and barely noticeable. It was his favorite, by far. Next, the senbon, working at accuracy more than anything else. The thin needles were easy to carry, slipping a few into his sleeves, tucking them under a watch band, and he was doing research on pressure points, studying the best places to immobilize people. He also got the kunai, just to round out and have options, since all 3 were throwing weapons. And not spinning throwing weapons, he got better with all of them as he practiced, despite their diverse weights and shapes. He had also encountered a few more wayward spirits, including Funayure at the old trash beach. With no boats out for them to sink, they had come to the beach to sink trash into the sand. Scattering rice off the end of the breaking pier dispelled them easily enough, and he could breathe easy knowing they were gone and couldn't hurt anyone. Other than that, the spirits had been mostly harmless. The humans, on the other hand, were slightly less so. Holding Tobai back was probably the hardest part. And with Bakugo being, well, Bakugo, it was only a matter of time before something happened. Bakugo couldn't see Tobai, since Tobai usually spent the day in full spirit mode to avoid people, but the same way that Fumi and his mom could see a little. So could he, and Izuku could tell it irritated him to see something out of the corner of his eye, but looking directly at it made it disappear. Even more than that, Izuku couldn't help but talk to Tobai. When they weren't sharing a body, they both had to talk out loud, but it wasn't like anyone else could hear or understand Tobai, so all they heard was Izuku muttering to seemingly himself. Sure, they knew he was talking to one of his invisible friends, but that didn't stop people from making fun of him for having imaginary friends. Technically, only Bakugo and Tsubasa had seen evidence of his friends, but everyone saw him get fox characteristics every once in a while, so they couldn't make fun of him too much. He still got called the Demon Boy, though. In fact, as time went on, that became more frequent, not even just at school. walking past the neighbors and overhearing them talking about the strange possessed demon child. Well, there was only one of those he had checked. He could get away most of the time, since he had gotten exceptionally good at sneaking, but that was contingent on getting out of sight, which is where his endurance came in. Between his runs with Tobai and his runs through the forest, he was excellent at pathing and getting far from his original location. If he managed to leave line of sight, he could then slip into the shadows, never to be seen until the next time he was legally obligated to show his face. School was such good training. It was mostly Bakugo, but upperclassmen also tried to corner him and beat him up for something. Sometimes it was his fault that anything bad had happened. Apparently being able to see and talk to yokai meant you could give someone bad luck. So yeah, convincing Tobai to not maul people, even a little, was an adventure in patience. Honestly, Tobai muttered, picking at the tofu he had snuck out of his snack bag, I don't see why we bother. I'm sure you already know everything they could teach you. And then there's no reason to keep coming back. What could you possibly need to learn from these scrubs that a nice spirit couldn't teach you? Unless you can teach me math. Izuku snorted lightly, I have to stay in school. All hero schools have an academic requirement too, unless you've given up on being a hero with me. The kitsune puffed up in indignation. No way, Yabu, you aren't getting rid of me that easily. Plus, I'd miss Masuno and her cooking. You only love us for Mum's cooking. Midoriya. His teacher interrupted his thoughts and made his head shoot up. You're also planning on applying to UA, aren't you? He carefully schooled his face so he didn't pale considerably as Bakugo started growling and snapping. He carefully fingered the senbon tucked into the holder on his wrist, and purposefully pricked his finger, letting the pain shock him out of his spiral so he could listen. Might be able to talk to shitty demons, but you're still fucking useless. You can't be a hero, Deku, so don't even try or I'll kill you. He pursed his lips and looked away, lunging under his desk to grab the snarling Tobai. Bakugo noticed and sneered. Let me guess, your shitty power-up is trying to maul me again. Can't even do anything by yourself. Need to rely on your only friend. Pathetic. And of course, the teacher did nothing but tell the class to settle down, as if it was the entire class and not just Bakugo. Sure, the others had laughed, but they weren't nearly as loud as the volatile blonde. He spent the rest of the day writing in his notebook, looking over his different yokai he had encountered. He had a pretty good system, where he'd write an entry, and if and when he encountered them, he'd draw their picture to be as accurate as possible. Of course, his first entries were Tengu, Kappa, Kitsune, and Tsuchigumo. Of course, the end of the day had him slipping out of the classroom, already completely packed and ready to go before they were dismissed to avoid the inevitable shitstorm that was going to be Bakugo. And this whole UA thing, honestly, their teacher calling him out like that was so uncalled for. Izuku had so much going on, with weapons training and spirit interaction. He had been hearing rumors from Kamaji that there was a Nukakubai in the area that he definitely wanted to take care of before it got too bloodthirsty and started eating people. With barely a glance, Tobai leapt into him and they took off, speed enhanced by far. He was anxious to get home so he could start looking up how to get rid of Nukakubus and get out before the sun set, when spirits became most active. The faster they got a handle on this, the better. In another part of the city, a sewer grate slid with a gurgle and a slime villain slunk out, trying to avoid the #1 hero. He was caught within the next half hour, not having found a victim in time to hide from his pursuer. Izuku let out a breath, looking up at the imposing building. Izuku, Fumi sighed. We must go inside to take the test, or we will not attend. We were looking forward to sharing class with you and Tobai, but if it is not to be. Izuku shoved him lightly, but he smiled with the bird-headed boy. Geez, we must be rubbing off on you. You're making jokes. Dark Shadow peeked his head out, sparing a moment to nuzzle Tobai, who gleefully nuzzled back and giggled. Fumi is nervous and this is his way of coping. Tobai snorted. No reason to be nervous. You have Cage, and Cage is you. And I have Yabu, and Yabu has me. We're guaranteed to win, Kuro. Fumi huffed. I have provided you with a name, and yet you insist on using a different one. And calling me Black is a little on the nose, not to mention just calling Shadow, well, Shadow. Honestly, Izuku, how on earth do you put up with him? I dunno, I kinda like being called Bush. Fumi groaned as the other three laughed, finding themselves already in the testing location. Izuku flashed the two of them a grin, waving as Tobai leapt onto his shoulders. Good luck, you two. Time to kick some exam ass. Robots. Izuku wasn't quite sure how Fumi was taking the news, since they were in different testing grounds, but Shadow could tear through metal no problem, so he wasn't too worried. They were another story. Tobai was looking actually interested, and had shot off past the doors to scope out the testing grounds, leaving Izuku to check over his weapons. Weapons for the entrance exam could get approved, thankfully, but there was a good deal of paperwork involved, and a limit on what you could bring. Still, he had been allowed to bring his Tanto, his Senbon, and 5 kunai. Not a lot, but it was something. Present Mike was explaining the different robots when a loud blue-haired boy interrupted. raising his hand and not waiting to be called on to start speaking. The brochure says there's a fourth robot, unless it is a misprint, which is not befitting of a high-class institution such as UA. Also, you there, with the green hair, are you allowed to have those weapons? Izuku blinked up at the boy, but present Mike saved him from having to answer by chuckling. Thanks for the question, Examine 7111. There is indeed a fourth robot, worth 0 points, more of an obstacle than anything, so we recommend you avoid it. As for the weapons, if he has them, he filled out the paperwork and they are totally within regulations. Moving on, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He still wasn't amazing at talking to humans. Spirits were just so much easier to talk to in general, aside from Fumi, but he had been around Fumi for years. Meeting new people was completely different and also a little terrible. This kid seemed nice, if a bit stuck up, really focused on rules and making sure everything was correct. He zoned back in as Mike told them to go. After hesitating a mere moment, he took off, used to short start times and making the most of his time to move, courtesy of not hide and seek with Shiko. He ducked through people like they were trees, hearing Mike telling everyone else to go. And he caught a flash of orange, able to brace for the change as Tobai joined him. Instantly, his senses heightened. Okay, Yabu, just follow my directions and I'll guide you to the fodder. Tobai, he thought, how are we tearing through robots? Asia, put some power into our claws and we'll tear right through. We're super strong. Izuku shrugged as they came up on the first robot. Whatever worked. In the observation room, present Mike swirled in, having officially called for the start about a minute ago. Any cool cats so far? Nedzu hummed. We have a series of interesting applicants this year. Azashi couldn't help but try to find the green kid. It wasn't often someone ran out immediately, and he wanted to see what the kid could do. He really wasn't expecting him to be ripping robots to pieces. He wasn't even using his registered weapons, just tearing with claws. Whoa, since when had he had claws? Nedzu, what's that Examinee's quirk? Nedzu grinned. Spirit sighed. That made no sense. Why did he have claws? Oh, Snipe muttered. He's the one who filled out the weapon forms for the knives. Hazashi watched Shouter raise an eyebrow and inspect the screen for that testing ground a little closer. What does Spirit Sense have to do with his Vulpine features? Nedzu chuckled. He has help from an outside friend. Fully approved, of course, and perfectly in line with his quirk, as I can tell. He only has the tails and ears sometimes, after all. Majima whistled, looking at another screen. Look at this applicant. That quirk sure is powerful. Hazashi found himself casting another glance back at the green-haired kid, noticing Shouta watching him as well. This would be an interesting year. Yabu, on your left. He whirled to his left, seeing someone about to get brained by a one-pointer, and quickly threw a senbon in the delicate joint, stopping it temporarily. His senbon were strong, but he knew it wouldn't last. So he gently but quickly tugged the person out of the way, just as the arm came crashing down where they had been standing. They yelped in surprise, but he was already running again. Tobai had run out of directions, so Izuku shot up a building, claws on hands and feet giving him solid grips until he was on the roof of the building. He looked out over the city. He already had 32 villain points, making quick work of the ones Tobai had already scouted, but there were only a couple of minutes left in the exam. Suddenly, his tails flared out to help him keep his balance as everything rumbled, displacing the floor and causing him to crouch low, ears and eyes trying to pick out the source of the major earthquake. A few blocks away, a towering robot marked with a 0 emerged from the ground. Both of them bristled, tail swishing in agitation. It was big, mean, and a massive machine, one they weren't about to go after. That's the obstacle. Good God, Amaterasu, that's a hell of an obstacle. They were about to turn away, leaving the giant robot behind, when a shrill scream hit the shell of his ears, from the direction of the robot. With a running leap, he went to the next roof, sprinting in the direction of the yell, trying to get a better vantage point to see. It was a girl, trapped under rubble and looking sick, directly in the path of the lumbering 0-pointer. Okay, Tobai, what are our options? I don't think we can get down there and get her out of there in time, so we have to stop it somehow. Tobai made a noise in his head before groaning. High-intensity spirit fire might do it, but you'll be drained and we won't be able to stay together after you do it. You'll be left with your training, no spirit powers. Izuku sighed. Doable. Let's get down first so I don't have to find a different way down later. Using the windowsills as stopping points, he quickly made his way to the ground, the girl a middle distance of a block between both him and the 0-pointer. He took a deep breath and let Tobai start the fire before slowly filling it with chakra, letting it grow larger. Throw it now. Wheeling his arm back, he tossed it in an overhand throw, like he was hurling a kunai a particularly far distance, and the blue fire soared through the air, spreading out once it hit the 0-pointer like a bird unfurling its wings, engulfing the robot. After a few tense seconds, the fire began to spread, and Izuku knew it had really taken hold. He took the opportunity to dart forward to the girl. Can you move? She shook her head. I'm stuck. I used my quirk too much and I can't move. Izuku shuddered as Tobai was forcefully expelled from his body and resisted the urge to fall to his knee. He blinked away black spots and braced himself against the concrete on top of her. As he began to push at it, weaker than he would usually be, she also pushed up, the 0-pointer slowing and creaking, but still moving forward. Izuku gulped, trying to avoid the hot air that was slowly getting hotter as the robot crept closer. But Tobai helped give it one final push and the girl was able to crawl out. As soon as she was clear, Izuku released the concrete and it fell to the ground with a crash. He took a deep breath, feeling a little bit of chakra come back to him, and straightened a little, offering a hand to the brown-haired girl. Let's go. She was wobbly, and they weren't that fast, but the 0-pointer was a raging inferno, blue and red fire devastating its frame, and it wasn't making much lateral progress. A loud buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the exam. And they both breathed a sigh of relief before Izuku practically collapsed against a wall, trying to steady his breathing. It wasn't physical exhaustion, of course, it was the fact that he had drained most of his energy. He struggled to clear his mind and mimic water chakra, knowing that recovered a bit faster than most others did. And the girl sat down beside him. Thanks for saving me. He nodded. My name is... Izuku choked a little. Sure, he knew it was different for humans, but long-ingrained habits. No, can you sorry, I know this is weird, quirk thing, but can you instead introduce yourself by giving me something I can call you, instead of just giving me your full name? She blinked, but nodded. Yeah, no problem. You can call me Uraraka, then, I guess. Is it still okay if that's one of my names? Izuku nodded. As long as it's not your full name. And you start your introduction with you can call me, then it's fine. Sorry, again. It's nice to meet you, though. You can call me Midori if you want. She grinned. Sure, nice to meet you too, Midori. I don't think I've ever heard of a quirk thing like that. Must be interesting. Izuku snorted. One way to put it. It's mostly just a safety measure for certain circumstances, but I find it's good to get into the habit. Recovery girl rounded a corner and tutted. Goodness, could you not make it back to the entrance? They both winced as she looked them over. Uraraka got a kiss and she was ready to go. Ankle fixed and nausea down, and Izuku was given some gummy bears and told to rest, since he wasn't actually injured. They both thanked her and walked to the exits, waving and wishing each other luck on their results, when Izuku was abruptly picked up. Izu, he giggled. Hi, Shadow. How did you guys do? The shadow spirit set him down again and picked up the sleepy Tobai, curling around him and purring, letting Fumi do the talking. It was interesting. The bird boy nodded. I met an interesting person I think you would be rather interested in meeting, and I'm confident in my scores to pass. And you? Izuku chuckled softly. Had to use a lot of energy to take out the 0-pointer. But I saved a girl from getting turned into a Yurei, so that's always good. Dark Shadow cackled a little. The Yurei. Maybe there's already one for you to meet. Tobai yawned and whined pitifully. Can we go home? I'm hungry and tired. The other three barely concealed laughter, but they all walked out of UA, pep in their step, to head home. The letters came the next week, and of course they opened them together. Both got into 1A, the hero course, but their messages were a little different. Fumi got All Might announcing his acceptance, as well as his new teaching position at UA, and explained rescue points, of which Fumi had managed to get a few. Izuku, on the other hand, got Netsu. It seemed pretty straightforward at first, explaining rescue points and his final score, and congratulating him on getting into UA's hero course. But then it deviated. I'm looking forward to seeing you and your friend next year. If either of you need special accommodations, do let me know. I'm always happy to help out a fellow oddity. Everyone froze. Fumi was the first to recover. That seems to imply he could see Tobai. Tobai cocked his head to the side. But only spirits and special humans can see me. I was invisible the whole time, so that takes animals off the table. Yabu, didn't you say Netsu was an animal? There's no way he should have seen me. Izuku blinked. Of course, he said slowly, unless he isn't an animal at all. Inko sent them off with reminders of what to bring, making sure they were both fully prepared, and some packed fried adzuki beans for a snack later. They met up with Fumi and Shadow at the train station closest to UA and walked together in companionable silence, with Shadow and Tobai chatting about everything and nothing. But they were a nice background noise. A four-sided HQ building rose above them as they crossed the gate, other students trickling in, and they both stopped for a moment to take the sight in. Come on, Yabu, we gotta get to class. Izuku snorted. Class doesn't start for another 10 minutes, and we already looked at the map so we know where to go. Calm down, Tobai. Shadow giggled. Yeah, Tobai. We'll get there when we get there. The fox stuck out his tongue, making annoyed chattering noises, but only bounded a little bit ahead. They found the door to the classroom with 5 minutes to spare, and Izuku quickly opened the door. I must ask that you remove your feet from the desk. Fuck off, glasses. Izuku sighed. Great, the interrupter and Katsuki. The taller boy stiffened and straightened. I see. We have gotten off on the wrong foot. I am No names. Izuku didn't realize he had leapt forward until the boy jumped back a little bit, but he pressed on. Sorry, it's just, if you're going to introduce yourself, yes, you can call me or I am called, and then do not say your full name. Get into the habit, trust me. The boy blinked and slowly nodded. Very well. Then, you can call me Ida. May I ask why you insist on this manner of introduction? Izuku bit his lip, suddenly realizing he was talking to a human person that wasn't Fumi. So, it's a precaution thing. It might take a while to explain. Oh, but you can call me Midori. Deku, Izuku sighed. Or that, if you're Katsuki. Good to see you also got into 1A. The blonde sneered. How the fuck did a demon boy like you get in? Tobai leapt onto Katsuki's desk and flared his chakra, definitely now visible since both boys recoiled. I dunno, Tofu boy, how did someone as shitty as you get in? Katsuki was the first to recover. Tofu boy, what the fuck? Ada pushed up his glasses. Midori, did you let this wild animal into the classroom? Izuku sighed and grabbed a bristling Tobai around the waist, hugging him to his side and ignoring the 40-pound squirming bundle to look at it. I can assure you, he is not a wild animal, no matter how much he acts like it sometimes. You just can't understand him because you haven't been around long enough. Katsuki, fuck off. Katsuki has been around me since Tobai has, so he has a slight advantage. Also, he turned to the other boy. Pretty sure it's your coloration that made him call you Tofu boy. There was an insinuation that he would eat you, but, you know. Katsuki looked both startled and furious at this realization. Izuku, I would like you to meet someone. He looked up from the other two to smile at Fumi, trailed by a tall, silver-haired boy with multiple arms. Hi there, he chirped. You can call me Midori. It's nice to meet you. The boy nodded behind his mask, and one of his hands shifted to form a mouth. You can call me Shaoji likewise. Fumi bowed slightly. I met Shaoji at the entrance exam. He is, like us, a child of the night. Izuku blinked, then took in the boy's arms again, as well as his quiet nature, and nodded. Tsuchigumo, maybe, further back in the line. Not a direct descendant, but still, Midori. He whirled around to get jumped at by someone, and caught them and spun them around to skid across the floor. She shrieked a bit and flailed to keep her balance, and Izuku stood up out of his stance, eyes widening. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, you just startled me. She flailed for another second before finding her balance and giggling. That was really cool. I'm glad to see you got in, Midori. He nodded sheepishly, still embarrassed, and Tobai huffed, rubbing against his leg from where he had been hastily dropped. You too. If you're just here to socialize, you can leave now. Izuku whirled to the door and his first thought was Tsuchinoko because it looked like a fat yellow snake, then Nirana because of the face, and then, oh no, that's a human in a sleeping bag. The tired-looking man unzipped himself from the sleeping bag and stood, folding it carefully and hiding it behind the podium at the front of the class. With black hair hanging around his face, bags deep enough to bury a body around his eyes, and wearing what looked to be black sweats and a gray scarf, the man cast a critical eye over the class, hands in his pockets. It took you 6 seconds to quiet down, which is enough to get you killed in a fight. You can call me Aizawa. I'm your homeroom teacher. You should find a gym uniform under your desk. Put it on and meet me outside. Without another word, he swept out of the room, and Izuku was jolted back into awareness. With his manner of introduction, he had either heard Izuku and decided to humor him, or he was trained. Either way, they had a uniform to change into and a teacher to meet. Tobai was yipping at a tall, quiet boy who looked a little flustered, and Izuku couldn't help but sigh and tug on one of the kitsune's tails, making him yelp in irritation. Sorry, he muttered to the boy. Tobai, please stop bothering my classmates before I even have the chance to introduce myself. Tobai sat back, tails flicking. I was just catching up on gossip. It's not every day you meet someone who can speak fox. Izuku blinked and turned to face the boy. You can understand him. They hesitated for a moment, then shook their hand back and forth, indicating sometimes. Yeah, Tobai didn't hesitate to interject. When I'm speaking fox, he can understand. Not when I'm just talking, like now. But Kitsune have to be able to speak to the locals, you know. Oh, that made sense. Hadn't Tobai mentioned something like that before? Izuku bowed lightly to the other boy. Thank you for humoring him, if nothing else. You can call me Midori. You can call me Kei Kuda. The voice was barely a whisper, but Izuku smiled all the same, nodding. It seemed like Kuda wasn't one for speaking, at least not loudly or frequently like some, so Izuku was content to simply stand by the boy in silence. The two of them were soon joined by Fumi and Shaoji, and once the rest of the class was out, Aizawa began. We're going to be doing a series of tests. Similar to the fitness tests you've done before. He cast a critical eye over the crowd, but Izuku had a feeling it was mostly for effect, and called Katsuki to the front, tossing him a ball. What was your score on the ball throw? 67 meters. Try it with your quirk. Katsuki grinned and Izuku leaned over to Shaoji. Switch out the ears, he murmured, or this will be too loud. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Katsuki reared back and yelled die, explosions popping out of his palms and hurling the ball through the air. Aizawa looked at the tracker he had and raised an eyebrow. 705.2 meters. The class aside from their four erupted into excited muttering, and Izuku overheard one of the girls say, "This will be fun." Apparently, that was the wrong thing to say. Aizawa's eyes flashed red briefly. Hair seemingly ruffled by the wind and glared at all of them, quieted them instantly. Fun? You think this will be fun? I have 3 years to ensure that you don't go out into the field and get yourself or others killed. And you want to use that time to have fun? No, this is not fun. Perhaps this will make you take things more seriously. Whoever comes in last place will be expelled. What? But that's not fair. He turned to the person who had spoken, someone Izuku couldn't see through the crowd. Since when has anything in life been fair? Is a villain fair? Is a hurricane? Is a landslide? No, nothing in the hero world is fair. And that's something you'll need to get through your heads, and fast. Since UA is the top hero school, we teachers have license to do whatever we feel is necessary, including those we deem unfit. Now, let's start with the sprint. Izuku felt like he should be nervous, but he wasn't. He already knew all of this, Shikamaori having enforced the concept often enough. In a world full of dangerous spirits and dangerous villains, you had to do everything in your power to keep yourself and others alive. Playing around with that sort of danger was what got people killed. Tobai leapt into him, and they got to work. He wasn't last by any stretch of the imagination. He wasn't first, of course, but with Tobai and no need for chakra usage, he knew going into the final test that he was doing just fine, if not great. While he didn't have the chance to show off his stealth, a core part of his skill set, and didn't have anything he could really use his weapons for, he was left with the physical endurance and strength that he and Tobai had worked to build for the past 6 years, almost, and that served him remarkably well. Now, it was time for the final test, the ball throw, attended to in class order with the exception of Katsuki, who had, of course, already gone. This was something he was good at. Of course, throwing a ball was quite different from throwing a kunai, or Izanagi for Bit Ascendant, but he had an excellent throwing arm and pretty great aim, if he did say so himself. It wasn't difficult to coil the muscles in his arm and throw. He immediately noticed something was wrong as soon as the ball left his hand and everything burned. He whirled around, trying to figure out why the hell his senses had gotten duller, why his power had gone down, why the ball hadn't flown nearly as far, and why it felt like he had been stabbed. And met Aizawa's raised eyebrow and burning red eyes. Not a bad throw, considering you lost your main advantage. I guess you aren't all your friend. Izuku paled and whirled around, but Tobai was nowhere to be seen. Like regaining his balance, the world seemed to right itself, along with a cry of Yabu. Izuku swept the kitsune up in his arms and took a moment to steady his breath, then turned to his teacher, eyes now dark. Eraserhead. Why? Aizawa seemed more surprised to be recognized than the obvious lack of a question. But Izuku lived and breathed underground heroes, and the emotion was quickly dulled. Why did I erase your quirk? I wanted to ensure you actually had a good base and weren't just riding on the power of your companion. Izuku could feel Tobai bristle in his arms, but just hugged the fox a little tighter and kept his voice low. You could have asked. This isn't something I can turn off, so you can imagine how. He rolled the words around in his mouth, trying to find the right ones. Disconcerting it was, to be without an entire sense. It would be like if you suddenly lost the ability to hear, sensei. If you wanted to see my abilities while quirkless, you should have asked. It's only polite. Most of the class looked a little tense with how quiet and dangerous Izuku's voice had gotten, but he couldn't bring himself to care. For a moment, his connection to the spirit world was just gone, and the disconnect physically felt like something was being torn from him. Perhaps it was the forcible removal of Tobai, since his chakra connections that allowed for a seamless bond had been all but gone, or maybe it was the yin energy itself being shoved away. Regardless, Aizawa considered him for a moment and inclined his head. Forgive me, you're right. Unless the situation is dire, I will ask before I do that again. Is that acceptable? Izuku pet Tobai a little, looking into the kid's amber eyes, and the fox chuffed. Taking that for approval, he nodded. If you'd like to throw the ball again, you can. Izuku shook his head. Everything is messed up now. I need to recover before Tobai can possess me again. Wait, the fox is possessing you? Izuku blinked at the small grape-headed boy and nodded slowly. We made a deal to become heroes together. It's not like he's controlling me. Minda just kept staring, a little horrified. You let the weird fox thing in your head. What the fuck? Fumi bristled as Shadow came to the forefront, but didn't try to haul the bird spirit back. Hey, don't be mean. Tobai isn't a weird fox. He's Spirit Ken, and he's really cool. Izuku took the opportunity to slip back into the crowd, ducking behind Shaoji and Kuda, both plenty tall for cover, and Aizawa sighed. Minta, come over here and throw the ball. His tone was dangerous, and Minta was quick to obey, giving a mediocre toss at best. But even when Yaoyorozu went next, he kept casting bewildered and almost disgusted glances at Izuku, blocked in on all sides by his new friends. And here are the final scores. I'm not going to give you the breakdowns. Izuku found his name at a nice 9th place, but was stopped from checking the position of the others by a harsh cry. What do you mean I'm last? There's no way. Aizawa looked at the smaller boy without a hint of regret. Because, now, go pack your things and head to the office. Yaoyorozu sputtered and paled. I thought it was just a ruse. Aizawa shrugged and turned away, but not before looking Izuku in the eye. You thought wrong. Aizawa Shouto was really trying not to fidget, but Jesus Christ, Nedzu was terrifying when he wanted to be, and it seemed he really wanted to be right now. Would you like to explain yourself? The tone was sweet, but it dripped like venom regardless. Shouto swallowed. I didn't know. I fully intend on apologizing further, and I have already assured him it won't happen again unless the situation is dire, but I don't think it will be. Nedzu cocked his head. Explain to me your thought process that led to your decision. When you informed me that his spirit friend was helping, I wanted to make sure he had abilities of his own and wasn't just relying on Tobai, the kitsune. If there was a situation where he didn't have the fox, I wanted to ensure he wouldn't be a liability. And like he said, you could have asked. Shouta nodded slowly. Yes, I could have. I should have. I didn't realize it would have that adverse an effect on him. Nedzu hummed lightly. Tell me, Eraserhead. Oh no, he was pissed. What do you know of energy? Kai, chakra, power, whatever you want to call it. He shifted uncomfortably. Only as much as you've told me. So, not much. Everyone has it, in varying amounts, and has different affinities, I think was the word you used. Correct. What you do not know is that most quirks are directly or indirectly tied to, at the very least, the nature of your energy, if not the system itself. In the case of our new friend, it is so directly tied to his system that when you disabled his quirk, it completely disrupted everything. I'm sure you noticed, as he wasn't able to do anything afterwards. He nodded. Imagine fracturing a bone. I'm sure it's happened before. You are underground. Now imagine fracturing a bone 8 different times, all over your body at once. I do imagine that is what our friend experienced, to some degree. His system was likely in complete disarray, slowly putting itself back together because of your recklessness. Do you understand what I'm getting at here? He swallowed around the lump in his throat, but nodded. Good. I will be speaking to him tomorrow, during homeroom. I trust you have no problems with that. He really didn't. Shadow fussed over him and Tobai all the way to school, making sure they were both okay. But after a full night's sleep, all his chakra was back in order, and Tobai had never been hurt in the first place, just scared. Fumi was also slightly overbearing, guarding Izuku the entire way and glaring at anyone who tried to come close, save for Shaoji and Kuda once they were on school grounds. They were trusted. Aizawa was in the classroom when they got there, and he cast a tired glance at Izuku. Nedzu wants to see you during homeroom, but I know you're here if you want to go now. With a last pat for Shadow, both Tobai and Izuku went right back through the hallways towards the principal's office. In another world, Izuku would be worried about going to see the principal on day 2, but he had a feeling based on his acceptance letter that it wasn't going to be anything bad, and he would finally get some answers. Maybe. Nedzu was super smart, after all. The door opened before he could knock, but Izuku shrugged and walked in anyway. Ah, hello there. What would you like me to call you? You can call me Nedzu, of course. Izuku blinked. You can call me Midori if you'd like. It's nice to meet you, Nedzu. Tobai leapt onto the chair in front of the desk so he could put his paws on the edge of said desk and stare the principal down. And I'm called Tobai, and you shouldn't be able to see me. Nedzu chuckled. It is good to meet you both. Tobai, would you mind terribly if Midori sat in that chair? Tobai huffed and scooted over, quickly climbing on Izuku's lap and curling up with a huff, eyes never leaving the white mammal. Would you like some tea? Izuku startled, but nodded. Thank you. Oh no, thank you. It is truly a pain to have to expend energy on being seen. Izuku blinked, then his eyes widened. Both Tobai and Izuku yelled, realizing it at the same time. You're a yaokai. Indeed, he chuckled, but do you have an idea of which kind? No matter, that is not what I called you in here for, but let me know if you have a guess before you leave. I am curious to hear your thought process. Izuku sipped at the gentle tea, and he blinked. I recognize this tea. Nedzu smiled around his own teacup. The Boiler Man does make wonderful blends. I am rather fond of this one in particular. Well now, Midori, tell me, what is the scope of your experience with the supernatural world? Izuku absent-mindedly ran a hand through Tobai's fur, stroking an ear, and hummed. I think, according to Kamajiji, I saw his true nature as a baby, but my first major encounter was with a kappa. He's pretty nice. He's healed me a few times. I still carry his scale, since he gave a replacement that one time, but luckily I haven't needed to use it. There's obviously Tobai, but I also know a Tengu and have met an Oni, plus various types of Yurei. The Tengu taught me a lot, and without him I doubt I'd be here. Nedzu smiled. This Tengu, what forest does he reside in, if you do not mind me asking? Oh, just the one in Mustafa. He likes peanut butter crackers. Another chuckle. Ah, to think he would take another student after all this time. You were in very good hands, Midori. Izuku blinked. You know him. Nezu raised a paw. Of him. We have never really crossed paths more than twice, but I did stop in when I decided to settle here to inform him. We did not cross paths, of course, but he took the offering for what it was. Why? Why wouldn't he have taken another student? Nezu slouched slightly, more of a loss of mirthful energy than actual slouching, but his eyes were sad despite the soft smile. As you may know, Tengu were the trainers of the ninja, those they deemed worthy. Do you know when ninja stopped being trained? His brow furrowed in thought. It was definitely a while ago. Maybe the 1,700 seconds. Ah, late by 2 centuries, but a solid guess. Do you know why they stopped being trained? I'm guessing it's not because they didn't need ninja anymore. It is not. Nezu set his teacup down. Then were systematically hunted and killed, simply for the burden of being ninja. Most Tengu swore to never train again. The loss of their students was too great. Nezu picked up his tea again, giving a sip in the silence before continuing. I would like to say that UA has fostered this with their own teachers, but hopefully it will never come to the death of students. Regardless, teachers bear a certain responsibility of care towards those they teach, and you are no exception. Izuku blinked. If this is about Aizawa, I don't think he realized what he was doing, and he promised it wouldn't happen again. And yet, Nezu sighed, it should not have happened in the first place. On behalf of UA, I would like to formally apologize for the carelessness of one of our staff. As it is, we, or I at the very least, owe you. Tobai jumped up. You owe us. I mean, you owe him. Yabu, this is great. You can make him do basically anything. Izuku smiled weakly. Is it alright if I keep that favor in my back pocket? I'm really quite content with things right now. I won't turn it down, because that would be horribly rude. And also Tobai and Gamma and Shiko would hang me up by my ankles, so yeah. But I accept your favor and your apology. It is in the past. Nezu nodded. Excellent. Before I send you away, I will admit I am a little curious. Would you indulge me? It depends on what you would like me to indulge you in, but in general, probably. Nezu steepled his fingers with a pleased grin. I am under the impression that to possess someone with no ill effects, you need not only a contract of promise, but the same nature. Either you have the same nature as your friend here, or you have managed a nature transformation. Ah, no, I have yin chakra. He has fire. I changed to suit him. Yin, he hummed. I suppose I should have expected it due to your quirk, but that is very intriguing news. To indulge me, could you tell me my nature and change to it? Izuku blinked, but nodded. Easy enough. He hadn't practiced the meditation part in a long time, just knowing the natures and how to switch to them. But to discover someone else's nature required a bit more conscious thought. He closed his eyes, feeling Tobai still on his lap to help him concentrate, and felt himself settle into the quiet calm and still of what was essentially his mindscape. Directly in front of him, as expected, was a ball of fire, so familiar it was easy to push past it. Nezu wasn't sitting any farther than Kamakichi had been when he had first tried this, so finding him in the otherwise neutral environment was easy. Where Nezu was sitting behind his desk was something cold and warm and wild. And all at once, Izuku was reminded of Fumi and Shiko. Wind was not altogether different from water, but it was far more energetic, and convincing the quiet yin chakra to become the flowing breeze was not his easiest transformation. Still, he knew the wind intimately, and it filled him like taking a deep breath. He opened his eyes, feeling jittery and ready to run around, to leave the confines of this chair, this room, this school, to run, and Nezu was grinning gleefully. Well done. An excellent change of nature, no easy feat. Thank you for indulging my curiosity, Midori. Homeroom will be over in 5 minutes, if you would like to get back to class. Izuku grinned back and bowed lightly, dipping his head. Ah, and I do have a guess, but I'm not sure. Please. Izuku scratched his head. Even as he stood up, Tobai nimbly jumping to drape himself across Izuku's shoulders, and hummed. Well, there aren't many animal yokai. Though I know you could be shapeshifting, it seems unlikely, since this is your common and default form. You aren't a kitsune, nor are you a snake, spider, or cat. I'm tempted to say Inumaki, because you often ask if you're a dog, mouse, or bear, but it seems unlikely. You aren't shy enough to be a Mujina. And you certainly aren't a Kappa, which only leaves one option. Nezu's eyes sparkled and Izuku grinned wryly. Principal Nezu, are you a tanuki? He clapped his paws together joyfully. Not quite. Your reasoning is sound and well thought out, but look into more yokai some other time. We will have to chat more in the future, but for now, go with my blessing. Izuku bowed lightly again and scrambled back to class, giddy. Nezu was a yokai, and Izuku had been close to guessing what type. If nothing else, he had certainly narrowed it down. He'd have to do more research on animal yokai later to really figure it out and maybe cross-reference skills. Looking up skills will help him maybe figure out that favor if he doesn't want something from the principle of UA instead. Maybe not, but it'll be cool. Tobai chuffed from his shoulders. Don't get too excited, Yabu, I still think he's dumb. Izuku frowned. But Nezu is literally Mr. Principal. He's one of the smartest heroes out there, if not the smartest. He stopped in the middle of the hallway. Wait, do you know what type of yokai? Tobai stuck his nose in Izuku's ear and the boy yelped, much to the pleased chattering yips from the fox. But before he could scold him, Tobai spoke. Don't think too hard, Yabu, you'll hurt your head. Izuku rolled his eyes and tugged lightly on one of Tobai's tails, making the kitsune yelp in indignation. He ducked into the classroom and took his seat just as Present Mike walked in the room. Hey there, little listeners. You can call me Yamada, and we're gonna learn English. Yeah, I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. Tobai geckered in laughter from Izuku's lap, clearly amused with the number one hero, for all that he was far too loud and also definitely not coming through the door like a normal person. Izuku had always been a fan, of course, of the American-styled hero, but he knew better than to assume he'd be a hero like All Might with his power set, and he was more than happy to accept that. Shikamaru and heroes like Edshot or Eraserhead were much more up Izuku's alley for inspiration. All Might was cool, though, and being in his actual presence pulled at something in Izuku. Before he could get the chance to analyze the pull, All Might flipped up a card labeled Battle. We will be having battle trials. Of a sorts, he stuttered a little. My original idea was shot down in favor of a different one, but fear not. There shall be fighting, and for that, you will need to look the part of a hero. He pressed a button and cases sprang out of the wall, numbered 1 to 20 based on seat number. Number 19 was missing. Put these on and meet me in ground beta. Izuku tenderly gathered box 18 and grinned down at it. He felt fairly proud of the design he had come up with, and had gotten approval for his Tanto along with some Senbin and Kunai. Not as much as he'd like to have, since they were still dangerous weapons. Hell, the fact that he was allowed them at all was probably Nezu meddling, which Izuku couldn't help but be grateful for. Sure, Tabu, Yabai, or whatever they were called while together, had sharp claws, but come on, throwing weapons. His penchant for sharp, pointy objects should be considered worrying, shouldn't it? Izuku strapped on his costume gleefully, feeling the soft fabric covering the sturdy protections, the magnet clothes cross-slit in the back for tails, and he could feel the cold tile. Since he would often be fighting with Tobai and not without, the bottoms of his feet past the bridge were completely bare, toes that would often have claws bared for the whole world to see. He was basically wearing a compression sock, hooking from his ankle to around the arch of his foot, but leaving all the parts that actually touched the ground bare. He was super used to walking around barefoot anyway, especially in the forest, so it wasn't like he'd hurt his feet or anything. The socks were tucked into the slightly baggy leggings, white bandages binding his shins and tightening the fabric of the leggings. At his waist was a belt, weapon pouch securely fastened. His Tanto was in a sheath on his back, above where the tails would come out, and his long-sleeved shirt had a mask attached to cover his neck and mouth, leaving his human ears uncovered. He could pull it down, of course, but it was dual purpose. His sense of smell got vastly enhanced when he and Tobai were one. In the forest, it wasn't a problem, but anywhere where people frequented was asking for him to get sick, so he had added it to his costume. He had wanted a full ninja mask, covering his hair as well, but it would have gotten in the way of his fox ears, so instead he opted for a headband made of the same dark blue, almost black fabric as the rest of his outfit. Underneath everything was a metal mesh, or in the case of the headband, a metal plate, as a means of protection. His costume might look like just fabric, but Shikamaru had made damn sure he was protected. He patted the small vial on a string, tucked under his shirt even now, and smiled softly. It seemed like a lot of spirits were making sure he was protected these days. Midori, you look like a ninja. He grinned at Uraraka, looking like a rather pink astronaut. Thanks, you look really good too. All Might boomed in laughter in front of the cityscape grounds, standing next to Ectoplasm, as he looked out at the class and drew everyone's attention. Ah, you all look like little heroes. They say the outfit makes the hero, and they are correct. Now, we are prepared to fight. Well, not fighting, per se, but pretty close. Ecto, would you like to explain this one? The ghost hero turned to look at All Might, a little incredulous. This is your lesson, is it not? All Might chuckled nervously. Well, yes, but... Right. Okay, so, as you can see, my fellow staff member has a bell. Ectoplasm held up a small golden bell. I will be dividing the class into 5 groups of 4. Sensei, Ida called out. There are an odd number of us. How will we divide the groups evenly? All Might's sweat dropped a little. Well, there will be a group of 3 instead of 4, but they will go last, so they have the most time to strategize. May I continue? Yes, excuse me for interrupting. All Might nodded, smiling broadly. Not at all, young Ida. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, there will be groups of mostly 4 with one group of 3. Your task will be to get in, retrieve the bell from ectoplasm, and then escape successfully without getting the bell retaken. Are there any questions? How are we going to determine teams? All Might nodded. An excellent question, young Ashido. It will be by random lottery. What? Ada blinked. But that is not efficient. What purpose does that serve? Well, Yaoyorozu hummed. We will not always be able to pick the heroes who show up to the scene. It would be good to learn to work with multiple people. I see. Pardon my question. All Might chuckled. No worries. Now, please come forward and pick a number from this box to determine your teams. Izuku pulled out the number 4, as did Fumi. Shaoji got a 5, and Kuda got a 1. Izuku hissed lightly. Bad luck, if these are the order. The other 2 members of the team were Asui and Uraraka, the girl from the entrance exam, and Izuku was largely pleased with this random selection. First up, Team 1. Come forth. Ah, so it was in order. Joy. Kuda nervously walked up as ectoplasm disappeared into the cityscape, aiming for a specific large building, followed by 3 other boys. Aoyama of Seat 1, decked out in a sparkly blue cape and flamboyant glasses on top of shiny armor. Kaminari of Seat 7, in a mostly black outfit, with what looked to be a headset on his head, and Kirishima of Seat 8, who was wearing barely anything, honestly, going fully shirtless. You will have half an hour to get the bell and escape. To increase your chances, we have limited the search area to a single building. A large building, of course, but still an enclosed area. Perhaps the size of an American football field. Anyway, your time starts now. The 4 of them ran into the city, heading for the same building ectoplasm went to, and All Might started herding the rest of them to a viewing room. Please take the time to observe your classmates so you are more prepared when it is your turn. Izuku still stood by his team, but he couldn't help but be drawn to the screens. After a quick conference, Kuda sent off animals to scout the building, the other 3 sticking around and trying to listen, it looked like. On the villain side of things, ectoplasm already had several clones out. He squinted and gave a gentle tug on one of Tobai's tails from where he was perched on his shoulders. You want a boost? Yes, please. Tobai melted into him, and he took a closer look with enhanced vision. Every single ectoplasm clone had a bell. Izuku couldn't help but suck in a breath. How would they know which one was the real one, even if they found one of the clones? Several animals reported back, no doubt giving conflicting reports, and the group of 4 had no choice but to set out to search on their own. 6 clones later, they were no closer to figuring out the real one, and definitely no closer to the bell. Time ran out, and the 4 of them came back, leaving Ecto in the building, and All Might clapped Kirishima on the back. No need to worry, you all worked well together and tried to use your strengths. Next group, Group 2. Todoroki, Ashido, Ada, and Satu stepped forward, going into the building. They had a much better strategy, to a certain point. Todoroki would freeze any clone they found in place, and either one of the other 2 boys would kick or punch, or Ashido would spray them with acid to check if it was the real deal. In most cases, they were finding clones, but they made good progress, and soon, the method paid off. With a little under 10 minutes left on the clock, they found the real ectoplasm, and Todoroki quickly locked him down, letting Ada swipe the bell and start booking it for the exit, followed closely behind by Ashido to cover their tracks. Satu and Todoroki stayed behind to keep ectoplasm occupied. Izuku bit his lip gently, mindful of sharp fangs, as the other clones seemed to narrow in on the fleeing bell keepers, cutting them off before they could even get close to the exit. They ran out of time before they could escape with the bell. Ah, a mighty fine showing, and excellent teamwork and strategy. Group 3, go forth. Bakugo, Shiro, Hagakure, and Anjuru ran for the building. They seemed to be trying a similar strategy to the group before, with Shiro winding the hero in tape, and Bakugo exploding them violently or Anjuru smacking them with a tail, making them turn into white goo splatters. They, however, weren't as fast at distinguishing, and had just found the real ectoplasm when the timer ran out. Bad luck, but an excellent showing, good use of previous experience. It was now their turn. As they ran into the city, making for the building and waiting for the buzzer to sound, Asui spoke. Do we have a plan? Uraraka tapped her fingers together thoughtfully. We seem geared towards mobility, but unless we have a way to figure out the real one, we're kind of toast. This place is a huge maze. Hey, Tobai. Yeah, Tobai, can we smell the one that isn't a clone? Do they smell different? No, I don't think so. Same substance, even if they're like low-grade copies. Izuku stopped short. That's it. They all stopped, just outside the building, and they all exchanged glances. Shadow crowed. What do you figure out? The clones are just low-grade copies, meaning if I use my sensing, I can find the real one. The girls looked perplexed, but Fumi just nodded. Discover the true enemy, Izuku, and we shall follow. Izuku closed his eyes with a breath, looking for the singular strong chakra signature in the building. The clones had signatures, but they were flickering candles as opposed to the shining beacon that was the original, and Izuku had a location and a feeling. His eyes shot open, pupils slitting at the sudden light, and he grinned coyly. All right, I have a lock. I should be able to tell the difference on sight, but even if not, I have a general direction. Asui nodded. Then we should go. Our time has long since started. They just completely ignored and avoided clones, beelining for the real one, the pulse of heavy earth chakra drawing Izuku like a moth to the flame, until they rounded the corner. Izuku's ears flicked forward and he immediately hauled them all back, hissing in discontent. He caught on, Fumi muttered, and has coalesced the forces of darkness against us. The room was filled with clones, no doubt from all over the building. Of course, a pro hero would have caught on to their plan by now. Maybe they hadn't been as sneaky as they had thought, and Izuku couldn't really blame them for being a little louder. I mean, Uraraka was technically wearing heels. Izuku bit his lip, extending his senses to get a read on the room. It was tall, with high ceilings, and almost a perfect square. There were a few doors, and they were from what looked to be one of the smaller entrances. Anyone have a read on the time? Shadow leaned in close in an exaggerated whisper. You have 8 minutes and 34 seconds left. Izuku had long since stopped questioning spirits and their odd knowledge. Asui, Uraraka, team up to go for the bell. Fumi and I can tear through the clones to get you a clean shot. Then you need to run. Pretty sure most of the clones are in there. The frog girl inclined her head. Call me Tsu. And what do you propose we do? Uraraka can float you. You can use your tongue to grab it. I think. I don't actually know. As Tsu nodded. I can. Please clear a path. Uraraka nodded as well, eyes alight. Can you do that fire trick again? The one from the entrance exam. Izuku grimaced. Not as large, but yeah, I can get a good portion of the room like that. Shadow, is that fine? Spirit fire is totally cool. Izuku snorted. That it is. Right, on me, then. Uraraka floated herself and Tsu to the other side of the door, around and out of sight, as Izuku gathered fire in his palms. It was still just as blue, and just as cold, and it grew with each exhale until it was just thinner than the door. He locked eyes with everyone else and nodded, hurling it inside. The effect was immediate. Outcry and hissing as a good third of the clones turned to goo, and both boys rushed in, claws bared to start shredding. Izuku kept his eyes locked on the real ectoplasm, carving a path to the hero and letting his reflexes keep him and Tobai safe. Fumi and Shadow had no problems on their own, tearing through clones as well. A pink tongue shot through the air, latching onto the little golden bell, muting the chime before it retracted. Release. Ectoplasm growled slightly. Oh no you don't. Fumi was there in an instant, Shadow wrapping around the head of the hero to prevent him from spitting out more clones. And Izuku whirled around to the girls, eyes wide. Go. He tore through clone after clone, Fumi taking on the main hero for the most part, even getting flung off, and he could only hope that his theory was right and most of the clones were here, giving them a straight shot for the entrance. Group 4 wins. Please return to the viewing station. They both immediately slumped and Izuku blinked. He sucked the residual fire back in, feeling a little more energy return, and smiled at the ghost-like hero. Thanks. The hero looked confused, but the two boys had already turned to leave before he could ask what the thanks was for. Congratulations, All Might boomed. You successfully acquired the bell. Izuku spared a glance at the seething Bakugo, before smiling lightly at the hero. He turned to the girls and offered them both high fives. Glad to see you made it. Sue nodded, and Ashido pushed her way forward. Oh my gosh, you made a beeline right for him. How did you know which one was the real one? Izuku blinked. Oh, I can sense people's energy if I concentrate. And his clones didn't have the same signature. They were way weaker. The pink girl grinned. You can. That's super neat. Izuku nodded slowly. Yeah, I guess so. Like, you're. He closed his eyes, reaching for the space directly in front of him. He blinked, surprised. Oh, you're a water type, but there's some fire too. I guess that makes sense, with the acid and all. Her eyes glittered, but Bakugo scoffed, rolling his eyes. Shut the fuck up, nerd. Just because you got the shitty bell doesn't mean you're suddenly hot shit. All Might coughed. Speaking of the bell, we still have one more group. Group 5. Yaorazu, Shaoji, and Jiru headed for the building. Uraraka was bouncing on her feet, only sort of watching the monitors. You can see like elemental energy types of people. That's so crazy. Izuku scratched his head. Just a quirk thing, I guess. Her eyes sparkled and she leaned in more. I gotta say, I'm super curious. He obligingly closed his eyes, feeling her energy signature before opening his eyes. Earth with a bit of wind. She hummed, rocking back on her feet. Earth because of the gravity thing. That's so weird. Is it just the 4 main elements? Izuku noticed the group of 3 was actually in the building, so he smiled apologetically. I can tell you at lunch, if you'd like. She nodded eagerly, catching on and turning to face the screens herself. With 3 people, they had a disadvantage, but on the other hand, ectoplasm could only make so many clones, and Izuku and Fumi had gotten a lot of them. Plus, they had the most time to prepare and strategize, making up for the lost member. Jiru and Shaoji were apparently the scouts, and Yaoyorozu made a gun. Any clones they came across were summarily shot with what looked to be airsoft pellets, until all three found themselves with the original ectoplasm, who by this point was looking a little worse for wear. In a blur of movement, Shaoji grabbed the bell and tossed it back to Yaoyorozu, who made an electric scooter just like she had during the quirk apprehension test, leaving the other two to hold off the pro. Shaoji was just strong, and Jiru would send pulses of beats through the ground to disrupt the hero's footing, letting Yaoyorozu escape before any clone could catch her. The battle trials, the bell test, was over. Normally, lunch was a rather quiet affair, with Fumi, Shadow, Kuda, Shaoji, and of course, Tobai. Today, it was not quiet in the slightest. Multiple people had overheard the conversation with Uraraka, so they had new additions to the table, Tsu and Uraraka, of course, but also Ashido, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, and Ada. The table felt rather small, all things considered. Kaminari immediately demanded his chakra nature to be read. But everyone did look a little curious, so Izuku just went ahead and looked at everyone. No surprises, Kaminari is lightning-natured. Well, what? I didn't think lightning was an element. Izuku scratched his head. If you're thinking of the cardinal elements, then yes, but chakra doesn't. There are technically 7 types. There's the cardinal 4, water, wind, earth, and fire, then lightning, yin, and yang. Yin is considered spirit chakra. Yang is considered body chakra. Most people have elemental types, but everyone can use yin and yang to an extent. Yaoyorozu cocked her head. What is your chakra nature, Midori? Well, yin. I can change my nature to match anything, probably because of my quirk. But yin, or spirit energy. Shaoji, you're actually mostly yin and yang, more than most. Also a little bit of water. Ashido was way too excited about this. You said I'm water and fire, right? But aren't those two opposites? Izuku bit his lip. Chakra is weird. While yes, fire is weak to water, water to electricity, electricity to earth, earth to wind, and wind to fire, despite being technically opposing natures, they can work together. In your case, it has to do with the fact that your quirk is literally a liquid that burns. It fits the best. For Kaminari, he's pure lightning because his quirk is strictly electricity. Kuda is strictly earth, but I'm not sure why. Kirishima is too, but his makes more sense since he hardens into a rock-like form. Uraraka put her chin on her hand. I get why I have earth, but why wind? Oh, is it because I make things float? I guess that would make sense. He nodded. I don't know for sure. Tsu, you're mostly water with a little earth. Yaoyorozu, you're the same but with more earth. If I had to guess, you're dual-natured, more so than anyone with a minor affinity. Your quirk is creation, is it not? Can you make living things? She shook her head. I can only make inorganic things with my quirk. That's a little odd. If you break down the natural chakra of plants, it's a combination of earth and water in equal parts, like your chakra. I would have thought you could make plants and such, but you know your quirk better than I do. Ada nodded. I must say, I am curious about my own nature, if you do not mind. Izuku smiled. No, not at all. You're purely wind-natured, kinda like Fumi, but he has some yin from Shadow that bleeds over. Uraraka cocked her head. I wonder what the rest of the class is. Like, Bakugo has to be fire, right? Because of the explosions. Izuku snickered a little. You'd think, wouldn't you? But nope, he's earth-lighting, dual-natured. No way, Ashido boomed. Not even a little fire. None at all. That's crazy. Kaminari flopped his head on the table. Man, are there any fire people in our class at all? Or are we down warmth and raging infernos? Ashido shoved him. Might be minor, but it'll still burn you. Izuku looked around the cafeteria at some of his other classmates, then shrugged. Too many people around for me to get an accurate reading on anyone else at this distance. But I'm sure we have someone. Earth, water, and wind are definitely the most common for people, but nothing is uncommon from what I've seen. Haven't practiced my sensing a lot before this, but I did when I first figured it out. And there were 3 fire-natured people in my middle school class. Tobai poked his head over the table, swallowing the bean bun he had. And I, he declared, am the best fire user ever. Shadow giggled and patted the other spirit on the head. Yes, you are, the great and mighty Tobai. The whole table laughed and Tobai just puffed up in pride, then went back to his lunch. It was a good day. You all have to pick a class president. Tobai immediately leapt to the front of the room, exerting just a little bit of power and chakra to make sure everyone could see and understand him. Pick me. I will be an excellent president. Aizawa didn't even look at Tobai. The class president needs to be a member of the class. Tobai squawked in indignation as Izuku wearily got up and picked up the sulking Kitsune, placing him back on his lap as the class giggled. Well, Yaoyorozu said primly, if we cannot elect the great and mighty Tobai, may I propose we vote democratically for who we think is the best candidate? Ada stood up sharply, nodding. The democratic process is tried and true. But won't everyone just vote for themselves? Izuku sheepishly waved a hand. I don't, actually want to be class president, so please no one vote for me. Kuda nodded emphatically, followed by a much more subdued Fumi and Shaoji. Well, Kaminari sighed. I think I've realized I'm not cut out for the job, so me neither, I guess. The general agreement around the room left them with only 5 candidates: Ida, Yaoyorozu, Tsu, Aoyama, and surprisingly, Bakugo. What? He snarled. I'll be the best goddamn class president. Not even fire-natured, Kaminari wailed under his breath. They passed out papers and everyone officially casted their votes. In last place, Aoyama with 1 vote, then Bakugo with 3, then Ada with 4, and Tsu and Yaoyorozu both with 6 each. Aizawa frowned at the number. There are only 19 of you. Why are there 20 votes? Me and Tobai count as 1 person for sure, Shadow chirped. No you don't. Who did you 2 vote for? Without hesitation, both spirits called out, Tsu. Then Yaoyorozu is president with 6 votes and Asui is vice with 5. They both immediately started complaining, but Tsu just shrugged and patted them both as she made her way to the front. Thank you for your vote, Kiro, she croaked. It means a lot to me. They were fully mollified. Both girls accepted the presidency with grace and poise, promising to be worthy of the 11 total votes between them. At lunch, the table had quieted down a lot from the day before, having just Fumi, Shaoji, Kuda, and Tsu. Uraraka was off with Ashido and the rest of the girls, so the table was much quieter than it had been the day before. Well, Tobai and Shadow were play bickering, but Izuku could tune them out for the most part, and they were under the table. Lunch was nice, until halfway through everything became loud. Tobai leapt into his arms with a scream, burying his head and ears into Izuku's body, and part of him really wished he had his arms free so he could cover his own ears. But he knew Tobai had it way worse, so he just wrapped up the kitsune and did his best to muffle the sound for the yaokai. What's going on? Shaoji had an arm around Kuda and Tsu. Shadow vanished inside, and Izuku was looking around sharply, trying to figure it out while clutching Tobai tight. It's the intruder alarm. An upperclassman passed them, yelling, "It means there's someone unauthorized on campus." The 5 of them looked at each other, alarmed, before Tsu tugged on Shaoji's arm. "Get me higher," she shouted, "so I can see." He obliged, boosting her to be kneeling on his shoulders and putting her far above the crowd. Her sharp eyes swept over the crowd as they went with the flow until they locked on the windows. She sucked in a breath before nodding and leaning down to mutter to him. With a nod, Shaoji turned every arm end into a mouth and yelled over the crowd, "Please calm down, it's just the press." Everyone quieted slightly, those closest to the floor-to-ceiling windows looking out, until there were cries of confirmation and everyone slowed and stopped the stampede. As they filed out, Tsu continued to perch on Shaoji's shoulders, neither of them looking uncomfortable with the situation, until they all got in the classroom and Tobai fully relaxed. He leapt from Izuku to the web of arms, caught by both Shaoji and Tsu, and butted his head into them. "Kashi, Tsu, you are good. Thank you for making the noise go away." Tsu just nodded, but Shaoji blinked. "Kashi," Tobai just nodded. "Kashi." Shaoji looked at Izuku, but he just shrugged. Who knew what Tobai meant? It could be any of the possible kanji meanings. "Are you calling me sweet?" Tobai looked mildly offended. "No, I just don't like long nicknames." "Kakashi." "Scarecrow." Shaoji looked so confused, but eventually they just shrugged and let it go. Shaoji was Kashi. That's just how it was, apparently. "Wait, Kiro." Tsu put a finger to her chin. "Do I not get a nickname from Tobai-chan?" The fox huffed and settled into her arms, balancing slightly on Shaoji and supported by them both. "You already have a nickname, Tsu." Izuku suddenly snorted. "Is that because Gamma is already Kairu?" "No, it was totally because Gamma had already taken Frog." Tsu scratched Tobai behind the ears and looked around the room, slowly filling with classmates. "Does everyone else have a nickname already?" The fox preened a little at her ministrations, but kept sharp amber eyes trained on the people who were entering. "I don't know all of them, but those 2 are Hain and Sasu." "Why is Uraraka feather? And Sasu has so many different meanings, you're going to have to be specific." Tobai stretched slightly, chuffing under the scritches, and sighed. "Hain is Hain because she floats like a feather, and Sasu is Sasu because she stings." "Very clear to me." The 2 girls came up to coo at Tobai, not hearing the nicknames, but he was more than happy to be pet, completely unperturbed by Tsu on top of Shaoji. She had shifted at some point on the way back to class until she was sitting, making her less tall but giving her more stability, and Shaoji didn't seem to mind, talking quietly with Kuda and Fumi. Izuku eyed the door and watched more people walk in. "What about them?" Tobai lit up. "That's Nami and Yuri. Yuri is really nice like the flower. And Nami is Nami." Izuku paled slightly. "Wait, Nami is in." "Yep." Tsu tilted her head. "Is it not Wave?" Izuku shook his head and grinned sheepishly. "Izanami, goddess of creation." "That's really..." "Wow, Tobai." Yaoyorozu blinked, coming up beside them. "Izanami, how did she come up?" Tobai's ear twitched. "You, Nami and Yuri." Jiru's head shot up and red crept up her cheeks. "Why Yuri?" "What?" Tobai bobbed his head soundly. "You're nice, like a lily." Oh, that's what you meant. Tobai chirped lightly and grinned coyly. The other way works too. Oh, there's Haku. Haku, catch me. The empty-looking uniform emitted a slight shriek before the kitsune lunged into her arms, rubbing his face against her. Good catch, Haku. He was definitely laughing a little. Tobai, Hagakure scolded. I already told you not to do that. What if I don't catch you? He snuffed, as if. You're 3 for 3 right now, Haku. Just because I can feel you doesn't mean my reflexes are the best. Izuku blinked. Hagakure, has he done this before? She huffed and he watched Tobai's ears get pet back. Yeah, he doesn't leave me alone. Don't get me wrong, he's cute, but he always expects me to catch him, the little rat. The last bit seemed directed at Tobai, how just geckered and nosed at her chin. Izuku closed his eyes on a whim, feeling out Hagakure. In front of him was the little bundle of fire that was Tobai. And just beyond that, in the shape of a person, was almost pure yin chakra with a hint of wind. Hagakure was extremely aligned with spirits and the spirit world. He opened his eyes and breathed out, smiling softly at the rambunctious pair. Midori, take your overgrown rat back. Haku, that's so mean. She made a noise like she was sticking out her tongue and Tobai got tossed in Izuku's direction with a sharp yelp. Tobai narrowed his eyes and his ears fell back as their small group laughed at his expense and he stuck out his own tongue. Cage, avenge me. Shadow peeked out of Fumi and grinned. Nah, Haku is my friend. What? I was your friend first. Huh, take that, Tobai. The three of them chittered back and forth while the rest of the class trickled in, and Izuku sighed in contentment. He had friends, and Tobai did too. Life was good. Izuku couldn't help but fiddle with his weapon pouch on the bus. He honestly had no idea where they were going for this field trip, but Shikamaori had unnerved him. He always visited the forest to see at least one of his friends, depending on how busy they were, but he had only seen the Tengu, and he had, apparently, had a bad feeling about today. I would travel with you, he grumbled, but I have to stay in the forest today. Keep your tools close and remember your training. Izuku fingered the small scale in his weapon pouch. It probably wouldn't work since he wasn't anywhere near the stream, but between that and the vial from Kama Jiji, he felt better. Just, hopefully nothing would happen. Midori, Tsu said, I am very blunt. Your quirk seems overpowered. Tobai geckered. Nah, he was a weakling before I came along. Izuku mindlessly flicked Tobai on the snout before smiling softly. Before, I could only see yokai. It's only because I found some willing to teach me that I got as far as I did. I owe a lot to them, but luckily I can pay them off in cucumbers and peanut butter crackers. Tobai nipped his fingers none too gently and Izuku recoiled, hissing lightly. And Tobai helped too, of course. Shiko might have taught me how to use my tools, but Tobai comes with a lot built in, which is nice. Tsu cocked her head. I do not believe you have told me about your spirit friends. Shikamaori is a Tengu, or a bird yokai. He was the one who taught me how to fight and sneak. Hiroraka lit up. Like a ninja. Izuku bit his lip, but nodded. There's also Gamakichi, a kappa, who taught me about chakra and spirit customs. The first yokai I ever met. Well, I didn't know he was a yokai at the time, but he has a tea house. Most people just know him as the Boiler Man, but I've always called him Kama Jiji. Shadow cackled. He always makes a disgruntled face when you call him that. His mustache bristles a little and he looks like a bottle brush. Fumi rolled his eyes. He likes it and we don't need Lin to tell us that. Izuku smiled. You can only get into his shop at sunset if you're fully human, but I don't think anyone would be able to see it if I wasn't there. Maybe if you spend enough time around me, since for some reason that lets people see spirits. I dunno, Bakugo and Mum can. The boy in question just clicked his tongue and continued staring out the window. But wait, Ashido muttered, we can totally hear and see Tobai. Tobai yawned, exposing sharp teeth, and looked at them smugly, but said nothing, letting Izuku explain. When you see him, do you see one tail or two? Yaoyorozu cocked her head. One, I had assumed you only had two tails when, together. Does he have more than one tail? Kitsune get tails as they age. The number they have symbolizes their power. Tobai is pretty much constantly using a little energy to appear as a regular fox. So you can see him, and uses more when he talks if he wants everyone to hear it and not just me. It doesn't take a lot, but if he spends too much energy on that or other things, the only people who will actually be able to hear and understand him will be me and maybe Kuda if he can remember how to speak fox. But Bakugo has been around you for long enough that he doesn't need that help. Kaminari looked at the boy with a grin. Is that why he understood Tobai on that first day? Ida thought Tobai was a wild animal. Tobai cackled. Tofu boy got mad. And Chongaru had no idea why. Everyone blinked and then burst out laughing. Ashido struggled to breathe. Chongaru. Ada, your name is to chop, to cut off. That's so good. Tobai, oh my god. Tobai preened and Ida lived up to his name, chopping a hand through the air. You never did explain why you do not deal with names. Please elaborate. Izuku scratched the back of his head. In the spirit world, names have power. If you give your name to someone, they own that name and your power. Yokai don't naturally have quirks, but if you give them your name, they can steal yours. Of course, I would never take someone's name, and as long as someone doesn't give theirs out, even if someone says your name, you'll be fine. Of course, not all spirits will take your name, but it's good practice to just use a nickname. Wait, is that why Aizawa-sensei never calls us by our full names, and we don't know his? Well, you can know it. I actually, do. But a lot of heroes can use hero names instead as nicknames. For some people, that name is a lot more of their personality. But again, as long as you personally don't give out your name, no one else can give it out either. Just as 5 separate people cried out for Aizawa's hero name, the bus rolled to a stop and said hero stood up. Aizawa looked over the class and sighed. This is already a pain. Everyone off the bus. Sensei, what's your hero name? Too integral to who I am to give away. The class groaned and Izuku smiled sheepishly. He hadn't meant to throw his teacher, Eraserhead, under the bus, but it was fine, they were off the bus now, so there was no chance of that happening. Izuku ducked his head to hide himself, smiling at his own damn joke. WOAH, Sensei, did you take us to Universal Studios Japan? The teacher sighed in exasperation. No, despite the shared acronym. This is not that USJ. Get inside. Hiraraka gasped as they passed the doors and sounded like a deflating balloon. That's 13, the space hero. They're a rescue hero, that's so cool. Oh my gosh, this is so neat. The hero in question chuckled, the eyes on their helmet becoming happy crescents. Nice to see a fan. Welcome to my facility, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the USJ. I designed and built this to teach rescue training, our goal for today. You've already seen all the damage your quirks can cause. Tell me, does anyone know my quirk? Hiraraka was instantly bouncing up and down. It's Black Hole. You've used it to clear rubble, making you a super effective rescue hero. Correct. But it could also be used to kill, very easily. That's why we're here. Everyone's quirks could be used to kill, but UA is also going to teach you control so that doesn't happen. Tobai bristled and dug his claws into Izuku's shoulders, eyes focused past the rescue hero and pupils pinpricks. Wrong. People followed his eyes, and Kirishima chuckled nervously. Sensei, is that part of the exercise? Aizawa flared, scarf unfurling. No, those are villains. Everyone stay back. 13, get the students out of here. Yabu, Tobai hissed, it's wrong, it's so wrong, make it stop. Izuku swallowed and winced. Tobai, please calm down, your claws are sharp. Show me what's wrong. Tobai fell into him and tails unfurled and ears perked up, senses heightened, and Izuku crinkled his brow. Sure, it felt uncomfortable, but wrong. Izuku choked a bit and his eyes widened as the source of the wrongness fully revealed itself. Taller than anyone in the class, black skin, bulging muscles, a beak, and an exposed brain, eyes bulging and human teeth showing through the open beak, drool dripping on the ground. It was wrong, and it made every hair on Izuku's body stand on end. The purple mist that had deposited the thing that drew Izuku and Tobai in, as well as a plethora of minor criminals that couldn't keep their attention turned into a person shape. And Izuku barely even noticed when it appeared beside them, speaking words and then spreading out. He did notice when Sue grabbed his arm and they tumbled towards water. He pushed the sense of wrongness out of his mind and focused on the present. They were pretty close to a boat, and he and Sue had no problem working together to swing onto it, avoiding the water completely. Which was good, because it was full of small-time villains who looked right at home. Midori, are you all right? He shook his head to clear it. Not really. That creature isn't human, nor is it spirit, and it feels like an affront to nature. I think I can block out the feeling enough, but we have to get back there. We've been separated. We were distracted. What happened? The Mist Man proclaimed they were from the League of Villains, that they wanted All Might, and it was his job to scatter and torture us. So, in all likelihood, the rest of the class is throughout the USJ. He could feel his pupils narrowing in fear. That's not good. We have to get out and help people. We have to. Ode Tsukayomi. Midori, please calm down. We will be all right, as will everyone else. He was turned to look into her large and calm eyes. They do not know us and our quirks, or I would not be here, where I am most at home. We are both good at jumping. Can we make for the shore? Izuku took a breath and nodded. Probably, but then the villains can just follow us to the shore. We have to incapacitate them somehow. Yabu, spirit fire can't be put out by water. Just make a barrier between them and wherever you land. Izuku blinked. Oh, good point. Okay, I can stop them from following us, whenever you want to. The boat lurched. Come on, kiddies, just jump into the drink so we can tear you limb from limb already. You're so boring. They exchanged a glance before balancing themselves carefully on the rail. Oh, that was a joke, but if you really want to, then sure. They ignored the taunting. Tobai, help me out with the flames. Of course, Yabu. Sue counted down her fingers and they leapt at the same time, animal traits enhancing and sending them shooting for the shore. They would be short by about 10 feet. Izuku clawed the air in an arc, sending blue fire out to light upon the water and below, making a barrier, and he could feel the power leave him, about a fourth of his total. Man, we really need to deepen our reserves. I'm sure Washiro has some way to train that. We can ask later. At the mention of the Tengu, Izuku was suddenly reminded of the warning this morning. Yeah, this definitely accounted for the bad feeling. There was a sharp yell as they walked out of the shallow water and a sickening crunch. The feeling of wrong overtook all of Izuku's senses, and his vision tunneled to see the crumpled and broken form of Aizawa on the ground. Geez, Eraserhead, it took 2 whole hits from the Namu to keep you down. That's pretty good for a rogue, especially since his strength is meant to beat All Might. Where is he, again? Su tugged him down lightly as blood pounded in his ears. But he could still hear the villains. Shigaraki Tamura, Turajiri, is 13 dead. Izuku jolted to look at the young man, covered in hands, smelling like dust, and eyes burning red. His stringy blue hair hung in his face, covering what the hand did not, and Izuku could feel his lips start to curl. This was what had attacked them. This was the stupid human in charge who dared lay a hand on Gaki, on their teacher. The scale, Yabu. Izuku automatically dug out the bluish-green scale and stared at it. It would call Gamakichi, that was the wording. He turned back to the artificial lake, eyes flashing with the image of his broken and bloody teacher. He flicked it into the drink. Where it landed, it fizzed and bubbled, until a sputtering capper rose. Susanoo, green, what is this chemical filled? Su sucked in a breath at the sudden appearance and Gama immediately stopped talking, sharp eyes taking in the scene and slamming on a metal cap. What the hell, green? Kairu, he growled. Gaki is hurt and that thing is wrong. We're going to destroy it in the blue one. Gama looked over him with narrowed eyes. Both of you calm down. You're running on instincts and it's going to make you stupid. Now, where is your Gaki and how hurt are they? Su wordlessly pointed to where the Namu was still hovering over their teacher, pushing him into the ground, and Gama hissed. That's going to be hard, but I see what you mean by wrong. I need you to get that thing away from him if you want him healed. Be smart, because I don't think I'll have enough to heal you too if you decide to get yourself killed. The Kappa turned to the wide-eyed girl. Kin, you'll be helping. Hero, a few generations off, for sure, but I'll take anything. Go get him, kid. And don't get killed or Shiko will have my ass. They flexed their claws, energy burning, and jumped out from cover. The blue one looked amused. Oh, a hero brat. Tell me, Eraserhead, do you think All Might will come if I kill some kids? Izuku didn't even wait for the gargled shout from the teacher before he threw 3 senbon, aiming for the shoulders to immobilize the arms. The hulking black mass was in the way, faster than humanly possible, and they snarled. Blue chuckled. How feral. Are you sure you're a hero? Or maybe you're just raging because I hurt your precious sensei. Namu, go play. Make it hurt. Only carefully trained instincts from games of high-intensity hide-and-seek let him dodge the massive fist. He swept with a kunai as he passed, landing a solid hit, and he kept his eyes on the monster, ears forward and straining. He could sense more than see Gama and Tsu dragging Eraserhead away and dousing him in water chakra, Gamakichi's own version of healing, and he relaxed marginally, focusing his entire attention on the beast that was already coming at him again. You look like a ninja fox. Why is that? Neither of them felt inclined to answer, but the words distracted them and Izuku could feel his shoulder ripping out of place as he got hit with a glancing blow. He screeched and grabbed at it, hovering over the wound that he knew would hurt more if he actually touched it. Tobai washed chakra over it, wasting some in a quick and messy heal, and his bones and joints slotted back into place. The front of the USJ exploded with a cry of I am here. All Might wasn't smiling, but he was glowing like the sun. Izuku could feel energy, spiritual energy pouring off of him in waves, some of it pouring into his side for some reason. Izuku knew if he went into sensing mode, All Might would be as bright as, if not brighter than, the sun. He jumped backwards as Blue chuckled. Finally, the main boss. Namu, kill All Might. Everything was numb. People spoke around him. Paramedics and teachers checking all the students over and leading the cuffed criminals to the waiting police vehicles. But Yabu sat on the ground, still poised for battle despite the threat having been gone away and dealt with hours ago. Tobai was alert, and their ears were swiveling back and forth, picking up sounds for any signs of attack. But Izuku was just staring at the ground, tensed in a squat and muscles straining from exertion. He was not planning on moving from here, where he could see Tsu, Kuro, Kashi, No, Shaoji, Kuda, Kairu. Gamakichi, that is, Midoriya. His ears swiveled forward and he had to restrain himself from launching senbon at the person who spoke. They had said his name, the family name that he shared with his mother, unless they were calling for her, but they would have realized if Misuno had arrived, for sure, meaning he was asking for them. He wordlessly slid the senbon back into the holder and turned empty eyes to the one who had spoken. He was a plain-looking man in a white button-down and dark slacks. Can you give your statement? Ah, with the police then. Izuku flicked his right ear in affirmation, then remembered that humans didn't read body language as well. Yes, the man nodded awkwardly. Would you like to do that here, or would you like to go to a more private location? His ears swiveled, noting there were very few people in the area he did not trust intimately on some level, aside from this man who was going to be questioning him. In addition, everyone he had to make sure was safe and alive was right here, in their line of vision. Here, the man nodded and sat on the ground, to be more level with them, he assumed, but he did not relax. The man took out a slim recording device. I will be recording this conversation for ease, is that all right? He nodded sharply. The device clicked on. This is Tsukachi Naomasa, detective, with Midoriya Izuku of Class 1 on the USJ incident. The time is 5:34 p.m. Midoriya, can you describe the events from the moment the villains arrived, from your perspective? Felt wrong. The Namu, it was called. It was wrong. It was an affront to nature and the order of both spirit and man. He could feel a snarl overtaking his lips and the hint of a growl encroached on his voice, and it should not exist. So, you felt the wrongness of the Namu and then, too focused, and then. The Cloud One, the Mist, Kirigiri, he split up the class. Sue told me after, when we fell from the sky into the flood zone. We jumped onto the boat so the villains could not kill us. Sue is a Suitsuyu, correct? Yes, Kairu-kin. We jumped from the boat and cast spirit fire to stall the villains and escaped to the main plaza. Then, what happened when you got to the main plaza? We saw the teacher, the Gaki, get slammed into the ground by the Namu. Blue. No, Shigaraki Tamura, Kirigiri called him that. He controlled the Namu. Did you see the quirks used by the main three villains? Kirigiri was mist and could move people through space. Yin, Shigaraki could touch things and they would turn to dust. Earth, wind, and fire. The Namu. It was wrong. Too many opposing natures and everything mixed up, like it was. Like it was many into one. A forced bond. Could you elaborate on how you knew that? Izuku glanced around again, assessing his surroundings. Sensed it. Tried to fight them. Namu could block the Senbin very fast. Got hit, had to do a patch job, and then the sun arrived. The sun, he blinked. All Might. He shone like the sun. We didn't try and sense him for fear we would go blind. Okay, and what happened after All Might arrived? He tilted his head, considering. He fought Blue in the Namu. The wrongness was much, but it could not beat the sheer power of him. The Namu got sent far away, and I hope the many were laid to rest. After it was sent away, Blue got agitated and tried to attack, but the other teachers showed up in time and they were forced to retreat. Did you sense anything about where they went? Izuku bit his lip. There was more wrongness there, but it was too short for it to fully register. Tsukachi nodded. Thank you for your cooperation, Midoriya. He nodded sharply and stood up, stalking over to Tsu and Gamma. Gamakichi raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. You're both still far too agitated. Your emotions are feeding off of each other and becoming mudded, separate before you go feral with nerves. He clenched and unclenched his hands, the press of the claws into his toughened palms bringing reassurance with them. But Gamma just rolled his eyes and hit him on the chest. Izuku was sent reeling, senses dulled and emotions going haywire before settling. Kairu. He whirled around at the growl and reached for Tobai instantly, but a webbed hand pulled him back with a sigh of exasperation. Calm down, he snarked at the agitated fox. You need to stop being on high alert. The danger has passed and everyone is fine. Tobai's pupils narrowed. What about Gaki? Gamma snorted. Your teacher is fine. The girlie was a good help and a quick study. He turned to Tsu. If you want a future in healing, or even just more practice, talk to Green. He knows how to find me. Speaking of, he worked another scale off his shoulder. You need another one of these. Try not to summon me in chemical-filled water again or you'll owe me twice the cucumbers. How? Izuku swallowed and blinked. Roiling emotions settling slightly now that he was the only one in his head. How did you separate us? I disrupted your chakra flows. Helps that fire is weak to water. I'll teach you how to do it in case you ever come across someone that's possessed. Speaking of, birds. Dark shadow peeked out from where Fumi was sitting, having done his interview already. Oh, Kairu, hi. The Kappa huffed. Can't believe he went with the kids' names, he muttered. Ridiculous. Anyway, Tobai still needs some calming down. Feel free to smother him if he gets to be too much. Dark saluted and scooped up the fox in question, cuddling him despite protests and squirming. And Green, Izuku looked at the Kappa, blinking. Go visit the Boiler Man. In fact, bring all your friends. I'm sure Shiko has noticed my disappearing act by now, since it's been literal hours, and no doubt has raised an army in our defense, but go reassure the old man you're not dead. He can pass the message on to Shiko, since none of you should be going near the forest right now. Izuku cocked his head. Is there something going on? Shikamaori said he would have come with me today but he couldn't, which means he had to stay in the forest. What's going on? Nothing you need to worry about, kiddo. Spirit stuff, and only spirit stuff. You haven't had enough training to deal with this, and I don't mean the training from Shiko, I mean the training from me. Culture stuff. Izuku bit his lip. If you say so. Gamakichi stretched, bones popping, and he released a satisfied sigh. Right, off you go then. No possession until Tobai has calmed down enough that the bird spirit releases him. Do give the boiler man my greetings. He waved goodbye and sniffed the air before setting off unerringly in the direction of the forest. Metal caps sloshing with the water concealed within. Sue laced her hands together. I will likely take him up on his offer. It was enlightening. Also, I can see how healing would be useful, Kiro. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly. Yeah, Fumi, did you and Shadow hear that? Fumi nodded. The boiler man. It has been a while since we have visited. Will Tsu be joining us? If she wants to. And Shaoji and Kuda if they want to come too. I know a lot of people want to go home after something like this and be with their families, so I totally get it if they don't want to come. Shaoji appeared out of nowhere. I'm willing to go. I live alone anyway, and that's not going to be good right now. Izuku turned to look at Kuda, who waved nervously. He walked over with slight trepidation and asked if the tall boy wanted to come with them into a spirit shop. He nodded, and they set off once they were all released by the police. Izuku and Fumi had to grab the hands of the others. Izuku grabbing Tsu and Kuda, Fumi getting Shaoji, with Shadow holding a sulking Tobai, cooing over the two-tailed fox. Jiji. Izuku, I told you not to call me that. Fumi rolled his eyes and Izuku giggled. Sorry, but I brought some friends, and we are in desperate need of tea. A bottle-brushed mustached face peeked out from the back room, his eyes raised in surprise. Well, I'll be. You haven't brought anyone here since Fumi and Shadow. I am Kamaji, owner of Kamaji's Urban Tea Shop, where you are now standing. Welcome. And I'm sure Izuku has told you the rules, but no full names please. Lin, he yelled into the back. Izuku brought friends. Do you have any of that one biscuit recipe you were trying? They roasted newt one or the lemon one. These are humans, Lin. Not everyone likes roasted newt. Sue blinked and tentatively raised a hand. I would be willing to try it. His head leaned in and he adjusted his glasses, looking her up and down with a hum. Kappa-kin. She glanced at Izuku and nodded hesitantly. So I am told, Kiro. He hummed again, then ducked his head through the back door again. Bring a few roasted newt ones to try, but still mostly the lemon ones. Stuff it, old man. It's for Izuku's friends. There was an unintelligible grumble and he turned back to them with a grin. Well, sit down, I'll get you all some tea. Boy, tell me, Shikamaori sent out messengers earlier in a tizzy about a prediction and Gamakichi being summoned away. Care to explain? Villains attacked our school trip and I had to summon Gama to stop my teacher from dying. Sue helped. She waved. 3 hands were gathering and grinding tea ingredients, a 4th setting 2 kettles full of water on the hot stove. Yes, Sue, nice to meet you. And the rest. I am called Shaoji, and he is called Kuda. He talks mostly in sign. Kamaji nodded, 2 hands going forward and he signed as he spoke. Forgive me for my rudeness. Do let me know if there's anything you need. Kuda blinked in surprise, then nodded and signed something back. Kamaji hummed. Of course. Oh, good, Lin. The back door slammed open and Lin crawled through, looking rather annoyed. But the expression melted when she took in the 5 teenagers and 2 spirits seated around one of the tables. Hey there, kiddos. I'm Lin. Now, I heard someone wanted to try my roasted newt biscuits. I need a second opinion because apparently just because I like them doesn't mean they're good. Not that I make them for customers. I make them for me, but it's fine. Sue cocked her head. I will admit, I am curious to try one. I have never had roasted newt, but it sounds interesting, at the very least. Lin gasped. Never had roasted newt. Oh, honey, you haven't lived until you've had roasted newt. Old man, is the tea done? He grumbled, but stretched a few arms, putting cups in front of all of them and pouring hot water into the cups, the herbs immediately releasing calming scents in the room. Give it a minute, and then sure. Lin rolled her eyes and set the plate she was holding on the table. The darker ones are the roasted newt flavor, the lighter ones are the lemon. Lemon isn't my favorite, but apparently humans don't like roasted newt. Whatever, poor taste, in my opinion. Zux, you want to try it? You're basically half spirit anyway. Lin, Kamaji huffed. Not all spirits like roasted newt either. It's mostly the toads. She shrugged, and Sue picked up one of the darker biscuits. She nibbled on one with a thoughtful expression, before looking blankly at Lin. I do find them rather good. She cheered. This girl has taste. Izuku, Greenie, you gotta bring her back. She's my advocate for roasted newt. He snickered and bit into a lemon cookie. I'll stick to the lemon, thanks, but I'm glad you have someone to share with. She rolled her eyes. Whatever, I'm going back to work. We open in a few hours and I don't want to have to deal with the toads more than I have to. If you kids still want to stick around after that, the back room is always open for you. Don't recommend being out past dark tonight, though. Fumi blinked. Why not? Big gathering, she shrugged, super hoity-toity. Good for business but also a pain to deal with. Worse than the wealthy customers from the bathhouse, ugh. Goes on for about a week. And these guys are like, kinda racist. Certain spirits aren't allowed to be out. and they sure as hell don't like humans. Anyway, nice meeting you guys. Stay safe, kiddos. They waved goodbye as she disappeared into the back room once again, and finally their tea was cool enough to drink. Izuku took a sip and sighed, sinking into his chair as all of the day's worries washed away, flowing like sand between his fingers. Yeah, Jiji knew what he was doing. Izuku sank into his chair and just took a moment to breathe. Izuku grabbed Fumi's arm before he could open the door to the classroom and frowned. Izu, there are people outside. A lot of them, since normally I wouldn't be able to passively sense them. The bird boy narrowed his eyes and Shadow flattened himself and peeked his head out the bottom before sliding back in. Yeah, a lot of people. Some hero students, some not. Be careful, Fumi. Tobai huffed. Just open the door. We can prank them if they're mean about it. Fumi opened it, Izuku peeking out from behind him, hiding in his shadow. A blonde sneered. Ah, the mighty one finally deigns to grace us with their presence. I hope we didn't scare you away. The villains didn't, but perhaps they weren't all that scary. I hear only your teacher went to the hospital. If our teacher, Vlad King, had been there, no one would have gotten hurt. Tobai melted into him and sounds got sharper. Yabu, are you sure? He hummed and neatly walked around Fumi. Hello there, what's your name? The blonde sneered. I am Monomanito of 1B. Oh, good, thank you for your name. I'll give it back to you, but with it you will not be able to talk down to my class or anyone in this school. You are Monomanito, and you cannot help but be polite to your fellow students. Monoma blinked and opened and closed his mouth like a fish, before he sneered again, trying to say something. No words came out of his mouth, and Tobai popped out to stand on Izuku's shoulders, smug as can be. Shadow chuckled from where he was curled around Fumi's shoulders. What did you do to me? Izuku shrugged, taking on a foxy grin despite Tobai being balanced on him instead of with him. You gave me your name. I could have taken it entirely, but I was very generous and gave it back instead, with some stipulations. Weren't you told not to give your name out so freely? Monoma's eyes widened and his mouth dropped, before he set his lips in a thin line. Izuku shrugged. My Masuno always told me that if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. Maybe later I'll let you speak your mind fully, Monoma turned away and pushed through the crowd, other students looking between the two of them nervously before some of them split off. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as the crowd thinned and ducked back into Fumi's shadow. I did not believe you had enough darkness in you to honestly take someone's name, my friend. He rolled his eyes. I could only do it with Tobai, not by myself. Plus, I'm full of darkness. I'm literally yin-natured. Fumi turned to walk to lunch and paused. Can we help you? The tall boy narrowed his eyes. How did you do that? Fumi carefully angled his body so he was covering more of Izuku, which did not go unnoticed by the green-haired boy. Why do you want to know? The kid inclined his head with a grimace. You controlled him, right? To a point, yes. Do you think what you did was villainous? He immediately reached up to grab Tobai from launching himself at the boy, narrowing his eyes. No, he was being mean for no reason and picking on my class for something we did not want to have happen, an event that made us fear for our lives. Then he insulted our teacher, who risked his life to make sure none of us got hurt. 2. No ability is inherently villainous. It depends on how it's used. If I wanted to be villainous, I would have taken his name and his quirk, leaving him like that, but I didn't. I gave his name back to him. He was stupid enough to give it to me in the first place. That got a raised eyebrow. He gave you his name and you took it. Like the Fae. He giggled, scratching the slowly calming Tobai. Something like that. The boy cocked his head in mild confusion. If you can't introduce yourself, how do people know what to call you? Izuku brightened up and went to answer when Bakugo pushed him into Fumi, brushing past them all. Move it, he barked. Some of us want to go to lunch while you stand here yapping. Bakubro, wait up. More of his friends stepped out after the volatile blonde, multicolored and loud, and all three of them ducked into the shadows, out of the way. Soon, the rest of the class followed, until Xiaoji, Tsu, and Kuda stepped up beside them. Izuku smiled softly at the tall boy. Walk with us to lunch, and I can tell you about spirits. He hesitated for a moment, but seemed to come to a decision and stepped in beside them. Saki, I see you have tofu. Please, may I have it? Shinsu blinked at the kitsune and shrugged, using his chopsticks to put the tofu in front of Tobai, much to his delight. Saki, meaning both purple and good luck, was Tobai's name for the boy. As soon as he seemed like a decent person who wasn't going to call his best friend a villain, Tobai immediately gave him a nickname, as he is wont to do, before the poor boy could even get his family name out. They did eventually get it out of him, but only after everyone called him Saki about 5 times each. Shinsu didn't seem to mind. So, Izuku eagerly leaned forward, out of his shell and more likely to speak his mind now that he was around friends. You're in Gen Ed, not 1B. Why come with the 1B crowd then? Shinsu grimaced, scouting you out. I know you have an empty spot, and I want it. Fumi nodded. Discontent with the darkness of the world, you seek to be a cleansing power as well. If you mean I want to be a hero, yeah, sure. Izuku nodded solemnly. Can't help what the heart wants. Non-physical quirk, I'm guessing. Shinsu looked distinctly uncomfortable with this line of conversation, but muttered a yes before going back to pick at his food. I am often told I am blunt, Sue croaked, but I believe if you work hard, you will join our course. He blinked in surprise, shook out of his downward spiral of anger by the clear sincerity from the frog girl. Ah, Sue, speaking of working hard, Gamakichi wants to know if you're down for healing lessons. You aren't pure water chakra like he is, but you have a lot. She nodded. I will bring a cucumber. He likes those, yes. Izuku giggled. No, it's fine. He actually likes teaching people. Since I have to change my nature to heal his way, I'm a pain to teach. He's been angry about that for years. He'd teach you for free. She tilted her head. Still, I imagine he would be more amicable with his favorite food. Sure, but Masuno always makes me bring cucumbers and peanut butter crackers for Shiko anyway. You don't need to bring extra. You said that word before, Shinsu interrupted. Masuno. What does it mean? Izuku blinked. Oh, I don't know if I ever explained that. It's my mom. The word is from Tobai and it just stuck. It means a female fox. I guess he adopted her as his own mother, despite being 38. He poked Tobai, who squawked in indignation at the last words. Shaoji's eyebrows raised. I'm assuming Kitsune progress at different rates. Izuku hummed. Technically, they aren't adults till age 50, so he's a teenager right now. Kama isn't looking forward to the day Tobai gets his third tail and can shapeshift. He can make so much more trouble with a human or variable form. Still older than you, Yabu. He rolled his eyes. Eat your snacks. So, since the sports festival was announced, what do we want to do to prepare? I will be training my healing, Kiro. Izuku perked up. Actually, I think all of you can probably train in the forest. I'd ask permission from Shiko first, but it seems like the perfect place for everyone to practice. I can work on my sensing. Finally, I can be the seeker in hide and seek. Kuda nodded rapidly and signed. The forest is full of animals for me to practice my quirk with, and maybe I can try to get better at talking. Shinsu blinked in surprise. Oh, I did notice you don't talk much. I know sign too. Kuda beamed at the other boy and they immediately engaged in a rapid-fire sign conversation. Fumi bowed lightly. Shadow and I would enjoy working together with you in the forest, Izu and Tobai. Seeing my birdkin again is also a bonus. Shaoji shrugged. Certainly can work on movement and arm strength. I'm down. Izuku grinned. What about you, Saki? What's your plan to prepare for the festival? Shinsu blinked out of the signing and shifted uncomfortably. Me? Yeah, you. I think you have to get pretty far to be considered for a transfer. Or at least farther than any other Gen Ed student. So what's your plan? To use my quirk. Izuku blinked and looked at Shinsu's arms. Just your quirk? Yes. Izuku bit his lip. Come with us. I think I can help, at least a little. Or, well, the guardian of the forest can. Shinsu blinked and frowned. Guardian of the forest? Yeah, walk with us after school, unless you have to go home. He snorted and shook his head. No problems there. They'll be glad to be rid of me. Izuku stilled for a moment, grin never faltering. But Tobai could feel him get tense through the hand that had just been petting him. Okay, it's a plan. No, you can't train in the forest. Izuku blinked at the kappa in disbelief. But why? Gamakichi raised an unimpressed eyebrow. Already told you, the political gathering. It's going on for several more days, because of all the shit that's been going down. I felt the creature, same as you, and the whole community is angry about it. Not something for humans to be messing with. Forest is off limits until Shiko or I come get you. Izuku huffed and folded his arms. But the sports festival isn't only 2 weeks, and we need to train. Where are we going to go? Gama shrugged. Not my problem. Surely humans have local training spots. Tobai geckered. Yeah, but you know Yabu loves the forest more than even the bird brain does. Tobai, Fumi nodded. It is true. You are most at home in the trees. Izuku rolled his eyes and waved goodbye to the kappa before turning back to his friends. For those of you who could only hear half that conversation, there's a big spirit gathering still going on that's taking place in the woods, so no humans are allowed in. Too dangerous. Shaoji nodded. Fair enough. You've certainly stressed the dangers. But where are we going to train, then? Sue snorted. UA is designed for training in different environments. If we have permission from a teacher, we can train on UA grounds. I do believe they have a forest. She croaked pointedly in Izuku's direction. Kuda's shoulders shook a little from silent laughter and Izuku rolled his eyes. Sure, but school let out a while ago. Who knows if someone's still there? Shinsu sighed. No time like the present. Also, anyone want to tell me why only half of us could see who Midori was talking to? Silly Saki, Dark Shadow grinned. If you hang around Izu enough, you'll be seeing spirits in no time. Fumi has a many-year advantage on you. Fumi sighed. What he means is that unless spirits put out energy, you will not be able to see them. Tobai puts it out most of the time, minimally looking like a regular fox, and more when he wishes to speak to humans. Izuku also puts off some of this energy, And if you are touching him or have been around him a lot, you can see spirits. Until then, you, like every other human, will be blind. Shinsu nodded slowly. Hidden Fae. Makes sense. Xiaoji grabbed Izuku under one arm and Fumi under the other, both boys looking rather startled, and Xiaoji not blinking. Right, back to UA. After they shook themselves out of their shock, Xiaoji set them down and allowed them to walk the rest of the way. They walked through the gates as normal, their student passes still letting them in, but the intercom buzzed at them, making them stop. Hello, might I ask what you're doing back after hours, my students? Izuku grinned. Hello Netsu, can I make another guess after I tell you? Of course, we're here to train, if that's all right. A fine reason. Preparations for the sports festival, I assume. Ah, and I see you've picked up a new friend. Very well. I will send a teacher to supervise and give you access to the training facility you would like to use. Best of luck. Ah, yes, and your guess. Kawaso. Ah, interesting. I would like to discuss that with you tomorrow before school, if that is all right. Izuku beamed. Does that mean I'm right? Oh-ho, I imagine you will find out tomorrow, Ah, the teacher is arriving shortly, so best of luck again. Izuku sighed, but was still grinning as the intercom clicked off. Pretty sure that means I'm right. Tobai shrugged. Worse things for him to be than an otter. Lesser known, still in the trickster category like Tanuki and Kitsune. Interesting that he's a wind type. Otters are mostly water or earth. Whoa, Shinsu paused. What? Are you calling our principal a fae? Spirit, but yes. Oh, power loader. The diminutive teacher sighed. Hello, I'm told you want a place to train. What do you have in mind? Izuku exchanged a glance with everyone else, but most of them shrugged. Well, he said, I'd really like a forest, ideally, but anything where we can play hide and seek will do. Powerloader visibly paused, reconsidered, then nodded. Okay, Netsu gave you permission, so I'm really not going to question this. The forest behind the school is open to you. Please don't destroy all the trees. Shinsu blinked. But it's hide and seek. How are we going to destroy the trees? Powerloader just gave a long, suffering sigh. I know. Trust me when I say that does not matter. He looked into the distance with the same 1,000-yard stare that veterans of the Quirk Wars had. He walked away, apparently not going to supervise them in person, if at all. It was Powerloader. He probably had access to the cameras. Izuku bounded off with a giggle. First step of training. Running. Catch me if you can. Fumi and Tobai did not hesitate, breaking out in a dead sprint, but the other three quickly followed. Tobai was the only one to catch him, but he was faster by default, and they all stopped at the edge of the forest. This, Shinsu wheezed out, was the worst idea I have ever agreed to. Xiaoji sighed. Midori, we have reached the forest. Please do not make us run more. Izuku grinned slyly. Since we can't be in the forest to get healing or shinobi training, we're going to do a modified version of how I used to train. Wait, shinobi. Izuku ignored Shinsu. Shikamaori told me that the first thing you need is stealth, and the second first thing you need is endurance. How can you have two first things, Kiro? I said the same thing, Izuku snickered, but you get endurance in the process of getting stealth. I don't know if I told you guys or my hero costume gave it away, but I'm planning on being an underground hero, so stealth is really important. Now, my training was I'd hide and Shiko would come find me. And if he did, I had to do a certain number of exercises, like jumping jacks, push-ups, squats, or even a few burpees. Those days were the worst, but don't worry. That's not what's happening this time. Most of them gave visible slumps of relief, bar Fumi, who was far too used to this, and Izuku gave them a moment of relief before smiling wide and a little too feral for a human. Because I'm not going to be hiding, you guys are. Meaning you're the ones doing the exercises every time I catch you. Shinsu looked longingly in the direction of the main gate, no doubt debating if he had recovered enough from the sprint to effectively escape. I'd get going, Izuku giggled. I'm only generous enough to give you a minute to hide. They all took off into the forest, and Izuku let out a breath and sat on the ground to count. Tobai, he hummed, mentally keeping track of the time. I think I'll just seek as myself to start. If they get too good, we can team up, and if they get good enough for that, well, there's always sensing. I wonder what Shinsu's nature is. He leapt to his feet and Tobai cackled. Ready or not, here I come. Mazu was perched in a tree he had been able to haul himself into, every arm ending in an ear, straining to pick up sounds of Midoriya coming through the woods. He tensed minutely at a shriek from close. A cackle went up that he recognized as being Tobai. The little fox and a flash of red strolled beneath his tree. 20 jumping jacks, then go hide again. Mazu forced himself to remain perfectly still, barely breathing, as Tobai leapt ahead. If he hadn't been watching, he wouldn't have known Midoriya walked into the clearing at all. Despite the leaves and sticks on the ground, each step was careful, each breath measured, and the green-haired boy moved like a ghost, fluid and weaving between the trees like he had grown up around them. Which, of course, he sort of had. His eyes seemed to glow as he took in the environment, examining the ground and sniffing lightly. He sighed, muttered something about Tobai, then paused. Oh, Shaoji came through here. It was only a murmur, but it was enough for the boy to pick it up, and everything in him was sending off alarm bells. How could he possibly know that? Midoriya seemed to be following a trail with his eyes before he stopped, then blinked up Mezu's tree with a beaming grin. Hello, squats for you, I think, then go hide again. Mezu sighed and dropped to the forest floor. Sue was rather grateful that part of her quirk allowed her to camouflage as long as she didn't move. Hidden mostly by a bush, and in a comfortable position, she watched Midori examine her trail a few times, but not find her. It was not an aspect of her quirk she often utilized or broadcasted, since most hero work and training was rather fast-paced. There were not many times where she actively wanted to hide, but this was one of them. He did eventually find her, and grinned widely when she explained how she could hide, but still made her do 5 burpees. The monster. Fumikage went into a dark area and let Shadow hide him, but he knew for a fact that Izuku would find him before long, and that he would have to be quick and quiet to avoid the much more experienced boy. Oh well, he had been doing this for a while. 30 jumping jacks was nothing by now. Hitoshi was certain that he was found more than anyone else, but when the sun was starting to set and they finally called for the end, Midoriya gave them their final scores. I caught Shaoji the most, then Fumi, then Saki, then Sue, but all of you guys did really well. Sue, I had no idea you had a camouflage aspect to your quirk. She shrugged. Some frogs can do it, Kiro, so I can as well. Helpful for hide and seek, at least, but I need to stay still for it to work, so not as much in hero work. Hitoshi blinked. His arms, legs, and lungs were burning, but he had only been beaten in number of discoveries by the girl who could literally camouflage. That didn't seem right. Midori turned to him and grinned, bounding up and bouncing on the balls of his feet. He wasn't wearing shoes, but Hitoshi was too taken aback by the close proximity of the Fey boy to really remark on it more than a passing thought. You have a natural talent for sneaking. Do you mind if I take a look at your nature? It doesn't always have something to do with it, but I'm really curious. Hitoshi honestly had no idea what that really meant, but he nodded anyway, other than physical activity. He hadn't done anything too bad to him. The tiny kid closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them even wider, grinning all the while. Wow, Yin, like me, plus a little lightning. It looks really cool, with the crackle of a hint of light. Your quirk must be really non-physical, because the only other people with Yin chakra other than me, Spirit Magi, is Aizawa-sensei, who can erase your quirk by looking at you, and Haku, who Tobai has already adopted because he's the only one who could see her. She is wreathed in spiritual energy that means humans can't see her, just like if she was a spirit. I can't even see her unless Tobai is possessing me. Your quirk must connect deeply to a person's mind and soul, so that's really cool. Hitoshi blinked and could feel dread pulling in his gut. This is where they'd ask about his quirk, and realize he was a terrible person and, wait, your teacher can erase quirks? Yep, it was kind of bad for me for various reasons, but he's a good hero. Your teacher is Eraserhat. Midori grinned at him. Yep, I'm surprised you've heard of him, actually. Hitoshi could feel his face getting hotter, but he nodded. He's my favorite hero. He also got into the hero course through the sports festival, and he doesn't have a physical quirk either. Midori nodded. You want to go underground too? Well, then you'll need to come to more of these practices, because your physical fitness is, well, shit. Hitoshi wanted to feel offended, but he had seen how Midori had moved and he wanted that. He nodded slowly. Sure, if you'll have me. Midori beamed. Of course, maybe we'll get to go into the actual forest and I can get Shikamaori to help out too. He taught me everything I know. Hitoshi nodded again and then waved, walking away. Well, see you guys tomorrow then. The folks are gonna notice if I'm not back at the house. They wouldn't, but these guys didn't need to know that. There was a tug on his pants and he looked down to see Tobai, the relatively normal-looking fox who could talk, with his needle-sharp teeth in Hitoshi's pants leg. Ah, yeah, the Fae that followed around and sometimes possessed Midori. Can I help you? Tobai released his pants with a huff and sat back on his haunches. Yes, you can. What's your favorite food? He blinked. Why? Masuno will want to know what to cook you for next time. Next time, you really don't have to, he winced, ignoring how the thought of food made his stomach start to rumble. It was silent through long years of practice, but he could still feel it. Tobai's pupils narrowed. Please, you need to eat, and you gave up your tofu at lunch, so we need to pay you back. Those are the rules. Izuku grinned quietly to himself. They absolutely were not the rules, but Shinsu did need to eat, and it looked like he couldn't refuse the spirit that started nudging him. Izuku waved to the others as he walked Shinsu to his house, texting his mom as he went. It looked like they'd have a visitor for dinner. Tobai and he had both heard Shinsu's stomach rumbling. No matter how quiet, and no Midoriya was going to let that stand, even an adopted one. Come on, Saki, Masuno is making mappo tonight. Shinsu sighed, letting himself be led. Do you eat anything other than tofu? What? Yes, I eat adzuki beans, and anything Masuno cooks, but those are my favorite. Bakugo gave a terrible speech, honestly. but everyone in Class 1 was rather resigned. Izuku heard Monoma comment about a wonderful speech that really captures the One spirit and figured the boy was starting down the path of backhanded compliments, since he couldn't outright insult anyone. Good for him. Midnight strolled onto stage, hyped up the crowd, and spun the wheel for the first event. He didn't have time to read the highlighted wheel section before the words blew up on the big screen. Hide and seek tag. Midnight grinned. All the contestants will be getting a badge to put on their chest. The first 2 seekers will be me and Cementos, and as soon as 2 students are tagged, we will be off the field. Everyone will have 5 minutes to hide in the concrete jungle Cementos will be making for us while we pass out the badges, and then the seekers will swarm. When you are found and tagged, you will join the team of seekers. We will go until everyone has been tagged or half an hour passes, whichever comes first. The top 40 students will advance to the next round. Contestants, clear the field and come get your badges. Izuku numbly went over, mind whirling. But Tsu, Shaoji, Kuta, Fumi, and even Shinsu came and formed ranks around him while they moved up in the line to get their badges. So, did you know? Izuku looked at Shinsu, scandalized. Of course not. I gave you all the same training I had been getting for years. Fumi, back me up. Fumi nodded. While it does seem like he might have used his connections to the principal to rig and pre-plan for the sports festival, I can assure you that is not the case. He would not waste his favor on this. Izuku spared a moment to look offended before sticking the blue badge on his chest, as instructed. Tsu croaked in amusement, affixing her own badge with a smile. I do believe the phrase is "do not look a gift horse in the mouth," so perhaps we would best abide by that. It is far more likely that Netsu saw our training, Kiro, and was amused by the idea. Yeah, actually that seemed likely. Izuku grinned as Tobai melted into him with barely a glance and shook out his tails. Don't get caught too early, guys. Anyone who doesn't make it to the second round will get special remedial training. They mostly looked resigned to that, if Izuku was being honest, but Tobai thought it was really funny, and Izuku very much agreed with him, his snickers sounding far more like geckers as the concrete jungle rose behind them on the main field. Cementos gave them multiple stories, and some looked like trees or webs or meshes, and others looked like buildings or towers or barns. The diversity made it so that the entire space was complicated, like a McDonald's play place, putting a lot of ground in such a small space. There were about 120 kids in the year once the business students were cleared to leave for their respective tasks, but it wouldn't feel small. They only had half an hour, anyway. It was really a game of hide until you're seen, and then it's a game of keep away. Izuku and Tobai were great at keep away. The signal for them to go into the jungle was sent off, and Izuku wasted no time in bolting, already eyeing the higher, harder-to-reach structures and calling on all his stealth training to disappear in plain sight. He had no illusions that they were not going to be sending camera drones everywhere to look for the fights and confrontations. A quick glance to the board showed the timer counting down, and Izuku breathed deep as he settled into a stance that he could perch in for hours if he needed to, stretching his chakra sensing to its limit so he could have an early warning for anyone finding him. This would be fun. Hitoshi was almost grateful for the ruthless training Midori had given them, because he didn't think he'd have been able to run as long or as far as he did before that, and he was only mildly winded when he found a place to hide. He was still pretty sure this was rigged in some way, but if it was rigged in his favor. Unless Izuku got tagged, it would probably be difficult for anyone to find him, or Kuta, or Shaoji, or probably Tsu. Actually, not Takoyami, but he'd be hard to tag, seeing as Dark Shadow probably counted as his own entity. No way Netsu was going to call the Fae not a whole person, because Netsu was biased. In a good way, though. Anyway, Hitoshi ducked into a place with a decent escape route, visuals on the only entrance, and a higher place to reach. Climbing the concrete branches of the tower was way easier than the wood branches of the tree in Yue, especially the branches closer to the top that were on the bad side of flimsy, so he was feeling confident. People might look up more than usual because of the height differences in their surroundings, but very few people looked up most of the time. So for now, Hitoshi was going to count on that good luck that Tobai said he had, and try to outlast the timer. He could do this. Kuji felt really safe, actually. The Yue wildlife, birds especially, were used to playing hide and seek with him, so it was easy to remind them of the rules and ask for help. They liked the game, and were more than happy to let him know, shrilly, if anyone came near. Since none of the other people smelled like fox like Izuku does, he was certain he could also have them dive-bomb his assailants so he could get away and find another hiding spot. He was not doing Izuku's remedial training, thank you very much. Mezu had ears trained on his surroundings. He knew for a fact he was not the best at hide and seek in their group, but that didn't mean he was bad at it either. He spotted Jiru at one point, but her badge was still blue, so he just nodded at her when their eyes met and they both continued sneaking around, listening for people coming close or sounds of fighting. He would also nod at birds. He knew they were kudas. 10 minutes left and 57 hiders are still out there, for all you seekers. Oop, 56, Shinji Kankuro from 1D is out. Tsu was very calm, with steady breathing. She was invisible, she knew that, she could see that, so she wasn't worried at all. She was crouched on the wall, the badge hidden by the fact that her back was facing out. OMG, Tsu. Girl, you are totally blending in. I didn't know you could do that. She startled for half a moment before turning slowly to where the hiss came from. Hagakure. Yep. Geez, you can camouflage? Huh. Neat. We should work together sometimes. Maybe it'll help me turn it off so more than Tobai can see me. Tsu blinked slowly. A conversation for later, Kiro. Best of luck. You too. It was interesting to Tsu that Tobai could see the invisible girl. She would have to ask him about that later. For now, she had a competition to win. With Himura Ido out, we are down to 17 people, picking up the pace in these last 7 minutes as the seeker numbers overwhelm the hider numbers. Be careful, those still left, lest you get overwhelmed. Yabu, I'm so bored, please let us go cause problems. Izuku cocked his head. I mean, sure, we're in the top 10 right now, with only 5 minutes left. I don't think any of the gang has gotten caught yet. Think we can find them and distract the horde from them. Through sensing, you mean? I mean, sure, you might be able to. I imagine a lot of them went for height, but there's a lot of kids. Just get a good vantage point and use our regular senses. Fair enough. He stretched, silent as the breeze, and cast his eyes over the jungle below him. He had purposefully chosen one of the higher vantage points, ducking behind a wall to not be visible from the ground. Anyone with short of the ability to fly would not be able to get up there. Oh, there are explosions that immediately drew him in. Tofu boy. Bakugo, he meant. It looked like his badge was still blue, since he was just exploding anyone who got close. Hiroshima and a boy made of metal were trying to power through the explosions. But then Bakugo would also just use his explosions to maneuver in the air. It looked like a girl with a jetpack, cackling all the way, was also using the air to maneuver away from her pursuers. There was the dome of ice that was probably Todoroki. Ah, there was a friend. He smiled to himself. Time to play distraction. He opened his mouth as he leapt and released a fox scream that quickly devolved into cackles, drawing the eye of every seeker out there. He nimbly landed on top of a spire that wasn't far off the ground, in full view of everyone, and grinned, all teeth. Well, he chirped. What's a little fox to do, surrounded by all these vicious hounds? He made eye contact with Xiaoji and winked. Hope you don't catch me by the hairs of my chinny chin. He blinked and frowned. No, wait, that's for the story of the wolf and the 3 pigs. Never mind, ignore that. He was cut off by people running at him and he cackled and laughed, expecting that entirely. A quick glance showed he had just over 4 minutes to kill. He grinned and let himself slow down enough to make them think they had a chance before dashing just out of reach. Their cries of frustration were music to his pointed ears, and Tobai was cackling in his head at their indignation. By the time they realized Xiaoji was gone, there was a minute left, and Izuku was the only one anyone could see. Everyone else had hidden again, even Bakugo. In a daring move, Midoriya of Wano has drawn off all 119 seekers. Oh, his estimate was off. They must have more support students than he thought to try and take him out. But it's looking like he is too fast, dancing out of the way of his proclaimed hounds. Will they continue to pursue the fox, or will they try to find other prey? Izuku waved at the booth, completely not needing to see his pursuers to avoid them, and he could tell that made some of them mad. He slowed minutely, and a hand reached for him, hitting him barely a second after the buzzer went off. He had timed it perfectly. He grinned and waved at Monoma, the one who had touched him. Monoma tried to speak, grimaced, then corrected himself, tasting the words like they were a particularly peculiar morsel. Very clever and devious. Certainly traits for a hero to be cultivating, I'm sure. Izuku grinned. Thanks, I know the implications, but I'm going to ignore them, so thanks. Monoma scowled and walked away. Izuku was relatively certain he had gotten in the top 40, so he shouldn't be all that mad. The scoreboard flashed with the 40 students moving on, and Midnight cracked her whip. Please clear out so we can lower the arena to regular mode and start the setup for round 2. If your name is on the screen, you are moving on. Congratulations to the following for making it all the way to the end. Hagakure Toru, Shinsu Itoshi, Asui Tsuyu, Xiaoji Mezu, Hatsume, Midoriya Izuku, Todoroki Shoudo. And oh no, I'm told Bakugo Katsuki was caught in the last 10 seconds. Tough luck, sweetheart. Izuku suppressed a grin as the boy exploded and screeched. Now, Midnight purred, we move on to round 2. You'll need to find a team of 4 for a game we like to call the crown game. She twirled a metal crown on her finger with a sultry grin. Let's explain the rules, shall we? The rules of the crown game are simple. You might notice both my crown and the raised platform in the center. That is the throne. The crown must stay on the throne. There will be 5 rounds and 10 teams. Up to 5 teams can choose to participate in each round. And if there are too many, the teams that have participated the most in the past will enter. When someone claims the crown, they must sit on the throne. If they leave the throne or attack anyone outside the throne, their team loses the crown and is out of the round. The team who holds the crown at the end of each 10-minute round is automatically in the next round. Usually, the team with the crown at the end of the 5th round is the winner, and this is still true, but the 3 other teams that hold the crown for the longest amount of time will advance to the final round. Everyone clear? Simple, she said. You have 5 minutes to form your teams of 4. Oh, great, awesome. That was plenty of time. Izuku immediately latched onto Fumi, knowing he did not want to do this without his spirit buddies. Yabu, I require Haku. I'm the only one who can see her, so fighting against us is pointless for her but gives us an advantage. Izuku considered for a moment before nodding and cupping his hands around his mouth. Haku, on my way. He looked to Fumi for the 4th member, but the bird boy shrugged. I am not one for plans. I am assuming shadow attacking people if I am sitting on the throne does not violate the rules. And we have you as a sneaky heavy hitter, then Hagakure as a pure stealth operative. We might benefit from more defense, or a way to keep people away from the throne. Or, perhaps, someone to sit on it, if you would like me to play defense. Izuku bit his lip and nodded slowly, looking over who had already formed a team. It looked like Todoroki had teamed up with Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Jiru, so they had versatility, speed, firepower, and sensing. They could be an issue. Shaoji and Kudo were soon joined by Tsu, who dragged over Uraraka, also potentially dangerous. Bakugo had been accosted by the pink-haired girl with the jetpack, and she had latched on to Kaminari, who was followed by an amused-looking Siro. The only other 2 Wana students who had made it into the top 40 were Ashido and Ajiro, and it looked like they were teaming up with 2 of the 1B kids. There looked to be 12 total of said 1B kids, a girl and boy with a funny yellow head joining up with what looked to be a pair of support students, if their gear was anything to go by. And the other 8 were split amongst themselves, including Monoma with a ginger, a green-haired girl with a toothy grin, and a light brown-haired boy. Izuku had no idea what any of their quirks were, so he'd have to be cautious. There were a total of 9 general education students who had made it to this round, and it looked like they were forming teams of 4 amongst themselves, but everyone seemed to be avoiding Shinsu. Izuku blinked. Oh, Saki. The purple-headed boy's head shot up almost incredulously, but there was also naked relief there. He schooled his expression and pointed to himself with a raised eyebrow. Tobai Gekard. Is there another Saki? Get over here, good luck charm. Shinsu grimaced and avoided the jeering from the other Gen Ed groups and walked over, hands in his pockets. Yeah, Fumi hummed. We wish to have you join our team for the crown game, should you choose to accept. At least, I assumed that was the plan. Izuku nodded. Us 3 in Hagakure. Well, you don't know her, we can just stick with Haku. She's invisible. Well, to humans. Anyway, us 4, you in. Shinsu was carefully blank. You don't even know my quirk. The only thing you know about me is my lackluster physical ability and unnatural talent at hide and seek. This is a game full of direct combat. Why would you want me? Shadow giggled. We also know your sparkling personality. Plus, you're our friend. Shinsu slowly nodded. If you'll have me, then. Izuku beamed. The floating gym uniform bounded over. Okay, I'm here. Team time. Oh, you're new. Hi there. You can call me Haku. Lord knows Tobai won't call me anything else. It means clear. Shinsu raised an eyebrow. A little on the nose. Tobai calls me Saki. And everyone else kind of does too. She giggled. Purple, huh? Yeah. Tobai has a talent for those on the nose nicknames. You can also call me Hagakure if you want. You can call me Shinsu as well. She bounced. Great. I probably will stick to Saki. But it's nice to meet you. So, Tobai, Yabu, Kuro, and Cage. Plan? Izuku nodded sharply. Think like a fox. We don't have a heavy-hitting team, quirks notwithstanding. All we have to do is game the system. Fumi, remind me of the win conditions. He raised an eyebrow, visible by the displacement of his feathers. There are 2 ways. 1. The team who has the crown at the end of the 5th round automatically wins. 2. The teams with the most time with the crown advance as well. He beamed. Yep. So, we either take the crown for the most time, or we sweep in at the last minute, Shinsu finished, and get the win without doing most of the work. And, Izuku giggled, less exposure to our quirks and abilities. Important for underground heroes. Can't give out every trick. But I wouldn't say we're going to do no work. Haku hummed. But isn't there a restriction on the number of teams who can participate in a given round? I think everyone is going to want to compete in the last round. It's their final shot. Izuku nodded solemnly. Midnight said that if too many teams want to join, they'll be given priority if they've been in more rounds in the past, so we'll need to join at least 1, if not 2 of the rounds before the final round. Shinsu narrowed his eyes. Then the question becomes which rounds. Fumi crossed his arms. Not the first. Let people exhaust themselves and reveal to us their powers. Then we shall swoop in when they are weakened, and we shall steal the fruits of their labors for our own. A most devious plan. Tobai geckered. A plan fit for a fox. Good one, Yabu. Izuku grinned. So, we're all in for it? Shinsu shrugged and Hagakure cheered, jumping up and down in excitement. And that concludes the 5 minutes. Teams, come forth. Mike, please don't be so dramatic. But Eraser, they're fighting over the crown, over who gets to be king or queen. What's there not to be dramatic about? Disclaimer to the students. None of you are becoming royalty after this. I don't think we have the power for that. I dunno. I'm sure Nedzu has a contact somewhere. Mike, stop promising the students things you can't deliver on. Anyway, the teams are all registered by now. We have a fine mix of students, with a total of 28 hero course, 16 from 1A and 12 from 1B, 9 from our general studies course, and 3 from our support course. Let's give it up for teams. Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki, Asui, Ashido, Kendo, Shizaki, Kodai, Kamura, Aibo. Midnight cracked her whip with a grin. On the count of 3, teams that wish to participate in round 1 will raise a hand. Any hand. Late volunteers are not accepted, so make a commitment and stick with it, folks. 3, 2, 1. 3 hands shot up. She grinned. Very well, she purred. Step up to the arena and let the first round of the crown game begin. Izuku was not surprised to see both Bakugo and Todoroki raising their hands, putting their groups in the running. But he was mildly surprised to see one of the 2 Gen Ed teams volunteering and no one else. Teams Bakugo, Todoroki, and Hamura, please take to the ring. Midnight, count them down. Midnight grinned and cracked her whip. All right, boys and girls, welcome to round 1. Remember, if you touch the crown you wear it, and then you can't move until someone else takes the crown. And, go. All 12 people dashed for the crown, but Todoroki's team was the quickest. Ida carried Jiru to the throne and placed her on it, letting her take the crown and place it on her head. Todoroki then encased the entire thing in ice, and the 3 other members of the team focused purely on Bakugo's team. Kind of rude, to be honest, ignoring the Gen Ed kids like that. In a display of speed and power, Team Todoroki secures the crown. You can note the team possession timers on the board so you can keep track of the scores. It looks like Team Bakugo is fighting to break past the defense, but the combination of 1A's elite is knocking them back. Team Hamura has members Fusu Kazuna and Ryuru Hanto trying to escape notice and find weakness in the ice dome. Boy, I hope Jiru Kyoyuka, current holder of the crown, is dressed warmly. I recall that Yaoyorozu slipped her a coat before the ice sealed. Excellent. Recovery Girl would kill us if we gave a student hypothermia in round 2. Hatsume of Team Bakugo is giving Ida Tenya of Team Todoroki a run for his money. Yes, that pun was intentional. Thank you. She is running circles around that boy, while the team namesakes are engaged in combat of their own. If Bakugo Katsuki can get to the ice dome, he can break it. Izuku took the time to ignore Mike and his classmates to look at the 4 Gen Ed kids. The 2 Mike had called out, Fusu Kazuna and Ryuru Hanto, were kind of hard to see. Ryuru looked translucent, like a less powerful version of Haku. Fusu, on the other hand, Izuku's eyes almost slid off of him, keeping him in the edges of his focus. Fumi, he muttered. Fusu. Thoughts? The bird boy hummed. It reminds me of meeting Tobai for the first time. My brain does not want to see him, despite knowing something is there. My attention would slip if I was not well versed in spirits. He hummed back. Saki. Know anything about any of the Gen Ed kids? Fusu's quirk is notice me not, so spot on there. Hamura has a viper mutation. Not sure if he has venom, but he has a heat sense and an interesting sense of smell. Shinsu narrowed his eyes at the other 2. Tomodachi is an empath. Ryuru's quirk is ghost, makes him mostly see-through and quiet. The only one I know from the other team is Abo. He can sense quirks. Haku grumbled. So that's at least 3 people that can tell where I am at all times. Awesome. Izuku cocked his head. It seems like the other hero kids aren't focusing on them at all. If we can knock them out of the competition, that's less people who can find us when we make the push for the crown in round 5. Let them wear each other down, and we just incapacitate the ones dangerous to us. Dark Shadow peeked out and stared at the 4 Gen Ed kids watching the current battle with narrowed eyes. They look like they want to go in next round. Then we won't. Round 3 and 4 if we need it, then 5. Izuku watched as Kaminari tried to help Hatsume with Ida, trying to electrocute the fast boy. But then Yaoyorozu swooped in and wrapped the electric boy in a blanket and the sparks never made it past. An insulator? Kaminari seemed to notice it before he could release his full charge and ran out of the blanket no worse for wear, but certainly more cautious. Zero tried to swipe the blanket from her, but she and Ida were too fast, even for the 3 of them. 2 minutes on the clock. Team Todoroki still has the crown. Bakugo managed to slip past Todoroki and break the ice dome just as the timer ran out, causing him to scream in rage. Midnight grinned. Team Todoroki is automatically in the next round, since they currently have possession of the crown. Teams Hamura and Bakugo, please clear off the field. The 8 students walked off to stand at the side with the other 7 teams, and Midnight cracked her whip. I hope to see more than just 3 teams this time, she demurred, so on the count of 3, hands up. 3, 2, 1, 5 hands went up and she giggled. She cracked her whip. Teams Ashido, Shizaki, Asui, and Abo, please take to the field. Bakugo yelled something about his team being traitors, but Kaminari and Siro were holding his arms down while Hatsune tinkered with her machines, preventing their team from being in again. And we get right into round 2. Todoroki looks like he's going to reform the ice dome, securing his queen, but oh, what's this? Team Asui has leapt into the fray with some combination quirks, all 4 of them taking to the sky. A tongue from Asui has the crown snatched right off of Jiru's head, delivered safely to Kudakuji. There goes Uraraka Ochako, releasing the hold she had on her team's gravity, and Team Asui has the crown. What an upset. Shaoji Mezu, Asui Tsuyu, and Uraraka Ochako are on protection duty. Can they sustain the combined assault of the other 4 teams? Todoroki looked upset, but his ice to capture the members of Team Asui was cut off by roiling vines trying to do the same, and the 2 groups clashed. The other members of Team Shizaki were a boy that was all black with white hair, a girl with silver hair and a tired expression, and a boy with dark green hair pulled back in a braid. Yaoyorozu made a large machete to combat the vines, but the boy shot scales out of his arms to knock her off course. The silver-haired girl engaged with arms going rigid, and then Ada was picked up into the air slightly, making it impossible for him to move no matter how much he struggled. Yanagi Ryuko of Team Shizaki has effectively incapacitated Ada. How long can she keep it up? On the other side of the dome, Ashido, Ajiru, and the 2 1B kids they had teamed up with were trying to both break into the ice and stop Team Abo from profiting off their labor. Shaoji was not making it easy for them either, tag teaming with Tsu to keep them away. One kid suddenly rippled and was almost completely invisible, camouflaged into the environment, but Tsu merely wrapped her tongue around them and flung them into their other teammate who had been creeping up silently behind Shaoji. With a combination from Ashido Mina and Honuki Juzo, the ground around the throne has become unstable and soft. It seems this is both a hindrance and a help to their team, as Ajiru Mashiro, currently engaging in physical combat with Shaoji Mezu, is stumbling a little. Can the members of Team Abo make use of this distraction? Kuika Shauku and Nashinto Narazu, previously thrown into each other, are just now getting up on the unstable ground. Oh my, Team Ashido has leapt back from the fight, causing Team Asui to follow suit. But Team Abo is not quick enough on the draw as Honuki reverses his quirk and solidifies the ground around their feet. Unless Team Abo can find a way out, they might be out. Seeing an opportunity to take a team completely out of the running, Shaoji, Ajiru, and Tsu descended on the poor Gen Ed kids and knocked all 4 of them out. They won't be getting up anytime soon. It looks like we have our first team totally eliminated in Mayaku Jackie, Kuiki Shauka, Ashinto Narazu, and Abo Akiro. They will be missed. Oh, looking at the other side of the field, it seems Team Todoroki has managed to fight off Team Shizaki and has, oh my god, they took back the crown. Uraraka proving to not be enough defense. Team Asui held it for 4 minutes 42 seconds. There are 4 minutes left, folks. Can the other teams correct this upset and claim the crown for themselves? They all breathed out a sigh, partially relieved. It was a shame that Team Asui had been forced to give up the crown. But on the other hand, that was one whole team they didn't have to worry about anymore, with sensing abilities besides. If they could get Team Hamura out next time, that was 2 teams of sensors gone, giving them the advantage. Still 7 other teams to deal with. But maybe Team Bakugo could get rid of Team Todoroki, or they could get rid of each other. It would certainly make things that much easier. Soon enough, round 2 was over, most of the contestants looking exhausted. But Team Todoroki had put Jiru back on the throne, securing their spot and making their time currently sit at over 13 minutes of time holding the crown. Team Todoroki is in the next round by default. Teams Asui, Shizaki, and Ashido, please clear the stage. Team Abo is eliminated. Medbots escorted the 4 unconscious students off the field and Midnight cracked her whip with a grin. I hope to see the last teams that haven't gone yet on the stage this time. On the count of 3, raise your hand to participate in round 3. 1, 2, Izuku was ready. 3, 5 hands shot up and Izuku gulped nervously. Due to the rules, Midnight purred. The first teams allowed in are Teams Bakugo and Hamura. As for the other 3, Izuku glanced at the other teams, Teams Kendo and Kodai, and how none of the 3 of them had been in any of the previous rounds. What to do, she hummed. Well, since Team Midoriya has 3 people who completely beat round 1, they get a spot. Teams Kendo and Kodai, rock, paper, scissors for the spot. Both 1B girls walked forward and did the game, Kendo coming out on top. Well then, Teams Bakugo, Hamura, Midoriya, and Kendo take the field. Remember, Izuku murmured, we're looking to knock out Team Hamura. The others can fight all they want. We don't need to draw attention to ourselves. Tobai melted into him and he saw the haze that was Hagakure to Tobai, apparently none with the other three. And start. Right off the bat, Team Bakugo is going hard for Team Todoroki, an almost perfect deja vu of round 1. They are now joined by half of Team Kendo, Monoma Nito and Tsuburaba Kosai. The other half, Kendo Itsuka and Satsuna Takage, and looking for ways to break down the fully reformed ice dome, thicker than it was last time. Izuku grinned, glad Mike wasn't focused on them so that Team Himura wouldn't get any hints for what was to come. He and Fumi swept up behind Tomodachi and Himura. Izuku wasted no time leaping onto the empath and putting him in a sleeper hold. The boy looked around, panicked, but as Himura tried to come to his aid, hissing, Fumi and Shadow wrapped around him and raised him in the air, slowly also depriving him of air. Haku was tripping up Ryuru, her weaker variant, until the poor kid looked black and blue from all the times they'd fallen onto the ground. With a bop on the head, they were out. Fumi handled Fusu, having plenty of experience with avoidant spirits, and soon all 4 of the Gen Ed team were down. Incoming Team Kendo, Shinsu called, on lookout duty to ensure no one tried to take advantage of them while they took out the other team. And wait, what's this? Team Himura is completely unconscious. When did this happen? When you were too caught up in the Team Todoroki and Bakugo fight. Team Midoriya had calculated strikes to eliminate them without getting noticed. But it seems like Team Kendo has caught on to the other team in this round, as half their members are their attempts to break into the dome. I would like to make a deal, Kendo called from a safe distance, that I think will benefit us both. And why would we do that? Haku retorted. Satsuna grinned. We know your game. If you can break us into the dome, we'll take the crown for the rest of this round and then never participate again. That way, we get the time we need, since it doesn't look like Team Todoroki will be giving up the crown anytime soon. And you get one less competitor when you snatch it at the last minute. You protect us, we help you. Sound good? Izuku cocked his head. How do you know that another team won't get more time than you? We don't. Monoma acquiesced. Coming around the dome, but 7 minutes is hard to beat out entirely. Do we have a deal? They exchanged glances and shrugged. Fumi stepped forward and Dark Shadow ripped into the ice dome, revealing a spooked Jiru, and Tsuburaba came out of nowhere, the 2 girls pushing Jiru out and letting the boy sit on the throne with the crown. He immediately sucked in air and then expelled it, forming what sensing revealed to be invisible wind barriers. Not a bad strategy, since it wasn't attacking anyone outside the throne, so it was legal. With just under 7 minutes left on the clock, there's a team up between Teams Midoriya and Kendo to put Team Kendo on the throne. What possible motivation could Team Midoriya have for helping an enemy team get on the throne? Bakugo screamed from the other side of the dome in indignation. The rest of the round consisted of mostly Bakugo and Todoroki's teams fighting over who would get to fight for the crown, with the occasional defense from the 7 people who were now guarding it. But in the last 15 seconds, Ida sped Jiru to the throne and kicked the wind barriers apart, putting Team Todoroki back in control. In a surprise twist, Team Todoroki is back on the throne, meaning they have held it at the end of all 3 rounds. Team Kendo sits with 6 minutes and 53 seconds on the clock, putting them in a current 2nd place, with Team Asui being the only other one to ever hold the crown for 4 minutes, 42 seconds. We again clear the field to prep for round 4. Midnight grinned at them, cooing. Such displays of youth. That's 2 teams completely eliminated, and only 8 teams left to compete. Only half of you will move on, you know. Well, anyway, you know the drill. On 3. 1, 2, 3. This time, only 4 hands went up. Izuku nodding at Kendo, and those teams took to the center. Teams Bakugo, Kodai, Ashido, Shizaki, and, of course, Todoroki. There are now 3 support students on the stage, with the 2 from Kodai's team and Hatsum on Bakugo's. And there are more 1B students than 1A, due to the team distributions, 8 to their 7, so Izuku was honestly curious how this would go. The first thing Bakugo did was pick up Kaminari and throw him directly at Todoroki. The blonde boy screamed and discharged, shocking most of Team Todoroki and all of Team Shizaki. In a shocking turn of events, try again for my sanity before I kill you in cold blood. In an exciting turn of events, Kaminari Denki has taken out both himself and all of Team Shizaki. It looks like Yaoyorozu is in the process of reviving her team with her incredibly versatile quirk, but not before Bakugo has taken over the crown, putting Shirohanta on the throne. If not for the rule that you can't attack anyone while being on the throne, I would say that he would want to be there himself. But can he defend it with only 2 teammates to his name? Yubagain Chichai and Ikiji Jisaku of Team Kodai look to be tackling their coursemate, Hatsume. But Kodai Yui and Bondo Kajuru are busy dealing with their own classmates and their team, fighting off Team Ashido for the illustrious privilege of vying for the crown. Izuku leaned forward in interest, ears and eyes flicking to all the parts of the battle. All of Team Shizaki was disoriented, But Ajaru took a page out of their book and knocked all 4 of them out, making Midnight declare them out of the entire thing. Kaminari was in a similar state, and all 5 of them were dragged off the field to a no-doubt irate recovery girl. He turned back to his team, content to ignore the fight. We all know the plan. Dark Shadow saluted. Yabu breaks into the dome. Haku sneaks in as the secret defender, Saki on the throne, Yabu and Fumi on defense. Izuku grinned. Yep, you all ready? Shinsu smirked wryly. Yeah, I guess we are. Time to crown a king. In a few minutes, Team Todoroki has recovered enough to take out Zero Hanta, encasing him up to his neck in ice. It seems Todoroki Shadow is done playing around, putting himself on the throne and building up a glacier around himself. Down to 2 members, Team Bakugo is regrouping. Team Ishido and Kodai are taking a page out of Team Midoriya and Kendo's books by teaming up, it looks like, to get through the glacier. Can they break through in time to get the crown from Team Todoroki, who really doesn't need it at this point? The answer, it turned out, was no. Bakugo launched explosions at it. Ishido tried melting it, and Honuki softened it a good bit, but the timer ran out before they could really and truly break in, ending the 4th round with Todoroki holding the crown. Midnight cracked her whip. Team Todoroki is automatically in the final round. Now, we didn't want to tell you this, but the most and first in rule is being done away with for this final round. To make things more exciting, every team can participate in this last round, and I encourage you to do so. Mike, give us the current standings. In current first place with way too much time to surpass is Team Todoroki. In second place is Team Kendo, with just under 7 minutes. In third place is Team Bakugo, with just under 5 minutes. And in fourth place is Team Asui with just under that. Close. This final round will be incredibly interesting, so, competitors, take to the field. This doesn't change anything. Izuku grinned, flexing his claws. Just keep careful watch on the time. We move in the last minute. Team Kendo should still be helping us, since they're guaranteed to move on at this rate. Let's do this. 3. They all tensed as the 26 contestants took the field. 2. Izuku caught Sue's eye and waved cheekily. No doubt they had figured out their plan. 1. They let everyone else dash forward while they split up, starting to lay the groundwork that would come into play in 9 minutes. Izuku took a deep breath and let the sounds of the fighting slip away. He knew everyone was in place, and the struggle for the crown was coming to its peak, Teams Ishido and Kodai briefly having it due to their team-ups, but with half his team down, Bakugo was struggling. Sue's team was relatively decent, but they simply didn't have the firepower to beat Team Todoroki, fully recovered from the tasing. They were, like Izuku's own team, built for more sneaking around, which is what saved them so much in round 1. Izuku let out his breath, eyeing the clock. 3.5 minutes left. Saki came up behind him. Hey there, chiefs. Reporting for duty. He grinned. Welcome, Saki, he murmured. Are you sure about that? I can't imagine it'll be super comfortable. Shinsu rolled his eyes. I want to win, Yabu. If I get some bruises, it's worth it. Izuku began singing softly. Welcome to the world. He picked up the taller, lankier boy and a princess carry, bracing them both and preparing to jump. There's blood on the crown. Go and take it. He grinned at the purple boy. You get 1 shot to make it out alive. He went back to humming the song instead of singing it quietly. It fit, for this game. He would make sure that everyone remembered them. Shinsu whistled loudly and Dark Shadow picked up Ishido's team and hurled them at where Bakugo was fighting the rest of Team Todoroki, effectively putting all 3 teams at odds, and Izuku dashed forward. 2 minutes remained. With their own job done, Dark Shadow and Fumi took Shinsu from Izuku's arms, letting him exhale forcefully and swiping a hand over the ice, leaving trails of blue fire in his wake that ate through the ice like a hot knife through butter. He could hear Mike yelling distantly, but he was focused on running a circle around the dome, letting the ice crack with the strain the top-heavy structure was now putting out and the lack of support for the weight. With a hefty and ear-shattering crack, it came down directly on Team Kodai. Todoroki shot to his feet, ice burning in a blue ring around him, and he shivered. In cold or anger, Izuku didn't care to tell. He waved, grinning cheekily, and tackled Todoroki off the throne, sending the crown flying. Shinsu grabbed it and stood on the throne, turning slowly in a circle to watch the competition. 1 minute. Team Kendo closed ranks around them, knowing that Team Midoriya would have the least time, but if they could swing this, they would both go through. They had made a deal, after all. Izuku kept humming, waiting till Fumi and Shadow were clear before exhaling once more, making the blue flames spike, completely shielding the throne. 30 seconds. Todoroki broke past the vanguard and made an arch of ice over the fire. But Izuku fed more energy into them and it started to creak and melt. Hand me the crown, the boy demanded. Shinsu raised an eyebrow. Or what? I'll. Todoroki's face went blank and Shinsu pursed his lips. Go away. 3, 2. Can Team Midoriya keep the crown? 1. Yes, they can. With a last-minute sweep, Team Midoriya has secured the crown. What? Anne, upset. With 1 minute of being king, Shinsu Hitoshi and his team will be advancing to the next round. Midnight, let's look at those final scores. She doubled over laughing. That was quite a show, kiddies. As President Mike said, Team Midoriya will be advancing as they were the last team with the crown. Also advancing is, of course, Team Todoroki, who held the crown for essentially 4 full rounds. Next, Team Kendo, and finally Team Bakugo. Since Team Bakugo only has 2 members that can compete, Team Asui will be sending 2 of their own members to the finals. Sue nodded and turned to Shoji, Kuta, and Uraraka, clearly in debate on the 2 they would send. Finally, Sue and Uraraka stepped forward. Midnight cracked her whip. Excellent. Then, those 16 will be participating in the tournament in an hour. Mike, can we get the board up? The digital board displaying the scores flashed to reveal a bracket, and Izuku eagerly leaned forward to see the matchups. Uraraka Achako vs Hagakure Toru. Kendo Itsuka vs Asui Tsuyu. Yaoyorozu Momo vs Monoma Nito. Jiro Kailuka vs Shinsu Hitoshi. Midoriya Izuku vs Tsuburaba Kosai. Todoroki Shoto vs Takoyami Fumikage. Hatsume vs Bakugo Katsuki. Ida Tenya vs Takage Satsuna. None of their friend group was fighting each other round 1. Izuku felt Tobai melt out of him, perched around his shoulders. Yabu, lunchtime. Izuku snorted and grabbed the hands of Shinsu and Fumi, tugging them along. You heard him, we have to eat lunch. Haku, oh, and Sue, bring your group over. Izuku ignored the stares coming from Shinsu as he dragged everyone over to the cafeteria. He released his 2 friends, grinning and waving at the others as they trailed in. I'll grab us a table after I get my food. He dashed off, ducking to be one of the first ones in line, and got something filling for both him and Tobai before sliding to a table fit for 8 as everyone else trickled in around him, including a fidgeting Shinsu. Saki, Tobai put his paws on the table. I see you have tofu again. I have been told demanding tribute is wrong, so I am not demanding, I am asking. Can I have some of your tofu? Shinsu blinked and slowly brandished a cube of tofu from his miso soup to the fox. Tobai snapped it up and sighed, sitting back on the bench to beg Izuku to feed him more, despite the fact that he didn't actually need food. Chatter continued as normal, subdued slightly since they were a more quiet group, when Shinsu spoke up. Okay, is no one going to talk about it? Izuku blinked and tilted his head. Talk about what? My quirk. He wasn't looking at them, shoulders hunched and bracing. I didn't tell you guys anything, and now you know. Sorry I wasted all of your time by lying to you. Shadow poked him. How did you lie? I don't get it. I didn't tell you what I was going in. Haku snickered. So, I think your quirk is rad. It might even be the only reason we got into the last round at all. Sue croaked. I will admit, I did not see what happened, but I can't imagine this group disliking you due to your quirk. Izuku slid his hand forward. I think it's neat. You didn't have to tell us your quirk before. It's not like a requirement or anything. You're still our friend. Now it's just easier to plan strategies around you. Tobai huffed. I don't know why humans care about quirks so much. I mean, it's basically just spirit powers but less cool. It's not like you're a scary Oni or a ghost come to kill us. Who cares? Shinsu looked at them incredulously. Everyone. I've been told I'm a villain my entire life. Shoji raised an eyebrow, looking taken aback. That's dumb. You aren't a villain for your quirk or lack of one. You're only a villain if you do villainous things. I was called a demon boy. Izuku mused. Once they stopped calling me quirkless, that is. I mean, I get it. It's hard to prove you really have a quirk when you're the only one who can see things, but even once I proved it. Well, I get it. I'm just glad I had Tobai. Plus I would go see Shiko and Gamma and Fumi after school, so it wasn't as bad. I think they still call me a demon boy, but only when they think Tobai isn't there, so he doesn't fight them. Tobai huffed. Demons and spirits aren't even the same thing. Demons are powerful, corrupt spirits, almost gods. Yabu is just Yabu. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Izuku said dryly. You really don't mind. Izuku shrugged and speared a sliced carrot. Not really. Like Shoji said, you're only a villain if you do villainous things. Personally, I think you'd make a good underground hero. Pretty much everyone at this table would, with the exception of Uraraka. She giggled. I'm a little too flashy for that, but I could try. Tobai suddenly leapt onto the table, staring Shinsu down. Saki, he grumbled, you're our good luck charm, so you better become a hero with us, okay? The boy blinked and looked away, but nodded. Yes, his voice cracked a little. Okay, I can do that. The first battle had Hane and Haku taking to the stage. Haku was quick to take off her uniform. Again, to be completely invisible to humans, but Tobai could still see her just fine. It was like she was wrapped in a spirit, so human eyes just slid off of her. Tobai was rather fond of Haku, because she looked really nice, even if the other humans couldn't see. Even Yabu couldn't see her without help. Hane tried to get a grip on Haku to make her as light as a feather and hurl her out. But Hane was still human, so she couldn't see all the times Haku would trip her and guide her to the edge where Haku could throw her out. Haku won. Next was Tsu versus the ginger girl who had made a deal with Yabu and his team. And while Tobai cheered for Tsu, and it was a mighty fine dance, with flips and jumps and tongue flicks and grabs. But sadly, the hand girl got a lucky grab and threw Tsu out of the ring. Tobai resolved to comfort Tsu later by giving her cucumbers. It always made Kairu happier, anyway. Then it was Nami versus Monomanito. Oh yes, Tobai had not forgotten his name. Yabu might have given it back, but Tobai does not forget. Against Nami, he was sure to fall. And she was way too fast for him. She made a... Well, Tobai didn't know, but she beat him out of the ring in no time at all, and Tobai cheered for her. Tobai, we have to go. After Shinsu and Jiru, it's us. Oh yeah, Saki was fighting Yuri. Tobai liked Yuri, but he liked Saki more, so he really hoped Saki won. He could do the name thing too, and even if he called Tobai Faye, which was kind of really wrong, he was their good luck charm, and Tobai needed him to win so that everyone else could see how cool he was. Tobai knew that Saki wasn't well liked by many humans, based on how he acted around Yabu and Kuro and Kashi. Well, everyone, but Tobai liked him, so he was going to keep him. Now, who were they fighting? Subu, Raba, oh, him, from Ginger Hand's team. Xiaoga, that was her name now. He would have to get her a ginger root as thanks for her help in that last round. Yabu, it's the wind barrier boy. Yabu did the human gecker. I know. Can spirit fire break them, you think? Or can we just pounce on them? I want to pounce. He leapt around Yabu, far too excited for this. It wasn't often they got to fight with someone, one-on-one. Well, two-on-one, but when he was possessing Yabu they were basically the same person anyway. It's fine. Tobai looked up at his human brother, eyes far away and mouth running a mile a minute under his breath. With just a flick of his ears, Tobai would be able to hear the muttering, but he just kept jumping at invisible chipmunks, content to let Yabu plan. He figured that they could just pounce until it worked. No need for a vigorous plan. Shinsu Hitoshi has won as Jiru Kyoika walked off the field. Tobai stretched before leaping daintily onto Yabu's shoulders. Oof, the boy staggered exaggeratedly. You've been eating too much tofu. You're heavy, Tobai. He gave the boy a light nip on the ear in return for that grossly untrue statement, ignoring the pained hiss. Yabu stepped out onto the field to see the boy with light brown hair doing the same, and Tobai yawned, melting into Yabu and sharing his mind space. Yabu flexed their claws and toes and his stance shifted, perfectly balanced on the tips of his feet with his tails flaring out behind him. The sweet-smelling lady cracked her whip and they were off like a shot. Tobai was so upset that they had missed Cage and Kuro's match. Yuki had just encased them in a glacier. That wouldn't usually get them down. They could just break out, but then he used his ice to push them out before they could fully recover from how cold it was. Did Yuki just have an endless supply of ice? He used a lot during the crown game too, but maybe he just didn't feel cold. Ugh, whatever, Tobai was mad, but he and Yabu could beat Yuki for Kuro and Cage. He wouldn't take both sets of partners down. Then it was Tofu Boy versus the crazy pink one. Now Nekio for how much enthusiasm she had. If this wasn't a battle to see who was the best, then Tobai felt like he would get along with her quite well. She danced circles around Tofu Boy with her machines, neutralizing or avoiding all of his attacks before she gracefully stepped out the ring. Oh, Tofu Boy screamed at the win. He really did not like that. And Tobai was rolling on the floor, shrieking with laughter. The last match was another person from Xiaoga's team, the Green Lizard Girl versus Chongaru. She could split up her entire body into blobs, which felt like it could go horribly wrong, but she used it to bait Chongaru into running himself out of the ring, securing herself the win. That was half of Xiaoga's team passing. That was pretty good. Then it was Haku and Xiaoga. And of course Haku won. Xiaoga got close with her big hands a few times. But Haku was really clever, a real fox, and pushed the girl out of the ring just like she did with Hain in the last round, letting her move on. And then Yabu wouldn't let him watch Saki's match again. Tobai, he huffed, we have to go prepare for our own match against Todoroki. But it's Nami and Saki. I want to cheer for them. If we hurry, I think the prep room has a TV. And you can watch. Tobai was off like a shot, ricocheting around corners, and he could hear Yabu chuffing behind him as he struggled to keep up, but they got to the prep room just in time to see Nami get caught by Saki's power. It looked like she had held off for a while, probably because Yuri told her what Saki could do, but Saki was full of good luck. No way to lose. Of course he was the victor. Then it was their turn, and they walked out, only for Tobai's hackles to raise. In front of them was a giant ball of fire. Oh no, that was a person. Endeavor sneered down at him, and Izuku carefully repositioned himself so he was between the number 2 hero and Tobai. Who knew if the kitsune was visible right now or not? Or even if regular human fire could hurt the fire-based spirit, but Izuku did not really want to risk it. Excuse me, he said politely, but I have a match to get to. With your son, I believe. You will be a good stepping stone for Shoto. Endeavor walked away, and Tobai muttered something unkind under his breath. But Izuku just turned and ran back out to the field, trying to ignore the unsettling feeling in his gut. He sensed more than felt Tobai melt into him as everything got sharper, including the boy across from him. Izuku didn't know what to think of Todoroki. He was stoic, reserved, and had a powerful ice quirk. His father was the flame hero, Endeavor, and that was it. That was all he knew. He hadn't paid much attention to the boy, but in the light of the sun, Izuku finally got a good look. He was objectively good-looking with split hair and heterochromia, and he had that sort of princely vibe to him that no doubt was accentuated by his rich upbringing. But he also looked empty. His eyes had no emotion in them, dark. He didn't look excited to be here or determined to succeed. It looked like it could have been any random Tuesday for him. He looked tired. He looked cold. Midnight called for the start, and Izuku flung himself to the side, the back of his neck prickling with the cold of the ice that was now spiking up from where he had been standing. And Izuku doubled back to climb it, claws digging into the ice that was just starting to get slick from the heat of the sun beating down on them. It was late spring, and it was an unusually hot day for the time of year, and it made the ice melt slightly faster, making him have to dig his claws into it. Another wave of ice came, and Izuku exhaled as he flung out his hand, carving a curl of blue spirit fire that no ice could pass, giving him a little time to breathe. He was about to leap over the fire and tackle Todoroki when he paused. Todoroki was shivering. More than that, his right side was covered in a layer of frost. Despite the spirit fire being able to melt the ice, that was merely its magic, not any form of heat. Spirit fire was cold, achingly cold, and between that and the ice, Todoroki was freezing. Surely his quirk couldn't hurt him this much. Surely, if he was an ice user, he was built for the ice. Unless, of course, Izuku thought back to his father, the roiling inferno that Endeavor had. Todoroki was not simply an ice user. Izuku risked a quick scan and recoiled, sucking in a breath that slightly dampened the crisp half-circle of fire. Izuku couldn't help but stare. Todoroki, you're literally killing yourself. The boy froze and narrowed his eyes, but paused in his assault. Explain. Izuku ran a clawed hand through his hair, trying to find the words. Most people have one chakra nature. Uncommon people have one and then a minor affinity for another. Exceptional people have two, perfectly balanced. But you have three. Todoroki frowned. I don't understand. I have fire and ice. Izuku nodded. Fire is a base element. Ice is a combination of water and wind. If I'm right, you could combine either of those with fire for something new, but that's not the point. The point is, you're purposefully putting your system out of balance. Most people use all of their quirk and utilize all of their chakra. You're only using water and wind, letting the fire consume you. He looked at the other boy, stricken. You're literally burning out. Todoroki sniffed, flexing his right arm. I don't need his fire to beat you. Even if it kills me, that will only be after I've beaten that man and become number one without his power. Izuku felt his irritation and worry spike, but Tobai held onto it for now, helping him keep a clear head. Todoroki, this isn't something that's going to happen in a few years, it's happening now. You're dying, actively, right now. It's still reversible, but you have to use every single part of you. Todoroki scowled. Haven't you been listening? I won't use his power. Where is he, right now? The boy blinked. Up, in the stands. Why? Because I see fire. But if it's his, he must be here, right? Funny, I don't see him, so whose fire could this be? It's certainly not Tobai's, since we're one and the same right now, so where the hell is that fire coming from? Todoroki. Todoroki looked taken aback by the snapping tone, but Izuku wasn't done. He's not here, Todoroki, but you are. So stop killing yourself and let yourself be whole. Your chakra nature has nothing to do with him, and you don't either. He could feel the fire still curling around the much smaller portions of wind and water, but all of a sudden they flared and the fire retreated, balancing him out, and Izuku sighed in relief. Fire curled in his left palm, lazy and bright, and so warm in the chill of the ice-covered field. The glint of the fire reflected in the boy's eyes, making their warmth known and giving him an aura of peace like Izuku had never seen, even when he was unconscious. You're very odd, Midoriya. Izuku snorted. I see spirits and am currently possessed by one. I'd say I'm odd, yeah. Without warning, he flung more spirit fire at the boy. But just because I'm odd, he grinned, leaping over the flames to slash at him, does not mean I'm about to just let you win. You better figure out your fire fast, Yuki, because we're not here to mess around. The corner of Todoroki's mouth quirked up. Good. And then the fight began in earnest. In the end, Todoroki was too frostbitten to make for a good close combat fighter, but he gave out plenty of pain before he went down, and Izuku knew that between him and Tobai, they had maybe half their reserves left. With 2 potential battles left, they would have to be careful. Bakugo destroyed Setsuna completely, and then there were 4. The first match was interesting to watch, because Haku knew Shinsu's power, and he could almost sort of see her, having gotten used to being around her for the past 2 weeks, so it became a game. After showing off some of her skills, Haku made either a purposeful slip-up or a careless mistake and responded to something Shinsu said and walked out of the ring, tapping midnight so that everything was perfectly clear. Then came their match. Against Bakugo, Tobai butted against his leg, making him stagger slightly as he wasn't expecting it. He looked down and blinked at the mischievous expression on the fox's face. "You just focus on dodging," Tobai purred, "and I'll handle Tofu Boy." Ominous. They walked onto the field and Bakugo scoffed. "We're the shitty creature, Deku." Izuku smiled and shrugged. Izuku dodged the first several explosions before Bakugo stumbled, blinking rapidly as if to clear his vision. He wobbled on his feet, catching himself a few times, before he dropped like a stone. Izuku blinked at Tobai, who leapt up onto Bakugo's back and yawned and winked. Midoriya Izuku wins, advancing to the final. The medbots dragged off a fully asleep Bakugo and Izuku blinked at Tobai incredulously. What did you do?" "Illusions, basically, but I made him fall asleep." The next round was held immediately, and Shinsu walked out onto the field. Shinsu raised an eyebrow at Tobai, laying off to the side, just watching. "Not going to have your little friend help you out?" Izuku smiled and shook his head. Tobai was tired from doing the illusion. And besides, he didn't particularly care about this match, but he had his own training without Tobai. He was still Yabu, ninja in training by one of the legendary ninja trainers. He took a stance suited for high mobility and dashed forward as midnight called the start. Shinsu ducked back. If Izuku had claws or weapons, he would have nicked the other boy for sure. But his own nails were kept rather short and he simply didn't have the reach. "Yeesh, I forgot you're kind of crazy and trained by a forest spirit to literally destroy me. Maybe go a tad easy on me." Izuku looked at Shinsu with a knowing smile. "Yeah, you're right," he sighed. "That wouldn't feel as good as when I really beat you for real." Big words, Izuku thought, for someone who had barely been dodging. "Hey, you think that meeting thing in the forest that prevented us from going in is over?" Izuku blinked. "Oh, I don't." "Gotcha, easy as pie. Walk out of the ring, Fey child." Tobai huffed. "Yabu, flex your chakra." In the deep recesses of his mind, Izuku hummed to himself and did just that. He blinked. "Oh, wow, that gives me a headache." Shinsu looked at him incredulously. "Seriously? You can break out that easily with only a headache?" "Oh my god, this is a nightmare." Izuku grinned. "Just give up. Saki, I have about 8 years of training, you have 2 weeks. Shinsu sighed and raised his fists, setting himself in a half-passing stance. "No, gotta impress people or something, I dunno. Fight me, no quirks. Deal." Izuku wasted no time, sprinting forward and slipping under Shinsu's guard to jab at the pressure points he knew he could hit, especially this close. Shinsu was out like a light, but Izuku caught him and gently laid him on the ground. "And the winner of the first-year US Sports Festival is Midoriya Izuku." Izuku looked up and grinned, giggling quietly to himself. The medal ceremony was fine. Both Bakugo and Shinsu were awake enough to receive their medals, and even a blind man could see how Haku was jumping up and down in glee. All Might came to deliver their medals. It was so cool. Bakugo and Haku got their third-place medals first, plus a hug from All Might, then Shinsu. Izuku could hear All Might tell Saki he'd be a great hero and the boy had to bite his lip, no doubt to stop himself from tearing up, and then it was their turn. Tobai was held in Izuku's arms. He had wanted to be around his neck until Izuku explained that's where the medal would go. Then he wanted to be on his head, to which Izuku gave a firm no. He was not planning on being top-heavy, and finally, he settled with being held. It made it so All Might couldn't really hug them, but he put the medal over Izuku's head and gave each of them a pat on the head. He leaned in and Izuku blinked in curiosity. "My boy," All Might muttered, "I will need to talk to you when you return to school. I have something I need to tell you." He pulled away in the next moment, full smiles and waving to the crowd. But Izuku and Tobai just stood there, blinking. Slipping through the crowds to avoid being recognized as the winner of the first year's sports festival was pretty easy, actually. After Tobai got annoyed, Izuku decided to just bite the bullet and employ every bit of stealth training he had so he could make it to school uninterrupted. Stalking into the classroom revealed that other people had also been noticed and recognized on the train. Kaminari and Siro were apparently told tough luck and were lamented with about Bakugo and his lack of teamwork, and they wasted no time in poking fun at the explosive boy. Izuku saw that only his own friend group had noticed him, and he smiled softly and waved. They were all sitting quietly in their own seats, ignoring the hubbub, and even Tobai curled up in Izuku's lap, just like he had done in middle school. Izuku wasted no time threading his fingers through the kitsune's fur, soft under and coarse above, letting the rhythm soothe him. He was still jittery from what All Might had said, about wanting to speak to him about something. What could it possibly be? Was there like a case or something that Izuku needed to get involved in? Had a spirit come up to him with a request? Was he in trouble? Aizawa walked into the room and sighed, running a hand down his face. "Good job all of you. I know not all of you made it past the first round, but now you know things you can work on if nothing else." which is the point of next week. Next week is the internships. You have been sent in offers based on your performance in the sports festival. Take a look. He clicked the projector on to display the offers, starting at the bottom with Jiru getting a handful, then Fumi, then Ada, then Uraraka with just over 70, then Bakugo with a few hundred, then Momo, then Shinsu, then Haku, then Todoroki, then Izuku himself with over 3,000 offers. What? Bakugo snapped, letting off a few explosions. How the hell did Ponytail and half beat me? I went further than them. Aizawa raised an unrepentant eyebrow. You also sacrificed a teammate in the crown game. Agencies tend to not look favorably on people who are willing to throw others under the bus to get ahead. Not very heroic. He walked among the desks of the people who had made it onto the board, placing Shinsu's packet on the desk behind Izuku, and gave everyone else a single sheet of paper. Of course, those of you who did not get offers, not all is lost, he drawled. There are 40 agencies that you can sign on with, covering pretty much every field. Yaoyorozu's hand shot up. Sensei, are we filling desk 19? Aizawa looked at the empty chair and blinked. Oh, yeah, I forgot. You can come in now. Shinsu sheepishly walked in, hands in his pockets. Hi. Haku bounced in her seat. Saki, I knew you could do it. Welcome to hell. Hagakure, Ida chopped his hand. Please do not refer to our class as hell, or the hero course. Whichever one you were referring to, please do not. Haku just giggled. My bad. Welcome to the party, Shinsu. Shinsu nodded with a slight smirk and sat down before he blinked at the stack of papers. Is this? He looked up. Mine. Aizawa grinned into his scarf, but everyone could see the gleeful satisfaction. Yes, coming second in the sports festival netted you a substantial pool of offers. But before you can decide on where you want to go, you have to do one of the most important things in your hero career, picking your hero name. Don't be too hasty, or there will be hell to pay. Midnight slammed the door open and strolled in dramatically. Tobai snickered on his lap, but didn't move. He was rather fond of the woman, it seemed, and enjoyed her antics. She cocked her hip. While you can change your name later, more often than not, they'll stick. That's how your teacher got stuck with his hero name. The class immediately perked up. What is it? Ashido was leaning forward in anticipation. Too integral to who I am to just give away. He raised a smug eyebrow. Also, it was said at the USJ, sorry if you weren't paying attention. Half the class groaned, and the ones who had heard seemed like they were struggling to remember. The ones who knew were not telling, either. Anyway, Midnight put a stack of whiteboards on the first desk of every column. You'll need to come up with your hero name by the end of this block. The whiteboards we passed back and Izuku stared down at it. Tobai yawned and curled more into his legs, sprawling so Izuku would not be able to move. It's easy. We're Yabu and Tobai, hero pair. No need to overthink this. Sue went up first. I have had this name in mind since I was small. Kiro, Froppy, the rainy season hero. Midnight clapped and cooed. Cute, approachable, and to the point. I like it. Others were also good. Uravity, Tentacle, Chargeable, Red Riot, and then Fumi went. Had I not been open to the world of spirits, he rumbled, I might have gone with the name of the god of darkness. However, knowing that he is real and out there, it would feel disrespectful. Therefore, he flipped the whiteboard. Karasun, the bonded hero. Midnight blinked. Oh, I like it. Simple, to the point, and easy to say. Hagakure bounded up next. I probably also would have gone with something different originally, like a Nivisa girl, but that just feels so boring. Luckily, my buddy Tobai provided me with a perfect name. Haku, the see-through hero. Shinsu sighed and went next. I wasn't expecting this, so I'm going to take a page out of Haku's book. Saki. Midnight cocked her head. Written in English. Which kanji are you using? The one for Murasaki, purple, and for Saki, good luck. But Saki is no longer used for good luck. It's obsolete. Shinsu eyed Tobai. Then I'm bringing it back. Midnight thought for a minute, then shrugged and approved the name. Todoroki took the stand next. Kinsei, the balanced hero. Midnight giggled. You all are really going with a lot of traditional-sounding names. I like it. Aoyama, who had previously been shot down for I Cannot Stop Twinkling, came up next. Kurenki, the fabulous hero. He winked and Tobai, who preened at another of his nicknames being used. Glitter or Twinkle, yeah, that checks out. None, I sparkle. Midnight snorted, but let the name pass. Ada stood stiff at the front of the class. Tenya. Izuku was instantly on edge, and Midnight frowned. Your given name. Are you sure, Ida? This could stick. He nodded stiffly and sat down. Midnight looked at him. Midori. I can't get up, but I have the name. She muffled a laugh at the kitsune that was not moving any time soon, smugly using his weight to make himself known. Yabu, the Yaokai hero. Midnight clapped her hands together. Awa, little bush. Of course. Also lets the other side know you know their world. I like it. After all their hero names had been given, the rest of the day continued. Lunch rolled around and there was no sign of All Might, and Izuku was nervous. Aizawa-sensei, do you know where All Might is? Aizawa sighed. He got called in for something or other. He'll be back tomorrow. Why? Izuku pursed his lips. I don't know, but he said he needed to talk to me about something. It's probably nothing. The rest of the day passed easily, people looking at their internship options to figure out where they'd go. Bakugo gloated about getting an offer from the number 4 hero, Best Genist. Todoroki hummed. I got one from Endeavor. He's the number 2. He's also your dad, Isahan. That doesn't count for shit. Izuku flipped through his own packet before blinking. Oh, I got an offer from Endeavor too. I wonder why. Todoroki sighed. Probably because you can use fire and you beat me. Izuku winced. Ugh, yeah, that would do it. Well, Todoroki hummed. I can turn in this form already. It's not like he'll let me go anywhere else. Izuku tensed. That sounds like a bad idea. Todoroki didn't say anything in return, but turned in his form to Aizawa. Izuku bit his lip and looked back at his internship list. Bush. Fumi think the forest is open now. We should go check it out. Izuku was jolted out of his thoughts to see most of the class had already trickled out to go home, his own group lingering. He grinned. Yeah, and I can introduce you guys to Gamma and Shiko. Saki, you in? Sure, I don't have anywhere to be. Izuku beamed. Great, let's go. They chatted quietly on the train, Kuda and Shinsu through sign, until they were at the right stop, and then Izuku herded them all off. I hope the weird gathering thing is over. Izuku sighed, because that took way too long. I miss the forest. Shikamaori met them at the border. You have returned, he rumbled, after proving victorious in your fight. Well done, Green. Izuku blushed and looked away. You guys knew about the sports festival? Ugh, so embarrassing. Fumi snorted. I assume that since this is a greeting and not a warning, the forest is cleared for human entry. The Tengu nodded. While some spirits might linger in the area, the forest is no longer strictly spirit. You may enter. Ah, I see there are several new people. Greetings, I am Shikamaori, guardian of this forest, bastion of this land, and trainer of the ninja, and now, of course, Green. Welcome. I assume he told you the rules of introduction. Shinsu nodded. You can call me Saki, a name given to me by Tobai. I'm called Haku, also from Tobai. Ah, Shaoji bowed. We did not meet you last time, so it is only polite to introduce ourselves. You may call me Shaoji, and he is called Kuda. Tsu nodded. You may call me Tsu, Kiro. Ah, yes, I have heard of you. Shiko mused. Gamma has been griping for the gathering to end so he can finally teach someone how to heal in the traditional way. He has been insufferable. I am pleased to make your acquaintances, friends of Green. Follow me. He turned and swept into the forest, keeping to the ground for now since he didn't know most of these people and their full capability. But soon enough the bubble of the creek came within earshot and Izuku's face lit up in a grin as he ran ahead. Arg, it's the brat. He giggled. Hi, Gamma. I missed you too. The Kappa rolled his eyes from just above the waterline. You saw me 2 weeks ago. Hello again and, oh, interesting. Did you know that girl is spirit touched? Izuku cocked his head. Haku, sort of. She's invisible to humans. Wrapped in spirit energy, she is. Not sure why, but she is. She's welcome. Gamma cast an appraising eye on the rest of them. Tsuchigumo from the Scarecrow. And of course, Tsu, welcome to my creek. Shaoji jolted. Tsuchai, like Kamaji, many versatile arms, total of 8 limbs. Yeah, I'd say so. Gods, Green, you really know how to pick them. Who's purple? Tobai bounded over. Saki, he's my friend too. He almost always gives me tofu at lunch. Kamakichi snorted. The way to your heart sure is food, Fox Rat. Well, what brings you to the forest today? I'm assuming it's not simply to say hello. Izuku giggled and sat down on the bank. Well, that too. I really have missed you guys in this place. Did you think I wouldn't? I've probably spent more time here than I ever did at school before going to UA. This is my second home. Both the Tengu and the Kappa just looked at him, waiting for the other shoe to drop. But, yeah, I did also want to maybe get started on the training for these guys. It was fine when it was just us, but in a week we're going on internships so it would be nice if we were on top of our games. Plus I know you wanted to teach Tsu to heal. Gamma huffed and looked away, his cheeks flushing a light blue. I suppose I could be bothered to teach her. Izuku beamed and turned to the Tengu. Can we use the woods to train? You don't have to help, but I know we could all use some more stealth training. I got them started on hide and seek, but I'm not as good as you. Kuda raised a hand and swallowed. He whispered, I would like to practice speaking and my quirk, if I can. Shiko tilted his head, eyes locked onto the boy. You have power in your voice. It is wise you do not often speak, but you could use confidence and control. What do you need? Kuda's eyes widened and he blushed, looking away and scratching the back of his neck. The animals. Shikamaori nodded. Understood. I would not stray far from here, but you have the run of the forest, should you require it. As for the rest of you, he looked down his nose with an appraising gaze at the other 5. You have 30 seconds to hide. Izuku grinned and ran off without another thought, hearing them scramble behind him. This would be fun. All Might was back that day, and Izuku was nervous. At lunch, he was collected and brought to an empty meeting room. I'm sure you are wondering why I brought you here. All Might boomed. But first, you must promise me that nothing that is said in this room will leave unless in dire circumstances, regardless of your answer. Izuku blinked. I mean, sure, as long as it isn't going to hurt someone or go against my morals or anything. Not going to outright swear, but I promise to at least consider it. All Might blinked, then chuckled. Yes, I am aware that promises hold a bit more weight. Very well, I can assure you that this will not hurt anyone or your moral code. Do not. Well, don't freak out. And then he deflated. Izuku stumbled a little, Tobai yipping in surprise at the now skeleton-looking man. Are you all right? The now smaller and hunched over All Might shook his head. No, 6 years ago, I got in a fight with an ancient villain and he crippled me. I had thought that I had killed him, but recently I am starting to question that. He lifted up his shirt to reveal a web of scar tissue that had Izuku sucking in a breath and Tobai whimpering in sympathy pain. I have been reduced to only 3 hours of hero work a day because of that fight. Izuku bit his lip, eyes locked on the injury even with the shirt falling back to his emancipated frame. Do you want me to heal it? I probably can't, but I know someone. No, my boy, that is not why I wished to talk to you, though I appreciate it. No one with a healing quirk can do anything about a missing lung and stomach, however. Oh, yeah, that was bad. Then, why talk to me? All Might sat heavily in one of the chairs. It was a more open meeting room, with seats and small tables scattered around as opposed to a large meeting table with chairs around it, and Izuku quickly sat across from him. Tell me, young Midoriya, why do you want to be a hero? Izuku blinked and looked down at Tobai. Well, I've, always wanted to help people, save them with a smile, you know. Plus, I figure I'm the only one who can see spirits, and most of them are humans who just died, so if I can help them move on, I will. I'm the only one who can protect people from spirits. All Might hummed. A noble goal. You have a heroic nature, young Midoriya. Will you allow me to tell you a story? Izuku cocked his head, but nodded. 200 years ago, there were two brothers. One could give and take quirks, and the other was quirkless and sick. In an effort to control his brother, the elder gave his younger sibling a stockpiling quirk. Unbeknownst to them, the younger did indeed have a quirk, the power to transfer his quirk to another. For 8 generations, the users of this quirk have fought the older brother, trying to stop him from overtaking Japan and the world with his massive stolen power. Izuku blinked, but nodded. Okay, made sense. Quirks were kind of crazy, as diverse as spirits. Anything was possible. I am the 8th holder of one for all. Izuku froze. Oh, All Might came to his feet and Izuku followed suit. I would like you to be the 9th. Izuku tensed, but before he could say anything, fully intending to say no, he would be a hero with his own power, someone else should take it. All Might began to glow gold, as if Izuku was sensing him, and the light brightened until Izuku was forced to screw his eyes shut, even as All Might exclaimed in surprise. When his vision cleared, there was another person in the room. Izuku's eyes widened as the glowing woman smiled down at him, and he dropped to one knee. My Lady Amaterasu, he breathed, knowing her intrinsically by some primordial feeling. She laughed lightly, sounding like the crackling of a fire, so warm. Her long black hair was pulled back in a half-up, half-down bun. From her head appeared to be a golden crown, looking like the corona of a sun, marked in the front by a teal and red decorated headpiece, delicate jewelry hanging down. She was dressed in a long flowing kimono with red, teal, and gold detailing, and she literally glowed. The obi around her waist was red, outlined in teal, with gold embroidery that moved, displaying whirling clouds and piercing sunbeams. None of that, she chuckled, amused. I am but an avatar of the sun. Amaterasu is fine. Greetings to you, Midoriya Izuku of the middle, and Tobai the Oniko of the Kitsune. Tobai crinkled his snout. There's that name again. Oniko. What does it mean? Izuku desperately grabbed him. Avatar or not, Amaterasu was the god of the sun, and not someone to insult. But she merely hummed. Most Kitsune are of wind nature, and yet you are of fire. In a way, that makes you kin. The white wolf, all aflame, is another form of Amaterasu, although so is the snake and the dragon. It is fortuitous that you should be with Midoriya of the middle for this endeavor. All Might finally breathed for the first time since the avatar had appeared, eyes locked onto her. Nana. She turned and smiled softly at him. No, Toshinori, though she did look rather like me, didn't she? She was closest to the sun of all my holders, and was all the more blessed for it. I am sorry I could not save her, but I am not she. Then, who are you? She stood straighter, glow brightening for a moment. I am the avatar of Amaterasu, goddess of heaven and ruler of the skies, and I was sent to earth to save my family, adopted though they may be in this instance. Tobai the Oniko, have you felt the absence? Tobai narrowed his eyes. You speak of Inari, the fox god. She nodded solemnly, eyes sad. She was tricked, bound, and shackled. He is filled with hatred, and the balance of the world is upset. A great sorcerer has taken control of them and it must be set right. My power alone is not enough to free the great god Inari of foxes, of the harvest, of blacksmiths and metalworkers, though I have tried, sharing my power with worthy humans to try and right this wrong. All Might flinched. You are one for all. She smiled. A quirk that can never be given unwillingly, for not even a sorcerer can beat the power of heaven in claiming their power, not without the true name. I have had to watch every one of my holders die, and not be enough to defeat the sorcerer. Even you only injured him, but he has godly and demonic power to sustain him, so he is not dead. You have felt it, Tashinori. He paled considerably, but nodded. This sorcerer, he is truly. She pursed her lips. All for one, a fitting name, for he takes all power for himself. He is from before the dawn of quirks, using foul magic to bind Inari, my sibling elect, to his power. This displacement of the balance ruined the world entirely, but it sought to fix it. The world of my mother and father knew that spirits cannot fight a sorcerer god, and humans are weak and foolish. Despite that, the earth knew humans have nothing if not spite and determination, a fierce will to persevere, and as such, it used the humans to hopefully right the balance. Izuku jolted, looking up sharply. Wait, you say this all for one is from before quirks, then the world changed to fix things. Are you saying we have quirks because Inari was stolen? Yes, she smiled. In an effort to level the playing field, as it were, humans began to develop gifts. In a sense, I have been waiting for one such as you, Midoriya of the Middle. You are the best traits of human and spirit, with the Oniko at your side. Tobai snarled suddenly. I do not like that word. Tell me what it means and stop dancing around the subject. She seemed saddened more than angry at his outburst, and she crouched down. Oniko, she said slowly, to mean changeling. Have you felt your nature rebelling against itself? Memories, slipping away like sand? You are neither good nor bad, no matter how you were born. They fight within you, demanding tribute on either side, and it is confusing. You, Tobai the Kitsune, are made of fire and wind, of spirit and demon, of good and bad, and you suffer for it. However, you are all of these things and none of them. Your true name is lost to time. To put it simply, you are Tobai. You are unique, and you are necessary. He flinched. Necessary for what? He whispered. To help Midoriya of the Middle accomplish what 8 generations of my holders have not been able to. To right the wrong. She fixed him with a burning stare. To save Inari. She stood back up, brushing imaginary dust off of her immaculate robes, and turned to All Might. I have always approved the successors selected by my holders, and I am aware you seek to offer one for all to Midoriya of the Middle. I have appeared now to clarify things for all parties involved. Not that you would have been able to see me before, she said with an amused lilt to her voice, without the influence of the middle to open your eyes, but she stood to her full regal height, looming and powerful despite being under 6 feet tall. Yagi Tashinori. 8th holder of One for All, the avatar of Amaterasu, we accept your choice of successor and pass willingly to Midoriya Izuku of the Middle to finish what was started, for better or for worse. She turned to the still kneeling boy in question. Do you accept yourself as the bearer of Amaterasu's power, to defeat the sorcerer all for one, and to free Inari, the Akami? He blinked and nodded hesitantly. He had been going to say no before it was revealed what One for All actually was. But now, could he even say no? This was practically his duty. So I swear, on my name. She smiled warmly and turned to the fox. And do you, Fox-kin Tobai, whose name is lost and who is known only as the Changeling, accept the burden that is protecting your chosen kin and restoring the power of your god? Tobai curled his lip, but stood determined. So I swear, on my Hoshi no Tama, I will protect Yabu with everything I am, changeling or not. She bowed to them both. Then, the bond is sealed and the promise made. I name you Midoriya of the Middle, Izuku the 9th, and Tobai, the Kitsune bound by destiny, protector of the world's last hope. May your skies be clear. All Might blinked. Ah, so now I transfer the quirk. She giggled, serious nature gone as he reached for his head. Oh no, I'm so sorry Tashinori. The DNA thing is more symbolic than anything, blood of my blood, and all that. Simply your consent was needed for this transfer. This will be my last act, and my consciousness will fade, returning to the true Amaterasu, goddess of heaven. Some power will remain with you, but now the sun rides with the night. Izuku looked up, alarmed. Your consciousness will fade. But why? She smiled sadly. To have given power for 200 years, the allotted power I have has diminished. I knew I would have to wait for the right person to come along, and held on to a lot, but I wish to give you every advantage, and you get more power without needing some to maintain my presence. I am not dying, Izuku. I was never alive in the first place. He still must have looked upset, because she softened. Every time you use this power, you will feel my warmth. I am not gone. You merely need to look to the sky to see. She sighed and her light grew dimmer. I will not linger. Goodbye to you all, and the sun will watch over you. She faded into golden dust, dispersed by the wind, and Izuku sucked in a breath. He could feel the power he now held, a well of golden light that was almost a purified version of Tobai's fire chakra, and it warmed his bones. He looked at Tobai to find himself staring into eyes that were different from before. He startled. Tobai's eyes were no longer amber, they were gold. Yabu, he breathed, this is a lot. A quick sense revealed that Tobai also had a well of gold, albeit a smaller one, and Izuku swept him up, not even bothering to complain about how heavy he had gotten recently, and buried his face in Tobai's fur. It is, he murmured, but we swore, and we're going to get Lord Inari back safe. Tobai snickered and pushed back a little to look Izuku in the eye. Lord, since when have you called them a lord? Since I met their adoptive sister. All Might cleared his throat and both of them turned in sync to look at the skeletal hero. Ah, he said sheepishly, I'm not entirely sure what just happened, but, well, is there anything I can do to help? Izuku smiled softly, nerves about meeting the #1 hero fading. I'm going to talk to my spirit mentors first. But if I need to go to a human, you're definitely one of the first I will come to. He nodded awkwardly and wandered off, looking a little shell-shocked still. Tobai geckered. He's kind of a dork, huh? Yeah, Izuku smiled. He kind of is. The train ride sitting beside Todoroki was a little awkward, if only because the other boy didn't talk at all, simply stared off into the distance out the window. They were still in the tunnels, so there wasn't much to see, but Tobai was dozing on Izuku's lap so he had something to do with his hands. It had only been a few days since the avatar of Amaterasu had passed on her power to Izuku and Tobai, and he was still trying to wrap his head around it. Their well of energy had doubled, and now they had access to pure sun magic, whatever that did. They had barely touched it, scrambling to prepare for internships in these last days, but sometimes Izuku would just sit and meditate, where before his well of chakra was the darkest morning. Right before the sun came up, now the sun had started to rise. Still peaceful, quiet, and dew-covered, still dark overall, but there were golden rays that warmed the area, and everything was at peace. Finally, the train rolled to a stop and Izuku picked up Tobai, the lazy bum not bothering to walk on his own, and followed Todoroki, seeing as he knew where he was going. The Endeavor Agency was a towering skyrise that had way more floors than probably necessary, and a stylized flaming E marking the entrance. Upon entering, Izuku corrected his statement. There were definitely way more floors than necessary. Past reception was the floor of offices, and everything was so spread out with loads of dead space. Izuku was sure a yell would carry from one end of the room to the other without any problem. The ceilings were twice as high as they needed to be, maybe to compensate for boss rage, and while that significantly cut the number of floors down, it seemed like it was horribly inefficient. Not that he was going to say that to Endeavor's face, of course, he liked living. Endeavor was apparently busy, or something, so they were just left in the office. Hey there, kiddos. A bandaged head poked up. Burn-in, you called. The woman with green flames for hair sucked in a breath to muffle a snort. No, Kaido, I said kiddos, as in, the new interns? The man scowled. You gotta stop doing that, Burn-in. She just snickered and turned back to them. Anyway, I'm the primo psychic here, since the big man is busy with, stuff. Hero names. Kinsei. Yabu. She blinked. Boring. Cool, let's get you changed and into the gyms. I think he has plans with you too, but you can spar with me as a warm-up. Heh, warm-up. She guided them up a few floors to the gym, locker rooms on the side, and they both slipped in, changing into their hero gear. Izuku kept his face mask down for now, letting the loose fabric pool around his neck. Todoroki had luckily scrapped his first abysmal costume from the beginning of the year, and now was wearing blue. It looked much better, in Izuku's opinion. Burn-in was waiting for them when they got out, grinning widely. All right, both of yous at once. I ain't a sidekick that can be taken out by two punk first years. Come at me. Todoroki wasted no time, flinging ice at her derisively, and Izuku took the moment to nudge Tobai to the side of the gym and duck around the ice, palming 3 senbin as he went. It felt so nice to have his weapons back in his hands instead of having to rely on only spirit power. And as soon as Burn-in hissed through the ice with a scoff, he threw them, aiming for her shoulders and neck. She leapt out of the way and they sank into the mats of the floor. Oh ho, a ninja, eh? But we didn't offer you here for ninja skills, we brought you here for fire. Come on, you twos, let her rip. Todoroki again went first, using ice and fire in equal measure and the air filled with hazy steam. Izuku ducked back behind the ice wall and flicked a tiny ball of blue spirit fire at Burn-in, landing on her hair. She didn't notice as he slipped away, focusing on the other boy. He was looking for a fight, mini-boss. Todoroki flinched at the reference to his father and snarled, left side flaring dangerously. She suddenly stopped, looking confused before patting the back of her head and shrieking. My hair can't burn. The hell did you do, you lil shit? Izuku peeked out with a grin. My fire burns everything, fireproof or not. He sucked the fire back in and away from her. There, all gone. She grimaced before struggling to put a fire on her face. Not bad, baby bush, but don't do it again. Do it again. They all jumped to see the glaring Endeavor standing in the door frame with his arms crossed. "And you," he sneered at his son, "don't let your emotions control you. I raised you better than that. Burnin, go back to work. I'll take it from here." She scampered out with a salute and he strolled in front of them, melting the ice still left just by walking near it. It hissed and sizzled and Izuku had the startling feeling that this room would soon become a sauna. "You, green one, tell me how your fire works." Izuku blinked. "I have a well of energy I can convert into spirit fire. Spirit fire is most effective against spirits and the non-physical, but it can burn humans. I can reabsorb it to regain some of the energy I put into it. Otherwise, it can't really be put out. It will just burn until it exhausts its initial energy." "Is it always blue?" Yes, as far as I know." He narrowed his eyes, then nodded dismissively. "Shadow, you will learn fire control from him. You will not leave this gym until you have at least as much control over your fire as you do your ice." Todoroki clenched his fists, but said nothing as Endeavor swept out of the room. Tobai spat after him as soon as the man was gone. "Funzen, what a garbage rat. Yabu, do you need me or can I go prank him?" Izuku muffled a giggle. "Go ahead, we'll be here. Don't get caught, though." "Of course not. I'm not an amateur." They stood in silence for a moment before Todoroki cleared his throat. "You said in the sports festival I might be able to combine my natures into things other than ice. What are those things?" Izuku grinned. "Fire and water is what Ashido has. So it might be something like acid, or it could just be boiling water since you have them in balance. Wind and fire is asking to murder someone. Wind can always boost fire. It's like fire plus. Then you could probably use just water or just wind, depending on how you did it. My strong recommendation is meditation. And I can probably help you feel what each chakra nature is like." He sat down on the ground, crossing his legs, and pat the floor next to him. Todoroki gingerly sat down, posture rigid and straight, and closed his eyes. Izuku looked him over with a critical eye for a few seconds before giggling. "Meditation is supposed to relax you, Yuki," he muttered, "not get you more tense. Just breathe." Izuku exaggerated the volume of his breaths to give Todoroki a tempo before going quiet once more, dropping into sensing mode so he would see the exact moment Todoroki calmed down enough to actually be meditating. The fire, water, and wind roiled against each other, shifting and spinning, but steadily getting slower and slower until it stilled, a perfect three-tomo sphere of energy. The Kama-like energy was still. You are in the right space of mind to meditate now. Look inside yourself and feel the fire and ice in perfect balance. If you can, isolate the fire and ignore it for now. He gave Todoroki another minute to wrestle with his chakra until it settled once more, the fire chakra with a noticeable gap between it and the other two tomo. "You have separated your quirk, but you can still search more. Examine the ice. There are two parts to it: wind, fluid, fierce, chaotic, and sharp, and water, fluid, gentle, flowing, and rounded. Recognize how they come together to make ice, and then pull them apart." With a solid degree of difficulty and careful poking and prodding, Todoroki eventually slumped. "I don't know how to do this." Izuku leaned forward and placed a hand on Todoroki's chest. "Center yourself again, and I can send some water chakra through you so you can feel it and understand it." Izuku waited, hand warm on the other boy's chest, until everything was calm once more, and then molding his chakra nature, calling on the water, and sent a tiny sliver of energy into Todoroki. He sucked in a surprised breath and blinked open his eyes, staring at where Izuku's hand met his chest. "That was not ice." "No," Izuku hummed, "but it was a part of it. Use that feeling and find water." Izuku gently removed his hand and brought both of Todoroki's together to cup in his lap. I can feel it." "Then move some, just a small amount, to your hands." Izuku watched gleefully as Todoroki's hands filled up with water. Todoroki looked at his own hands in shock. I can make water. I couldn't push the water to my left side, but I could to my right. And now that you've found water, you can find wind, and then you can make breezes. I don't know why you could only push the water out one side, though. Maybe a mental block." Todoroki lightly shrugged, some drops of water hitting the floor, but he never tore his eyes off it despite the fact that it was no doubt leaking out of his hands. On seemingly a whim, out of nowhere, he brought his hands up to his lips and drank the water. "It's clean," he blinked. Izuku snorted. "Yeah, it's pure water. I don't think making and drinking your own water is a good long-term plan for dehydration. But it can probably help in a pinch. What do you want to practice most?" "I know Endeavor said fire, but..." Todoroki looked at his shining wet hands, and then up at Izuku. "Water." Izuku grinned and stood up. "Then let's get to work. We'll use wind and fire to balance it out some, but unlike fire, water has a hard time hurting you from overbalance. Now, can you spray water like you can fire? Let's find out." Todoroki was not super great with water by the time Kaido came to collect them for dinner, but they had figured out that he could discreetly spread water around then freeze it for a truly slippery surface. Plus, getting someone wet and then buffeting them with wind was trouble, and Flash froze their clothes. The combination of them both allowed for ice, after all, so in tandem they made for good freezes. It was a pretty good capture idea, since they wouldn't be able to see the wind coming like they would a glacier. Trying to put water and fire together proved fruitless, something preventing the chakra from getting to either side. But wind could pass freely between both, so even if they didn't practice fire control, they definitely had the power side down. I would use wind as a buff to both sides. And never use fire or water by itself, Izuku hummed, gesturing with his chopsticks while he slipped Tobai a fried tofu cracker. Because while they're good on their own, they get so much more potent for such little energy. Fire at least. Never use without wind unless you need something small. Heat or range, though. Definitely wind boosted. Todoroki slurped his cold soba contentedly. To think I could do all this from the beginning. Thank you, Midoriya, for opening my mind. You can mimic natures, can you not? Izuku nodded. Some are harder than others, but I have to mesh with Tobai. It would be kinda painful if we weren't matched, so I just have to switch. Luckily, I can switch to fire really quickly since I've been practicing a lot for so long. Could you not do these things? Izuku scratched his head. I could, theoretically, but it's not my strong suit. I'm not built for it, I guess. For you, fire and ice are intrinsic, so a part of who you are that calling on them is second nature. For me, I could do it, but without practice and a lot of thought and concentration, it wouldn't work well. I like what I have, though. They ate in contented silence for a while before Izuku bit his lip. Todoroki, you're friends with Ida, right? Todoroki paused, but shrugged. I know him. Why? Do you know why he chose his hero name the way he did? Todoroki blinked. Ah, yes, he went with his given name. To be entirely honest, I considered doing the same, just to spite my father, but Kensei worked better for me. Perhaps he too has inner turmoil. He cocked his head, considering. Ingenium. He got attacked during the sports festival. Izuku jolted. Isn't that Ida's brother? Oh, that's horrible. Is he okay? Todoroki hummed. I see you do not keep up with the news. He was attacked by the hero killer, Stain, and was left paralyzed from the waist down. He will live, but his days as a hero are over. Izuku sucked in a breath. Oh, do you know where Ida went on his internship? Todoroki shrugged. I overheard Yaoyorozu telling him to reconsider his choice. I think it was something like automatic, some small-time hero. Manual. Ah, yes, that's the one. Izuku quickly looked up Manual on his phone and frowned. Based in Hasu, the normal hero. I don't see why Ida picked him at all. If he comes from a hero family, there's nothing Manual can teach him. Todoroki blinked. Hasu? Oh, that's where Ingenium was attacked. Izuku swallowed. That seems bad. Todoroki walked them both back to his family house after dinner and Izuku went to sleep feeling unsettled. What was he missing? On the third day, with better control of his three base natures, Todoroki and Izuku were dragged along to Hasu to, ostensibly, patrol, but really to find the hero killer. That was the main reason Endeavor had never had time for them this week aside from stopping and glowering at them. He was busy putting together a plan and a patrol route for finding Stain in Hasu. And finally he had perfected it, so off he and his interns and sidekicks went to Hasu, 14-year-olds, chasing down a serial killer with a hero body count. Izuku had a really bad feeling about this and prayed they didn't find him. So they didn't find the hero killer. They found Nomus. Izuku swallowed the bile and sense of perversion coming from them as all hell broke loose, using his senses to find civilians and clear them out of the area. A four-eyed Namu, with the eyes in its brain, lunged for Todoroki and Izuku sucked in a breath and slashed his claws through the air, calling on spirit fire. It burned gold. Izuku froze momentarily, but the Namu screamed in pain and shriveled up under the assault of the sun flames and soon it was no more. Izuku and Todoroki stared at the crackling gold for a moment before Izuku reabsorbed it. No time to dwell on that. Endeavor had just barked at them to evacuate civilians. But Izuku's ears flicked backwards, locating some distant cries. Tenya, why would he run off at a time like this? His blood ran cold. Yabu, that's Chongaru. You don't think he's doing something stupid, like using the distraction of the monsters to go after his brother's attacker in a fit of revenge, do you? Izuku grimaced. You tell me, he muttered, because that was way too detailed to honestly be a theoretical. He ran off without another thought in the direction he had heard Manuel's cry, straining his ears for some sign of the blue-haired boy or the hero killer. Another fake. Izuku subconsciously poured power into his legs and his tails flared out behind him as his padded feet pounded against the pavement, eyes pinpricks as he strained to pick up a more precise location. He stumbled to a silent stop as he surveyed the scene in the alleyway, just in time to see Stain plunge a sword into Ida's arm. He choked back a sob and dragged kunai out of his pouch, throwing them in what would normally be a perfect arc but right now was something Shikamaori would have him running drills for if he saw. Yabu, give me the pain, focus on the fight. Izuku climbed the fire escape as Stain spun around to try and find where the knives came from, being silent and moving sinuously so as to not draw the eye before he drew senbon, 4 in each hand. He flung them and they made a slight hiss in the air as they traveled. And in the same moment Izuku slid his tanto from its sheath and leapt from the fire escape to hopefully land on top of Stain. Stain heard the senbon coming and spun out of the way, bringing a blade up to meet his tanto, and Stain grinned. "And who are you?" "A little ninja fox." "Ah, the green one, I recognize you. Shigaraki called you feral, and I can see it. Are you here to defeat me, little fox?" Izuku snarled. "You're a murderer. I kill fakes." Stain spit. "False heroes who aren't worthy of the title. I will purge the fakes and society will be good again. Mini Ingenium will be the first of the new generation to fall, but I highly doubt he will be the last." Midoriya. Ida gasped out, "Please, this is not your fight. Go, don't get hurt because of me." Izuku clicked his tongue. "I cannot believe you went off on some revenge quest to fight someone who has killed pro heroes with more experience than you. Don't you dare say this isn't my fight. It's not, but it isn't yours either. My brother is in the hospital and alive, which is more than can be said of Stain's other victims. Tobai, I need you to split and get help. If I break focus to try something, I might get stabbed and that would be bad. We need help before Ada bleeds out. Go." Tobai sent a pulse of warning and then split, running off out of the alley, and everything got darker. Izuku grit his teeth and powered chakra into his eyes, making them no doubt glow, but it allowed him to see easier and faster now that his senses were dulled. "Hurry," he thought. "I don't know how long I can hold him off." Tobai ducked and weaved through rubble and screaming civilians, trying to find a costumed idiot or two. Hopefully more. "Help. The hero killer. Help." He ground his sharp teeth together and dodged another set of legs. Could they not see him? Could they not hear him? He was practically bursting with chakra. Everyone and their Todd should be able to see and hear Tobai, so why was no one paying attention? "Hey, idiot in the cape. Down here." He huffed and heaved, breath already coming short from the running and yelling. Had he been gone long? Was Yabu still fighting Stain? Was Changuru still holding on? The stab had been to the shoulder, so not deadly if they could get help. Ugh, Tobai wished more than ever he was still with Yabu. Despite how small he was still bigger than Tobai, and it was easier for him to get the attention of humans. Sure, Tobai could do something drastic like set someone on fire to get their attention, but then they might not help him, or they might die because Tobai was too slow at pulling the fire back. A leathery flap of wings had his head jolting up sharply, and he snarled at the monstrosity. This ought to get their attention. He leapt, little balls of blue fire forming around him as he bit into the Namu viciously. And the fire caught the creature and slowly charred its flesh. It shrieked and Tobai leapt off the soon-to-be a corpse, spitting the foul taste of demons out of his mouth. As it rolled on the ground, screaming, little red leeches bubbled out of its skin until it sagged and finally died, melting and smelling something foul. Tobai looked around, haunches raised, praying anyone, had seen this and would notice him. He growled in frustration and began running again, not even bothering to require the energy from the fire. He was burning up inside, desperate for some way of getting through to people, praying that he would be able to get back to Yabu in time. He was a protector, the protector of the last hope, Amaterasu said. He felt the burning overtake him and he sucked in a breath before everything tilted on its axis. Izuku was cursing every god he knew and begging them in equal measure. The flames of Amaterasu burned within him, raging against the paralysis that took hold, a sickening water and yin combination that rendered him immobile. Unlike Shinsu's brainwashing, however, this was not a mental block that could be broken by flexing his chakra. It was a physical incapacitation that coursed through his blood like bile. To get it out would require either extensive healing knowledge specific to things like poisons, or time. Seeing as he had no kappas here, it looked like it was going to have to be time. Stain circled him. "You have formal training," he mused. "You can tell from the way you move. Who is your teacher, little ninja?" "Someone you will never have the fortune to meet," he spat. He could still talk, but only barely. "No, likely not. Not a hero, however. Something different." Stain smelled of rot and it made Izuku want to vomit when the noseless villain breathed in his face. "Do you feel the burning hatred, little fox? Ever since I met with that stupid league, it's been consuming me. I seek nothing but the death of all the fakes, and this rage is burning up within me, giving me the power to do so. I've heard tell that hatred will turn you into a demon, but that's not something humans need to worry about. You, on the other hand, I wonder, do you count enough to fall? To let the all-consuming rage overtake you and burn through your blood?" Izuku paled. What? Shigaraki was a scam, but he had the hatred too. I imagine he got it from the same place as me, but his is more dormant than mine. Spirits fall to hatred and become demons, and humans just get stronger. What will happen to you when the rage and despair become too much? It won't. We won't even have to find out. Are you sure about that? Even now, your little friend is gone, and your classmate is bleeding out. How will it break you to know you couldn't stop me? Izuku felt the last of the burning venom fade away and looked at Stain with burning eyes. Stain recoiled, and Izuku snarled. Like I said, we won't even have to find out. He dashed forward, eyes flashing gold, and golden fire curled around his fingers, coming to his call with a warm sigh. Every time his fingers grazed Stain or one of his swords, they burned and melted, until Stain was panting heavily, eyes bright red with fury. You will not beat me, he shrieked. The only one who can beat me is the one true hero. All might. Izuku wobbled on his feet, hearing a clamoring of voices getting closer and knowing deep in his gut that it was Tobai with reinforcement. I don't need to, he sighed, and flopped backwards. He blinked blearily to see Tobai's red fur and golden eyes looking down at him, mouth twisted into a worried grimace. Tobai slid a hand down his face and whispered, "Don't die on me, Yabu," and everything went dark. Todoroki Shouto had lost Midoriya sometime in the last 10 minutes, and he didn't have an exact estimate as to when. It was mildly concerning, but he knew the boy could take care of himself. He had been taking care of the both of them plus Tobai the fox for the past few days. Shouto summoned more water to put out another fire left behind by his father and marveled anew at how he could feel his three natures working within him. Civilians across the street were choking on acrid smoke from smoldering plastic and rubber, and he whipped wind from his ice side, making it colder to blow it away from them. He slid ice into a doorway, preventing it from collapsing as it groaned from the strain of the broken building, and dashed inside. Is there anyone in here? Here. The voice was faint, but he supported the ceiling as he made his way deeper into the building. He blinked at the elderly couple. Oh, let me get you out of here. Can either of you walk? The woman with puffy white hair pulled up into a bun nodded. I can, but Anita can't. The other woman, with straight gray hair, scowled. I can walk just fine. They both stood and Anita winced, leg wobbling a bit. Shouto nodded and hooked an arm around the stout woman. I'm going to get you out of here. The white-haired woman nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. What's your name, son? You can call me Kensei. She chuckled. Balance, something everyone needs. Very well, nice to meet you, Kensei. You may call me Zeniba. Shouto nodded, walking slowly out of the building as Anita gasped at the ice pillars and shivered. He blinked and warmed up his left side, the one she was perched on, and she sighed in contentment. My, a power like that soothes my old bones. It does. We should get you to come down to the old people's home, Kensei. Zeniba snorted, hooked nose bobbing a little, as if, I'm sure the young hero has more important things to do than tend to your aging bones. Besides, you say the same thing about my tea. Why I bothered to come visit you, I don't know. Anita cackled. So you don't have to spend more time near your sister while you're here, I reckon. Tough luck your visit and the attack happened at the same time. Zeniba sniffed. What my sister doesn't know won't hurt her. Now, young man, thank you for your help, but I believe someone is looking for you. Shouto looked up, startled. They were already out of the building and he hadn't even noticed, just listening to the two old women bicker good-naturedly, and he looked around sharply. There, running towards him, he recognized those auburn ears. Midoriya, he breathed, pulling forward before hesitating. Zeniba smiled. Not quite, but I'll take Anita from here. Go on, Kensei the balanced hero. You are needed elsewhere. Shouto was off as soon as Anita was on the arm of her friend, running towards those ears before he stumbled to a stop and narrowed his eyes. That was not Midoriya. Yuki. Ugh, thank goodness. Yabu found the hero killer and needs help. Get stupid Funton or whatever, anyone you can find, and then let's go. I've already been gone too long. The nicknames hit him like a brick and he noted the three tails curling in agitation. Tobai, the fox who was now a boy, grinned, revealing his teeth were just as sharp. Yes, I know, very cool, now let's go. Chongaru and Yabu need help. Shouto sucked in a breath even as he began to run after Tobai. Ada as well. Did he really go after the hero killer? Yes, he's an idiot. Hey, Cape Guy. The hero in question looked startled. Get as much help as you can. We have eyes on Stain and he's fighting kids. They immediately put in a call and Tobai kept running. More and more heroes poured in behind them and they burst into the alley just in time to see Midoriya flop to the ground. While Stain was busy with the new heroes on the scene, snarling and growling, Tobai rushed forward and cradled the green-haired boy who was cut across his hip. It was bleeding sluggishly and Shouto felt his heart clench. Don't die, Yabu, Tobai whispered, then looked up at Shouto. Get Chongaru. He was stabbed when we came in. Hurry, he needs medical help. Stain erupted in a scream and the four of them were swept out by minor heroes as malice poured from the alley. And the next thing Shouto knew, Ada and Midoriya were being loaded up in ambulances and he and Tobai were forced to follow behind desperate. Todoroki prayed to every god he knew that they would be okay. Midoriya seemed to believe in the old kami, so Todoroki would too. He had to. Izuku woke slowly, hip throbbing where he could vaguely remember getting sliced before he could fully dodge, and then came the quiet stillness save for the beeping at a steady pace. Next came the sensation of sheets, and he knew he was in a bed. It had been a while since he was in a hospital, but he supposed a fight with a serial killer would certainly warrant it. His eyes shot open and he could vaguely hear the heart monitor pick up speed as he sucked in air. Stain. What had happened with Stain? Yabu, you're awake. Hearing Tobai stalled his breathing for a moment, but when it restarted he managed to steady himself and not breath so erratically. Tobai, he croaked, and scowled at the harsh-sounding warble that came out. The fox giggled out of his line of sight. You want something to drink, Yabu? You sound a little dry. He closed his eyes again and nodded, hearing someone shuffle around before a glass of water was poured. There must be someone else in the room, because such an action required both height and thumbs. He opened his eyes again as a blurry figure approached with the glass, and he took it gratefully, taking a sip before straining his eyes to see who else was in here. Amber eyes and a cheeky grin stared back. He squeezed the glass tighter as he took in the boy before him. Looking to be about his age or slightly older, the boy had curly auburn hair and what looked to be symmetrical scratches on his cheeks, almost like scars. His canines were poking out of the grin, sharper than average, and on top of his head in the same color as his hair were two pointed ears. The boy was wearing a gray lilac kimono with a thick purple underwrap, and a dark blue obi tied around his waist with a pink cherry blossom tie as decorations. He wasn't wearing shoes, a look down revealed, but he was wearing dark leggings. As he finished handing off the water, his clawed hands retreated into his long sleeves and the bells at the ends tinkled lightly and he giggled lightly. No, he geckered. Auburn tails curled out of the back of the kimono playfully, and the boy leaned in a little, eyes sparkling. Fox got your tongue. Izuku swallowed. Tobai. The boy leaned back and fake pouted. Yuki said the same thing. Is it really that surprising I would get my third tail early? I mean, I spend enough time near and with you, so extra power is a given, but then we got the sun power too, so 12 years doesn't feel all that early. Plus, his expression lost its teasing. I needed to do something, and being a fox wasn't cutting it. I just had to make it in time. Izuku reached out a hand to poke at the fox boy. You did, we're fine. The door opened and Todoroki walked in, stopping and blinking before walking forward. You're awake. Izuku nodded. Did Tobai get you? Sorry for running off like that, but I heard Manuel calling for Ada and assumed the worst. Tobai rolled his eyes. It's not assuming the worst if the worst really did happen. Izuku jumped. Ada, is he okay? He looked pretty hurt when I got there, but as far as I know Stain didn't do any more damage. Todoroki shifted and scowled. He lost a lot of blood and he's in surgery right now. They won't tell me anything else. The door opened again and a dog-headed man walked in. Tobai bristled a little and shuffled closer, a clawed hand coming out of the sleeve to grasp one of Izuku's, and he rubbed the tanned skin on instinct. Woof, you are awake. That is good. I am Hasu, Chief of Police, Tsurigami, and I have a few things I need to say to you, Midoriya. Tobai's lip curled. He's hurt. Give him the decency of healing first. The police chief shook his head. This needs to be handled and contained. I also need to speak to you, Tobai. What you both did, going after the hero killer, was reckless and illegal. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. Illegal. He was trying to save someone. How is that not heroic? Using one's quirk without a license and without permission is vigilantism, and if that got out, it could seriously hurt his career. Tobai leaned forward, tails flashing dangerously. Yabu literally just kept a serial killer occupied while he sent me away to get help. That is what a hero is supposed to do, or was I misinformed? Tsurigami shook his head. Had it been in self-defense, it would have been fine, but as it stands he sought the hero killer out. This can cause quite the problem. Izuku cocked his head. But I sent Tobai away and didn't even use my quirk until after he had already attacked me. Surely that counts for something. Todoroki folded his arms with a scowl. Are you really going to punish him for doing the right thing? The man held up his hands. I am planning no such thing, but I do legally need to inform you of the potential consequences of your actions as the chief of police. As a person, however, thank you. We cannot give you any commendations, but this will not go on your record. Heroes were, ultimately, the ones who took Stain down in the end. Izuku perked up. So he was arrested. He winced. No, the fight proved too much and he fought to his death, past normal human limits. His heart gave out and was dead before he could be officially arrested. Izuku blinked and slumped. That sounds bad, but I'm glad he's off the streets. Probably, unless he came back as a vengeful spirit. Izuku would have to keep an eye on that. After thanking them all again for their help, Tsurigami walked off and Izuku sat up in bed with a sigh. You said Ada is in surgery. His brother is in this hospital though, isn't he? We should go visit. Todoroki looked like he wanted to protest. But Tobai lit up, prancing around about meeting a bigger Chongaru, and helped Izuku call a nurse and ask. He looked him over, pronounced him good as long as he took his IV with him and came back if he was feeling tired. He readily agreed and the nurse gave them the room number, just a hallway down. Todoroki and Tobai insisted he walk slow, and Tobai was propping him up a little on the side where his cut was, but he just rolled his eyes and grinned and bore it. They cared, and it was nice. He knocked hesitantly on the door and a cheerful voice called for them to come in, so he did. He blinked at the elder Ida, who had the same colored hair and sharp checkmark eyebrows. Hello, you can call me Midori. This is Tobai and Todoroki. We're classmates of your brother. The elder grinned. You can call me Tensei. I hear he's in surgery, so I'm trying to stay positive, but it's nice to know he's got some friends. Why don't you guys tell me all about the crazy things my brother has gotten up to in school while we wait for news? Huh. Todoroki blinked. Ida is very strict on the rules. I'm not entirely certain he's ever done anything crazy. Tobai snorted and muttered something about literally this whole week, but spoke up. Chonguru thought I was a wild animal the first day. Tensei blinked. He did. Why? Tobai shrugged. I looked like a fox at the time. And apparently not everyone can speak fox. Crazy, I know. Yabu cleared it up for him, though. Tensei bit his lip at the name for Izuku. So you give everyone nicknames, huh? Bush and Chop, huh? Tobai geckered. Yep, it fits too well. I think he should have picked it for his hero name instead of Tenya. Ugh, so boring. Tensei jolted. He picked his name. That's so weird. I told him to use Ingenium to carry on the legacy. Izuku bit his lip. But yeah, Tobai announced the nickname on the bus to the USJ. Everyone just about died laughing, since he constantly does the arm chop thing. Tobai was really proud everyone liked it, and he has nicknames for everyone. Oh really? Tensei grinned. Do you have one for me? Tobai inclined his head for a moment. Emmy, 'cause you're always smiling, even when you don't feel like it. Tensei's smile became softer. I'll wear it with pride. Izuku felt a prickle on the back of his neck and turned around before his eyes widened. Ida. The boy was pale, standing stock still in his hero outfit aside from the helmet, and there was a gaping stab wound in his shoulder sluggishly dripping blood. But as it went to hit the floor, it faded into nothing. His hair was dark, more black than blue, and his face was twisted into a bitter scowl. Tobai sucked in a breath and growled, dragging them all back. That's not Ida anymore, he snarled. That's a Goryu. Tenya, Tensei breathed, and Izuku's heart broke. If Ida was here, then the surgery had failed. Ida was a Yurei. Worse, he was a Goryu, a type of Onryu, or vengeful ghost, one of the aristocratic class that was usually martyred. The ghost of Ida crackled with dark power. Where is Stain? Ida, Izuku said slowly, pulling Todoroki back and further away. Stain is gone. We got heroes to him and they defeated him. The spirit tensed. He's been arrested. Good, then he isn't moving. Easier to finally clean him from this world. Tensei took a shuddering breath. You want to kill him? Tenya, no. He injured you, intending to kill you, claiming you were a false hero, Ida snarled. But there is no one more heroic than you. He must pay for what he did. Todoroki raised an eyebrow. Slight problem with that. He didn't get arrested. He died. The lights flickered and everyone gasped. What do you mean he died? Todoroki looked unperturbed by the energy crackling in the air. I mean he died. We were informed he worked himself to death and his heart gave out. Impossible. Ida spit. Something like that wouldn't kill him. You're lying, Tobai snarled. That's what we were told. Stop this, Chonguru. Calm down. You're letting your hatred consume you. Maybe I want it to. You heard Stain. Hatred gives you power. Izuku sucked in a breath. No, it comes at a cost. It always does. Hatred will tear you apart. As long as I can tear Stain apart first, that is acceptable. Tenya, Tensei choked, teary-eyed. Please, this isn't you. I can't believe you're dead. Oh God, what do I tell Mom? Tenya can you go back to your body? I don't know how this works. Surely there's something we can do to help him. Tobai shook his head, claws flexing. He's dead. Only gods can bring him back from that. Izuku jolted. Could we? No, Tobai cut him off. Even together we don't have that ability. This isn't a matter of power, it's a matter of domain. I will find Stain, Ida growled, and he will pay for his crimes. Izuku bit his lip. If you wait a couple of days, you can come with me? Ida stilled. What do you mean? Well, I was planning on making sure his spirit wasn't running around causing problems, so if you want you can come with me. You'd have to wait since I'm not cleared to leave yet, but then I can help. The four of them held their breath while Ida considered this and the energy in the room lessened. Very well, he said stiffly, looking almost like himself. I will travel with you when you are released. If we do not find his spirit, I will assume he is not dead and I will find him. Izuku shakily got to his feet, gripping the IV pole tightly. He managed a weak smile. Then, we should probably go back to my hospital room so I can rest and leave sooner, right? Tensei. It was nice to meet you. I'll, keep you posted. The pale man nodded slowly, still staring at his brother, and Izuku tried to walk forward as calmly as possible past the vengeful ghost, feeling Tobai trail behind him but Todoroki not moving. He cast a small smile back at the boy. Tell Aizawa-sensei for me. Todoroki nodded, eyes locked onto their classmate. And Izuku realized he had been putting off yin chakra because of how stressed he was, allowing everyone to see it. Probably not great for wandering the halls. He clamped down on it and tried to calm down. It was going to be fine. He just had to calm a spirit formed around righteous indignation and rage and stop him from causing a natural disaster when he realized his target was already dead. Izuku almost hoped Stain did come back as a spirit, so Ida would have something to take his anger out on instead of unleashing like an earthquake on Hasu, based purely on his emotional state in the hospital room. That seemed like a reasonable possibility, and Izuku didn't want to have to explain that one to, well, anyone, really. He knew Tobai was trailing behind him, and he turned slightly to smile sheepishly. You aren't going to like this, but, Tobai grimaced. You want me to go tell Kairu and Washiro, don't you? It wasn't a question, but Izuku nodded anyway. They might have ideas or plans or just be of some use, but for now they also need to know everything that's happening. If everything works out, I'll fill them in on the rest later. You can come right back, just someone needs to be told. Oh, also maybe warn Mum. Tobai's nose curled up and he exhaled sharply. If you die, I'll kill you. Izuku grinned. Sounds like a plan. See you later. Tobai ran off, leaving Izuku to walk back to his hospital room with just Ida. He sat on the bed and bit his lip. Do you want to talk about anything? Ida just stared at him. Guess not, he muttered, laying down. I'll just focus on getting discharged then. The cold presence in his room never faltered. Just as he was getting discharged, Tobai came back in fox form. He eyed Ida balefully. Let's go then, he snapped, and find this theoretical ghost. Walking through the city during the day was different than at night. And even 2 days later the city still bore scars of the fires and fights. Soon, they made it to the alley that had a rusty red stain on the ground where Ida had. Well, Tobai sniffed around the area. Follow me, he barked. I can follow where he went. They both stumbled after the fox to 2 streets over, and Izuku stopped, suddenly not able to breathe. The air radiated malice and rot. Tobai's fur was standing on end. He was taken. The body was taken. Ida growled. So he's gone. How will I find him now? Izuku tried to placate him. It'll be okay. If I'm right, I'll have to go fight this guy anyway, so you can just keep tagging along and then we'll find Stain, okay? Ida whirled on him, form darkening and pulsing with energy. And how do I know you will find him? How do I know you are not simply trying to find a way to exorcise me before I can complete my task? Izuku winced. Ida, I wouldn't. No, I don't want you to kill Stain, again, but I also don't want you running around causing problems. No one can see you without me, so, that means I can help. Plus, I want to make sure you're okay. Ida sniffed, but his form stilled and settled. I'm perfectly alright. I would say I am more alright than I have ever been. To think this power was always available to me. Izuku bit his lip and exchanged a glance with Tobai. Well, I think we can go home now. You can, come with me if you'd like, but if not you can just meet me at school, I guess. Ida nodded stiffly and walked away. Izuku just hoped he would actually show up on Monday. Izuku was almost late to class on Monday, but he had spent the entire weekend looking for Ida and doing research on sending ghosts on, and talking to Tobai as the liaison between him and the forest. According to Shikamaori, the only ways to send spirits on is to overpower them and kill them again, or give them what they want. For calm spirits, this is easier because you just have to give them closure. For Ada, closure would be a little bit harder to come by. Still, they promised to ask around and keep an eye on things, and he was heading there after school today to fully ask the questions Tobai didn't get and start to figure out everything. They knew about Amaterasu, but hadn't seen the power in action, so there was that too. Finally, he burst into class 2 minutes before the bell rang, looking around for some sign of the ghost. None to be found. Geez, Ashido giggled. You'd think rule-abiding Ida would be here already. Maybe something fun happened on his internship. Uraraka lit up. Speaking of internships, I really loved mine. I learned a lot from Gunhead. Kaminari chuckled, scrolling through his phone. I mean, come on, the only real exciting thing happened in Hasu. The hero killer and those Namu showed up. But I mean, have you seen the video about Stain and his ideals? It's kinda cool. The lights flickered and the air got colder. Kaminari, Izuku hissed, stop talking about it. The other boy didn't seem to hear. Obviously murder is wrong, but getting rid of the fakes? I mean, it makes sense. Kaminari. The door slammed open and everyone jumped as Aizawa came in, looking pissed. We have an announcement. Midori. Izuku pursed his lips. Ida. He called out hesitantly, knowing the boy was around somewhere, at least close enough to hear Kaminari, and the lights flickered. I should kill him. Izuku jumped at the voice, but based on how no one else reacted, he was the only one who could hear it. No, Izuku begged. He's not your target, right? He's just misguided. Aizawa tensed. What did he say? Izuku bit his lip and looked around the room again, trying to find him. Can you come out? I need to explain to the class so that doesn't happen again, okay. In a crack, he was there, and Izuku lunged forward to grab his hand. The class gasped as soon as he made contact and some let out choked sobs. He took a deep breath and smiled hesitantly. See, it's gonna be okay. He turned to the rest of the class. Ida Tenya fought the hero killer and didn't make it. Please refrain from mentioning the hero killer in any positive light or, well, bad things will happen. Uraraka was pale, looking torn between approaching her friend and staying as far away as possible. What? He's dead. Tobai walked in the door, hands clenched. He's a Goryu, vengeful martyr. Do not talk about Stain if you enjoy living. Gaki, Nezu cleared me for a desk. Aizawa nodded. For those who haven't figured it out, this is Tobai. Take your seats, we're having a crash course on Yaokai. Everyone numbly sat down. Izuku easing into his own seat before tugging Tobai over to their side of the room where he slid into the extra desk that had been previously unnoticed. And Aizawa stood in the front, projector turning on and a PowerPoint displaying. First, never give away your full name. Midori has probably drilled that into your heads enough, but it also applies to names that are integral to who you are. If a spirit gets a hold of your name, it's theirs. They can also take your quirk this way. Avoid this if at all possible, for obvious reasons. He clicked to the next slide. Next, some common yokai. Kappa are aquatic creatures that look like a cross between a frog and a turtle. They have a divat in their head that holds water. Tengu are bird-like protectors of the forest and mountains, fond of Buddhist monks. They can either have avian features, or some have red skin and overly long noses. Kitsune, like Tobai, are foxes that develop more than one tail. They get more power the more tails they have, including shapeshifting at 3. Oni are tall, bright-skinned ogres that have iron clubs and tiger skin loincloths. Generally considered hostile, avoid them at all costs. Yurei is the name for ghosts, but there are many classifications. In general, the conditions to become a Yurei is to die violently or with strong emotion or thought that is keeping them from moving on. They are, in general, to be avoided unless you know for a fact they are not hostile. Sometimes Yurei will be powerful enough to cause natural disasters. Kodama are forest spirits that show a sign of a healthy forest, but are harmless. That is generally what you might encounter, but we will be passing out a list of further yokai for you to read over. In general, without Midori, you will not be able to see yokai unless they want you to. He sighed. Next, the gods. They are, in fact, real. They are generally uninvolved with things, but you can get their blessing on things and beseech them to help you. This goes without saying, but do your best to avoid angering the kami, please. He looked them in the eyes, making sure he had everyone's attention. Finally, demons. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. But sensei, aren't oni demons? Aizawa grimaced. Not in this sense. A demon in this context is a spirit that has succumbed to rage and hatred and has become infected, in a sense. They are mindless beasts that cause only destruction and curse everyone they touch. If a human is cursed, they will slowly die as the curse eats away at their life force. Only the gods can cure a demon curse. As far as we are aware, the Namu are proto-demons, and someone is looking to make complete ones. The stronger the spirit, the more likely they are to become a demon than simply burn up from the volatile emotion. If you ever, and I mean ever, see a demon, you run. They can be killed, but if they catch you, we currently have no way to heal you and you will, slowly and painfully, die. Do not engage a demon if you can. Everyone was stock still. Sensei, Haku whispered. Can Yurei become demons? Everyone avoided looking at Ida when Aizawa nodded. It's more difficult, but it is possible, which is why I advise you to watch your words. The spirit side is working on it. The spirit side being Izuku and his companions. Class went on as normal after that, albeit immensely uncomfortable. The entire day was quiet, but Izuku noticed Ida was calming down slightly, to being a familiar environment. Once school ended, Izuku practically sprinted to the forest, knowing Fumi could bring the rest if they wanted to come. He burst into the clearing. Okay, we have to nail this down. I currently have Ida staying at school so his family doesn't have to see him and he can be in a familiar, low-stakes environment. What? Oh, hello Nezu. The principal smiled. Hello, Midori. Shikamaori folded his arms. The entire spirit community is pooling resources to find the source of these demons. At first it was only one, at your USJ, but now there are more, and they reek of sorcerer magic. Izuku sucked in a breath. Then, it's this all for one. He's making demons. But why? Kamakichi spat onto the shore. Sorcerers are monsters, green, power-hungry fools that would upset the balance of the world for an extra measure of perceived strength, and curse all those who come in between them and their desires. To think that man is still alive. Nezu, you said he was taken care of? Nezu sighed. It was assumed, but perhaps the Hero Commission and All Might did not take into account demon and spirit powers at his disposal. I fear what he is capable of. Izuku bit his lip. He has Inari, we know that much. Amaterasu said she's been trying to help people defeat him for 200 years, but I have the last of the power she gave for this. Kalma grunted. Any more and it leaves her vulnerable. You are her last chosen, boy. He nodded. She called me the middle. The cross point between spirits and humans. Is it true that humans only developed quirks because Inari was bound? Nezu hummed. Indeed, that is the case. Ah, your friends have arrived. On cue, his human friends melted through the trees, looking grim. Fumi blinked. Ah, Principal Nezu. I was not aware you would be here. Nezu's nose twitched in amusement. It concerns me for various reasons. Now, Midori, do you mean to get all of them involved as well? Todoroki walked into the clearing and blinked at the various yokai around, but then just looked at Izuku, blank. You've already taught me a lot. If I can help, I would like to. Gamma cocked his head at the boy. Triad, huh, and one of them is water to boot. You'll join Tsu in healing. Shiko, you have the rest. Shikamaori hummed. Shaoji, I believe it was. Perhaps we should send him to the Boiler Man. Kamaji does not fight, but he knows Tsuchigumo techniques and can teach the boy better than the others. I can hone. Then might I suggest adding our own Aizawa to the trainers? I imagine he will want to help keep his students safe. You might find him even similar to your old students, my friend. Shiko stiffened, but nodded. I am not willing to involve more children, if it can be helped. Only these, who are already preparing, can do this. I would not want to involve them if it were not already so. If you wish for the Gaki to join, so be it. Gamma snorted. I don't think we can call him a brat, even if he is a human younger than even the fox brat. Green, give me a rundown of the chakra natures for everyone here. Izuku perked up. I'm versatile yin. Tobai is fire, you're water. Shiko is wind, Nezu is wind, Kinsei Todoroki is water, wind, and fire. Saki is yin and minor lightning. Fumi is wind with yin from dark shadow. Tsu is water minor earth. Shaoji is yin, young balanced with minor water. Haku is yin minor wind. Kuda is earth. Aizawa sensei is water with a yin, young balance. I know he's not here yet, but it sounds like he will be. Oh, and Tobai and I both have some of Amaterasu's power or sun chakra. Kamakichi nodded. A lot of wind, which is good for Shikamaori. Makes it easier to train you lot. Also a nice balance of yin folk, means you're more in touch with the spirits. Anyone else of note in your class? Izuku bit his lip, thinking back. The girl Tobai calls Nami. After Izanami, she has a creation quirk that lets her make basically anything. She is dual-natured, water and earth. If I'm right, that means she should be able to make plants, but she says she can't make anything alive. The girl Tobai calls Yuri has a quirk that enhances her hearing. She's like Aizawa-sensei, but instead of water, wind. She is probably a sensor. Other than that, we have some single natures and, well, Bakugo. Shikamaori folded his arms with a huff. He will not enter here. Tobai suddenly bristled. Wait, you've been saying there's something in the forest for years. Is it safe here? Ah, yes, it has been taken care of by the witch twins. They all blinked, but the Tengu did not elaborate. Nezu hummed and slipped his phone back in his pocket. Aizawa will be here within 5 minutes. I would recommend training begin. We have much to prepare for. Do send word if anything pops up. Shaoji, I can take you to the Boiler Man, since I do not think you are currently capable of getting there on your own. Farewell. He paused suddenly and turned back to Izuku. I never did give you an answer for your last guess, did I? Izuku's eyes widened and he shook his head. Kawaso is closest to what I am, but my time in human hands changed me. I did not, of course, come out empty-handed. He winked and walked away, Shaoji trailing behind him. I wish you all the best. Izuku turned back to Shikamaori as Tsu dragged Todoroki over to Gamakichi, and he set his shoulders. Teach us. There was chattering on the bus, but the back was a quiet hum. In the very back were Kuda, Shaoji, Todoroki, Tsu, and Fumi in dark shadow on the back bench, quiet and still. Next were Saki and Haku, with Izuku and Tobai across the aisle. They had only had 2 weeks of spirit training, but both Tsu and Todoroki were getting decent at healing, being able to tackle surface wounds. Shaoji had been spending more time with Kamaji, and his arms were increasing in speed, in both changing and stretching. Kuda was talking more and could talk to practically anything, including getting over his fear of bugs. It helped that he knew everything that could eat them and had developed good rapport with all of those creatures in the forest. They had given him tips on what to say to other members of their species, so he was set for the Greater Japan area. Everyone was better at stealth now, even if they still weren't as good as Izuku and Tobai. The bus slowed to a stop and everyone came out to see Aizawa and the rest of the teachers they had, with the addition of Power Loader. None of the 2nd and 3rd year or strictly business teachers were there. There were just 9 teachers. Izuku blinked at a particular feeling and cocked his head at Aizawa, amending. 9 teachers and the principal. Aizawa looked at his 19 students and Tobai. I'm sure you all think you have some idea of what you will be facing. Ashido and Kaminari cheered. Robots. Aizawa grinned, and the 9 of them who had been doing extracurricular training with him took a solid step back. Nezu poked his head out of Aizawa's scarf and smiled. Wrong. He climbed down, the man not moving and seemingly nonplussed about this arrangement before Nezu landed solidly on the ground and brushed off his miniature suit. You might have noticed there are 10 of us. That is due to the fact that you will be pairing off and fighting a teacher. Aizawa grinned. Uraraka and Aoyama versus 13. Sadu and Kirishima against Cementos. Ashido and Kaminari against Present Mike. Todoroki and Bakugo against All Might. Takoyami and Siro against Power Loader. Yaoyorozu and Jiro against Midnight. Shinsu and Kuda against Ectoplasm. Ajaru and Isui against Snipe. Shaoji and Hagakure against me. His eyes found Izuku and his fox before he smiled with almost a pitying look in his eyes. Midori and Tobai against Nenzu. Nenzu beamed. Indeed. Off you all go to your testing grounds. Now, Nenzu, Tobai barked, how do we win? Well, the ways to pass the exam are to either escape the testing grounds or to put these handcuffs. He brandished a pair that all groups will get around the hands of the hero they are facing. Simple enough, of course. Izuku grimaced. Of course. See you all later and best of luck. The pairs split off to trail after their assigned teachers, and Tobai sighed before grabbing Izuku's hand. No way we're beating Nenzu. Agreed. Run for it. Of course, Yabu. No one bothered to question why Izuku and Tobai were a team when Tobai wasn't technically a student, nor why they were facing the principal, but Izuku knew. If Nenzu wanted a spirit battle, he'd be getting one for as long as it took for them to find the exit. Ajaru hissed beside her as they ducked for cover. He had gotten grazed by one of Snipe's bullets while leaping over the roofs with her. Instead of fighting, they had chosen to use their superior speed to escape, even if it would give Snipe a range advantage. Ajaru had wanted to try hand-to-hand combat, but after their first altercation had ended poorly, Tsu had managed to convince him otherwise. Let me, Kiro. She held a hand over the scratch that was leaking bodily fluids and willed chakra into her hand, feeling the slight power leave her as the wound closed. Thanks, he breathed. I still don't know how you can do that, but it's damned handy. She nodded. I saw the exit on my last jump. Kiro, we are close. He flexed his tail and peeked over the cover. No sign of Snipe. Think he might have figured out our plan and gone to block the entrance. Tsu grimaced. Let us hope not. How is your sneaking? He blinked. Pretty decent, but not great. Why? She hummed. Only one of us needs to get through. If you distract him with the handcuffs, he might not see me. I do not want to put you in any undue risk. However, Ajaru grinned. You can just fix me up if all else fails. Let's pass this. She smiled and nodded. Momo swallowed, breathing heavily in the gas mask and bit her lip. She's not moving, Jiru muttered, but the hard rush didn't work last time. She's too fast for us, and time is running out. Prez, she's covered the entire area in sleeping gas, limiting visibility and preventing us from removing our masks. She's guarding the exit so we can't make a break for it. And her whip gives her reach if we try to come at her from different angles. Momo peeked back over the edge, ignoring the taunting from their teacher, and noted the ground. Jiru, how disruptive can you make a heartbeat distortion? Jiru grinned. Big enough. Mezu extended his arms more and signaled silently to Haku, telling her exactly where their teacher was, and she waved a glove before discarding it and slipping away. Mezu knew that Haku was good at sneaking even before the training in the forest. But now once her clothes were off, she was gone. She had even developed ways to mask her heat signature and scent by pulling more yin chakra to the surface and wearing it like a shroud, so their plan was simple. Aizawa would no doubt be looking for her, as she was his biggest threat, and occasionally doing sweeps of the area with his capture scarf to try and snag her, since she did still technically exist. Mezu's job was to pick an optimal time for her to head to the exit, then play subtle distraction duty and keep him occupied until she was out and they had passed. It helped that he was also good at sneaking, but Aizawa had been teaching them, so he knew all their tricks. He crept through the fake city, careful with his steps until he heard the slight swish that had him throwing himself to the side as white fabric shot past him. He immediately turned half of his ears into eyes and gave himself a 360 view of the area to find Aizawa up on a lamppost, quirk flaring and hair lifting. Mezu felt all of his limbs turn back into hands and shrink to their normal length and slumped in apparent defeat. Aizawa wrapped his scarf around Mezu's waist and tugged him closer. Tell me where Hagakure is and I might just let you go. Mezu smiled privately behind his mask and held up his hands in surrender. As soon as the scarf loosened its grip, he swung and all 6 of his hands rang out with a deafening clap that sent his teacher reeling, and he grinned. Kamaji knew Tsuchigumo tactics, all right, and he was more than happy to teach Mezu. He was bound tightly in the capture scarf when the buzzer rang out and they passed. Fumi was flying, and it was a marvelous feeling, despite the tape attached to him and the fact that he was also carrying his classmate. Powerloader had made the ground of the open field practically uninhabitable or transversable, but with nothing to swing on, Zero would have been left behind. Luckily, it was overcast, so Dark Shadow retained much of their power and was able to support both Fumi and his classmate. Not all the way to the gate, it appeared, so there would be some fighting, but Fumi was prepared for that eventuality as well. It would not do for him to fail here, for Tobai would surely mock him. Hitoshi was having an interesting time, he'd put it that way. This was really just an intense game of hide and seek, but there were about 10 times as many seekers as there were hiders, and Kuda was getting bugs and small rodents to warn them of oncoming danger and try to direct them to the exit. Luckily, since Kuda knew sign language, they didn't have to talk at all. Plus, if the past several weeks since he had first met Izuku were any indication, Hitoshi was incredible in hide and seek. Then Ectoplasm figured out they were going for the exit instead of fighting him, so he amassed all of his clones into one big one. Hard to escape that. Hitoshi knew that at the beginning of the year, Izuku and Takoyami had managed to weed out his clones by using spirit sensing and then melting them with spirit fire. But Hitoshi nor Kuda could do that, so he was fresh out of luck in that regard. They peeked into the room that held the exit, the massive clone, and the original hero they were supposed to be facing. Hitoshi looked over at Kuda, who signed something, and his eyes widened before he grinned. "Who you gonna call? Ghost Bazaar, damn it." Hitoshi let the hook sink into the mind of his teacher and they both booked it for the door. To solve the giant clone, Hitoshi yelled back, knowing his brainwashing wouldn't hold for long and wanting to give them every advantage possible, and he heard a disgusting-sounding squelch as Ectoplasm did just that. He grinned at the other boy before they both dove through the gate just as the mental connection wore off and Hitoshi breathed a sigh of relief. They had done it. Shadow huffed and dragged Bakugo behind a wall after All Might's latest toss before running a water-coated hand over the road burn the boy had gotten. "Stop getting hurt," he snapped. "I'm not great at this yet." Bakugo looked shocked for a moment before his eyes narrowed. "You've been holding out on me, icy hot." "Damn, how much can you heal?" "And how?" Shadow raised an eyebrow, but informed him that surface wounds and burns were about all he was capable of currently, due to his water chakra, and Bakugo got a thoughtful look on his face before detailing a plan in a hushed tone. Shadow was intrigued by it, but it seemed sound, so he agreed. Time to defeat All Might. Between them, they had all 5 of the major elements, and this plan sought to utilize all of them to create a storm or disastrous proportions if it worked. And it would, Shadow discovered, as the #1 hero was struck by lightning and fire and icy wind and water. The whole world seemed against him, and when Bakugo put the handcuffs on the man with a click, Shadow found himself rather satisfied. Tobai immediately melted into him, both of them wanting the enhanced senses more than the extra set of eyes, and they set off, slinking through the massive pipes and old warehouses. An industrial zone, it seemed, and full of shadows. A crash sounded in the distance, and their ear gave a single flick before they continued, noting its position but doing nothing for now. More crashes sounded, closer and closer, and they were soon forced to confront the reality of Nedzu with a wrecking ball, gleefully destroying the environment with no thought for the damage, but they supposed that was the point. "Yabu, mind if I take over for a bit? I have a new trick and it will get us over this rubble that's blocking our way to the exit." Izuku shrugged, and soon he was an observer in their body as little colored orbs of fire in every color but the teal blue of spirit fire came around them. They were about the size of golf balls, and Izuku could feel that they took a considerable amount of chakra to summon, but maintaining them after the fact was pretty simple, and Tobai lifted up their foot and stepped on top of one. "Fox fire. Not the best at it yet, but with this, we can fly." "Sort of." Izuku chuckled as they pranced across them like steps, and they shifted to be right where he put his foot until they were running through the air. They both startled when a looming metal ball came hurtling towards them, but they just pushed up and slashed, claws alight with blue, and they rebounded off of the now falling wrecking ball before bounding further, making eye contact with Nedzu before ducking back into the streets and dashing for the gate to secure their win. Nedzu was smirking with a glint of pride and satisfaction in his eyes. But Izuku didn't think to dwell on that. Elated on the high of being able to somewhat fly with his brother, and the buzzer rang out a moment later, signaling they had passed their final exams. Only 4 people failed: Kirishima, Sadu, Ashido, and Kaminari. The first pair hadn't managed to outlast Cementos before they were overwhelmed, since both of their powers had a time limit and Cementos's did not. The second pair no doubt got outsmarted by Present Mike with his PhD and weren't able to get close enough to his ear-shattering screams to do any damage. "You're all going to the summer camp," Aizawa drawled, "but you 4 who failed will be going through remedial training from hell to make up for your loss. Here's a packing list. The camp is a week from now at an undisclosed location for safety." Izuku sighed in relief and looked at the list with a snort. He wouldn't be needing any of this. He was used to practically living in the forest anyway, and everything he did actually need to bring, he had. A week of break before they were right back into it, and Izuku couldn't wait. "Yabu, what's a summer camp?" Haku giggled. "It's like living out in the woods and doing fun things. Hiking, s'mores, swimming, climbing trees, being in nature. It'll be great." Tobai cocked his head, frowning. "I can do all of those things already. In fact, I did all of those things already before Yabu found me. We spend enough time in the forest. Why are we going to another one for school?" Saki snorted. "It's a training camp, so we get better at our quirks and abilities. But we were already doing that with Kairu and Washiro earlier." Aizawa walked over and tugged lightly on the boy's ear. "And you'll be doing more of it. It's training. It's not supposed to be fun." He scowled and batted away the hand. "Whatever, Gaki, there better be good food, though." Aizawa rolled his eyes. "I'm sure there will be. Now go home, all of you." "Yes, sensei." Izuku turned to walk backwards and looked at all of his friends. So tell me how your exams went. A few people groaned, but most grinned, and Izuku couldn't help but grin back. A full term at school, they had done it, and Izuku was swarming with friends. Apparently the class all went to the mall to get supplies. But Izuku and his group pretty much hung out in the forest the entire time, learning as much as they could while not doing a lot of physical activity. Their reasoning was that the summer camp would likely have plenty of that. After meditation, Kuta led them to a grove and Izuku held them all back briefly. You can feel it, he breathed. Right. Everyone nodded, and they slowly walked in. The grove had an aura that grew slowly more prominent as the day wore on. But it was Haku tripping that showed the real beauty of the grove. It was laid in a perfect circle, with the 4 poles brushed over by leaves, covering stone discs set into the ground with a simple carving on them. To the north, it was indented completely, and the stone disc was darkened in a sphere. On the south disc there was a circular line, but not an indent. To the west showed a half-dark circle with the hemisphere facing out, and to the east, the same but opposite. All of the stone discs were connected by a circular line on the ground, and under an inch or so of dirt and debris, there was an entire disc. It's the phases of the moon, Takoyami muttered. This is a sacred place. Izuku dug under the dirt in the center of the circle and cocked his head. There's more carvings, he murmured, under all the debris. They all looked at each other and nodded before they began scraping off the dirt from the carving. Tobai ran back to tell Shikamaru what they had found before they got too far and unleashed a curse or something. Maybe this place had been abandoned for a reason, after all. He came back with the go-ahead when they were halfway done and gathered pine branches, binding them together to make a crude broom, sweeping off the dust. When it was clear, Todoroki summoned water and washed the stone circle clean, leaving them to see it completely. With the discs on the edge, the moon phases were depicted, but on an inner circle it elaborated more, giving each specific phase with incredibly gradual increment, making a tight and small circle at about halfway across the radius with a total of 32 symbols. In the center was another disc, the same size as the other ones, but there was a sharp little point in the direct center with grooves running down the sides, spiraling out to encircle the disc. Izuku had no earthly idea what it was for, but he knew the sign of the moon. Fumi bowed his head. I would like to stay here until moonrise, to officially greet Tsukuyomi and her domain. Saki sucked in a breath. Then, this is a place of gods. Shaoji hummed. So it would seem. But why here? Why in these woods? And why would the forest spirits let it fall into a state of such disrepair? The rumbling voice of the Tengu startled a few of them. It seems he had his eyes locked onto the stone circle, that it was not to be found by spirit hands. Kuta, you were the one who led them here. How did you know of its existence? Kuta frowned slightly. I didn't, he whispered. I was called. Shikamaru hummed. You are of earth, are you not? This sacred ground has a purpose, a uniting of earth and sky, but you need both aspects already. Lady Tsukuyomi has not been seen or felt since the advent of quirks. When Green told me that one of the 3 noble children had been meddling, I could scarcely believe it, but Lady Amaterasu burns bright within him and Tobai both. Perhaps the rest of the gods are getting involved and we will be called upon to join earth and sky once more. Izuku cocked his head. Is Lord Susanoo also absent? No more than the goddess of heaven. He is the patron of the seas and of storms, so he can be felt more readily. If you were to choose a champion, as the Lady of the Sun has in you, then we might be able to make more judgment. Haku straightened. Wait, does that mean that Yabu might not be the only one who has to fight all for one? If there are other champions, they can help. Tobai pursed his lips. If there are any, we don't know about them. Shikamaru inclined his head. The only human we have heard interacting with the spirits is Green, and he has brought you into our world. If the Lord of Storms and the Lady of the Moon have chosen champions, neither human nor spirit are aware of it. Saki hummed. Maybe we just haven't met them yet. Or maybe they haven't been chosen, I guess. Shikamaru turned to his bird brother. You wish to stay and greet the moonrise? Fumi nodded. If you will permit me to stay in your forest, very much so. I have felt a connection to the night since I was young. The Tengu nodded. As you wish. I assume your shadow will protect you home, or you will be staying with Green. Izuku hummed and pulled out his phone. No service right here, but I think several of us might want to watch the moon rise here. I can ask Masuno if we can have a sleepover for anyone who wants to stay. Tobai immediately straightened, grabbing Haku and Saki with both of his hands. You two are definitely coming. Saki blinked, then shrugged. I don't have anywhere to be. Haku giggled. If the great and mighty Tobai insists, I can't refuse. That would be rude. Izuku grinned. I'm going to run somewhere with service and text her. Anyone else? Todoroki hummed. If there is room. I have never been to a sleepover before. I don't know what it entails exactly. Tobai gasped in indignation. Yuki, you also have to come now. Kashi, Tsu, Hana. They all agreed, on the stipulation of there being space, and Izuku ran off. A quick text and 10 minutes later, and everyone was invited after watching the moon rise. Luckily, he also looked up the supposed time the moon would be fully visible in the sky, and it wasn't too late, peaking just at 9, which gave them plenty of time to get home. "She's planning on joining us and bringing food," Izuku called out as he came back. "Shiko, can you guide her in? And ask Gama if he wants to come too." The bird nodded. "I will ask and then retrieve your mother." He flew off and they all settled in around the stone circle, not wanting to walk on it. His mom showed up not long after, escorted by both of the spirits, and she settled with them, passing out sandwiches and snacks while they waited. She engaged in quiet conversation with most of his friends, seeing as she had never officially met them aside from in passing at the training prior to exams. And Tobai turned back into a fox to curl up on Izuku's lap. Soon, it was dark, the sun fully setting, and Izuku could see the moon peeking over the tops of the tress. It wasn't full, he discovered as it rose, but it was more than half, if it was a waxing gibbous and not a waning. That meant the summer camp would begin on the day of the full moon. As it cleared the trees and illuminated the area, the eastern disk lit up, glowing softly, and everyone sucked in a breath, holding it as the forest lay still and silent around them. As the moon reached its peak, there was almost a melodic sound coming through the trees, and Izuku felt at ease. Unbidden, words came to his lips. "The renewing moon," she hummed to herself, sniffing as she slipped into sleep. She couldn't see it, but she could feel the light of the moon. Soon, it seemed to whisper, "The sign will come. You are a chosen daughter." She didn't know if she believed the moon, because everything seemed so terrible and like it would never get better, but the silver glow was nice. She fell asleep with the melody on her lips. She didn't know where she had heard it before. This was not a rest stop. Izuku knew that as soon as two of the wild pussycats introduced themselves. He tugged lightly on Tobai's ear, and without another word, the fox melted into him and Izuku readied himself. This did not go unnoticed by his friends, of course, and everyone grouped together slightly, on edge, but no one was entirely shocked or even unprepared when Pixabop slammed her hands onto the ground and the dirt roiled beneath them. Izuku grabbed Haku while Saki helped Kuta by wrapping the other boy in his capture scarf. Fumi, Dark, Shaoji, Todoroki, and Tsu needed no help, and soon the class was below the cliff in various states of disarray. In particular, Bakugo's friends were just picking themselves up, and Aoyama looked disgruntled at being covered in dust. Izuku suddenly sniffed. "Cats." A head popped out behind a tree with a feline grin. "You must be the middle. This is the domain of the Nekamadas, my funny furry friend." He could feel his tails flick in interest. "The Nekamadas. Are you aware that this is also the domain of the humans known as the wild pussycats?" The yokai came out from behind the tree, revealing their large form and two swishing tails. "I am. They are kind to cats, and we find sanctuary here." "Why have you come, spirit kin?" Izuku grinned. "My class and I are guests of the humans living here. They seek to make us stronger. Our first trial is to reach the base of the mountain by lunch." The cat purred in amusement. "Not to doubt you, my new friend, but that is quite a long way away for humans to go. I doubt you will make it before the sun begins to set." Izuku cocked his head and looked at his classmates, most looking at the obvious spirit warily. "Could you assist or guide us?" They hummed. "I could, but..." They trailed off and their eyes widened as their tails puffed up and their fur stood on end. "What have you brought here?" they hissed. "You foolish human." Izuku spun around, bewildered, to find Ada staring at the Nekomata with disdain. "This creature," he muttered. "Could it help me track Stain?" Izuku marginally relaxed and raised placating hands to the Nekomata. "This is one of my classmates. He had an unfortunate accident. I promise you he's completely harmless. Or, at least, that I'm keeping an eye on him and trying to direct his anger at the intended source." The Nekomata seemed to relax slightly, but they still looked incredibly nervous. "It is not his anger I am worried about, it is his vengeance. You seem to understand what he is, but..." They shook their head. "I will not guide you or your classmates. It is too dangerous for me and mine, but we will not harm you while you are here. While your Goryo remains, we shall remain hidden unless the circumstances are dire. May you find whom you seek and restore the balance, my friend." "Wait," Izuku called as they turned away. "What might I call you?" They spared him a glance and a grin. "I am called Matatabi." Without another word and barely a flick of the tail, the Nekomata was gone, disappearing into the woods. What did you guys talk about?" Izuku turned to Uraraka with a slight grimace. "I was asking if they would guide us to the lodge, since this is also their domain, but they didn't." "Feel safe." Everyone pointedly did not look at Ada. Bakugo clicked his tongue. "What fucking ever. Like we need a shitty cat to get us there." Kuta looked up in alarm. "The earth," he hissed. "It walks." Shaoji swore. "Pixabop can make earth monsters. Looks like this isn't just going to be a nature hike." Fumi nodded. "Let us depart. The wheel of time continues onwards, with or without us." The class advanced in the direction of the mountain lodge. Izuku stalked into camp, only being as peppy as he was for the years of forest training Shikamaori had put him through. His friends were also faring all right. but the majority of the class was exhausted, and a few people openly wept at the sight of the lodge. Izuku cocked his head, seeing the other 2 pussycats and the young boy who had come with Mandalay and Pixabob to see them thrown off a cliff. Just like before, he was scowling fiercely, his horned hat pulled low over his face so he could glare at them from under the bill. "What are you called?" The boy scowled deeper and harumphed, turning away, but Tobai decided to try a different tactic, melting out of their shared body. He pranced forward as his fox self, going to sniff at the boy. The boy's eyes visibly widened in a sort of wonder, and he tentatively held out a hand to the very friendly spirit before snatching it back and glaring at Izuku. "This is a trick, isn't it?" Izuku blinked. "No, that's Tobai. He's my best friend. You can pet him if you want. He'd probably like it. He likes being scratched along his jaw the most. He doesn't bite unless you're mean, though, if that's what you're worried about." Mandalay seemed to hold her breath as the boy slowly reached out again, still looking distrustful, but the fox sitting patiently in front of him was incredibly tempting, and soon he was scratching Tobai's snout on his lower cheek. Tobai leaned into it for a solid 15 seconds before straightening and licking the boy's hand, prancing back to leap onto Izuku's shoulder. As soon as the boy saw Tobai perched, he went back to scowling. "So that's your quirk, then? Something to do with animals?" Tobai huffed. "Hardly. That's Hana. Yabu is spirit kin. Surely you've seen the cat Yaokai around. Now, small friend, what are you called?" The boy stumped backwards, wide-eyed. "You can talk." Tobai geckered. "If I feel like it. I am called Tobai, and my brother is called Yabu." "What are you called?" He quickly got over his shock and frowned. "Kauda." Izuku let out a sigh. "Nice to meet you, Kauda. I apologize for invading your home. I imagine you didn't get a say in my class's attendance here." Kauda scowled again and crossed his arms. "No." Izuku bowed slightly in acknowledgement. "Very well, we are trespassing. So if there are any areas where you like to be left alone, do not hesitate to inform us and we will abide by your rules." Kauda looked confused and shocked in equal measure before he nodded slowly. "I have a secret hideout I go to, and no one is allowed there." Tobai nodded. "Because then it wouldn't be secret anymore." "Makes sense, we'll avoid it." Kauda suddenly looked away, shy, and he grumbled something under his breath that had Tobai yipping in amusement. "Okay," Tobai chuffed, "if you'd like." Izuku was mildly curious as to what the boy had said, just too quiet for his human ears, but he waved and smiled at the boy before heading off for the tables as well. He hadn't really eaten lunch, and the food smelled delectable. He sat down with his friends as they guzzled down food and made sure Tobai had something to eat as well, not that he needed it, before tucking in himself. "I don't think you heard," Saki said dryly, running a hand through his purple hair, "but they have hot springs here that we'll be relaxing in after dinner." Izuku nodded in thanks as he took another bite. "So what's up with the kid?" Haku giggled. He seemed really angry. Izuku smiled at the invisible girl. Tobai happened. "I don't know why he's angry. It might just be a case of we're invading his space, or it might be something else, but I find cute and cuddly animals solve a lot of hostility." Tobai preened. "And I am the cutest of them all." Sue nodded. "An interesting thought. I find frogs cuter." Tobai sputtered in indignation while everyone else laughed. Dinner wrapped up in short measure and everyone was shown to their rooms and their things, and everyone headed to the changing rooms to enter the onsen. Tobai did come with, but Izuku did not expect him to get in the hot springs, as he wasn't the most fond of water, but he also wasn't keen on leaving Izuku alone for some reason, so he traveled with the boys. The boys and the girls were separated by a wall, and Kauda was perched on top, glaring at the boys as if inviting them to try something. But Izuku had a solid feeling that none of them would, lest they risk the wrath of not only Aizawa, but also, even worse, the girls. Still, Tobai found a spot that was covered with a slab of stone near the wall, remarking how it was pleasantly warm while still being out of range of the steam. Shaoji nodded and speculated that there was more hot water underneath his stone, but Tobai was more than content to curl up on it with a pleased sigh. They didn't talk about much, just general and meaningless small talk while they all sank into the delicious heat. But after a particularly loud laugh from the girl's side, Kauda apparently looked over because of the sudden noise and passed out, falling from the wall onto their side. Tobai was up in an instant, transforming into his human form, and caught the boy before he could hit his head. Izuku started to get out of the water, but Tobai merely grinned wryly. "I'll take him to the adults," he chittered. "You stay here. I'll let you know if I need you." Izuku watched his friend go, carrying the unconscious boy, and slowly sank back down. If Kauda was safe with anyone, it was Tobai. Tobai wasn't sure what possessed him to let the boy pet him, even if he did do it exactly as he liked. But he looked so angry, and something in him twinged at the thought of one so young looking so mad. He already considered Yabu to be somewhat of his younger brother, having looked after him for years, but he found himself feeling the same for this boy after only knowing him for a few hours. Of course, it wasn't to the degree he cared about Yabu, but he still wanted to keep the boy safe. And his desire to never let Yabu leave his side had him following the boys to the bath, perched perfectly in the middle of both Kauta and Yabu on a particularly warm rock to rest. Kashi was probably right. It probably was being heated by water, but it still warmed his soul. Then Kauta had fallen and Tobai was changed in an instant, leaping forward to bundle the boy in his arms. He looked so small, and he knew that he had to take him to an adult. He was just glad he had caught the boy before his head had cracked open on the stones. He stepped away from the warm onsen, clawed feet clicking slightly on the stone tile and bells on his sleeves tinkling lightly, and soon navigated to the kitchen where he could smell the Nico humans and Gaki. He stepped into the room and the quad of heroes was alert, but Gaki just sighed. "Tobai," he muttered. "What happened?" Tobai handed the boy over to the red human, the one with short dark hair who Tobai found very pretty, and turned back to Gaki. He accidentally looked at the girls and fainted. "I caught him before he could fall. And Yabu wanted to come too, but I'm perfectly capable of carrying a kid 100 feet without him, so I had him stay with our classmates." The man-cat huffed. "You're the spirit, then?" Tobai raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Depends on what you've heard. Yue has more than one spirit, after all." "Thank you," the pretty one whispered, "for helping him." Tobai shrugged. "He gives good scratches, and I'm planning on being a hero with my brother. It wouldn't do to let a kid fall when I could catch him." The blonde one that smelled of earth beamed at him. "I think you'll be a great hero. Always looking out for the kittens, if this is any indication." "What's your name?" He smiled sharply. "I don't know, but most call me Tobai." The fourth one who hadn't spoken yet shifted, eyes lighting up with surprise. "You don't know your own name?" "Huh, I didn't know that was a thing that could happen." Gaki sighed. "If you would like to introduce yourselves, please do so by starting your statement with 'I am called.' But with Tobai it might not matter, he's prone to nicknames." Tobai nodded with a vulpine grin. "Chibutsu, your monsters are vicious." The newly named Chibutsu looked rather startled, but grinned at the compliment. "I think Yabu told me about you," he hummed. "So, the one called Ragdoll is Nentu, and the one called Mandalay is Seishin. Then, of course, Tora." Tora looked rather pleased with himself at having been given what amounted to be his actual hero name, but Gaki just sighed. "It's almost time for the brats to go to bed," he muttered, shuffling out of the room, "and we have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Good night." The other four also chorused good nights, and all but Seishin left, until it was just the three of them. "Why is he full of hatred?" She looked startled, but soon her expression turned sad. "Kauta is my nephew. He lost his parents, 2 pro-heroes, in a villain attack, and he never quite got over it. I suspect he hates me for being a hero like them, but I don't know for sure. He tolerates me, at least, so that's good, but he's so withdrawn. He threw a fit when he heard we were inviting hero students." Tobai hummed and leaned closer to the boy before tucking his hair behind his ear. "Tori will be all right. Yabu and I can talk to him, he seems to not mind us." She blinked at the name, but nodded, and Tobai slipped away, armed with new knowledge. His little bird would be just fine. Everyone was forced awake at the ass crack of dawn and dragged out into the cool morning air to, of all things, watch Bakugo launch a ball like they had all done at the beginning of the year. Surprisingly, it didn't go much further than it had then. "As you can see," Aizawa drawled, "while you've tactically improved, power-wise, you have not, with a few exceptions. The purpose of this training camp is to exercise your quirks and make you stronger that way. And at the end, you'll be ready for the provisional license exam, making you proto-heroes. You'll all be working on different things. Midori, your gang is continuing what you were doing before for today." Izuku grinned and saluted. "Everyone else, you'll be working with." Knowing they were dismissed, Izuku pranced off into the woods, giggling. Fumi sighed. "Izuku, please contain your excitement." "Fumi," he groaned, "we're playing hide-and-seek with quirks and exercising our chakra. What's not to be excited about?" "Hide-and-seek." They all stopped and looked up to see Matatabi perched on a tree branch, dual tails flicking in interest. "Mind if I play?" Izuku grinned. "If you'd like, I don't see why not." "Ah, I realize I didn't ask before, but what are your preferred pronouns?" Matatabi cocked their head. "Spirits, as you well know, do not have a set of specific gender as you humans seem to. The concept matters not to us. But, as most shapeshifters, you may refer to me as female." Saki blinked. "But Tobai can shapeshift and he's definitely a boy." Matatabi shrugged feline shoulders. "The majority of spiritual shape-shifting is into beautiful women to seduce and trick foolish mortal men. But there are a few that are more inclined to the male gender, it is true. Yaokai who do not shapeshift often have what can be called an assigned gender. Most Tengu are notably male, for example, as are Oni. Yurei are, of course, the gender they presented as when they died, or their preferred gender if they were not allowed to display it. Speaking of," she shifted nervously, "your Goryo." Izuku shrugged. "He's not as active during the day since the target of his ire often operated at night." She visibly relaxed and leapt from the tree to the ground, landing perfectly lightly. "Very well, then might we begin our game?" I am curious to see how knowing the middle has influenced you humans. She purred, self-satisfied, and sat on her haunches. I shall be the seeker first, I believe. They all took off without another word. Tobai dipped after a few games of hide and seek. He and Yabu had been playing separately, so Yabu could practice his illusions, and eventually Tobai just got bored. He knew there were other Nekomata in the forest, but Matatabi had been the only one to approach his brother and their friends, and Tobai didn't know why. Nor did he particularly care, actually, but that wasn't the point. He sniffed the air delicately, winding his way back through the woods to where his classmates were training, and was curious to note 1B had arrived and joined in. Watching the humans work to get stronger reminded him of particularly brutal days before finals, where all 4 of the mentors given to them were pushing them hard. Between the 3 spirits and Gaki, they had certainly been put through their paces, and it showed in how not only had none of them failed the final exams, but they were given a day to continue said training before getting thrown into more quirk-based learning. Tobai was actually quite curious as to what that would entail for his friends, since Gaki knew about chakra, and they did too. They would likely just be expending as much of their chakra as they could before they passed out, to increase their pools of power. Of course, Yuki and Tsu had already been doing that with practicing healing, and Yabu was constantly using chakra whether he knew it or not. Saki and Haku might be harder, but maybe they would just be working on being stealthy more. Not that anyone without a sensory quirk would be able to find them, but meh. Tobai cocked his head and flicked his ear, catching the sound of small feet stomping into the undergrowth. Tori. He grinned and stalked after the boy, following him up an old deer path to a cliff around the side of the mountain, out of sight of the camp and unnoticeable if you weren't led there or didn't stumble upon it. He watched the boy for a moment as he angrily threw stones at the wall, letting them bounce off and go careening off the cliffside. He mildly looked over, wondering how far it would be to fall, but it was sloped and barely 20 feet, no more dangerous than the cliff Chibutsu had thrown them off of, so Tobai wasn't worried. He decided to let the boy know he was here. Hey, Tori. The boy spun around, mildly alarmed, before he realized who it was and relaxed. Then he scrunched up his nose. Tori, my name is Kauta. Tobai shrugged and padded forward, setting himself down on the edge. I give people nicknames. Yours is Tori. Tori looked confused for a moment, thinking about the name, before realization struck, and then he got nervous. You're a fox, right? Tobai flicked an ear in affirmation, then nodded. Don't foxes eat birds? Tobai sorted. Sure, but Kitsune prefer tofu. You're a vegetarian. He snorted. Hardly. I might be predisposed to prefer tofu and azuki beans, but my favorite dish is often served with ground pork as well. Tori shifted uncomfortably, fixing Tobai with an uneasy stare. What about humans? He crinkled his nose. Gross. You think humans are gross? Tobai burst out laughing at the affronted look on the boy's face. As entities? No. For eating? Yes. Not to say it's impossible for a human to be gross. I mean, for some people it's just like, hey, I might be a spirit, but even we've heard of bathing. Just you. Another reason to not eat them, I guess. I'll stick to tofu, thanks. You're a kitsune. Tori looked at the tails sticking out of his robes, something no kitsune could get rid of, even when shapeshifting into a human. Did you think I had the appearance of a fox for fun? I mean, it is fun, he geckered, but that's not the point. Yes, I am a yokai known as a kitsune, hence my many tails and shapeshifting. I thought kitsune were 9-tailed foxes. Tobai shrugged. We get more tails as we get older and stronger. I got my 3rd tail semi-recently, actually. It's with this I can shapeshift. Much easier to talk to people with a proper mouth, I find. Teeth are less sharp, though. Tori's eyes lit up in understanding. So that's why you look like a teenager. He huffed. I'll have you know I'm 38. Much older than a human teenager. But could you shapeshift into an adult or something? Tobai considered it for a moment, then shrugged. Why not? This form is the easiest, since it's about my approximate human age, but I don't see why I couldn't. Kitsune are considered grown at 50. But could you shapeshift into something else? Of course, I could be a beautiful woman and woo foolish human men into doing my bidding. His eyes softened and he smiled softly, looking up at the bright blue sky. Yabu is my brother. Not by birth, of course, he's much younger than me and human besides, but he saved me from some mean humans 8 years ago, and that's when I decided I'd be a hero with him. He doesn't need me to be a great hero, of course, but I help in ways I can. I want to watch over him and repay him for the kindness he has shown me by making him strong and keeping him safe. Tori was silent for a while before he murmured a question. But what if he gets hurt? He fixed the boy with a serious stare. Tori, all heroes get hurt. I've discovered it's part of the job. Gaki, our teacher, he got hurt so badly that Kairu had to come and help fix him. Yabu and I were very mad then. He had gotten hurt protecting us from villains, and we got there just in time to see them slam his head into the ground. But if he hadn't fought, if he hadn't put himself in danger, I'm pretty sure every single member of our class would have died. That's what a hero does. They put their own safety at risk so that more people can be okay. and sometimes they get hurt, and sometimes they die. But if they never tried in the first place, then the world would be worse off, I think. There would be more people mourning loved ones, more people caught in the crossfire, more people broken. Heroes try to stop that, even if it means they get hurt. Tori was quiet for a while before he shuffled closer to Tobai on the cliff, hugging his knees to his chest. I wish heroes didn't have to risk their lives, he whispered, and leave people behind. Tobai hummed. I know, Kit. I heard about your parents from Seishin. You know her as Mandalay, I believe. I miss my parents as well. Tori looked up, eyes wet with tears. What happened to your parents? Tobai kicked out a leg, bringing the other one to his chest to rest his chin on his knee. I don't really remember. I have very few memories of my mam and Todd. I remember my mam was a black fox, and she had 7 tails. She was the mean one of my parents, I guess you could say. She taught me all about pranks and wasn't afraid to be sassy and sarcastic. She told stories about how she could woo any stinking mortal if she wanted to since she was a master of illusions. But she loved me and my Todd. He was an orange fox, like a lighter version of me. I'm the perfect mix, you could say. He was kind. I think most foxes have bigger litters than one, but I didn't have any siblings that I can remember. Did you? Did they leave? Tobai scowled. It's fuzzy. I think I might have been the one to leave. I only traveled from the spirit realm when I was 26, as far as I know. Everything between that and age 12, it's fuzzy. Tori looked incredibly concerned, but Tobai just brushed it off with a broad grin. Apparently I'm a child of destiny or something. Inari has been captured for 200 years and I get to help get him back. Then I can go home and try to find my mam and Todd. Don't you worry, Kit, I'll be just fine. Plus, I've got Yabu. Tori didn't look convinced, but he just lunged forward and hugged Tobai fiercely. It's okay, Kit, he whispered. We're going to be okay. They sat like that until dinner. After 2 more days of trials, including actually working on expending their chakra and listening to Monoma's underhanded compliments, the wild pussycats announced a trial of courage. Of course, Aizawa said, looking at his nails in disinterest, the remedial students will be with me, study. Ashido and Kaminari gripped each other, sobbing and begging a night of peace, but Kirishima and Sato just looked resigned. Monoma seemed too smug to come up with a nice way to word it, but he was with the group as well. The winning class is the one who makes the most people wet their pants, Tiger boomed with a laugh. Yep, Pixabop giggled, and we'll have one be scaring first. You'll go in teams of 2 and you'll need to make it to Ragdoll at the halfway point to get a stamp before you can turn back. Got it, kittens? Uraraka raised a hand. Unless we're counting Tobai, we have an odd number of people. Pixabop shrugged. Then we count Tobai. He spends enough time looking like a human anyway. Sorry, Dark, but you're literally attached to your human. Dark Shadow merely chuckled gleefully, fully on board with this concept of scaring people senseless. Izuku was also looking forward to this whole scaring thing. He wasn't great at illusions like Tobai was, but he was really sneaky and that counted for a lot. Plus, he figured his class wouldn't be so easily scared. Not after what they had seen and been through. They drew lots and Izuku found himself placed in group 7 out of 8 with Todoroki, while Tobai was in group 2 with Saki, who deadpanned, "Nothing could ever be scarier than my traveling partner." First to enter were Fumi and Haku, the invisible girl seeming nervous and jumpy, but she had not one but 2 creatures of the night at her side, so really, there was nothing to fear. Still, not a minute after they had been sent in, there was a piercing scream. Next to go were Saki and Tobai, of course, and they pranced off while Tobai looked positively gleeful. A few minutes later, Bakugo and Uraraka were sent into the forest, both looking fierce and ready to murder. Izuku considered the 2 of them making a pretty good pair for this, both ruthless in their desires. Next to depart were Tsu and Kuda, the frog girl a calming presence for the tall rock-headed boy, but Izuku saw him call birds and mice to help warn him of the members of 1B and Izuku smiled. Smart, to use his resources like that. Momo and Jiru made the next pair. The normally stoic girl seemingly determined to impress what was clearly her crush, but Momo looked definitely the least flustered about the prospect of the trial of courage than the punk girl. Izuku figured it wouldn't be long before Jiru was leaping into Momo's arms. Still something that could work. Next to go, right before them, were Shiro and Shaoji. Shiro joked they'd hear everyone coming, which Izuku supposed could be true for the group before them, but based on Jiru's scream, was not helpful. Still, Shaoji was rather unflappable. Finally it was their turn, leaving Aoyama and Ajaru to go last. And Izuku stepped into the forest on silent feet, Todoroki remarkably almost as quiet. Izuku could rely on his heightened senses to avoid everyone, or at least know they were coming, but he purposefully toned them down to get the full experience. He was going to enjoy this, damn it, and he was genuinely curious to see if anyone could scare the demon boy with their quirks. He only knew some of them, and they had potential with creative applications. The first scare they came across was a head rolling in front of them, and Izuku jumped a bit, thinking that it was maybe a nukabuki, but soon recognized the green hair and softened. "Hello, Setsuna," he chirped with a grin. "Lovely night for a walk." She pouted before grinning and her head floated away, setting up for the next victim. A hand reached up and grabbed Todoroki's ankle, making him gasp and freeze it on instinct. Eesh, the retreating head of Setsuna shuddered. Note to self, never do that again. "Can you melt me, Todoroki?" Todoroki blinked, comprehension dawning on him, before he nodded, leaning down and touching the ice cube with his left hand, quickly turned the ice into water. "Thanks, best of luck, 1A. The next scare they came across was severely rustling trees, despite the lack of wind. A slow and haunting whistle of a melancholy lullaby rang through the woods and Izuku shivered at the combination. It was certainly eerie, but it wasn't going to send him running. Soon, both sounds died out, though the whistle could be heard for a good while, and Izuku slowly came to realize they were already in the next trap as the ground slowly began to be reluctant to release their feet, slowing them down like they were going through glue. The trees were full of whispers, but even straining his ears he couldn't make out the words until a breath from so close he could feel the warmth of the exhale on his neck whispered, "Are you still there?" He jumped and tried to whirl around. Not entirely successful since he could only rotate his upper torso, but the voice had melted back into the darkness, a flickering shape that was gone. The voice came from the other side of Todoroki next. "Do you miss me?" Both boys, forcibly stuck in place, could only try to follow the voice and make out the whispers, but whoever was speaking was merely a shape in the dark. "Come play with me." Izuku instinctively clawed at the air beside him when the void was right beside him, voice so desperately close. But it just gave a high-pitched giggle and melted back into the trees, whispers now mixing with the others, but this time able to be heard. "Can you escape? Will you join us forever? Don't ignore me. Be my friend. Come closer. I'll love you forever, I promise. Don't go." Izuku forced his heels up and tugged Todoroki through the melting ground until it was solid once more, and booked it from the grove of whispers. They burst into a clearing to see the teal-haired ragdoll grinning. "Hey there, kittens," she purred. "You're halfway done. I hear that last one is really something, huh? Well, come over here and get a stamp and you can continue the course." She pressed the ink onto the back of their hands and sent them off with a smile and a wave. Screams sounded out behind and in front of them, notably Aoyama behind them, but they pressed on. A high and nasally voice rose through damp white mists, coming from everywhere and nowhere. "In the dreary black of night, grant this witch the middling sight. Find me precious human flesh, so my dinner might be fresh. When upon the toadstools come, let the humans be undone, falling into dreamless sleep, lest their lives they do keep. Bring me girl or bring me boy, let me eat and feel their joy. Give me now their bones to suck, humans have such rotten luck." She cut off with a cackle and the mist cleared to reveal the path was covered and lined with mushrooms and Izuku swallowed, carefully stepping around them. It was a rather well-done poem, reminding him of the famous double toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble from the Shakespearean play Macbeth, and the effects were wonderful, but again, not really something to be terrified of. "He'd seen worse." A voice hummed, monotone and sibilant, "To think you heed not the witch's call. Still, you press forward, knowing what awaits you." The voice didn't seem to need a response, swirling around them and continuing. "Spirits linger in these woods. But you already know that, don't you, dear boy?" Todoroki tensed and his gaze flickered to Izuku, but he remained stoic, pressing forward carefully. "You are not meant to dwell with spirits, human," the voice hissed, "and yet you persist." Izuku felt hands wrap around his arms, holding him in place, but when he looked down he was alarmed to see nothing there. Todoroki warily looked around, looking for the assailant, but he couldn't touch the invisible hands. "You, Midoriya of the Middle," the voice hissed, "are dealing in things you know not. Flee before it comes for you. Run like the weak mortal you are." The cold hands around him gripping him in place were gone, and Todoroki wasted no time in tugging him along and away from the disembodied voice. Izuku could feel his heart pounding in his ears. Could that have been a spirit? Not many knew of his title, given to him by Lady Amaterasu herself, but it could have just been an extremely well-informed student. He would have been able to see the hands if they were spirit in nature, right? They burst out of the woods to find their classmates in various states of disarray, some laughing, others still pale, and soon Aoyama and Ajaru ran out as well, making Class 1 done with running the trial. Mandalay clapped. "I'll send out word to 1B that you all are out, and it's time to switch sides. You can divide yourselves in the forest however you wish, but I do ask you stay along the path. Best of luck." Izuku shook his head and immediately headed over to Tobai, joined shortly by the spirit gang, as he had taken to calling them his odd and strangely large group of friends. "First half or last?" They shrugged, and Tobai called out to the rest of Class 1A. "Oi, we'll take the back half, the rest of you can take the front, okay?" The class shrugged, and Izuku was curious to see how everyone else would get on. But he'd have to hear the stories later. Soon, 1B was out of the forest and they were sent in. Shaoji took control. "Right, Kuda, you down to be our scout?" Plus, animals rustling in the bushes is plenty spooky on a night like this, especially if we prime people first. Shinsu, you have, I hate to say it, a good creepy voice. Saki shrugged. Fair. I am a master of hide and seek. They'll never see me. Xiaoji nodded. Good. Tobai, illusions, Midori, you have your weapons. Izuku shook his head. Only for training. Then throw stones. Close enough to be worrying, but not actually hitting. Move around so they don't come from the same directions. Todoroki, can you chill the entire area? If you can make mist, that would be even better. The heterochromatic boy nodded. Eerie atmosphere, I can do that. Haku, you already know what to do. Aye, Captain. Fumi and Dark, you are our ace in the hole. Fumi, just talk like normal. Dark, you can go flat and trip people, scream at them, rush them, go wild. We're being spooky tonight. Sue, can you make frog noises but like, really slowly? Like a long drawn-out croak. I've heard that at night when I went camping as a child, and it was the eeriest shit I've ever heard. She nodded, nonplussed by his swear. I can also leap from tree to tree, making them rustle. Kiro. Xiaoji beamed under his mask. Sounds good. Other than that, I think we can just go wild. Class B stands no chance. They spread out across the last half of the path, most of them knowing they'd be moving all over, and soon a low cold mist settled over the entire area, making the night air chilled and eerie, setting the perfect mood. Izuku took to his job well, tossing small rocks at people's feet or at trees beside their head with deadly precision, and gleefully watching them jump and startle, leaping around and looking around with wide eyes. He could see dancing lights through the trees, and cool shades ranging from yellow to indigo, dancing and enticing like the European will-o'-the-wisps, jingling lightly like wind chimes in the still night. At one point, he heard Haku singing a children's song in English. The itsy bitsy spider, if he remembered correctly, slowly and cheerfully, but in the environment, terrifying and wrong. Mice and bats darted around the area, rustling trees and bushes, and the flapping of leathery wings overhead made more than a few people squeak in terror and hurry on, until the last group of people came through, a silver-haired person and a girl who looked rather like a mushroom. The mushroom girl giggled. Why, mushrooms haven't died yet, Yanagi. The silver-haired girl grunted. Fungi are strong and last a while. Izuku startled as he recognized both voices. They were different, far more normal now, but that was the witch in the ice-cold hands that had grabbed him. He threw a stone in between them both, making the girls jump apart and perched above the silver-haired girl, knowing he was fully blended in. Who are you, to speak of spirits, little girl? The girl tensed. I am Yanagi. I am more closely tied to them than most. Izuku grinned, letting a bit of Tobai creep into his voice as he wordlessly began to circle, stepping lightly from one branch to the next. And you know of things most do not. Where did you hear the name of the middle? She cocked her head. I have learned to commune with ghosts. You're the talk of the town. He chuckled quietly. I have been discovered. You know, Yanagi the poltergeist. When I was younger, I was called the demon child. Would you like to figure out why? He didn't wait for a response, landing silently behind them both before leaning in slightly, perfectly between them. He barely let himself breath, voice just shy of a whisper. Boo! The mushroom girl shrieked and ran ahead, bolting, while Yanagi merely inhaled sharply, but by the time she turned around, he had already leapt back into the trees. Go on, he purred. There is more to be seen. And it wouldn't do to leave your partner alone. She took off after her classmate, and Izuku settled on the branch to wait for the call-in, mulling over what he had heard. Manatabi had called him the middle as well, but to think it had spread so far. He had an inkling of what it meant, of course, because it seemed rather straightforward. He was the middle point between humans and spirits, the balance and the bridge, and the perfect culmination of 200 years, if Lady Amaterasu was to be believed. He looked up through the canopy of leaves at the moon, just past full, and hummed a tune that felt achingly familiar, but one he could never remember after the fact. It seemed that the very trees sang with him until they were called back to return, congratulated on their success and sent to bed. By morning, the melody was out of reach once more. Izuku sucked in a breath, or was he Yabu, and stared down the monster, throat burning from screaming, begging. He could only hope he had been heard, that help was on the way. Fight it, Ada, he called. You aren't turning on me. Ada snarled from where he was restrained, and Yabu could feel the bonds weakening as he struggled to get at the creature. Please, he coughed, please. An inhuman roar shook the trees and Izuku closed his eyes. 36 hours prior, Haku shrieked in indignation as he hurled yet another water balloon at her. No fair, she yelled. You can actually see me. Or sense me, whatever. Izuku grinned. Yeah, that just means you have to dodge too. It's good practice. Xiaoji lobbed 6 of them at her and she screamed again as 4 of them hit. Xiaoji, she bellowed, you're cheating. Xiaoji shrugged. You didn't move after you spoke. Izuku watched as she immediately ran from her spot, bare feet slapping against the soaked ground, giving away her position more if anyone was paying attention. which Tsu was. She and Xiaoji had the hardest throws, with Tsu using her tongue to act as almost a trebuchet and Xiaoji having massive strength in his arms. Haku was so busy avoiding things that she didn't notice Saki come up behind her and dump a bucket of ice-cold water on her, making her scream so high-pitched that probably only Izuku and Tobai could hear it. And they all winced. Shinsu, Xiaodo intoned, "Please never do that again." The purple-haired boy rolled his eyes, but nodded. "No worries, Haku, that was the rest of the water. Unless anyone has an extra balloon." Tobai tossed one at her and she caught it deftly before hurling it at Saki's chest, making him wince from the sting of the point-blank throw, and he rubbed the spot, nodding. "Okay, now that we have no more balloons and it is freezing cold, I think we should all get dry. Go to the hot springs first," Aizawa called. "You're all soaked and if you catch a cold I will possibly leave you here in the woods." They all cried out in indignation, but he just raised an eyebrow at them and they laughed, moving to the onsen, splitting off to go one way or the other. They all breathed out sighs of contentment when they slipped into the hot water, and even Tobai, still in human form, stuck his feet in the water. He didn't fully get in because it was still the hated water, but he liked his feet being warm after walking on them for so long in the cold and wet mud from the long hours of water battles that was their training for day 4. It helped that Todoroki could make water as he wanted. It made filling up the water balloons much easier. Izuku hummed and closed his eyes, focusing more on his sensing instead of letting it passively show him things, and he spread out and down. Most of what he could feel was earth, but he followed the tracks of hot water until they slowly got closer and closer to the crust of the earth, and he felt the massive strain. If he hadn't been going almost straight down, there is no way he would have made it this far, so he slowly pulled back, feeling the fire and water and earth swirl together. And then he stopped. He carefully sent a tendril of energy to the anomaly, and jolted when it shifted, letting off a low hum. It was asleep. He edged around it to try and figure out what type of spirit it was, because it could be nothing but, and he slowly came to get a clearer picture. Chock full of water chakra. It had horns on its head and was nestled in the old riverbed that had slowly sunk into the ground, letting the water get closer to the magma layer and heat up, causing it to expand back to the surface in the form of hot springs. The same tectonic movements that had forced the mountains around them up had forced the river down. And all of a sudden he understood the spirit dwelling below them, now of the hot springs, but then of the river. A river spirit, a dragon. He felt the presence consider him before rumbling back to sleep. He sounded young. He pulled himself back, blinking and clenching and unclenching his fingers to see that Tobai had fallen asleep against him. He giggled and poked the human fox. Tobai grumbled and turned his head into Izuku's neck. It couldn't be comfortable, but he grumbled something about warm, sleepy, and Izuku slowly turned him so he wouldn't ruin his back by his awkward position. He looked over to see Dark also curled up, dozing in the warmth of the spring, and his eyes widened. Spirits grew sleepy around warmth, especially if they weren't fire-natured. A river spirit is always water-natured, as was this one, and it was cradled in the belly of warmth, asleep for who knows how long. He smiled to himself and stretched the arm not being held hostage by a sleepy kitsune and yawned. He was tired too, and dinner would probably be soon, but he definitely felt much warmer now. He'd try to talk to the water spirit when he was more awake. He slipped out into the early morning as the sun just started to rise. It was the last day of camp, and Aizawa was letting them sleep in just this once, since they'd be getting back home late at night and would only be able to sleep on the bus until they actually got back to UA. But he was too used to rising to greet the sun ever since Hasu. It just seemed right. It was a time when he would call upon the little piece of a god within him and pray. He scaled a tree and jumped off it to the roof, landing lightly, and he sat down cross-legged just as the first bit of the sun burned its way across the sky. "Hello, my lady," he said softly, "and good morning." The rays touched him and filled him with warmth, and he closed his eyes. "I don't know what to do about Inari, my lady," he muttered. "I don't know where the sorcerer is. But I found a sleeping spirit, and although the Nekomata are avoiding me, I know it's not my fault. A classmate of mine, Inagi, I think she will be a good friend. She heard of the title you gave me from Yurei." He felt like he had to talk more about the sleeping spirit, so he did. He's a river spirit, a dragon, and he was sent to sleep when his waters were forced underground and heated up. His eyes were golden, he murmured, but that can't be right. He felt a whisper on his mind and the words came out on their own, barely above a breath. The burning sun, the cleansing sea, the renewing moon. He blinked as the feeling went away and he furrowed his brow. The renewing moon. I heard that before, at Lady Tsukuyomi's stone dais. I suppose the burning sun would be you, meaning the cleansing sea is Susanoo. Am I supposed to find the other champions? What am I supposed to do? The sun fully rose into the sky and the presence gave him a final washing over of calm before it moved on, and Izuku sighed. He still didn't know how to find Inari and confront All for One. If he could just stop that man, he would stop making demons and using the fox god for ill. Everyone else slowly woke up as the morning wore on, and Tobai sent him a concerned glance. but he smiled and shook his head. It was just the same worries. After all, nothing new. They spent the rest of the final day working hard on their quirks, noticeably better than they were at the start of the week, and everyone cheered as they officially completed their summer camp, all improved. Everyone went to pack before dinner, after which the buses came, and Izuku sped through it before running out. "I'm going to say goodbye to Matatabi and the Nekamadas," he called back with a wave. "Save me a spot at dinner." Aizawa gave him an acknowledging nod and he ducked into the trees, laughing and whooping. Summer camp was over and he was stronger. There was much to celebrate. He slowed as he got deeper into the forest and something fell off, but he couldn't quite place it. He stilled in place and frowned, looking around, trying to figure out what was wrong. Though it was silent, he swallowed thickly. Why was a forest, one as full of life as this, so quiet? No birds were singing as the sun lowered. The only sound was the slight breeze rustling the trees. "Matatabi," he called hesitantly, "are you there?" The forest was silent for a moment before a panting two-tailed cat almost ran into him, eyes blown wide and pupils pinpricks. "Whoa," he muttered, "what's wrong?" The cat was almost yowling and so it was hard to understand her, but before she took off again, Izuku managed to piece together the word, demon. His blood ran cold as he locked eyes with a writhing mass perched on 6 legs. Far enough away he couldn't hear it, but close enough that he could see it as it slowly turned to face him before doubling up on its charge. Everything it touched died, and Izuku felt rooted to place. In under 30 seconds, it would be upon him. He screamed and started to run, mind past the point of thinking, but he knew enough to lure it away from the lodge, sending out ripples of yin chakra in pure fear. He wasn't ready. No one was, not for a demon. Tobai sniffed the air as his nose tickled and his ears flicked. There was something wrong, something off. The large Nekomata they had played hide and seek with burst through the undergrowth, tails puffed up like bottle brushes, and she looked around before looking eyes with Tobai. "Where's the middle?" she hissed. "He must be warned." "He was looking for you, to say goodbye," Tobai snarled. "Warned of what?" Her gaze flicked back and forth, trying to find the green head. "He can't be out in the forest right now. He has to be warned. There's a demon." Tobai felt every hair stick on end and he scented the air again. The scent of rot, decay, and blood. And Yabu was out there. He let out a wail and whirled on Gaki with wide eyes. "Demon in the woods," he shrieked. "Yabu is out there." Gaki's eyes blew out and he stiffly nodded. "Bring him back," he growled. "I'll keep everyone else safe." Tobai whirled to find a cold presence with gaze locked on the woods. "Stain," he breathed. "He is here. I can finally get my revenge on him for hurting my brother." Tobai snarled. "Don't you fucking dare. Ada Tenya, now is not the time. That's a demon, and Goryo or not, you will die. Permanently this time." Ada turned to him slowly, but one look in his eyes and Tobai could tell he was already gone, flickering out of sight and going through the forest faster than Tobai could follow. He whirled back around with a sinking feeling, counting heads and making notes before he spun over to Seisha. "Where is Tori?" She blinked and then went white. "His secret hideout," she breathed, "but he never told anyone where it is." Tobai grimaced. Before he could savage his brother, to get them out and away, he had to save his bird. He took off at a dead run, switching to his fox form to get more speed and prayed he wouldn't be too late to save anyone. Izuku bounded over roots and rocks, hearing the thundering crash behind him. At least this meant the demon was following him and not going to the camp. All of a sudden it slowed, and Izuku skidded to a stop, heaving to catch his breath as he whirled around. The gaze of the demon slowly turned to face up a mountain where Izuku could hear rocks being thrown and his blood ran cold, thinking back to the first day. "I have a secret hideout I go to, and no one is allowed there." He had to do something to distract the demon, so he called on his golden flames and leapt forward, aiming for the eyes. The roiling red worms burned away with a deafening, inhuman shriek as the eye was burned completely. It rolled around on the ground to muffle the flames, but they could not be put out until the chakra ran out, and when it was done, no worms retook the burned eye. "The burning sun," he breathed. "Godly power combats the demons. But the sea is the cleanser and the moon is the renewer. I can't fix this without the others." The demon slowly got up from the ground and Izuku could now see that 2 of the limbs were artificial, but the others, coupled with the burned eye, Izuku knew that this was no spirit. This had once been human. Ada appeared at his side in a cold flash and grinned menacingly. "Stain," he hissed, "you have fallen so far. I will finish what I started now, thank you." Izuku recoiled and stumbled back as they both shot forward. "No," he begged, "you can't let it touch you. Ire or not, you'll turn into one of them. Then that is a risk I am willing to take." Izuku threw out his senses, looking for something, anything that could help him, but everything alive in the forest had fled. Tobai came up on his range, heading towards Kauta, so that was one problem taken care of, but what could be strong enough to take on a demon? He stilled and threw a line of blue fire between the spirit and demon before sucking in a deep breath. "Ashio, Ushio." He swallowed around his new sore throat as he yelled the name again, praying that the Oni had heard him. They were so far away from the shrine where they'd met, but he had said, if you find yourself facing a villain you cannot fight, call, and I will come, so he had to believe that the Oni would arrive. Tobai flashed beside him, about to join him, but he held up his hands. Get Pixabob, he yelled. We might need some earth monsters. And make sure everyone is getting out. Tobai grimaced but nodded and ran again, back to the lodge to get actual professional help. And Izuku was left alone again. Ada surged against the spirit fire, trying to find a weakness, and Izuku bit his lip, constantly reapplying the line to stop both the Yurei and the demon. He blinked and time had passed, Pixabob setting waves of monsters against the demon, but they crumbled. Tobai directed her to bind Ida with dirt, tying him to a tree, and he imbued the earth with his own fire chakra so it would actually hold the spirit, and then she left. Tobai joined him and his senses got sharper and muddier in equal measure, and he was suddenly aware of the animalistic snarling coming from Ida's mouth. He whirled around to see phantom worms started to appear and he paled considerably, rushing forward and imbuing the earthen binds with golden chakra. No, 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 he muttered. No more demons tonight, please, fight it. He desperately turned back to see the demon struggling and slowly forcing its way over the line of fire. One good eye set on Ida with a hunger, and his emotions went out the window as his vision got hazier from the intense chakra use and the smoke of the burning forest. Izuku sucked in a breath, or was he Yabu, and stared down the monster, throat burning from screaming, begging. He could only hope he had been heard, that help was on the way. Fight it, Ida, he called. You aren't turning on me. Ida snarled from where he was restrained, and Yabu could feel the bonds weakening as he struggled to get at the creature. Please, he coughed, please. An inhuman roar shook the trees and Izuku closed his eyes. It had been a long time, Midori, Ushio growled. But if ever there was an enemy you could not face, this would be it. Please, Izuku croaked, help. But don't let him touch you. Ushio gave a snarling grin and roared at the demon again. Fear not, he hissed. I am a demon already, Oni are named such for a reason. We just control our rage and hatred much better. He hefted his giant iron club and grinned wickedly. I'll take it from here. The battle was vicious, Ushio taking it farther away so he could really let loose, and they both shrieked at each other, dealing terrible wounds. Ushio was cut to pieces by the time he slammed the demon into the ground one final time. The worms surrounding what had once been Stain slowly ebbed and died, turning into thick sludge as they dripped off of him, leaving his corpse exposed. He was beaten and bloodied, but he was alive, one eye crazed. His jaw hung low, as if it had been dislocated, but it was long since torn and hanging. His hair was gone, skin mottled with bruises and sores, puncture wounds from large needles. If Ida hadn't known it was Stain, if Izuku hadn't been able to sense it, then he would not have been able to recognize the man, even with the lack of a nose. What did he do to you? Izuku breathed. Disgusting little creatures, Stain slurred. You will know the bounds of my hatred and suffer, as I have suffered. I am not the last. Ida surged forward, breaking out of his earth binds, and slammed a fist into Stain's skull, causing the demon to laugh wildly. Suffer, he croaked with his dying breath, as I have suffered. The fox lays dying, hatred consuming. Not long now. The three of them stared at him as his flesh melted from his body, leaving a twisted human skeleton behind and a smell of intense rot. Ida brightened and sighed before smiling softly. It is done. I have gotten my revenge. He tensed and his expression grew horrified. My Midoriya. What have I done? Tobai melted out of him and took the spirit's face in his hands. How odd, he murmured. You are still a spirit, but you are not a Goryo anymore. With your revenge gotten, you're simply a Yurei now, with full presence of mind. Ida flinched back, eyes wide. I what? Revenge? Why would I? Oh God, I'm dead. Izuku nodded, wobbling forward. But you're okay now. You can still be a student, probably. I don't see why not. And you will make an awesome underground hero, because no one can see you if you don't want them to. He shook his head and turned to the blue-skinned Oni. Thank you, he whispered, for coming to our aid. Ushio grinned. Midori, I did say I would come when called. To protect you from an unnatural creature is fine. In addition, I have heard rumors circulating. You are the chosen champion of the sun. He nodded weakly. I am, Tobai as well. I'm supposed to find the other two, but I don't know where to look. Ushio bellowed with laughter. One is beneath your feet, little spirit. He simply needs to be awoken, but I imagine you will have trouble with that. Izuku blinked. Beneath. Ushio slammed his club on Stain's skeleton once more, shattering the bones, and huffed. I must go, he grumbled, but my promise to you is fulfilled. Should you call on me again, it might cost you. Izuku bowed lightly, ignoring the blood rushing to his head. Thank you. He ran off, presumably home, and Tobai grabbed Izuku soundly, picking him up and tutting about his weak protests. Really, brother, he murmured, you have done too much tonight. Rest, and I will bring you back to camp. Shanguru, do follow. Izuku let his eyes slip closed in a doze, hearing the life slowly come back to the forest, and cuddled into Tobai's warmth to his rumbling purrs, before he heard yelling and blearily opened his eyes. The lodge was there, looking perfectly fine, but as soon as Aizawa spotted him, his eyes went wide. Shigaraki was here, he said quickly, ranting about hatred, and then he took Bakugo. Izuku rolled out of Tobai's arms and landed heavily on the ground, eyes blown wide. He is Kaken. Tobai knew that as soon as Yabu slipped up and called Tofu Boy that dumb childhood nickname that they would be having a long night. Yabu was already exhausted, having used about 2/3 of his chakra stores already, and they had gotten unsettling information about Inari from Stain. But to think the fucker had kidnapped Tofu Boy, ranting about hatred. That told Tobai two things. 1. It was intentional that Stain had been full of hatred and then after death became a demon. 2. They wanted to turn Bakugo Katsuki into a demon. Not that it would fucking work. Tofu Boy was a piece of work, but unless something terribly drastic happened, he would resist completely. Then again, All for One was a powerful sorcerer. Nami came forward with a worried expression. I managed to toss a tracker to Bakugo. We should be able to locate him. Yabu stumbled to his feet, eyes wide. We have to go now. We can't let them hurt Kaken. All for One will turn him into a demon. There's no coming back from that, not without all three. Yabu, he barked, one beneath. We can probably hold off demonness with 2 out of 3, so we need to find the second champion before we do anything stupid. He turned to him in a panic. Tobai, that is the most vague thing I've ever heard. What could it possibly mean? Tobai prodded him in the chest. I don't know, but you have the sensory ability. Look under the underneath. The phrase from Nenzu, said coyly to them in their training weeks, shook Yabu out of his daze and made him shakily close his eyes. After a moment his eyes flashed open, glowing a bright gold. We need cold water, he demanded, looking at the assembled students, lots of it. Tobai smirked to himself. Yabu was back in business. Kauta watched as the one hero student froze the entire hot springs, until it melted again, but he did it over and over, fire curling around his left side to keep him warm, but it wasn't enough and the water was still steaming. He ran a hand through his hair and sighed in exasperation. I don't have enough water, he muttered. I'll run out of chakra before it's cool enough to wake the dragon up. Kauta bit his lip and glanced at the distressed kitsune he had become friends with and bit out a growl and stepped forward, shooting water from his hands into the hot spring. The boy blinked for a moment before turning the water into ice with a soft smile. He shifted, screwing up his eyes. He had been sleeping for so long, but his warm blanket was growing cold. Could it be time to wake? Time to breach the world above once more? His river was still buried, he knew, but another tendril of ice caressed him and he shuddered. He followed the cold, if only to beg it to stop, so he could go back to sleep, and rose from the water, rubbing his eyes in annoyance. His bottom two cracked open, then shut. All right, those ones were the underwater eyes. Best to use the top two. They opened and he felt more than saw them flash gold for a moment, a sign that his god had not abandoned him, even after his long sleep. A green-haired boy and a human kitsune stepped forward. Other humans dotted around the area taking a respectful step back, and he narrowed his eyes. Spirits, willingly consorting with and interacting with humans. Something wasn't right. How long had he been asleep? Greetings, the human said softly. I am Midoriya of the Middle, champion of Amaterasu. What may I call you? He blinked, shocked, and squinted at the boy. Indeed, he was full of spirit energy, but more than that, he had a pool of golden god energy. In fact, the kitsune did too. He swallowed to clear his throat after having been so long without opening his mouth. I am Yugawa, he croaked, and he grimaced at the voice crack. Damn, he would have thought he might have aged at least a little while he was asleep, but apparently not. Champion of Susanoo. What year is it? His heart sank at the date. It couldn't be. I have been asleep for 3,000 years, he whispered, and I have not grown one bit. He stomped his foot and scowled. This is ridiculous, he grimaced. How the hell am I still a teenager? Ugh, whatever, not the point. Why did you wake me up, brother champion? The boy, Midoriya of the Middle, grimaced. Inari has been bound by a sorcerer and is in the process of turning into a demon. The noble children of heaven want to stop that sorcerer and let their sibling-elect go free. Tobai and I have been tasked with it, but without the other two champions, we can't do anything. Yugawa stretched and yawned, noticing with glee several humans flinch back at seeing his needle-sharp maw of teeth. He flexed out of his dragon form to look mostly human. He noted he was entirely bald, unless you counted his mohawk-like fin. His crown of horns stayed with him, as did the occasional scale, looking rather like the freckles on Amaterasu's champion, just on top of his head instead. He noted absently that his skin was almost human-colored, if a little pale and a bit too blue to be considered normal, and he still retained his talon, albeit shorter versions. Midoriya of the Middle nodded. Well, let's go save Inari. At the very least we can halt the progress while we search for the champion of Tsukuyomi. Thank you, Yugawa. He grinned. Sure, I knew I was signing up for when Lord Susanoo asked. I just didn't expect my duty to be so far in the future. Let us go save the dear fox, shall we? The Kitsune him. Yes, let's. And the human, I suppose. Tofu boy would make a terrible demon. Midoriya of the middle grimaced. Yes, he muttered, and Kaken. Yugawa, perhaps I should get you up to speed. The last 200 years have been hectic. Yugawa listened with rapt attention and a slight yawn. This would be fun. Warming scales and rays of gold. The power of the burning sun. Burn away the impurities, until they are all dead and gone. Izuku jolted awake as the bus rumbled to a stop. Fugawa hadn't gone back to sleep below the hot springs, but he was staying near his river as he couldn't really leave. The wild pussycats and Manitabi were working to figure out a way for him to leave, so he could travel with Izuku and Tobai and actually use his powers against demons. But for now he was confined to the water, and since it was buried, he couldn't follow it into the city where they were going. Not that it even went in the right direction. Tobai was around his neck like a thick and heavy scarf, not asleep. He had refused, keeping his eyes open and his ears alert. Any time Izuku tried to move him, he bit him lightly with a growl. I'm not letting you leave my sight again, he murmured into Izuku's neck. I almost lost you last time. Izuku instead pet him. His nerves were too shot to speak. No one had gotten hurt, other than Bakugo getting kidnapped, but by the time they pulled up to UA, no one was sleeping and faces were grim. Izuku stepped off the bus and looked around, seeing his mother standing with the other tired-looking adults who had come to pick them up. Izuku, she murmured, please tell me you have more time. He slowly shook his head. Even if I just get him back, All for One will be there. Inari will be there. I have to, Mom, I'm sorry. She smiled shakily and her eyes welled up. Tobai, she said strongly, you protect our boy, you hear? Or no tofu for a month. No, a year. He leaned forward and nudged her pointing hand with his head. Of course, Misuno, he'll get hurt over my dead body. She whimpered lightly, hand flying to her face. No, neither of you can get hurt. Not my boys. You have to stay safe. I don't care what the Sun Lady said. They've waited 200 years. They can wait a few more for you to live. You haven't even graduated yet. Izuku sniffed. We'll be fine. We have to be. Besides, Saki drawled, coming up beside them. No way in hell is he going alone. Inko blinked. Shinsu, Shaodo nodded. He will be supported. He has allies, some of which are even human. She giggled weakly at his joke that he definitely did not intend to be a joke. And Aizawa cleared his throat with a raised eyebrow. None of you are doing anything, he muttered, or you'll be expelled. Leave this to the heroes. Haku scowled and folded her arms. No way in hell, Gaki. We've trained for this. What's a hero if they don't help people in need? Well, Yabu and Tobai need our help right now. What kind of heroes, what kind of friends would we be if we didn't have his back? Aizawa shook his head. You misunderstand. You're students. None of you are going, not even Midori. Izuku looked at his teacher in disbelief. You can't be serious. I have to rescue both Bakugo and Inari. All for One is a sorcerer. None of you have spirit powers without me. Nothing to do against demons. Aizawa shook his head stubbornly. You are a student. All for One might be a sorcerer, but he is also a man, and humans will always have weaknesses. We can take him. Excuse me. A soft voice came through the crowd of parents reuniting with their children. Pardon me. Lin stepped out and all of the spirit gang sucked in a breath. She tried to smile but it didn't meet her eyes. Hey there, kiddos, she said wryly. We got word. He's making a move. Izuku nodded. He has a classmate and he's already turned a human into a demon once. Lin grimaced. Our resident witch got us a marker on their location for you. It's an estimate but it's better than nothing. Momo perked up. It should match up with my tracker. Aizawa frowned. And you will give this information to the heroes involved so we can do our jobs. Lin raised an eyebrow at him. Grumpy, aren't you? I'm afraid that this is spirit jurisdiction and we have final say over who is allowed to get involved, for safety purposes. You, half a Yurei, are not it. Aizawa grimaced. They're children. She nodded. And the strongest, most powerful person I ever knew was one too. Younger than them by 4 whole years. She was a wonder, Sen was. Took on Yubaba like no one ever had and freed not only herself and her family, but also little Haku from the witch's servitude and curse. Same witch, actually. I think she was the main reason Yubaba changed her ways and views when it came to humans, or she might not have helped little Green here. Izuku blinked. Yubaba is the witch who got the location. Lin nodded. A bit bitchier than her sister, still a greedy capitalist, but she wants All for One gone just as much as anyone else, so she did this one thing for free. Aizawa shook his head. I can't let you give them that information. They'll do something reckless and get themselves hurt or killed. She cocked her head. Would you rather they go with or without help? I would rather they didn't go at all. Precisely why that wasn't listed as an option. Gaki, now answer the damn question. Aizawa slowly sighed. Lin nodded and pulled a package wrapped in brown paper about the size of a loaf of bread out and offered it to Izuku. From your grandpa, kid. stops the corruption process. If you see worms, they're too far gone and you need divine intervention, but until then it will get rid of the nasty slug of hatred in them. Tea or bath, whatever is easiest at the time. Can be taken dry if needed, but do try and wash it down, she said wryly. It won't help if they choke and die. Izuku nodded and hugged the scented bundle to his chest, breathing in the earthy scents. Any word from Shiko or Gamma? Lin shook her head. Both are still in the forest. Oh, Gamakichi did say to remember the talisman and the scale. That's it. She looked conflicted but just tugged him forward a little and gave him a side hug, patting Tobai a bit. Don't die, she choked out. I don't think me or your grandpa could take it. And yo, Shaoji, rep the tea shop, got it? The boy nodded. She passed a slip of paper as well. That's the address. Don't fuck this up, kiddos. She slipped back through the crowd and Izuku memorized the address before offering it to Aizawa. I know you don't want me or anyone to do this, he said quietly, but you know we'll go anyway. Get people to this location and Momo's and give the human side of things hell. I'll handle the spirit side. Aizawa gently took the paper and nodded. I'll contact other heroes. We move in an hour. Izuku looked at his spirit squad, some standing with their parents, some not, and then to the rest of the class. I have been chosen, he said softly, and I have to free them both. I will not ask anyone to come because this is terrifying. Most of you haven't even been trained in spirit arts. Shadow took a step forward first. I am called Kinsei. He intoned to represent balance. I would like to help restore it. Saki stepped forward. I've been called good luck. Wouldn't feel right to not go if I could make some sort of difference. Haku giggled. I am called Haku because clearly I'm going. Tobai geckered along with her laughter. I am called Fumi and I am called Dark Shadow. And we will journey together into the darkness. You have long been our friend, Izu, and we would follow you wherever you may lead. I've been called many things, Shaoji murmured, but one thing I have been called is honored nephew. As Izu's honorary uncle, I am legally obligated to go. Izuku snorted softly. Damn it, Kamaji. I have been called Nami. Momo whispered, looking away after Izanami, the goddess of creation, and I would be remiss if I did not attend to rescue a god. It feels like an honorable duty I must complete. I'm Yuri, and I promise to give us an early warning system as much as I can. I am called Tsu, she croaked, and Gamakichi has taught me much in the ways of healing. If I can help in any way, I will endeavor to do so. I am called Hana or Kuji, and I will be the ears and eyes for those who cannot hear and see. Kirishima grinned. I'm called Kirishima, but right now I want to go by another name, Red Riot, the unbreakable hero, and I'm going to get my bro back. I'm Reiju, the lightning dog, and I gotta help get my friend back. My name is Idatenya, and I am dead. I have nothing to fear. Tobai pounced on him with a snarl, sending the spirit toppling to the ground. No, you can still be hurt. You have everything to fear. Unlike the humans, spirits can be lured in by sorcerer magics. That's how he got so powerful. You and anyone else, he snarled up at the class, cannot go into this willing to die. Go into this willing to live. Anyone willing to sacrifice themselves, stop now. No one is dying tonight except maybe the fucker who set this entire thing in motion. Got it. They all nodded and Aizawa paused for a moment. Anyone else? I am called Kurenki, Aoyama grinned. And I will be a sparkle in the night. I am called Sasu, Mina said, her voice shaking a little, and I'm gonna hit him where it hurts. They'll feel my sting. I am called Uravati. Uraraka nodded, taking a page out of Kirishima's book, and I'm going to be a rescue hero. I'm Sadu, this is Anjuru, and this is Siro and We're staying behind. There was silence before Izuku nodded. Okay, stay safe. Siro looked away guilty. It's not you or anything, man, but you said this was dangerous. We're first years. This is a 200-year-old feud that got the gods involved. Gods I didn't even know were real until like 2 weeks ago. Tobai nodded sharply. That's good. This is not a game. So if anyone who said their name wants to back out, do so now, and no one will judge you. Everyone was silent and Aizawa sighed. 16 of you, are you certain? They all nodded resolutely. He narrowed his eyes, then sighed. Let me call Nedzu and let him know. I suspect his plan will help things. The Yaokai was happy to get the call, and in another hour they were on the train to Kamino, fully prepared, or at least as prepared as they could be. Nothing could have truly prepared them for what was to come. Crashing waves and deep blue views. The power of the cleansing sea. Force the sickness far away, until you find it pure and clean. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.